Upon unexpectedly traversing into the realm of Marvel, the protagonist found himself at a loss. Just as uncertainty enveloped him, a divine sign-in system awakened, heralding the emergence of a true pinnacle of strength within the Marvel Universe. Chapter 1. At 7 in the morning, the sun began to cast its first rays into the sky. In a certain apartment in Chinatown, Washington, D.C., Chin-Su sat at the dining table, idly slicing a soft-boiled egg and a sandwich with his knife and fork. No one could fathom the thoughts swirling within his mind. In a realm invisible to others, a pale blue, pristine progress bar materialized before his eyes, the progress having reached an astonishing 99.99%. This revelation filled Chun-Su with immense excitement. Nearly 10 years. It had been almost a decade since he arrived in this vexing Marvel world. Initially, he believed that loading this system would require merely 3 years, yet 3 years followed by another 3, and then another 3 had dragged on until a decade. Had nearly passed. Is my system finally on the verge of completion? Just as Chun-Su's mind raced with fervent thoughts, a chime echoed in his consciousness. Ding. System loading successful. A new mission was bestowed upon him. Please host, reach the Jagannath Temple in Kathmandu within 12 hours to sign in. Timely arrival will yield an unknown reward. Once the progress bar reached its completion, a synthesized female voice resonated within his mind. Finally, it's complete. Chun-Su, overwhelmed with exhilaration, slammed his hand onto the dining table, causing everything upon it to leap in surprise. However, he soon furrowed his brow, muttering in confusion, Kathmandu? Nepal? I recall that this is the location of the earthly door to Kamartaj, is it not? Why would the system direct me there? Am I destined to encounter the Ancient One? Pondering these questions without resolution, Chun-Su hastily finished his breakfast and rushed to his bedroom to prepare. He rummaged through his drawer for his wallet, counting the bills within, which amounted to a little over $1,000, predominantly in $10 notes, with only a couple of hundreds. Having gathered the essential items, Chun-Su stepped out of his modest apartment, ready to embark on his journey to Kathmandu in search of opportunity. At 2 in the afternoon, in Kathmandu, Nepal, after several flights, Chun-Su had just disembarked. The fatigue that had weighed heavily upon him dissipated upon learning that he was nearing his destination. After hastily devouring a Big Mac and washing it down with a large soda, he hailed a taxi from the roadside, setting his course for the renowned Jagannath Temple in Kathmandu. Chun-Su sat comfortably in the taxi. He reveled in the bustling streets and the scenic beauty around him. Unbeknownst to him, an hour or two slipped away effortlessly. In the distance, the majestic Jagannath Temple came into view, igniting a sense of exhilaration within him. After paying the fare and expressing his gratitude to the driver, Chun-Su alighted from the taxi, a broad smile illuminating his face as he strolled leisurely towards the temple. However, unbeknownst to Chun-Su, mere moments after his departure, the taxi driver gazed pensively at his retreating figure. The once amiable expression on his face morphed into one of malice as he retrieved a phone from his pocket, coldly observing Chun-Su while muttering indistinctly to himself. Meanwhile, Chun-Su was nearing the temple when an unexpected traffic accident ahead caused the main road to become impassable, blocked by onlookers. Faced with this predicament, he had no choice but to seek an alternate route. Kathmandu, a city renowned worldwide, is replete with narrow alleys that meander unpredictably. Chun-Su, somewhat bewildered, relied on the smartphone's navigation, winding through the labyrinthine paths as time slipped away and he ventured deeper into unfamiliar territory. Gradually, the throngs of people began to thin out, and he found himself edging closer to the temple. However, just as he was engrossed in studying the map on his phone, he failed to notice several unwelcome figures materializing before him. In a moment of unforeseen collision, he inadvertently bumped into a man's chest. "Sorry," he exclaimed, quickly looking up to apologize. Yet, as he raised his gaze, something felt amiss. The individual he had collided with was none other than the taxi driver. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chun-Su, having lived in America for many years, instinctively understood the impending danger, but a glance over his shoulder confirmed his fears. Several burly men armed with weapons had appeared, encircling him ominously. "Hand over your money," commanded the taxi driver, who seemed to lead this band of thugs. With a malevolent glare fixed on Chun-Su and a baseball bat in hand, he mockingly sneered, "Surrender all your cash, you yellow-skinned monkey, or I cannot guarantee your safety." Witnessing this unfolding drama, Chun-Su let out a resigned sigh, muttering to himself in Mandarin, "What a mess. I merely sought to sign a road." He lamented, "Why can't I just go about my business without such disturbances?" Before Chun-Su stood a group of unruly individuals, all of Caucasian descent, who grew increasingly impatient as they observed him conversing with himself. "What are you mumbling about? Hurry up and hand over all your money, and then you can leave safely." With a smile gracing his face, Chinsu slipped his right hand into his pocket and raised his left hand. "I will give you all my money at once, I assure you." Observing the insatiable greed etched upon the faces of those surrounding him, Chinsu suddenly flung the loose change from his pocket into the air. As the onlookers became distracted by the scattering coins, he seized the opportunity to dash through the gaps between them. Damn it! When the individuals finally came to their senses, realizing that aside from a single large bill, the money he had thrown consisted solely of trivial coins, they were filled with unexpected fury. The cab driver bellowed at his associate, who was busy collecting the scattered change. "Quickly, pursue him. That kid must have at least $1,000 on him. I saw it with my own eyes." The cab driver's subordinates, initially reluctant to abandon the coins, now gleamed with avarice at their leader's words. "What? 1,000? In Kathmandu, $1,000 could sustain several of them in comfort for months." Seeing the greedy expressions on his men's faces, the cab driver chuckled. "Go catch him, and we'll split the spoils 50-50. No sooner had he spoken than he began his pursuit, with his men racing ahead, driven by their insatiable greed. Huff, huff. Meanwhile, Chinsu was sprinting vigorously towards the temple, a place he had frequented every morning for his jogs around Chinatown, but he felt immensely grateful for the habit he had cultivated. As he lost himself in thought, the vexatious voice of the cab driver echoed behind him. "Damn it, stop right there." Not far behind, the cab driver shouted in exasperation. Amidst his running, Chinsu glanced back and raised his middle finger in defiance, inwardly mocking, "Fool, just wait there for me to be robbed." The cab driver, witnessing Chinsu's insolent gesture, felt his face flush with rage. "Curse that yellow-skinned monkey. You better hope I don't catch you." With venomous thoughts, the cab driver fixated on the distant figure of Chinsu. Finally, as Chinsu rounded a corner, he beheld the temple he had longed for, the very sight required by the system to check in. Upon sighting this, as Chinsu prepared to re-enter the temple, the taxi driver's face contorted with anxiety, and he bellowed at a few idle men loitering near the temple. "Entrance, hey, you lot, quickly stop him." Upon hearing the taxi driver shout, the two men, who had been smoking and leering at passing girls, abruptly discarded their cigarette butts and positioned themselves at the entrance, one on each side. "Damn it," Chinsu, who was just about to dash into the temple, muttered an expletive under his breath upon witnessing this scene. For a fleeting moment, he lowered his head in contemplation, but when he lifted it again, his gaze was resolute, ready to take a bold risk. His already heightened speed surged further, and as he accelerated, he slightly bent forward, right shoulder leading. Like a warrior poised to breach a door, he charged towards the two men blocking the entrance. That moment, a hint of ferocity flickered across Chinsu's otherwise handsome face. Determined to protect the system he had painstakingly activated over the past decade and secure his future happiness, he gritted his teeth and chose to fight fervently. The two idlers, taken aback by such audacity, instinctively recoiled 2 steps as they beheld Chinsu barreling towards them, his expression a mix of desperation and resolve. This, indeed, was the key to Chinsu's success, that he crashed into the 2 robust men, stumbling and falling to the ground. Yet he successfully entered the temple, and at that moment, a melodious chime resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully reaching the sign-in location. As a reward, the host receives immense telekinetic power. Upon hearing the system's delightful announcement, Chinsu was overwhelmed with exhilaration, laughing maniacally as if he had lost his senses. "Ha ha ha ha!" Behind him, the taxi driver and his henchmen finally caught up, panting as they encircled Chinsu. "Run, you bastard! I thought you were fast. Pray, Chinese man, for you are about to face unimaginable brutality." The faces of the thugs gleamed with malicious glee. They could barely contain their eagerness to unleash a savage beating on the prostrate Chinese man. Chapter 2. The terrifying power of the mind and temporal abilities. As the mechanical feminine voice of the system faded into silence, Chinsu, on the verge of being overtaken by the taxi driver, felt a cool rush envelop his mind. In his line of sight, a hefty wooden stick was poised to strike him, and instinctively, he raised his hand to shield himself. With a surge of thought, everything froze. A terrifying mental force erupted from his consciousness, radiating outward in all directions, striking with wild abandon. Due to Chinsu's formidable mental prowess being primarily focused on the taxi driver and his wooden stick, both of them bore the brunt of the consequences. The terrifying psychic energy, invisible to ordinary people, instantaneously shattered the wooden stick and propelled the taxi driver through the air. Upon landing, he exhibited no further movement or restraint. His very soul had been obliterated, The remaining individuals, under the weight of Chun Tzu's overwhelming mental force, found themselves paralyzed, unable to think clearly, as if time itself had come to a standstill, leaving them immobile. Chun Tzu took several deep breaths to ease the adrenaline coursing through him from his recent escape and began to examine those statuesque figures frozen in place with a sense of curiosity. He approached a burly man and kicked him lightly, only to find that he remained utterly unresponsive. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Chun Tzu. Indeed, his newfound ability was quite powerful. He felt a profound satisfaction with this perilous gift he had just acquired, yet a pressing question loomed before him. How might I retract this ability? As the thought of withdrawal crossed his mind, the motionless giants suddenly regained their normal state. It was as if nothing had transpired. The pedestrians resumed their previous activities as if nothing had occurred. For instance, the two burly men and the taxi driver's subordinates continued to glare at him with the same predatory intensity. Hey, where's the boss? Where'd he go? The driver's subordinates quickly sensed something amiss moments ago. Their leader was close to catching that young man, ready to break his legs, yet now he was nowhere to be. Found, boss, where are you? One subordinate rushed over to the taxi driver, who lay motionless not far away, and inquired, Chief, why are you lying here without moving? Chief, the subordinate shook him, noticing his lack of response, resembling a lifeless body. The other subordinate and the two burly men abandoned their pursuit of Chun Tzu and approached to ascertain what had transpired. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Tzu thought, perfect, I must make my escape. He promptly made his way onto the street, vanishing without a trace. Atop the majestic Himalayas, in the fabled magical sanctum of Kamar Taj, a bald figure sensed an overwhelming psychic force, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Indeed, this bald figure was none other than the illustrious supreme sorcerer, Dr. Strange. He then turned to observe three fellow sorcerers approaching his doorway. Supreme Master. The trio of sorcerers bowed respectfully to Dr. Strange. The astonished New York Sanctum sorcerer Drum inquired, Did you feel that potent psychic energy just now? Do you know what transpired? I do not. Dr. Strange responded, shaking his head. Did you all sense it too? I believe it was not just us, even entities from other dimensions felt that formidable psychic energy. One cannot help but wonder whether the master of this astonishing power is friend or FOE. Is this occurrence a mere warning or something more? Inquired another mage from the Temple of London. The source of that psychic power erupted in Kathmandu. Ancient One smiled as he observed the typically composed mages, now fraught with tension, and remarked, Let us venture forth together. With that, Ancient One initiated the mirror dimension, transporting them to the Jagannath Temple in Kathmandu. As they beheld the doctor meticulously examining the taxi driver's lifeless body, unable to discern any cause of death, Ancient One and the three mages were profoundly affected. This psychic force is astonishingly potent. One mage knelt to inspect the driver's vacant eyes and stated, His soul has been utterly obliterated. The London Temple mage shook his head, saying, This is a brutal act indeed. It was accomplished without any external assistance, relying solely on the most fundamental psychic energy for destruction. Terrifying, indeed. Have you noticed a particular detail? As the guardian of the Time Stone, Ancient One possessed a unique understanding of time and discerned something the other mages had overlooked. The flow of time in this vicinity has been suspended for a period of time. Upon hearing Ancient One's words, the other mages were left in utter astonishment. Fortunately, they were in the mirror dimension, unaffected by external repercussions. Indeed, a tremendous power time. Ancient One employed his magic to reverse time and uncover the past, only to find that time had become a chaotic force, wild and uncontrollable, even for one who wielded the time. Stoned, it appears the world has gained yet another formidable entity, one whose future remains obscured. At that moment, Chun Tzu, having traversed several blocks, sneezed. Who is speaking of me? He rubbed his nose, pondering, could someone be cursing me? That shouldn't be the case. A person as inconspicuous as I, left alone on the street, shouldn't attract attention. However, is it truly acceptable to visit Kathmandu without stopping by Kamar Taj? Only then did Chun Tzu recall this imperative, for the esteemed Ancient One resides or following in his footsteps would surely ensure my safety. Moreover, this formidable psychic energy cannot be squandered. Reflecting on the earlier display of terrifying psychic prowess, Chun Tzu was struck by an idea. Is it not true that mages require psychic energy? My own is remarkably potent. What if I were to pursue a path as a mage? Imagining himself clad in robes, with flames in one hand and ice in the other, he couldn't help but break into a foolish grin. Ding! A new sign-in task has been issued. Please proceed to Kamar Taj to sign in promptly to receive system rewards. Upon hearing the system's voice, reminiscent of a woman yet devoid of emotion. Chen Su's heart leaped with joy. Indeed, thoughts manifest swiftly. Initially hesitant, the moment the system assigned a task, he resolved to embark on the journey without a second thought. With determination, Chen Su retraced his steps to the temple. Concealed among the throngs of onlookers, he observed the taxi driver, still reeling from his psychic assault, and the two burly men menacing the doctor, a sneer escaping his lips. This disdainful expression, however, did not go unnoticed by Gu and the other sorcerers hidden within the mirrored realm. It appears this individual is connected to the deceased, one remarked. Moreover, his demeanor suggests he is acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding this person's demise, displaying no shock, as if it were anticipated. Could he be the very cause of that person's death? There's an aura of temporal residue about him. Only those who have manipulated time bear such remnants. Could he be the one who left that mark? Most likely. Given his current demeanor, it seems he has further matters to attend to. Perhaps we should keep a watchful eye on him for the time being. Enough, it's time for you to return, Gu interjected, halting their discourse. He then turned to address them. You bear the weight of the earth's safety upon your shoulders. The sorcerers understood the gravity of their responsibilities. The ramifications of any mishap within the sanctum they guarded would be dire. Exchanging glances, they each returned to their respective temples, resolutely continuing their vigil over the planet. Chapter 3. The Supreme Sorcerer. The Ancient One turned with a smile. Her curiosity piqued as she regarded Chen Su, who had somehow found himself outside her sanctum. I eagerly anticipate the surprises you may bring, little one. Meanwhile, Chen Su, cleverly evading the taxi driver and his cohorts, crouched beside the door he believed led to the residence of the Supreme Sorcerer. He pondered, I wonder when this door will open. Crouching next to the shrine, he whispered to himself, let me access Kamartaj to sign in and complete my task. Fortunately, there is no time limit, otherwise, I would be in dire straits. This thought lingered in his mind, though he refrained from voicing it aloud, considering the recent events and whether the Ancient One might emerge to investigate. If she were to overhear his mutterings, he feared she might not hesitate to eliminate him, and after having been reborn, he was loath to meet another demise. Unbeknownst to Chen Su, his apprehensions were not unfounded. The Ancient One stood before him, having caught snippets of his murmurs, her expression shifting to one of concern. How does he know of Kamartaj? What are his intentions? As the Supreme Sorceress, she could perceive the formidable mental energy within Chen Su, a force that seemed poised to erupt and obliterate everything in its path. It was a vast and terrifying power, and even she, the Supreme Sorceress, found herself dwarfed by its magnitude. Moreover, she discerned that this terrifying force appeared innate to Chen Su, unrefined and lacking in any form of cultivation. If one were to liken mental energy to water, the average individual would be but a cup of ordinary cool water, whereas Chen Su resembled an unfathomable ocean, distant and unattainable. The anomaly of his strength left the Ancient One, despite her vast experience, at a loss for how to approach the situation. Time, she mused, her gaze fixed on the green glowing time stone at her chest, then shifting to Chen Su, who bore a faint green light. Narrowing her eyes, she resolved, let me observe what you intend to do, little one. At that moment, Chen Su remained crouched in the corner, still murmuring to himself, when suddenly someone offered him a flyer. What? He exclaimed, bewildered by the contents of the flyer. His eyes widened in astonishment. Kamartaj? Is entry possible through an entrance exam? The registration deadline is today. I must hurry to enroll. Chen Su stood up abruptly to register, but in his haste, he collided with someone. The individual turned around, looking bewildered and quite angry as he glared at Chen Su. Just as the person was about to strike, Chen Su instinctively prepared to unleash his formidable mental power. As the man's fist was about to connect with Chen Su's face, such an action would undoubtedly be tantamount to courting death for him. However, before the fist could make contact, the man suddenly collapsed, incapacitated by the overwhelming mental force emanating from Chen Su. Possessing extraordinary mental strength, Chen Su was acutely aware of another presence of mental power, which had rendered the man unconscious. This mental force, while not as potent as his own, was nonetheless considerable. If he was not mistaken, it likely belonged to the Ancient One. A jolt of realization struck Chen Su. When had the Ancient One begun to take notice of him? Had his secret been discovered? Was there a possibility that his life was in jeopardy? No. If the Ancient One intended to eliminate him, he would not have intervened. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Chen Su proceeded to register. He touched his forehead, reassuring himself that he was not feverish, everything was real, and he was not dreaming. Coupled with the nonchalant expressions of those around him, he understood that the registration was indeed legitimate. Following the address provided, Chen Su found himself beside the iconic white stupa in Kathmandu, at the site of Kalaran. Observing the long lines of registrants, He felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth and resigned himself to taking his place at the end of the queue, standing patiently. While waiting, he familiarized himself with the content of the examination. As customary, it consisted of 2 segments, a written test and a mental power assessment. However, it was commonly known among the people of Kathmandu that the written exam at Kumar Taj was merely a formality for the mediocre. In the face of overwhelmingly powerful mental talent, the written portion was deemed unnecessary and could easily be bypassed. As for the mental power examination, it remained unchanged and utilized a crystal ball, a staple in Western mythology. During registration, the candidates would touch the crystal ball and project their mental power into it. The crystal would respond, emitting various hues, arranged in the spectrum from red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, to violet, with violet denoting the highest potential. It had been a long time since a violet had appeared. Legends spoke of even greater colors, though none had ever been witnessed. The accompanying mage would assess the candidate's mental aptitude based on the color displayed by the crystal ball. A mage beside the crystal ball called out the name of the next individual in line, who stepped forward to begin channeling his mental power. The crystal began to glow, first red, then orange, and gradually shifting to yellow before coming to a halt. 7th tier of mental power confirmed. Please proceed to the white stupa for the competition. Li Yong bowed with great excitement, clutching the wooden plaque that symbolized his qualification as he made his way to the White Tower. Having succeeded first, he drew envious glances from all around, as if he had already passed the written examination. This young man, named Li Yong, was destined to become an apprentice mage, and his quality of life was poised for a significant enhancement. After a considerable wait, Chen Su finally arrived. The mage beside the crystal sphere slightly lifted his gaze and instructed him to begin channeling his mental energy. Without hesitation, Chen Su raised his right hand and cautiously infused his mental power into the sphere. Having observed the crystal earlier, he had already surmised its maximum capacity. Initially, Chen Su only output 1/10,000th of his energy, yet he effortlessly exceeded the sphere's threshold. As he continued to input more mental power, the crystal ball, designed to test mental aptitude, began to emit a brilliant glow, with the color indicating the strength of his mental talent constantly shifting. It transitioned from red to orange, then to yellow. Upon reaching the yellow stage, the momentum of the color change showed no signs of waning. It is noteworthy that the first boy named Li Yong had only achieved yellow, and during Chen Su's assessment, few had attained such a level, aside from Li Yong. However, now Chen Su's crystal was already at the yellow level, the 7th rank, confirming that his mental aptitude was indeed qualified, yet the color continued to change. This unprecedented phenomenon left those around him utterly astounded, including the assisting mage, who was rendered speechless. It had been ages since such an occurrence had been witnessed. The onlookers, including the mage, were transfixed by the crystal's ever-changing hues. At that moment, Chen Su sensed the collective gaze of the crowd upon him, igniting within him a desire to showcase his prowess. He ceased to suppress his mental energy and began to channel it fervently, causing the crystal's color to shift at an astonishing rate. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, the crystal's hue transitioned directly from yellow to purple in an instant, omitting the intermediate process, which only heightened their astonishment. In the next moment, the crystal shattered, emanating a dazzling array of colors. At that instant, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence, with everyone, including the mage, staring blankly at Chen Su. What? It exploded? These crystal spheres were designed to withstand substantial mental power, at least that of a sanctum mage, yet it had shattered. The onlookers were left questioning their senses, wondering if they were hallucinating. The explosion of the crystal, bursting forth in a spectrum of colors, indicated that Chen Su possessed the legendary mental talent and mental power exceeding that of a sanctum mage. Chen Su reveled in the reactions of those around him, feeling an exhilarating sense of triumph, his inner self bursting with prideful laughter. The mage stood in stunned silence, momentarily at a loss for words. In the next instant, his expression shifted, as if he had received an unspoken command, and he handed a black token to Chen Su. The voice that guided him was none other than the supreme sorcerer, Ancient One, communicating through mental force. In truth, Ancient One was also witnessing the scene unfold, and though he maintained an outward composure, a tempest of astonishment surged within him. It became evident that this individual was indeed the one he had anticipated. This token did not merely signify a qualification. Rather, it granted direct access to the mystical teachings of Kumar Taj. Recognizing Chen Su's remarkable mental aptitude and the spiritual prowess conveyed by Ancient One, the mage regarded him with profound respect. You need not undergo the written examination. Simply register to begin your studies at Kumar Taj, he stated. Chen Su received the token with an air of tranquility. Yet the slight tremor in his hand betrayed his concealed emotions. Could it be? Just like that, I am permitted to study magic? I will meet Ancient One. With a polite expression of gratitude, Chen Su turned and departed. Soon after, whispers filled the air around him. Am I seeing this correctly? His mental strength surpasses that of the Sanctum mages, and he possesses legendary mental talent? Others lamented, "Oh heavens, why is this so unfair? He must be a monster." Unperturbed by these voices, Chen Su made his way directly to the entrance of Kamartaj, presenting the black token to the recording mage. The mage provided him with some basic supplies, including a uniform set of clothing, clearly indicating a standard attire. However, Chen Su was not yet permitted entry. He would have to wait until the following day to commence his magical education. To avoid any delays in registration, he arrived early at the gates of Kamartaj. Just as he set foot at the entrance, a voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully entered Kamartaj and completed your registration, earning rewards." "Congratulations, host. You have acquired elemental magic, as well as a portion of chaotic magic." "What? Chaotic magic?" At that moment, Chen Su was engulfed in exhilaration and anticipation. As a reincarnated soul, he was acutely aware of the formidable and terrifying nature of chaotic magic. Chaotic magic stands alongside the power of the Phoenix as a primordial force of creation, both birthed from the Marvel Universe, representing the most ancient of existences, transcending all within the cosmos, and embodying a terrifying grandeur. Its power is immense, capable of both destruction and creation, permanently altering reality, reflecting the soul's desires into existence. Manipulating the very structure of matter at the molecular level, controlling all energy within the universe, and modifying the laws of physics, almost omniscient and omnipotent. Although it is merely a fragment, it possesses immense power. Take Wanda, for instance. She has only acquired a portion of chaos magic and is yet unable to fully master this force, yet she can effortlessly rend Thanos asunder, leaving him utterly defenseless. However, Chen Su's chaos magic is destined to be far more potent than Wanda's application, as her difficulty in controlling it stems from her relatively weak mental fortitude. In contrast, Chen Su's mind is extraordinarily robust, rendering Wanda's mental prowess negligible in comparison. In an instant, Chen Su's consciousness surged forth to claim this power, fearing its potential escape. The sensation of acquiring elemental magic was akin to his initial experience, yet the moment he seized the chaotic force, it was entirely different. He found himself enveloped in a crimson-black realm, suffused with an ancient and mysterious aura that assailed him. Time lost all meaning as he remained in this space. And when he awakened, he discovered a dark red, enigmatic energy coursing through his being, exuding an ageless essence. Everything around him became strikingly clear, as if he had grasped the very essence of existence itself. A wealth of information regarding the application of elemental magic flooded Chen Su's mind. At this moment, he felt a surge of exhilaration. He now possessed the power for self-preservation, alleviating his concerns for his own life. As a transmigrator, Chen Su was acutely aware of the perils within the Marvel Universe, where lacking power could lead to a fate as incomprehensible as those who vanished at Thanos' snap, leaving many oblivious to the cause of their demise. Chapter 5. The Respected One's Fury. Now, as Chen Su contemplated his newfound strength, he realized that his mastery of elemental magic was akin to that of the mages guarding the sanctum, perhaps even surpassing their prowess. Comparable to what we might call experts in our reality. Given the sheer magnitude of his mental power, his destructive capability dwarfed that of the three Sanctum Guardians combined, though he remained uncertain of how he would measure up against the likes of the Ancient One. For Chen Su possessed not only elemental magic, but also one of the most formidable, ancient, and mysterious powers in the universe, albeit only a fraction of it. Yet undeniably formidable. However, the true nature of this power remained shrouded in mystery. Only through practical application would its reality be unveiled. After contemplating his next steps and meticulously crafting a plan, Chen Su made his way to Kamartaj to locate his dormitory. A chime echoed, signaling a new task. Please acquire your weapon to receive system rewards. For a mage, the term weapon would more aptly be magical apparatus, as it serves to assist in the casting of spells. Certain magics, challenging to manifest by one's own inherent power, require external forces to facilitate their execution. Nonetheless, not everyone is afforded the privilege of wielding such apparatuses. One must possess sufficient strength and the ability to construct intricate magical arrays, as well as the skill to cast spells of considerable complexity. However, certain magical artifacts resonate uniquely with their wielders, albeit these weapons are feeble, serving only to assist novice sorcerers. Their lethality is minimal, rendering them ineffective against formidable foes. Truly powerful weapons are crafted by potent mages themselves, each possessing a distinct consciousness. Selecting their own masters, Chen Su entered his dormitory and settled cross-legged upon his bed. It appeared that he needed to devise a means to acquire a magical artifact. Subsequently, Chun Su directed his mental energy into his being, sensing the dark red energy within him, which was the essence of chaos magic. With a mere thought, this energy responded to his will, gathering in the palm of his hand. Observing the dark red energy coalescing, it radiated an enchanting, otherworldly glow, imbued with an ancient and mysterious aura. He then enveloped the teacup before him, and in the next moment, it vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. With another thought, the cup reappeared, untouched, as if nothing had transpired. Chun Su wielded the powers of annihilation and creation inherent in chaos magic. And due to his immense mental prowess, his mastery over this arcane art was profound. Gazing at the cup, Chun Su felt an exhilarating thrill at the formidable power he commanded. The sensation of possessing such strength was truly exquisite. Taking a deep breath, he sought to calm his excitement. Meanwhile, in the chamber of the Supreme Mage Gu Yi, a sorcerer was reporting on recent developments. Should Chun Su have been present, he would have recognized this mage as the one who assessed his mental abilities. Upon hearing the report, the Supreme Mage Gu Yi opened her eyes, a glint of intrigue, excitement, and curiosity flashing within them. Are you suggesting he possesses a multicolored mental aptitude, rivaling that of a temple mage? The mage affirmed, indeed. This sorcerer found it hard to believe the revelations. I too am incredulous. I wondered if my eyes had deceived me. Yet the shattered crystal ball attests to the truth. In fact, Gu Yi had already perceived this during her earlier communication, yet she too questioned her vision. However, upon receiving the mage's report, she solidified her suspicions and formulated a plan. Yes, she intended to groom Chun Su as her successor, to one day take her place. Gu Yi sensed the formidable mental strength within Chun Su, a force potent enough to transcend multiple universes, and her expression turned grave. If he were to turn malevolent, he could become a being more terrifying than Dormammu. However, if I can harness his abilities, it would bolster the security of our world. Despite already wielding such formidable power, he still craved more. Where is he now? Chun Su now resides within the sanctum of Kamartaj. Ancient One, regarding this disciple of unwavering integrity, I entrust you, Mordo, to be his guiding mentor for the time being, after which I shall personally impart my teachings. Mordo acknowledged the command. At that moment, the dark-clad sorcerer, Caecilius, interjected, Respected One, may I be permitted to instruct him first? Upon hearing this, Ancient One felt a surge of indignation. Are you questioning my judgment, Caecilius? No. I would not dare, esteemed one. Please, do not take offense. The following day marked the commencement of the first magic lesson. The 40 fortunate students who had successfully entered Kamartaj were arranged into 4 rows, proceeding into the artifact chamber to select their respective magical implements. In the last row, Chun Su waited quietly at the end. The others were casting glances at him, for the news of the crystal ball's explosion had spread like wildfire throughout Kamartaj. Chun Su was the one associated with that incident, and just the sight of him evoked a sense of trepidation. Unfazed by the scrutinizing gazes converging upon him, Chun Su remained composed. The welcoming ceremony at Kamartaj commenced. Welcome, new students. Our world is persistently besieged by invasions and disturbances from other realms and extraterrestrial beings. Kamartaj bears the vital responsibility of safeguarding our planet. As new members, you must diligently practice and contribute your strength towards this noble cause. The temple mage proclaimed a few encouraging words, after which the students received their artifacts and were assigned to classes based on their talents. Chun Su was placed in the most gifted class. Seated at his desk, Chun Su's comprehension and mastery of chaotic magic grew increasingly profound. He could sense the very fabric of all living beings around him, even the structure of space itself. He pondered whether he was on the verge of grasping the essence of the world. After a brief self-introduction from the classroom instructor, the new students were led into another enclosed space. Chun Su donned the weapon he had acquired, which adorned his finger. From now on, you shall be known as Transformations. Is this the artifact you have chosen, Chun Su? Given your talents, I believe you should select a more formidable implement. This one is far too weak and unworthy of you. However, Chun Su dismissed the suggestion with a smile. No matter how powerful an artifact may be, it remains an external tool. True strength lies within oneself. The instructor, Mordo, merely chuckled, refraining from further rebuttal. In truth, Chun Su aspired to forge a powerful artifact that was uniquely his own, crafted to suit his abilities. This notion remained unspoken, concealed within his heart. Have you all acquired your artifacts? Mordo inquired. The students responded with exuberance, exclaiming their affirmations. Subsequently, Mordo began imparting knowledge related to artifacts and magic, igniting fervor and excitement among the students, including Chun Su, who felt a surge of enthusiasm as well. The magician embodies honor and status. They all began to envision themselves wielding magic, filled with longing. Observe closely. I shall demonstrate for you. This is what you will learn in the future. With a flick of his wrist, Modu donned his magical artifact and effortlessly tore through the fabric of space, opening a portal. The scene within the portal was familiar to all, the very place where the students had recently acquired their artifacts. Every gaze was fixated on Modu's actions. However, Chun-Su perceived a different reality. In his eyes, the space that Modu had traced with his finger transformed, altering the spatial structure and reconfiguring it to connect with the room where the artifacts were kept. Yet, swiftly, the surrounding spatial laws began to mend themselves. At that moment, a surge of energy obstructed the completion of these laws, creating a void, the portal, as it is referred to. Then, the system's voice resonated. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving the reward. The evolving artifact, the Hand of God. This was an artifact capable of evolution, harmonizing with the host's chaotic magic. Growing stronger as the host's power increased, it could alter the material structure of reality to a certain extent, amplifying the owner's magical prowess, ultimately allowing the host to manipulate the boundaries of time and the dimensions of space, modifying the laws of reality itself when sufficiently evolved. In the next moment, without hesitation, Chun-Su adorned the Hand of God. This artifact appeared as a gray-golden glove, radiating an aura of divine essence. As for its material composition, Chun-Su was unaware. However, once it graced his hand, he felt as if he wielded dominion over all creation, akin to a deity. The elemental magic within his body, intertwined with chaotic magic, stirred restlessly. Chun-Su directly infused chaotic power into the Hand of God, and, with a mere gesture, a fissure in space materialized before him. Unlike the portal Modu had conjured through magical energy, Chun-Su actively altered the surrounding spatial laws. One was passive, the other, proactive. With the Hand of God, he mimicked a pinching motion, and the spatial fissure sealed, akin to crafting dumplings. Overcome with joy, Chun-Su reveled in manipulating this artifact, the Hand of God. He then combined it with elemental magic, summoning a fireball of extreme temperature and an ice shield before him, thoroughly enjoying the experience. After completing the task, he anticipated the system would promptly issue the next assignment, yet silence prevailed. It seemed that tasks would not materialize indiscriminately. Once Chun-Su had familiarized himself with the artifact's capabilities, he proceeded to the meditation chamber. The first lesson after receiving the artifact was meditation. Yet the instructor had yet to arrive. Thus, Chun-Su sat cross-legged beside him, entering a state of meditation. This practice allowed him to focus his mind and cultivate his spirit, proving immensely beneficial for mental fortitude. Consequently, it had become an essential part of every magician's daily routine. After a brief period of meditation, he sensed someone approaching and abruptly opened his eyes. Before him stood a middle-aged magician, adorned with reading glasses and clad in a simple robe, exuding an air of mystery akin to that of a priest. "Are you my instructor for the fundamentals of magic?" Chun-Su inquired, realizing only then that other students had entered, books in hand, while he was in meditation. The entire class listened intently. "All right, students, let us now engage in some practical exercises." The magic teacher donned a ring on his right hand while revealing his left hand, which had been concealed within his robe. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to his hand, which appeared devoid of a palm. Unfazed by their astonishment, the instructor proceeded with his spellcasting, sharing his insights with unreserved candor. "This is a basic spell, the fireball." With that, a fireball materialized in his hand. "Chun-Su, would you care to give it a try?" Chun-Su hesitated momentarily, but the urge to impress stirred within him once more. Mimicking the one-armed magician, he gathered a fireball in his hand, albeit one of a striking blue hue. The one-armed magician, witnessing Chun-Su's execution, suppressed his surprise and promptly praised him. "Well done, Chun-Su. Can you maintain this?" Chun-Su felt a flicker of uncertainty. "No problem." In the next instant, a fireball hurtled towards him, only to vanish swiftly. "Isn't this intensity rather excessive? Chun-Su, now send that ball my way. Let me assess its power." Upon hearing the instructor's words, Chun-Su complied without hesitation. He threw it forward, and with a resounding explosion, the fireball erupted, sending a cloud of dust into the air, provoking concern among the onlookers. "Is the teacher all right? The power of that fireball is startling. That fellow is truly formidable." Chun-Su's performance left everyone in awe. The one-armed magician's magical shield shattered under the impact, prompting him to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. He swiftly employed wind magic to disperse the dust created by the explosion. "Chun-Su, in future duels, do not unleash such overwhelming power." Through this practical exercise, Chun-Su gained a comprehensive understanding of his own capabilities. After class, the apprentices huddled together, engaged in discussions, and occasionally glancing at Chun-Su, who sat alone in solitude. However, as time progressed, the instructors of various subjects became utterly captivated by Chun-Su's extraordinary talent. They unanimously bestowed upon him the title of a prodigy. admitting their inability to teach him anything, for he seemed to grasp every concept effortlessly. The realization that their proud accomplishments paled in comparison to his innate abilities left them in utter dismay. Consequently, they collectively decided to grant Chun-Su a unique privilege, the autonomy to study independently in the library. Chapter 7. The privilege. Such a privilege is not bestowed upon just anyone. It is reserved for someone as exceptional as Chun-Su. His remarkable mastery of magic displayed during the first lesson rivaled that of seasoned temple mages who had practiced for decades, if not surpassing them. This was truly astonishing. At that moment, Chun-Su remained in his dormitory, diligently examining the tomes borrowed from the library. The system had directly provided him with the application of elemental magic, rendering other texts uninteresting to him. However, one particular book on the transformative applications of magic captured his attention. It detailed the use of elemental magic to forge weapons for combat against adversaries. These weapons boasted immense power and were not subject to the limitations of conventional weaponry, which would become unusable upon damage. Rather, as long as one possessed magical energy, these weapons could be wielded indefinitely, and if broken, could be effortlessly repaired. Thus, Chun-Su frequently immersed himself in the library. Suddenly, a new task materialized. Please proceed to the dark space promptly. Successful check-in will yield rewards from the system. This task is unique. Completion is not mandatory. The long-awaited voice of the system echoed at that moment. Yet the nature of this task left Chun-Su utterly astounded. What? The dark space? Are you jesting with me? You expect me to check in there? Do you wish for my demise? I have never wronged you, dear system. Please do not subject me to this ordeal. This task is perilous. It is not easy for me to be reborn, and now you want me to face death? This is unacceptable. I am your host. After all, speak to me. Regrettably, the system remained unresponsive to Chun-Su's grievances. Meanwhile, in a mysterious realm filled with an array of celestial bodies of vibrant hues, an ominous aura permeated the atmosphere, teeming with enigmatic energies. A visage formed from pure energy loomed ahead, while a cloaked mage stood respectfully before it, as if awaiting to issue a command. In his sanctum, the esteemed mage Gu-Yi sensed the encroachment of the dark space and promptly opened his eyes. What is happening? In an instant, Gu-Yi manifested in the alternate dimension to investigate the disturbances. If Chun-Su were to behold that face, he would recognize it as that of Dormammu, the sovereign of the dark space, an entity transcending time itself. However, Chun-Su continued to grumble, and upon noticing the system remained unresponsive, he cursed it fervently before deciding to head to the library in frustration, abandoning the task and opting instead to delve deeper into the study of magic, disregarding the system completely. Upon entering the library, Chun-Su was taken aback to find several individuals gathered, engaged in an animated discussion. Typically, the library was nearly deserted except for himself, so the presence of others piqued his curiosity, though he chose not to dwell on it and proceeded to search for the books he desired. What shall we do about our assessment, Dina? Have we found any assistants yet? One voice inquired. None. There was someone, but they were poached yesterday, came the reply. What? Then what will we do about hunting 50 dark hounds in the dark realm for our assessment? What if we fail the task? We will never become true mages. The atmosphere grew despondent as Chun-Su, who had been quietly engrossed in his studies, caught wind of their conversation about the dark realm. With his formidable mental prowess and the library's tranquil ambience, even their hushed voices reached his ears. Once a dedicated recluse in his previous life, Chun-Su hesitated to approach them, feeling somewhat bashful. Yet, driven by the need to complete his task, he mustered his courage and stepped forward. Greetings. Were you discussing matters pertaining to the dark realm? He inquired. Instantly, all eyes turned toward him, curiosity evident in their gazes. Indeed, we are deliberating on the tasks for our graduation assessment, which involves hunting 50 dark hounds in the dark realm, they confirmed. The mention of the dark realm ignited a spark of excitement within Chun-Su. Just when he had contemplated forsaking the signing-in task, hope surged anew. Do you have any questions? Please, don't disrupt us, one of them curtly responded. Realizing he could not relinquish the opportunity to fulfill his system task, Chun-Su interjected. I overheard you require additional hands. I find myself with some free time and would be willing to assist. At this, a burly young man regarded Chun-Su with a hint of disdain. We're heading to hunt dark hounds in the dark realm, not for leisure activities. Yet, the mention of the dark realm thrilled Chun-Su, confirming he had indeed found the right group. By joining them, he could gain entry to the dark realm without fearing Dormammu's threats. It seemed plausible that their relatively inexperienced members would possess protective measures during the assessment. With this thought, Chun-Su, eager to gain their approval, unleashed his powerful mental energy. Just as the sturdy young man was about to retort, he abruptly fell silent. A formidable pressure descending upon him, forcing him to bend slightly at the waist. The young man's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes widening in astonishment as he regarded Chen Su. He could hardly fathom Chen Su's remarkable strength. Although Chen Su had not directed his formidable mental prowess towards anyone else, the others, equipped with their temple mage-level mental abilities, could still perceive the magnitude of Chen Su's power. Is this mental strength? It is astonishingly potent. This is utterly terrifying. Is he a monster? Chen Su's overwhelming mental force transformed their understanding of psychic energy. At this moment, Chen Su retracted his mental power. His objective had been achieved. The young man gasped for breath, sweat streaming down him like rain, utterly exhausted, his perspiration thoroughly soaking his garments. I wonder if I can join you for some fun? Chen Su inquired with a smile. Hello, I am Dina. And you are? My name is Chen Su, he replied. The robust young man expressed his surprise. You are Chen Su? What makes you so renowned? The beautiful girl named Dina remarked. So you are the one all the instructors speak of so highly? I've heard much about you, Chen Su. It is a pleasure to have you join us. Chen Su, somewhat bashful, responded, the pleasure is mine. Thus, he became part of their discussion group, gaining insights into the assessment process. Eventually, the others departed, leaving only Chen Su and Dina, who continued to converse animatedly about the evaluation. Suddenly, a voice laced with anger and discontent pierced the air. Dina, how could you choose such a novice without seeking my assistance? Chapter 8. Mental power. Chen Su turned to see a face twisted, perhaps by jealousy over Dina, belonging to a young man who appeared to be in the throes of rebellion, glaring at Chen Su and Dina with palpable fury. It was evident he was Dina's suitor. Witnessing her amiable exchange with Chen Su ignited his ire, especially since Dina had opted for Chen Su's help over his own. As the suitor prepared to confront Chen Su, the latter unleashed his terrifying mental force, directing it toward the young man. Just as the suitor's hand was about to reach Chen Su, it halted abruptly. The suitor became utterly still, his torso gradually bending as if succumbing to an unseen weight. In an instant, Chen Su's mental force altered the suitor's perception of psychic energy. At that moment, the young man was struck with dread, his body drenched in cold sweat. What? This mental power is so formidable. How is this possible? Chen Su had imparted enough of a lesson and retracted his mental force, unwilling to waste further time on such foolishness. With this time, he could better spend it returning to his dormitory to study magic books and learn new spells, which seemed far more rewarding. Dina, I shall return to my dormitory now. Do call for me later. Oh, very well, Chen. We will come find you. Goodbye. After Dina watched Chen Su leave, she turned around and coldly regarded the young man. Wilson, had it not been for your dubious connections, you would never have gained entry into Karmathiji. Do you truly believe yourself worthy of confronting Chen Su, who surpasses even the mentors? With that, Dina strode away towards her residence. Wilson, the individual in question, appeared to be stricken by her words, as if a part of his spirit had been lost, and he wandered off in a daze. A few days later, as the impatient Chen Su was about to seek out Dina, he was interrupted by a knock at the door and the voice of a girl calling out, Chen Su, are you there? I've been waiting impatiently. Chen Su hurried to open the door. Good morning, Dina. Good morning, Chen Su. Today is our assessment day. Are you prepared? Chen Su could hardly contain his excitement. I've been ready for ages. I was merely awaiting your arrival. Chen Su, why are you more excited than us? Dina teased. And Chen Su felt a bit embarrassed. He quickly retorted, not at all. I am merely delighted for your impending transformation into true mages. Indeed, mages, not apprentices. The distinction in status is undeniable. Dina blushed slightly. But we have yet to pass the assessment and cannot be certain of our success. However, with your assistance, I am confident we shall prevail, she added, causing Chen Su to flush with embarrassment, for it was the first time he had received such praise from a beautiful girl. His previous life had never afforded him such an experience. To alleviate the awkwardness, Chen Su swiftly changed the subject. Dina, let us not miss the assessment time. We should hurry. All right, technically, as long as we depart today, there is no rush. Yet, they did not linger much longer and promptly made their way to the magical teleportation array at the temple. Are you here for the assessment? Inquired one of the mentors at the teleportation array. Leading the way, Dina replied, Yes, sir. There are 7 of us in total. Very well. Please step into the magic circle. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped them, and they arrived at the New York Temple in less than a second. Upon their arrival, they noticed instructors responsible for the assessment waiting for them, who immediately got to the point without further questioning. You must be aware that the magical energy here is quite chaotic, which may impact your spellcasting. This is especially true in the dark space. Your task is to hunt down 50 dark hounds within the dark space. You should be familiar with their strength, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Prepare yourselves, and call for me when you are ready. We are prepared, the team from Dina affirmed in unison. Are you certain there is nothing more you wish to prepare? Dina's team collectively confirmed their readiness. Very well, I shall escort you inside. Upon entering the darkened space, Chinsu and his companions began to scrutinize their surroundings. The chaotic aura of magic enveloped them, a swirling tapestry of deep purple and black, unmistakably a harbinger of ill fortune. Chinsu, intrigued, surveyed the area. In his previous life, he had witnessed such scenes on television, rendered through special effects. However, the vividness of this reality surpassed any illusion, striking him with a profound sense of awe. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host, for arriving in the dark space. The sign-in task has been completed, and you have received the system's rewards, enhanced magical power, and a portion of chaotic magic. Please exercise caution, as the system has detected the presence of the dark overlord Dormammu, who may be lurking in the surrounding space. Chinsu was taken aback, momentarily losing his composure as he exclaimed, "What? You must be joking, system. Don't frighten me." His sudden outburst startled the others, who assumed he was simply frightened and began to tease him. Only Dina expressed concern, asking, "Are you all right? Don't be afraid. If you get scared, just hide behind me, and I will protect you." A bittersweet smile crossed Chinsu's face, warmed by her kindness. "All right," he replied awkwardly. As he felt the weight of their gazes and laughter, he unleashed his formidable mental power, causing his companions to feel an immediate heaviness, silencing their mockery. The assessment mages observing from the real world noted the situation, vigilant for any unforeseen events, while monitoring the group's success in hunting down 50 hellhounds. They were taken aback by the sheer intensity of Chun Su's mental force. How could someone so young possess such formidable power? Suddenly, a piercing howl jolted everyone back to reality as a horde of hellhounds, their bodies ablaze with violet flames, charged towards them. Chun Su swiftly conjured a blue fireball in his right hand while forming an ice shield with his left. The others prepared for battle, yet their lack of experience rendered them somewhat clumsy. Without retracting his mental force, Chun Su hurled the fireball towards the oncoming beasts. An explosion ensued, blue flames radiating outward and instantly incinerating 3 hellhounds. The others, initially taken aback, quickly joined the fray, casting various spells at the approaching creatures. One by one, the hellhounds fell, and apart from Chun Su, the rest of the group was filled with exhilaration, their vigilance waning. However, Chun Su remained on high alert, acutely aware of the system's warning regarding Dormammu's concealed presence. In truth, questions lingered in Chun Su's mind. What was Dormammu doing here? Why was it precisely when he was present? Chapter 9. Coincidence. Was this merely a coincidence, or was it a calculated scheme, perhaps even a plot specifically targeting him? Chun Su was engulfed in confusion. To prepare for any eventuality, he directly donned the hand of God, summoning the chaos within him. A sensation of mastery over all things coursed through his hand, granting him a modicum of security. This was also the reason why, despite knowing the perilous nature of the dark space, Chun Su dared to undertake the system's sign-in task. He was uncertain, however, about the extent of the chaotic magic within him and how it measured up against the supreme sorcerer, Gu Yi. Could he possibly contend with the Dark Realm as sovereign? Dormammu? Though curiosity gnawed at him, he dared not to test his strength. Such thoughts were swiftly banished. As a transmigrator, he understood all too well the terrifying might of Gu Yi and Dormammu. If they were to uncover the secrets he harbored, it could spell his doom. Having barely arrived in this world, the thought of perishing here was utterly disheartening, potentially reducing him to a mere jest among fellow transmigrators. The mere idea filled him with dread. Resolving to cast aside these thoughts, he reassured himself that his luck could not be so dire. Even if he encountered them, he was an unknown entity to them, let alone an enemy. Without further contemplation, Chun Su immediately joined the fray alongside Dina and the others. Magic surged through the dark space, with fireballs and ice spears weaving through the chaos of battle. Suddenly, Chun Su sensed a more formidable dark beast charging towards them, a wolf. Its size far surpassing that of a human, emanating a powerful magical aura that even eclipsed that of the temple mages. While Chun Su felt capable of handling it, Dina and her companions were not so fortunate. They too sensed the abnormality as the dark hounds scattered in terror, as if confronted by an unspeakable horror. Chun Su, have you noticed something? Tina asked while fending off the onslaught. Nothing much, just a wolf the size of a calf, radiating a significant magical presence, Chun Su replied. The group gasped in astonishment. Could it be the black flame demon wolf? They speculated, recognizing the aura of fire magic surrounding it. This exceeds the difficulty of our assessment. We must retreat. The apprentices participating in the assessment began to panic. The combat prowess of the flame demon wolf was far beyond that of the dark hounds. 50 dark hounds could not match even one flame demon wolf. Just as the group prepared to flee, the black flame demon wolf emerged before them. Outside the dark space, the assessment temple mages also perceived the anomaly. As the wolf charged at the group, the mages received a signal to activate the teleportation array. Meanwhile, those within the dark space wasted no time, sprinting towards the array. However, the wolf's speed was formidable, and it was closing in rapidly. Go ahead. I'll hold it off, Chen Su called out, proving himself reliable in a critical moment. Yet, Dina was unwilling to comply. Not feasible, Chen Su. I recognize your formidable mental fortitude, yet it falls short in confronting that wolf. Clearly, Dina has underestimated your prowess, only aware of your considerable psychic strength. Oblivious to your mastery of various elemental magics and the chaotic magic you have yet to unveil. While they may struggle, you face no such obstacles. Allow me to assist you. No need, I can manage alone. But there can be no buts. If we delay, we shall all be trapped here. Chen Su's impatience was palpable, affirming the adage that women only hinder the swiftness of drawing one's sword. What a nuisance. Observing Chen Su's resolute demeanor and the urgency of the situation, Dina refrained from further hesitation. Very well, let us retreat. Take care of yourself. Understood. With that, Dina and her companions hastened toward the teleportation array, while Chen Su continued to engage the wolf in battle, gradually moving in the direction of their escape. In an instant, the wolf lunged, its claws slicing through the air, imbued with a razor-sharp essence and a formidable fire magic aimed directly at Chen Su. He swiftly conjured an ice wall to deflect the attack, immediately countering with a thunderous spell, manifesting as a serpent of purple energy that struck the beast with blinding speed. The wolf emitted a pained howl, its fury ignited by Chen Su's provocation. Responding with even more terrifying flames, the wolf charged at Chen Su. Yet its efforts proved futile as the ice shield absorbed the onslaught. The wolf, possessing a notable intelligence, quickly recognized Chen Su's strength, yet it exhibited no signs of retreat or fear, lunging at him with the intent to annihilate. Regardless of its relentless assaults, the wolf could not inflict any harm upon Chen Su. Growing weary of the encounter, he contemplated employing chaotic magic to swiftly dispatch the creature. However, he ultimately decided against it, wishing to keep that power concealed to avoid scrutiny from Ancient One, not wanting to face the awkwardness of explaining its origins. Instead, he resolved to employ fire magic to eliminate the dark flame wolf. You've been assaulting me with flames for quite some time. Now it's my turn. With a hand imbued with divine power, Chen Su gathered a colossal blue fireball, compressing it until it transformed into a smaller, yet more potent purple orb. He hurled it toward the wolf, which sensed the immense magical energy and attempted to evade. But could it truly escape? The fireball detonated, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space, engulfing the wolf in flames, incinerating it with searing heat. Chen Su did not linger, hastening toward the teleportation array, fearful of Dormammu's emergence, which would spell disaster. He had no desire to meet his end here, sprinting toward safety without a backward glance. At this moment, the group led by Dina, having reached the teleportation array, noticed the assessment mage who had been waiting patiently. They hurriedly signaled for help, urging him to rescue Chen Su. Master, Chen Su is still inside. He held the rear, confronting that black flame demon wolf alone. Please, hurry and save him. The assessment mage was taken aback. What? The black flame demon wolf? This shouldn't be. How did it appear here? Without hesitation, he rushed to assist, only to see Chen Su running towards them after dispatching the wolf. Are you all right, Chen Su? What happened to the wolf? Chen Su replied, It's dead. Dead? Who killed it? I did. What? You did it? The crowd surrounding him gasped in astonishment. Chapter 10. Deceptive Actions Concerned. Dina and her companions looked at Chen Su. Are you unscathed? Unharmed? You truly defeated that wolf? Did you not flee? Of course, I certainly defeated it. Before me, my enemies either flee or face utter defeat. Chen Su's bravado altered the atmosphere, creating an awkward tension among the onlookers. Through this battle, Chen Su gained a profound understanding of magic and made significant advancements in his skills. This time, he did not encounter the ruler of the dark space, Dormammu. Chen Su believed the system was merely trying to frighten him. Meanwhile, in another dimension of the New York Sanctum, a different battle was unfolding. The assessment mage, Alarum, had been acutely aware of Chen Su's movements. When the black flame demon wolf appeared, a terrifying aura of darkness enveloped the skies above New York, a manifestation of dark power that startled all the mages within the sanctum. This force undoubtedly emanated from Dormammu. Chen Su sensed this dark energy and felt a pang of fortune wash over him. It seemed that Lady Luck was on his side. He was relieved he hadn't lingered longer. Had he done so, he might have met a dire fate. Proud of his astuteness, Chen Su grinned foolishly. Suddenly, mages from the entire New York Sanctum appeared, brandishing their magical artifacts. Mage Modu also arrived, loudly directing, Everyone, cast your spells together to repel Dormammu. Ultimately, due to the seal laid down by the Ancient One, Dormammu could only muster a fraction of his dark power and was soon forced to retreat. As the crowd watched Dormammu's departure, a collective sigh of relief swept through them. He had indeed missed his opportunity. The sanctum lay in ruins, buildings collapsed, and the surrounding atmosphere was shrouded in a dark red hue, resembling an apocalyptic scene. Had this been an ordinary occurrence, many would have fainted in terror. After driving off Dormammu, Mage Alarum rushed over to Chinsu. Chinsu, are you unharmed? Chinsu had garnered significant attention from even the Supreme Mage, the Ancient One. If anything had gone awry, the consequences would have been dire. Fortunately, it seemed he was indeed safe. No worries, everything is perfectly fine. The other mages were equally astonished. Even the Black Flame Demon Wolf could not contend with Chinsu. How old is he? This truly highlights the adage that comparison brings despair. While some remained skeptical, it was inconceivable that the Black Flame Demon Wolf could have perished by its own flames, especially since it possessed fiery magical powers. Who would believe that a being endowed with such abilities could inadvertently self-immolate? At that moment, Dina realized that she had underestimated Chinsu. Not only her, but others had too. In truth, this revelation struck a blow to their spirits. They had arrived much earlier, not just a year or two, but 3 or 4 years prior, and now, their self-proclaimed genius seemed utterly inconsequential. The advantage of possessing formidable mental strength was painfully evident. Not only Dina and her peers felt this way. The mages of the Sacred Hall shared the sentiment as well. In their youth, they too were regarded as geniuses, yet in comparison to Chinsu, they felt trivial. Years of diligent study in magic seemed to pale in comparison to someone who had just begun their journey at the cathedral. The weight of this realization was overwhelming, and they collectively suffered a psychological blow. Dina had completed her assessment and fulfilled her tasks. Chinsu sensed no further reason to linger. Thus he decided to return to the cathedral to continue his studies in magic. Dina, I have no other matters to attend to. I will be heading back to the cathedral now. Initially taken aback, Dina instinctively replied, nothing else then. Thank you for your assistance, and until we meet again. Chinsu bid farewell to the others before turning to the assessment mage, Alarum. Excuse me, teacher, I wish to return to the cathedral. Could you activate the teleportation array for me? Certainly, no problem at all. Chinsu's voice brought the mentor out of his reverie, and he promptly activated the teleportation array. With the gaze of the crowd upon him, Chinsu returned to the cathedral to continue his development. Meanwhile, in the Dark Realm, Dormammu was conversing with an individual marked by a crimson symbol on his forehead. Dormammu bellowed in fury, "You have failed. My great lord, please grant me another chance. I never anticipated Chinsu to be so formidable. I shall ensure he is eradicated from this world." Dormammu regarded him thoughtfully for a moment, while the one named Bilia trembled in fear, drenched in cold sweat. Go. Concurrently, in the chamber of the Supreme Mage, Agamotto, he observed all events, including Chinsu's assessment and Dormammu's incursion, yet he refrained from intervening. Once more, he employed the time stone to glimpse the future, but it remained shrouded in ambiguity. Nothing was discernible. He was aware of Dormammu's impending offense and the presence of traitors within, yet he remained unable to discern the future that lay ahead. This left him in a profound state of confusion, as he, who had always maintained control over the situation, for the first time felt a sense of powerlessness. This bewildering shift was solely due to the emergence of Chinsu, which rendered the future obscured and indistinct. Gu-Yi sensed the presence of chaotic magic surrounding Chinsu. As the supreme sorcerer, she was well aware of what chaotic magic entailed. Yet, even someone of her caliber could not master such formidable magic. Astonishingly, Chinsu had managed to do so, a feat that defied belief and left even the experienced Gu-Yi deeply shocked. Indeed, few things could astonish the supreme sorcerer. But the current circumstances had not only surprised her once, but multiple times. Gu-Yi had also utilized the time stone to delve into Chinsu's past, seeking to uncover his origins, yet she remained shrouded in mystery, unable to ascertain the source of his soul. This left her with a throbbing headache. Nevertheless, she decided to see what further surprises he might bring. However, she needed to address internal issues. Harboring a ticking time bomb could lead to inevitable complications. Following the previous warning from Dormammu's follower about a genius emerging from Kamar Taj, who could pose a significant threat in the future, she had dispatched Bilbia to eliminate him. However, that attempt had failed, and now Dormammu had instructed him once again to deal with Chinsu, who might one day threaten his existence. Yet, with the supreme sorcerer Gu-Yi present, Bilbia dared not act directly. He planned to exploit the easily misleading nature of dark powers and intended to seek out those connected to Chinsu to carry out an assassination. Chapter 11. Exposure. In this manner, he could not only avoid exposure, but, even if discovered, suspicion would not fall upon him, all while eliminating this potential future threat. Bilbia was determined to complete his mission, He was acutely aware of the terrifying consequences should he fail, and the mere thought of that fate filled him with dread. Under a street lamp, a young man twisted with rage, reeking of alcohol, kicked the lamp post furiously, unaware of how much he had consumed. Passers-by observed him, assuming he was a lunatic, and kept their distance. This young man was none other than Wade, the individual who had confronted Chun-Su after witnessing him joyfully converse with Dina at Kamartaj. Deeply wounded by their words, he sought solace in drink. Curse you, Chun-Su and Dina. One day, I shall make you pay dearly. I will send you both to hell, Wade muttered as he continued to kick the lamppost, completely oblivious to the pain in his foot, as if it were not his own. Do you seek revenge? Suddenly, a voice echoed from nowhere. Who is that? Show yourself and stop this trickery. Do you desire vengeance? To retaliate against those who have scorned and angered you? If you wish, as long as you help me exact my revenge, I shall grant you anything you desire. At that moment, a shadow emerged slowly from the dark corner, draped in a black cloak, resembling a harbinger from the depths of hell. Who are you? Are you human, a ghost, or perhaps a demon? You need not concern yourself with my identity. What matters is that I can grant you the power to exact your vengeance. Very well. If you can assist me in avenging myself and send them to hell, I shall offer you anything you desire. In an instant, a surge of violet-black energy coursed through Wade's body. A crimson mark appeared momentarily on his forehead before vanishing, leaving Wade in a state of disorientation. Yes, you shall seek revenge against those who have caused you suffering, employing any means necessary. Even if you cannot prevail, you must resort to self-detonation to retaliate against them, pursuing vengeance without restraint. The words of the cloaked figure resonated in Wade's ears as if imbued with enchantment. He instinctively echoed, at any cost, I shall avenge myself. Even if it means self-destruction. Precisely, at any cost. Subsequently, Wade, resembling a soulless automaton, advanced towards Kamartaj. As the cloaked figure observed Wade's departure, he revealed his face. Indeed, this figure was abruptly. He had initially intended to seek out Dina and the others at the New York Sanctum, planning to deceive them into eliminating Chun-Su. Unexpectedly, he encountered the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, which sent chills down his spine, forcing him to abandon that plan. He then resolved to lure Chun-Su outside Kamartaj to eliminate him. However, upon arriving at Kamartaj, he discovered that Chun-Su had not returned and was nowhere to be found, driving abruptly to the brink of madness. As he contemplated returning to his guarded sanctum to await an opportunity, he inadvertently overheard someone calling for Chun-Su. Intrigued, he entered an alternate space to ascertain who it was, only to find the inebriated Wade beneath a street lamp, venting his wrath and hatred towards Chun-Su and Dina. While he was unfamiliar with Dina, he knew enough about Chun-Su, and most importantly, Wade was consumed by profound fury towards him, radiating an aura of negative energy. Such individuals are the most susceptible to manipulation, igniting abruptly's exhilaration. In an instant, his previous worries dissipated as he infused Wade's being with dark energy. Even if Wade could not defeat Chun-Su directly, he could still launch a surprise attack through self-detonation, inflicting a toll on Chun-Su, even if it did not ensure his demise. As for Wade's potential fatality from self-detonation, what concern was it of his? Abruptly gazed towards Kamartaj, a cold smile creeping across his face. Chun-Su, brace yourself. I hope you will appreciate the gift I have prepared for you, haha. He then opened a portal, wearing a wicked grin as he made his way toward the New York Sanctum. Thus, a timed bomb targeting Chun-Su lay in wait. As for Chun-Su at this moment, he finds himself dining in an upscale establishment in New York. He simply cannot endure the vegetarian fare at Kamartaj, a place where, despite being a wizard, he is compelled to adopt a monk-like diet. Though he has only endured this culinary deprivation for a few days, it has already begun to grate on his nerves. Seizing the opportunity to assist Tina with her assessment, he stealthily escapes to indulge in better sustenance, treating himself to a delightful meal. However, the thought of returning to Kamartaj and reverting to a vegetarian diet fills him with despair, causing a wave of nausea at the mere contemplation. With a sense of urgency, he digs into his meal, fearful that these delectable dishes might vanish. Unbeknownst to Chun-Su, he is blissfully ignorant of the turmoil unfolding with Wade, oblivious to the impending crisis that looms over him as he continues to relish his feast. The following day, after a restful slumber at the hotel, Chun-Su makes his way back to Kamartaj, still reminiscing about the luxurious mattress he enjoyed during his stay. Upon his return, rather than heading straight to his dormitory, he plunges into the library, where he remains engrossed in his studies, rendering the magical traps left by abruptly in his dormitory utterly ineffective. The magical contingencies left behind were time-sensitive, designed to evade detection by the regularly scheduled checks by the wizards. Had abruptly been able to witness this turn of events, he would likely be infuriated to the point of vomiting blood, contemplating the immediate annihilation of Chen Su. Meanwhile, the concealed Wade, upon hearing news of Chen Su's return from his instructor, feels a fleeting surge of energy in the red mark upon his forehead. He rises and heads towards Kamartaj. Despite the instructor calling out to him during class, "Wade, what are you doing? You cannot leave during class." Yet Wade appears oblivious, persisting in his own path. Much to the instructor's irritation, "Wade, if you leave now, do not expect to return." Unfazed by the instructor's admonition, Wade continues, seemingly enchanted, making his way towards Chen Su's location. In the library, Chen Su closes the magical tome in his hands and inquires of Wang, "Do we possess any additional magical texts?" "What? Don't tell me you've read every single book here," Wang exclaims, his expression one of incredulity. "There are over 1,000 volumes, some of which are exceedingly complex. You cannot simply read the words. You must comprehend them, or else this cursory glance will be of no consequence." The wizard from the sanctum gazes at Chen Su in disbelief, astonished that he could have possibly finished more than 1,000 books. "Fear not. I have not only read them all, but also grasped their meanings," Chen Su asserts, though Wang remains skeptical. "Really, please believe me," Chen Su implores earnestly, his sincerity shining through. "If you can elucidate your understanding of these magical texts, then I shall believe you." Ultimately, Chen Su shares the insights he has gleaned from the magical tomes he has perused. Initially, Wang could comprehend the discourse, yet as time progressed, he found himself utterly bewildered. This was primarily due to the fact that he had not finished perusing those arcane tomes, let alone grasped their profound meanings. Wang's request for Chen Su to reiterate the material stemmed solely from his desire to expose the falsehoods he believed Chen Su was weaving, hoping to instill in him a sense of humility regarding his exceptional talents and to encourage him to diligently study in the library. To Wang's astonishment, Chen Su had indeed absorbed the entirety of the texts. As Chen Su recounted the contents, he even provided a summary of the magical literature, leaving Wang in a state of disbelief. At that moment, Wang stared at Chen Su, dumbfounded. This was the legendary prodigy. The thought that he had spent nearly a decade in the library without completing the readings, let alone mastering the spells, was disheartening. Chen Su then inquired if there were more advanced texts. This question jolted Wang from his reverie, prompting an instinctive response. "Yes, but you cannot access them yet. The other books documented here are exceedingly perilous and are not permitted for your perusal." "Oh, I see. So one must become a temple mage to gain access?" Wang conceded. "In theory, that is correct, but you must first become a sorcerer, and it requires the consent of the Supreme Elder." Wang intended for this statement to dissuade Chen Su, as he could not fathom that Chen Su possessed the qualifications to become a temple mage at this stage. Noticing Chen Su's lack of reaction, Wang was about to speak when unexpectedly, Chen Su turned and walked away. "Where are you going?" Wang asked. "To become a temple mage," Chen Su replied. "And how do you plan to achieve that?" Wang retorted. "Is it not simply a matter of participating in the New York Temple's assessment?" Upon hearing this, Wang felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. "Who told you that? Do you think one can just join the assessment without prior preparation?" Wang felt exasperated. "Did your instructor not inform you that apprentices newly admitted to Karmatage must study magic for 3 years before they can sit for the New York Temple Mage assessment? Have you ever witnessed a novice participating in such evaluations?" Wang was dismayed by Chen Su's look of ignorance. After his statement, Wang paused, realizing that Chen Su had spent most of his time in the library and had not attended classes, thus explaining his lack of knowledge. "What am I to do then? I cannot simply read through it again." Wang's lip twitched in frustration. He had yet to complete his first reading, while Chen Su was already embarking on a second. What a disparity this is. "Well, Wang, what can you do? You must seek assistance from your mentor. I am at a loss." "Farewell," Wang said, watching Chen Su's retreating figure with a sense of despair. Chen Su promptly made his way to seek out his mentor, Master Modu. As he passed by the classroom where lessons were being imparted and magical insights shared, he did not pause, for he had already mastered this knowledge and continued toward Master Modu's location. Some inattentive students glanced out the window, noticing Chen Su's silhouette among them, some of whom had previously encountered him. "Look, there goes Chen Su, that genius Chen Su." "Nonsense, are you bragging again? Have you ever seen him in person?" "Indeed. I have. He just walked by?" "Stop shaking, or I'll notify the instructor about you disturbing my magical studies." This scene was naturally overheard by Chen Su, a person of formidable mental prowess, who couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Shortly thereafter, he approached Master Mordo to clarify his intentions. "Have you made your decision? Your magical aptitude is undeniably impressive. Yet have you considered your physical combat skills? It's essential to understand that elemental magic has its limitations, and even the strongest mental fortitude has its boundaries. A mage's physical prowess is equally significant. The true potential of magic is unleashed only when combined with martial skills." Chen Su had contemplated this matter well in advance. In truth, he recognized his own impatience. Yet the recent events involving the invasion of Dormammu had left him feeling uneasy, as if a conspiracy were brewing. He was uncertain whether this plot was directed at him, but he believed it prudent to be thoroughly prepared. The best way to mitigate any threat was to possess sufficient strength. If one's power was formidable enough, no threat could pose a danger. Thus, he sought out Wong to inquire about any other potent spellbooks that could enhance his capabilities. Afterwards, he returned to Master Mordo. Very well. Since you have made up your mind, I shall speak to the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, but whether or not he will consent is beyond my control. Be prepared for the worst. Understood. Please go ahead. I will seek you out once I receive any news. Master Mordo watched Chinsu depart, his astonishment gradually manifesting on his face. He hadn't anticipated such formidable talent. He had previously underestimated him. He hoped Chinsu would continue to stand on the side of righteousness, for if he strayed into darker paths, it would spell trouble. As the threats of this world far exceeded those posed by Dormammu, the scene shifted as Master Mordo, without hesitation, set forth to meet the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, heading directly to the teleportation array of the sanctum. On his way, a young man was shambling toward Chinsu, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. People were not yielding the way, and he nearly collided with Master Mordo. It was well known that Master Mordo held considerable prestige in Camartage, where most would defer to him out of respect. This unusual circumstance left him somewhat perplexed. What is wrong with this apprentice? Urbum Bilia, what brings you here? It was crucial for the Sanctum's mages to remain vigilant and not stray far from their protected domains to guard against potential ambushes from interdimensional foes. Any mishap could jeopardize Earth's safety. Yet, the appearance of Urbum Bilia in this context puzzled Master Mordo significantly. How did I end up encountering Mordo here? What has been happening these past few days? This is quite unfortunate. Urbum Bilia was taken aback for a moment, but managed to maintain a calm demeanor. It's nothing. I came here to borrow a book on the temple seals, to ensure that the sanctuary I guard is in order. Now that I have found it, I intend to return. The temple seals were a matter of great significance, demanding utmost caution. No room for error was permitted. Do you require my assistance? Not at all. I can manage on my own. You appear to have pressing matters to attend to, so please, do not let me detain you. Chapter 13. Brimming with confidence, Urbum Bilia feigned confidence before Modu, hoping to deceive the famously meticulous temple mage and encourage him to depart quickly. In truth, he was internally frantic, fearing that Modu might uncover any irregularities, thereby exposing his intention to eliminate Chinsu. Urbum Bilia silently regarded Modu, who returned the gaze. And after a moment, Modu broke the awkward silence. I have matters to attend to. Please exercise caution regarding the temple affairs. Call upon me should you require assistance. Oh. Understood, Master Modu. With a facade of composure, Urbum Bilia activated the magical teleportation array leading to his guarded sanctuary. Modu, without a backward glance, proceeded towards the teleportation array that led to the esteemed sorcerer Gu Yi's temple. Upon returning to his sacred magical sanctuary, Urbum Bilia exhaled deeply. His fear was not of Modu discovering his secret, but of Gu Yi detecting any anomalies that might reveal his allegiance to the dark ruler Dormammu. Such a revelation would spell disaster, rendering his years of patience and planning futile, and casting him into an abyss of despair. My lord, what troubles you? Nothing. Urbum Bilia cast a sidelong glance towards the direction of Camartage, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. Within the temple of the Supreme Sorcerer Gu Yi, Modu was recounting the situation regarding Chinsu. Master, what are your thoughts on Chinsu's request? I approve. Let him proceed. Modu was taken aback. He had not anticipated Gu Yi's swift consent and had braced himself for a lengthy discussion. Nevertheless, concern gnawed at him. But he has only been in Camartage for a few months. Do not fret. In truth, I have been observing him closely. He is entirely capable. You should have noticed during the assessment with Dina and the others that he possesses the potential to become a temple mage, easily qualifying for the examinations. Moreover, his abilities extend beyond mere potential. He seems to wield a degree of chaotic power, chaos magic. Upon hearing the term chaos magic, Modu was momentarily stunned. Having been a mage for a considerable time, and having spent ample time under Gu Yi's tutelage, he was well aware of the implications of chaos magic and its significance. This formidable force, capable of both creating and annihilating worlds, is one that humanity, nay, the entirety of the cosmos, cannot wield. Even if such power were to exist, it would only be a fragment, commonly referred to as chaotic magic. To this day, Mordo has yet to hear of anyone mastering the power of chaos. He once believed it to be beyond control. However, upon hearing from the Ancient One that Chinsu might possess the ability to harness chaotic magic, he felt for the first time the true essence of genius and recognized his previous underestimation of Chinsu. What troubles you? Nothing, it's just, lately, I sense that Dormammu is stirring restlessly, and something sinister may be afoot. You must keep a close watch on Chun Su to prevent Dormammu from attempting to take his life. After all, we can perceive the essence that Chun Su exudes, one that penetrates the multiverse, and as the sovereign of the dark dimension, Dormammu's power is unquestionable. He too can detect it. The mere mention of Dormammu filled Mordo with unease. The friction between them and Dormammu had been numerous. He had long cast a covetous gaze upon Earth, perpetually yearning to invade and drag it into his dark realm. Fortunately, they had managed to thwart his attempts with great effort, yet each encounter exacted a heavy toll. Dormammu had transcended time, no longer confined by its limitations, which rendered the Time Stone ineffective against him. At that moment, a suicidal assault was unfolding within Kamartaj. Having finally located Chun Su, Vade launched an attack without hesitation, employing dark magic rather than elemental spells. Chun Su, descend into hell. Vade, have you lost your mind? Cease this at once, or I shall respond without mercy. Yet, Vade seemed entranced, attacking Chun Su with reckless abandon. With no choice left, Chun Su retaliated, casting a fire spell that struck Vade directly. Astonishingly, Vade appeared unfazed, eliciting a bewildered expression from Chun Su. In truth, the fire spell had not been ineffective. Rather, Vade had succumbed entirely to the allure of dark power, lost to himself, driven solely by the singular desire to eliminate Chun Su, even at the cost of his own life. Chun Su, taken aback, realized that there truly existed individuals unafraid of death, and he bore no significant enmity towards Vade. Prepare to meet your end, Chun Su. At that moment, within a sanctum, a mage hurriedly reported to the Ancient One about the events transpiring in Kamartaj. Mordo was left in a state of shock, and the Ancient One's expression grew grave. Mordo promptly activated a spatial teleportation array leading to Kamartaj. Master, I fear for Chun Su's safety. I shall proceed to investigate. No need. You underestimate Chun Su. Such a challenge is hardly insurmountable for him. The Ancient One conjured a magical projection depicting the current situation in Kamartaj. Hearing the Ancient One's words, Mordo suppressed his urge to rush to Kamartaj. Retracting the foot, he had poised to step forward. As they continued to observe the scene at Kamartaj alongside the Ancient One, they witnessed Vader relentlessly assaulting Chun Su. Today marks your demise, Chun Su. A wicked smile graced Chun Su's lips as he responded with an air of amusement. Very well. I am eager to see how you intend to take my life. I stand right here. This audacious display ignited Vader's fury, propelling him into an even more reckless attack. Meanwhile, the other mages at Kamartaj rushed toward the commotion. In truth, Chun Su possessed the capability to eliminate Vader effortlessly. However, he refrained from doing so, for he sought to uncover the identity of the puppet master orchestrating this chaos. Logically, with Vader's abilities, he should not wield such formidable magical power. Thus, it was evident that someone was either assisting him or instructing him on how to act. Yet, observing Vader's frenzied demeanor, Chun Su surmised that he would glean no insights. Suddenly, Vader charged toward Chun Su, intent on embracing him in a mutual destruction. Naturally, Chun Su discerned his intentions. What a farce. You believe you can perish alongside me. Is that even possible? Chun Su resolved to employ the chaos magic he had never before utilized. As Vader approached, dark energy radiated from him. With fissures in his body becoming increasingly pronounced, the energy he exuded intensifying. Just as he was about to make contact with Chun Su, a terrifying force emanated from him, potent enough to obliterate everything within a meter's radius. Chapter 14, Energy Compression. Simultaneously, a brilliant white light emerged from the compression of energy, enveloping both Vader and Chun Su. Witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, the Supreme Sorceress, the Ancient One, and Master Mordo materialized at the sight of their clash. Both were taken aback, never anticipating that Vader would resort to such measures. The Ancient One even resorted to the Time Stone, having encountered a prodigy. They could not bear the thought of him perishing before their eyes. However, it was too late. As they mourned Chun Su in their hearts, a miraculous scene unfolded. Vader was ensconced in a vivid red energy, the terrifying force released by his self-detonation being drawn back towards him, compressing inward. A blood-curdling scream escaped Vader as he was obliterated, leaving no trace behind, and Chun Su's silhouette emerged, with an expression of feigned innocence. Chun Su regarded the Ancient One and Mordo. Upon seeing that Chun Su was unharmed, both breathed a sigh of relief. The vibrant red energy Chun Su had manifested was instantly recognized by the Ancient One. What had once been mere speculation was now unequivocally confirmed. Regrettably, Chun Su remained unaware of how to wield chaos magic effectively. The Ancient One planned to instruct him once he passed the assessments of the sorcerers of the sanctum. Meanwhile, Chun Su felt disgruntled, for the system had granted him this extraordinary power, but failed to provide guidance on its utilization. Mordo voiced his thoughts. Who would have imagined that there were individuals within Kamartaj who had become devotees of Dormammu? Dormammu's influence has infiltrated our very ranks. Meanwhile, within the sanctuary, Urbam and Bilius sensed that Vader had faltered. An overwhelming surge of anger prompted him to murmur, "Chinsu, may fortune favor you once more in your future endeavors." At the same time, Modu, still present at the scene, was engulfed in a profound unease. Gu-Yi, standing silently beside him, wore an expression devoid of emotion or discernible thought, leaving no one capable of deciphering her contemplations. "Modu, I shall take my leave now. I entrust this to you." "Very well, esteemed one." Meanwhile, Chinsu scrutinized Gu-Yi with the curiosity of a child. Gu-Yi, having noticed Chinsu's gaze, turned and opened a portal, casting a fleeting glance at him, her eyes momentarily alight with intrigue before the spark vanished, leaving Chinsu with only her receding silhouette. It was uncertain whether she had any accomplices, and it was astounding that Dormammu had already extended his influence to Kamartaj. The following day, the assessment for Chun-Su's advancement to the Sanctum's mage had been meticulously prepared. He arrived early at the magical teleportation array leading to the New York Sanctum and promptly made his way there. Other Sanctum mages awaited him. Modu spoke. "Your assessment task differs from that of Dina and the others. The Darkhounds you must slay exceed theirs in number, and you are also required to eliminate 3 black flame demon wolves. Chinsu, do you comprehend this? It is not too late to reconsider." "Yes, I understand clearly," Chinsu affirmed with resolve. After Chinsu's arrival at the New York Sanctum, Urbam and Bilia wasted no time in reporting to Dormammu, detailing Chinsu's re-entry into the Dark Realm and expressing a desire for Dormammu's personal intervention. Within the assessment chamber, the other mages regarded Chun-Su with grave seriousness. Had he been an ordinary individual, he would have succumbed to trepidation. However, for Chinsu, such fear held no sway. Without hesitation, Chinsu stepped into the Dark Realm for his assessment. The mages present served as evaluators, and given the increased number of hounds to hunt and the formidable beasts involved, the depths of the Dark Realm he was to navigate were perilous. Yet, for Chinsu at that moment, it was merely a trifling challenge. Armed as he was with his extraordinary abilities, within the Dark Realm, a greater multitude of dark hounds surged toward Chinsu. The scene was ominous. But he donned the hand of God and conjured a blue fireball, tinged with a faint purple hue, evidently a result of compression. He hurled it toward the dark hounds. A resounding explosion ensued, and the once menacing hounds that had charged at him were obliterated into nothingness. The mages evaluating the assessment felt the distortion of space from the magical energy unleashed, leaving them in utter astonishment. They could hardly fathom that he had grown so powerful. However, Modu remained unperturbed. He had long since become desensitized to such displays and exhibited little reaction. In the next moment, a multitude of dark hounds emerged, accompanied by several black flame demon wolves, all charging towards Chinsu. Observing them, Chinsu displayed neither fear nor hesitation, remaining utterly composed. In contrast, the mages observing from the reality space were visibly tense, with some clutching their palms tightly, as if bracing themselves for battle, sweat accumulating within their grasp. Chinsu tightened his grip on the hand adorned with the hand of God. A meteor of flames unleashed indiscriminate destruction, instantly decimating a significant portion of the dark hounds and black flame demon wolves that were advancing upon him. The remaining creatures sustained severe injuries, their speed markedly diminished, and the ground bore numerous craters of varying sizes. Chinsu showed no mercy, unleashing another meteor of flames, resulting in the near-total annihilation of his foes, leaving only a few of the stronger black flame demon wolves intact. "Behold my power, thunderous might." Chinsu invoked his self-created lightning magic, thunderous might, capable of summoning 1, 2, or even dozens of lightning bolts, coalescing them into a single massive strike of several dozen or even hundreds of meters for precise targeting. Its immense power ensured that a direct hit would lead to certain death or grievous injury, contingent upon the enemy's strength. As for the black flame demon wolves, there was no suspense. They were utterly obliterated, leaving no trace behind. The colossal bolt of lightning struck with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, accompanied by a deafening roar that reverberated through the air. The black flame demon wolves were engulfed by this torrent of electricity, vanishing before the eyes of the onlookers. The mages in the reality space gazed in astonishment, as they had never witnessed such magic before. They soon realized that it was a unique spell developed by Chinsu, further demonstrating his extraordinary talent, which was nothing short of astounding. After dispatching the remaining black flame demon wolves in the dark space, Chinsu waited for a moment, but no more foes appeared. He then utilized earth magic to create a stone seat, settling down to await further developments. Observing this scene from outside, the mages were left with twitching lips, wondering if the beasts of the dark space had truly been intimidated by Chinsu. Chapter 15. The The performance all eyes were fixed on Chun Tsu's display, as he conjured an array of breathtaking spells that left the audience in awe. They noted that the same spells he cast wielded a potency far surpassing their own, at least several times more powerful. This led them to ponder the remarkable advantages of supreme mental fortitude. Yet, they couldn't help but think, was this not excessively extraordinary? Before long, a resounding commotion erupted from the depths of the dark space. Chun Tsu sprang to his feet, anticipating a massive wave of black flame demon wolves descending upon him. Finally, they have arrived. I thought my flowers would wilt waiting. Let us finish this swiftly so I can complete my task. As the fluctuations within the dark void intensified, the shadow of the black flame demon wolf remained elusive. The assessment mages in the realm of reality sensed the encroaching disturbance of the dark space. Left bewildered by the unprecedented situation, their eyes wide with scrutiny, Master Modu discerned a surge of dark energy drawing near, severing the connection between the dark realm and the tangible world. Alarmingly, it was the invasion of Dormammu. An urgent notification was dispatched, warning that Dormammu was breaching into the realm of reality, prompting everyone to prepare their defenses. Through the augmentation of his magic, Master Modu's voice resonated in the ears of all mages, even alerting those who were previously oblivious to the unfolding chaos. At that moment, the temple mage Dram, who had previously faced the trial of the defeated Dina, discovered that his magical mirror, intended for monitoring Dormammu, was utterly still. Unbeknownst to him, the mirror had been switched out, and the true magic had been shattered, rendering it ineffective. Chun Tsu found himself ensnared within the dark space, enveloped by this malevolent force, sealing off any chance of entry from the realm of reality, signifying that he was now alone in confronting peril, utterly isolated. Master Modu was akin to an ant on a hot skillet, frantically leaping about as he relayed the message of Dormammu's invasion to Gu Yi, urgently conveying that Chun Tsu was trapped in the dark space, facing imminent danger. However, despair gripped Modu as Gu Yi's reply revealed that he was preoccupied with fending off Dormammu's incursion, contending solely with a fragment of Dormammu's essence, a force beyond his capacity to withstand. As the sovereign of the dark realm, Dormammu transcended time itself, daring to invade the multiverse and oppose all existence. Even the supreme sorcerer Gu Yi wielded the time stone and his intellect to resist the invasion, yet he could not fully expel the entity, let alone vanquish it. All he could offer was a silent prayer for Chun Tsu. In his heart, Modu also prayed for Chun Tsu, hoping for yet another miraculous emergence. Meanwhile, Chun Tsu, ensnared in the dark void, remained oblivious to the gravity of his situation, his expression one of bewilderment as he grappled with the unfolding events. Suddenly, a skeletal visage materialized before him, accompanied by a shadowy figure. "Who are you? A ghost or a demon?" Chun Tsu queried. Of course, as a traveler from another realm. He recognized them, the infamous ruler of the dark space, Dormammu, the eternal nemesis of Doctor Strange, merely attempting to deceive them. The shadowy figure spoke, "Bold one. How dare you show disrespect to my master?" "Oh, so you are not a ghost, but a cur," Chun Tsu retorted. "What did you just say? You dare to speak so defiantly even as death approaches?" Dormammu unleashed a beam of black light, imbued with terrifying dark energy, exuding an overwhelming aura that warped the very fabric of space as it surged towards Chun Tsu. Vanished. Chun Tsu had already summoned the chaotic magic within him through the hand of God, directly manipulating the surrounding space and compressing it into a formidable, transparent wall. He also conjured a pure energy shield. The ray emitted by Dormammu collided with this barrier, producing a tremendous explosion that shattered the surrounding space, sending forth a colossal mushroom cloud of energy, engulfing Chun Tsu in the process. The mages in the realm of reality watched in trepidation, their hearts racing for Chun Tsu. They yearned to intervene but found themselves powerless against the overwhelming dark force that severed the connection between the dark space and their reality, rendering them helpless observers, unable to alter the course of events. Master Modu was equally at a loss, having no means to assist, and could only hope for a miracle. His gaze fixed on Chun Tsu without faltering. The billowing smoke from the immense energy soon dissipated, and all eyes remained trained on Chun Tsu's direction. After a brief moment, a figure re-emerged, none other than Chun Tsu, completely unscathed, leaving Dormammu and the shadowy figure in a state of utter confusion. "You withstood my attack without a scratch. It seems I underestimated you. How could this be? How can you possess such strength?" The shadow exclaimed, its voice laced with incredulity. Chun Tsu brushed off his attire, entirely unharmed. "Is this all you can muster? To think you could kill me with such feeble attempts is rather naive." The mages and Master Modu, witnessing Chun Tsu's resilience, felt a surge of joy within their hearts. "Have you finished? Now it is my turn." With that, Chun Tsu raised his hand adorned with the hand of God, summoning an enormous fireball, a blackened crimson orb. The energy surrounding the fireball distorted the space around it, exuding an aura of annihilation, possessing the power to extinguish all existence. Under the gaze of the gathered spectators, he hurled it towards Dormammu. Dormammu gazed at the vibrant red fireball, sensing the ancient and potent energy it harbored, and was struck with profound shock as he recognized its nature. The shadowy figure, too, was taken aback, momentarily forgetting their next actions. However, they quickly regained composure, both conjuring magical shields beside them. Yet, Dormammu's shield shattered instantly, vanishing into nothingness, and the black robe of the shadowy figure was torn to shreds, revealing his true identity. The mages in the realm of reality recognized him immediately. Urbaman Bylea, marked with a distinctive emblem upon his forehead. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. As they understood the implications of this mark, Urbaman Bylea had betrayed the Ancient One, forsaken Earth, and become a disciple of Dormammu, the sovereign of the Dark Realm. The crowd was initially taken aback, followed by a surge of anger. Mordo, filled with greater fury, could hardly fathom that a former brother, a fellow disciple of the Ancient One, had betrayed them, turned against the Ancient One, and forsaken the Earth. At this moment, Urbaman Bylea was gravely injured and on the brink of collapse. He gazed in disbelief as Chen Su shattered Dormammu's mirror avatar, his mind momentarily frozen in shock. How could this be? How could you possess such strength? Even Dormammu's mirror avatar cannot withstand you. This is inconceivable. In Urbaman Bylea's mind, Dormammu was an invincible entity, an image firmly entrenched within him. Even the mirror avatar was deemed unbeatable. Yet, it lay in ruins before him, obliterated by Chen Su, shattering his deeply held beliefs. How could he come to terms with this? His mind was already clouded, and he found it impossible to accept this reality. Not only was Urbaman Bylea affected, but so were the evaluating sorcerers existing outside the realm of reality. They rejoiced at Chen Su's safety, but when he directly dismantled Dormammu's mirror avatar, their elation morphed into sheer astonishment and overwhelming shock. Since their initiation into sorcery, they had known of Dormammu's existence. Their purpose as sanctum sorcerers was to safeguard the Earth from the incursions of otherworldly foes, of which Dormammu was a prime member, arguably the most formidable. Undying and transcending time, Dormammu had long coveted the Earth, seeking to ensnare it within his shadowy domain. They had been resisting him for an indeterminate span, some since their ascension to sanctum sorcerers. They understood that Dormammu's attempts to invade were not fleeting. They were well aware that the supreme sorcerer, the Ancient One, had lived for over 2 millennia, engaged in a relentless struggle against Dormammu, more accurately described as a resistance to his invasion. However, they lacked the power to expel him, and time was not on their side. Dormammu was immortal, while they, as sanctum sorcerers, remained human. Despite their enhanced abilities post-initiation, they were still subject to the frailties of life, destined to age and perish. While Dormammu endured, this necessity to recruit apprentices stemmed from their desire to amass the strength needed to confront Dormammu and shield the Earth from being drawn into the abyss. The Ancient One had lived for 2 millennia. Some claimed he had ascended to divinity, others that he had mastered the art of eternal life. The true reasons remained elusive, known only to a select few, even to devoted disciples like Mordo and Urbaman Bylea. They were aware that he had been opposing Dormammu for an extensive duration. Now, with Chen Su having vanquished Dormammu, even if it was merely a mirror avatar, this was beyond their capacity to comprehend. Otherwise, they would not have found themselves trapped and powerless to intervene. In their hearts, they likely harbored but a singular thought. Has Chen Su truly become so formidable? At that moment, the crimson mark upon Urbaman Bylea's forehead flickered, and suddenly he implored, Chen Su, please, kill me. I beg you, in my life. Chen Su, taken aback, pondered the incongruity. Shouldn't he be pleading for mercy? How could one desire death? If it is death you seek, then I shall oblige, he declared, and without further hesitation, conjured a fireball and hurled it forth, reducing Urbaman Bylea to mere ashes. Thank you, I am finally free, he murmured as the darkness that separated the realms dissipated with the vanishing of Dormammu's mirror image. The mages, including Mordo, who awaited in the realm of reality, entered to support Chen Su. Mordo gazed at the lifeless form of Urbaman Bylea, lost in thought, perhaps feeling anger, sorrow, or the melancholy of parting with a longtime comrade, yet soon found solace. They swiftly returned to the realm of reality. The dark space was not their domain, and lingering there would only invite further troubles from Dormammu. Chen Su, you have completed 2 of the 3 trials to become a sanctum mage. There remains but one, Mordo stated. What is the final trial? Chen Su inquired. Initially, it was to be an interview before the sanctum mages, but now, they exchanged glances towards the site of Urbaman Bylea's demise. Let us seek the Ancient One. Chen Su suggested, momentarily stunned at the prospect of meeting such a prominent figure. Ah, very well. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the New York sanctum. News of Chen Su's victory over Dormammu's mirror image and the liberation of abruptly spread like wildfire throughout the sanctum, Kamartaj, and indeed the entire magical community of Earth. Within the Ancient One's sanctum, discussions were underway. Master, shall we not assist the New York sanctum? There is still time to intervene. No need, came the reply. The assembly fell into a state of uncertainty, grappling with the situation, until the news of Chen Su's triumph silenced them all. As Chen Su made his way toward the Ancient One's sanctum, people instinctively parted, gazing at him with awe. This attention bewildered him, yet it also satiated his desire for recognition. Approaching the main hall, he encountered several former instructors from Kamartaj. Upon reaching the center of the sanctum, mages stood respectfully on either side, their eyes fixed on a figure clad in a yellow robe, a bald man, unmistakably the Ancient One, the supreme sorcerer, whose shining head was a beacon. Upon Chen Su's arrival, all eyes turned toward him, each gaze laden with varying emotions, envy, astonishment, and more. I greet you all, esteemed mages, he proclaimed. Chen Su gazed at the Ancient One, his heart fluttering with excitement at the sight of a living legend. The Ancient One's eyes, glimmering with wisdom, seemed to penetrate his very soul, causing Chen Su to startle and lower his gaze, too intimidated to meet the elder's eyes. As the Ancient One regarded him, a contemplative silence enveloped the room. The third item is waived. I hereby declare that Chen Su shall become a sanctum mage from this moment forth. Upon hearing this, Chen Su was overcome with exhilaration, momentarily at a loss for words. Thank you, most esteemed one. I hope to contribute my strength to the protection of Earth. May I make a request? This question startled the Ancient One, and the onlookers shared a moment of surprise, wondering what audacity Chen Su possessed. What request do you have? Chapter 17, Damage. The crowd erupted into murmurs, astonished that he dared to voice a request to the most esteemed one. Their whispers reached Chen Su's ears, yet he remained unfazed. May I remain at the New York sanctum as a mage? The Ancient One smiled, certainly. Chen Su's words elicited mixed reactions from the other mages. Some rejoiced, while others were disheartened. See, I told you he would join the New York sanctum. Quickly, pay up. What? How did he join the New York sanctum? I thought he would stay at Kamartaj. Great, there goes my allowance for the month. Chen Su was taken aback. What? You bet on me? You did it without my consent, and without sharing the winnings. The Ancient One overheard the commotion, but merely shook his head, adopting an expression of indifference. After his declaration, he departed, leaving behind a cacophony of fervent discussion. Within the room, a crimson mark adorned his forehead, reminiscent of the late Urbaman Bilia. Ancient One, you will eventually return to the embrace of darkness, a voice echoed ominously. Yet the Ancient One paid it no heed. After bidding farewell to Master Mordo, Chen Su returned to Kamartaj to gather his belongings, preparing to report to the New York sanctum. On his way back, he sensed various gazes upon him. Envy and jealousy mingled in the air. However, Chen Su chose to ignore them, resolutely focusing on his own path. Upon reaching his dormitory, he tidied his garments before exchanging pleasantries with Mordo, then gathered his belongings to report to the New York sanctum. En route, he encountered Dina and her companions, who awaited him. Congratulations, Chen Su. How did you become a mage of the New York sanctum so swiftly? We passed, but still have more training to endure. Not long now. I will await you at the New York sanctum. After parting from Dina and her group, Chen Su proceeded to the magical teleportation array leading to the New York sanctum. In an instant, he found himself amidst its hallowed halls. At that moment, a voice he had longed to hear resounded, his system, which had not issued a sign-in task for what felt like an eternity. Hearing it again was a sweet reminder, akin to a celestial melody. Ding. The host is requested to promptly check in at Stark Tower to complete the task and receive the system reward. The process of claiming this reward is somewhat peculiar, so the host is advised to proceed with caution. Chen Su was momentarily taken aback. Stark Tower, was that not the company of Iron Man, Tony Stark? Had the narrative already commenced, or was it on the verge of unfolding? Without dwelling on it too much, Chen Su stepped into the teleportation array and was instantly transported to the sanctum in New York, where he signed in with the responsible mage. From him, Chen Su learned that the mages of the sanctum were not particularly at ease. They constantly monitored the conditions of the dark dimension to prevent incursions by Dormammu or other dimensional beings, reinforcing the magical seals in reality to fend off intrusions from otherworldly enemies. Chen Su sought out his residence, and upon arriving, he was greeted by modern decor and contemporary amenities. He felt no astonishment, as a traveler from another realm. He understood that the mages of Kamartaj did not lead primitive lives like those depicted on television. They were no different from modern individuals, adeptly utilizing contemporary technology, sometimes even more proficiently than the youth, certainly keeping pace with the times and not lagging behind society. After organizing his belongings, Chen Su approached the mage responsible for the daily affairs of the sanctum, using the pretext of purchasing some daily necessities to seize the opportunity to check in at Stark Tower. Perhaps he might even encounter Iron Man, Tony Stark. Chen Su, a Marvel enthusiast in his previous life, was eager to meet Stark, the most iconic Marvel hero, renowned for standing shoulder to shoulder with deities despite being merely human. Without further hesitation, Chen Su made his way to Stark Tower, opting for a taxi rather than utilizing the magical teleportation array. As he sat in the taxi, he gazed at the opulent skyscrapers flanking him and the bustling streets of New York. Truly, it was one of the most vibrant cities in the world. Prior to his journey, he had never traveled abroad, and now, witnessing everything before him, he felt a sense of bewilderment, as if caught in a surreal dream. Growing increasingly impatient after being stuck in traffic for over half an hour, he inquired of the driver, "How long will we be stuck? When will we arrive? Don't you know? Just a few days ago, there was a mechanical battle with people in mechs fighting ahead," the driver replied. "Oh, buddy, you should have seen it. I happened to be there yesterday, and from a distance, I caught the spectacle. It was far more exhilarating than any movie." Chen Su was taken aback. It seemed the storyline had already progressed to Iron Man 2, which also indicated that Thor was on the horizon. Shortly thereafter, the traffic began to move, and before long, Chen Su arrived at Stark Tower. After settling the fare, he alighted from the taxi. Chen Su stood not far from the Stark Tower, gazing at the magnificent structure adorned with a colossal billboard that, for reasons unknown, was not displaying any advertisements and bore signs of damage, likely from recent altercations. He speculated that the chaos from the recent skirmishes had left its mark. As he walked towards the Stark Tower, he paused at its base, noting the eerie stillness. The tower was closed, and no security personnel were present. After surveying his surroundings for a moment, the sound indicating the completion of the system's check-in resonated, announcing his arrival at Stark Tower and the successful completion of the check-in task. He was awarded 1/5 of Superman's iron physique. Initially taken aback, Chen Su soon found himself elated. If there was any deficiency in his current state, it was indeed his physical strength. Should he engage in combat with Thor? His magical prowess remained uncertain. Prior to his transmigration, he had scarcely observed Thor employing magic on television, as he predominantly wielded his hammer for attacks, accompanied by thunderous strikes. Chen Su remained unsure whether the lightning was conjured through magic or the result of the hammer's inherent power. However, with the acquisition of Superman's iron physique, he could directly address the shortcomings of his corporeal form. Without hesitation, Chen Su chose to accept the reward. In the next moment, he felt an overwhelming heat enveloping his entire being. Initially mild, the sensation intensified, engulfing him in a fiery embrace as the very cells within him underwent significant transformation. His genes being altered. Alarmed, he communicated with the system, expressing that the intensity was excessive, accusing it of betrayal. Chapter 18. Check-in. The system defended itself, asserting that it had adequately warned the host. It was merely a matter of the host not heeding the warnings. Chen Su retorted, incredulous at the duration of this ordeal. The system explained that such bodily transformations would naturally entail some discomfort. Frustrated, he exclaimed at the trivialization of his suffering. "How much longer must this endure, system?" he queried. "Unknown. It depends on the host," was the ambiguous response. Regret washed over Chen Su, not due to the pain, but rather the awareness of his precarious situation in the bustling heart of New York City, beneath Stark Tower, surrounded by countless passers-by. The uncertainty of how long this transformation would persist weighed heavily on him. If anyone were to uncover the secret he harbored, it would spell disaster. As his consciousness began to wane, his body swayed precariously, just as he felt himself succumbing to unconsciousness on the street. He caught sight of a tall woman with blonde hair, dressed in professional attire, approaching him, her lips moving in what seemed to be speech. Then, darkness enveloped him, and he knew nothing more. The following day, sunlight streamed through the window of a room where a solitary figure lay on a bed, surrounded predominantly by white. Who else could this person be but Chen Su? He had found himself in the New York City Central Hospital. Chen Su opened his eyes to the unfamiliar surroundings. He recognized he was in a hospital room, yet he could not recall how he had arrived there. Suddenly, a nurse clad in white entered. "Hello, how do you feel? Is your body still feverish?" I'm fine." "Nurse, do you know who brought me here?" "It was a lady named Bozy who called for emergency assistance and brought you here." Bozy? That name sounds familiar, as if I have heard it before. Wait, isn't she Stark's assistant? I thought I might encounter Stark himself, but it seems I have met his future wife instead. May I ask where Ms. Bozy has gone? Will she return? No, she informed us that once you regain consciousness, you should call the police, and she had them come directly. Oh, I see. Well then, Chen Su had hoped to catch a glimpse of Iron Man's girlfriend. After all, The portrayal on television differed greatly from reality. Nurse, I wish to complete the discharge procedure. I want to leave. Could you assist me? What? You wish to leave now? Do you realize that when you arrived 2 days ago, your body was running a fever, and the heat you emitted was far beyond that of an ordinary person? It startled us doctors, and we thought you might be an extraterrestrial, not a normal human being. Chun Su smiled awkwardly. Indeed, considering he had merged with Superman's iron physique, he could no longer be classified as an ordinary person. Strictly speaking, he could now be considered half an alien. However, Chun Su disregarded the nurse's peculiar gaze and proceeded to complete the discharge paperwork. Initially, the doctor refused, but ultimately, unable to withstand Chun Su's persistent pleas, he acquiesced. Having spent 2 days in the hospital, Chun Su believed he had exceeded the time agreed upon with the Sorcerer Supreme. He promptly returned to the New York sanctum. Upon his arrival, he was inevitably met with a scolding from Master Mordo. Yet Chun Su took it in stride and got to work reinforcing the sanctum's wards and contemplating the movements within the dark dimension. Following that, he immersed himself in the library of the New York sanctum, not venturing outside again. Chun Su felt the changes within himself. Outwardly, he appeared unchanged. Yet he had grown several centimeters taller, his strength had vastly increased, and his physical resilience had far surpassed his previous capabilities. This was merely the power of an iron physique at a level of 1. If it reached 100, the potential would be terrifying. And this thought elicited a smile from Chun Su. In the ensuing time, Chun Su, alongside his fellow temple mages, fortified the magical seals of the sanctuary. However, reinforcing these seals proved to be an arduous task, draining both magical energy and mental fortitude. Each time the other mages completed the fortification and assessed the conditions of the Dark Realm, they were left utterly exhausted. In stark contrast, Chun appeared unfazed, as if he had merely enjoyed a leisurely stroll, which evoked feelings of envy and resignation among his peers, with many left in a state of numbness. They couldn't help but ponder the extent of Chun Su's formidable potential and the heights he might reach in the future. This curiosity was shared by all, including the esteemed Mage Gui. Yet, the depths of Chun Su's future remained shrouded in mystery, even to himself, as the presence of his system made his ultimate destination inscrutable. After completing his daily tasks, Chun Su once again immersed himself in the library, indulging in his studies. Day after day, this routine persisted for several months until it was abruptly interrupted by the sounds of battle outside the New York Temple. The library, typically a bastion of tranquility, was invaded by the raucous clamor of combat. Enraged, Chun Su stormed out of the library, demanding to know from the mages outside the source of such cacophony. What is happening out there? Why is it so noisy? 2 monsters are fighting. Haven't T, you heard? Monsters? Could it be? Without hesitation, Chun Su approached the magical mirror within the New York Temple, joining others to witness the unfolding chaos. Through the mirror, he beheld 2 green monstrosities engaged in a fierce battle, evidently transformed by some aberration, their strength vastly surpassing that of ordinary humans. The battleground lay in ruins. The ground shattered, with deep fissures stretching for several blocks. Chun Su exchanged a few words with Master Andre, the manager of the New York Temple, before furiously activating the portal to the site of the conflict. Meanwhile, in the streets of Washington, D.C., the 2 creatures wreaked havoc, leaving the pavement riddled with craters and toppling buildings in their wake, threatening to lay waste to the entire district. In a lavish office, a bald man with an eye patch sat behind a desk, clearly identifiable as the renowned director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury. Director, these 2 monsters are on the verge of destroying Washington, D.C., an aide reported. Nick Fury, feeling helpless, acknowledged the situation. Have Phil Coulson transmit the live feed of their battle to my office. Understood, Director. If Chun Su were to hear the name Phil Coulson, he would undoubtedly recognize him as the agent who was famously known as the foremost fan of the Avengers, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of Loki. After a while, Coulson transmitted the real-time combat situation directly to Nick Fury via satellite. Fury opened the screen on his desk to witness the chaotic scene of the 2 monsters clashing, as the surroundings were left in utter disarray, with buildings collapsing under their might. If this continued, Washington, D.C. would surely face devastation. Upon witnessing the destruction, Fury felt the throbbing of veins on his forehead. What the hell am I supposed to do? How can I stop them? He pondered, reflecting on the task assigned to him by his superiors to either contain or eliminate these creatures. Yet, he felt utterly powerless, and in truth, his superiors were equally incapable of halting or vanquishing them, thus leaving the disastrous situation for Fury to resolve. Chun Su arrived at the scene of the battle but chose to remain hidden initially, observing from an alternate dimension. Goodness, is this truly the legendary Hulk? The so-called strongest Avenger? And that combatant with him must be Abomination, he thought. watching the two titans exchange blows with apparent glee, reluctant to interrupt their duel. The agents stationed 1,000 meters away were also perceptible to Chun Tsu's mental prowess, and he deduced that they were indeed the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. In such a dire situation, any ordinary military force would have long since retreated, leaving only S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel brave enough to stay and observe, even attempting to intervene in the conflict. However, seeing their expressions of helplessness and fear made it clear to Chun Tsu that they were utterly incapable of stopping the battle between Hulk and Abomination. It seemed that Washington, D.C. was destined for destruction. As the situation appeared dire, Chun Tsu decided to manifest himself 5 meters in front of the combatants. Gentle giants, could you possibly keep it down? Or perhaps relocate your brawl elsewhere? I wish to read, and your commotion is quite distracting, you know? His sudden appearance on the battlefield caught the attention of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, including Nick Fury. Wait a moment, when did that person arrive? Did you see how he appeared there? The agent queried, bewildered. Coulson shook his head, clearly as perplexed as the rest. What a strange day this has turned out to be. Abomination, noticing Chun Tsu, scoffed and retorted, where did this little insect come from? Be careful, or I might just squash you with a single slap. Upon hearing this, Chun Tsu was instantly engulfed in fury. He had already been perturbed by the ruckus caused by their brawl while trying to read, and now, confronted with such insolence, his anger flared. You insect! Shortly, I shall strike you down until you plead for mercy, he thought, recalling the various techniques he had seen in films depicting the thrashing of the Hulk. In a moment of inspiration, he summoned the hand of God, channeling electrifying energy that surged far beyond 100,000 volts, transforming into a retractable purple lightning whip that radiated a terrifying aura. He lashed it towards the face of the Abomination, who was sent hurtling away, crashing into the ground 100 meters distant, creating a massive crater. The Abomination's face was charred, and he convulsed violently, nearly electrocuted to death. This astonishing display was captured by the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. via drones, relayed to Nick Fury's screen through satellites. All present were rendered speechless, their minds racing with one thought. Who on earth is this formidable individual? Nick Fury immediately commanded, quickly, investigate his identity. Unfazed, Chun Tsu continued his assault, delivering another strike that drove the Abomination further into the ground, sinking another meter and intensifying his convulsions. With another whip, he encased the Hulk in ice with his freezing magic, rendering him motionless. Gradually, the acrid scent of charred flesh permeated the air. Chun Tsu dissipated the lightning whip and conjured a crimson energy sphere, unleashing arcs of electricity that shattered the ground beneath him. An aura of annihilation emanated from the sphere as he hurled it toward the Abomination, engaging in a devastating encounter. The energy sphere enveloped the Abomination, and utilizing chaos magic, he obliterated the creature, erasing it as if it had never existed, leaving no trace behind. The surrounding space rippled, and Chun Tsu entered a pocket dimension, opening a portal that transported him back to the Sanctum in New York. The agents and Nick Fury, witnessing this sequence, were astounded. Chun Tsu appeared, annihilated the Abomination, and vanished in the blink of an eye. The rapid succession of events left them bewildered. Only moments ago, they had been preoccupied with stopping the battle, and now it was all over. In that moment, their collective thought was singular. Who is this person? Where does he come from? Is he an extraterrestrial? Subsequently, the United Nations and various nations were left in shock, launching investigations to uncover his identity. The presence of such a powerful individual, devoid of any traceable information, instilled a sense of global threat. Was he merely a solitary entity, or part of a larger, unknown race? The implications were terrifying. Faced with an enigma whose allegiances were unclear and possessing world-conquering capabilities, every nation trembled at the prospect of his existence. The consulate in the United States, particularly in Washington, D.C., exemplifies this situation, indicating that this individual or organization may be located somewhere within the U.S., which causes great unease among politicians. Chapter 20. The New York Sanctuary. At this moment, Chun Tsu had returned to the New York Sanctuary, immersing himself in the library, engrossed in the study and research of more potent magic, completely oblivious to the consequences of his actions. Each day, he either surveyed the conditions of the dark space or collaborated with fellow sanctuary mages to strengthen the magical seals within the New York Sanctuary. One evening, while reinforcing the magical seals alongside other sanctuary mages, the dimensional space trembled violently, and a terrifying force abruptly tore apart the Earth's outer barrier. Shortly thereafter, a meteor streaked across the sky, seemingly rending the entire black expanse above. The barrier within the Earth's space was designed to ward off beings from external dimensions, yet this formidable force had shattered it. Mages from the New York Sanctuary and the other 3 sanctuaries sensed the disturbance in the Earth's outer barrier and initially suspected it to be an invasion by a powerful foe. Ancient One promptly communicated with each sanctuary mage, informing them that this force originated from the celestial realm of Asgard and was not an enemy, urging them to remain calm and to continue with their tasks. However, at that moment, Chun Tsu's system emitted a notification. Ding, please check in at Odin's treasury. This task is optional. Please act according to your capabilities. Chun Tsu was taken aback, setting aside how one might reach Asgard. The notion of directly entering the treasury of the All-Father Odin was ludicrous. Did the system truly consider Odin an ordinary being? Moreover, it was a place where treasures were kept. How could one simply gain entry? Chun Tsu felt a headache coming on. The previous task in the dark space had nearly driven him to despair, and now this new, burdensome challenge was presented. What sort of ridiculous missions did the system concoct? Not only complicating matters for others, but also for himself. Asgard, a realm well known to the learned mages of the sanctuary, had not graced Earth in a considerable time. Yet now, it had torn asunder the outer defensive barrier they had established in the Earth's periphery without any prior warning. What could be the purpose of such an intrusion? A wave of confusion swept through the assembly. Chun Tsu gazed at the meteor that had streaked across the sky, radiating a brilliant white light, and made a mental note of its general direction. He proactively requested to investigate the occurrence. The others, upon hearing Chun Tsu's request, harbored no doubts or peculiarities. Then it shall fall upon you, they replied. With an optimistic smile, Chun Tsu responded, not at all burdensome, not in the slightest. For the safety of Earth, it is my duty and responsibility as an inhabitant of this planet to contribute my efforts and strength. How could that be tiring? He felt a twinge of embarrassment for his own words. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and, donning his ring, opened a portal to venture forth. In a once tranquil town, the fall of Thor's hammer captured the attention of many, drawing crowds to witness the spectacle. This previously quiet village suddenly buzzed with life. As people flocked to see what had descended from the sky, was it a meteor or something else entirely? This event also piqued the interest of several astronomers. Amidst the throng, Chun Tsu found himself before Thor's hammer, attempting to lift it, not out of a genuine desire to wield its power, but rather to experience firsthand the legendary artifact. However, upon realizing that the hammer offered no response, he relinquished his efforts and retreated to a nearby restaurant, awaiting the appearance of the thunderous beast. Really? You don't know where he went? A voice interrupted his thoughts. Chun Tsu turned towards the sound, spotting a stunning blonde woman with exquisite features conversing with a mischievous girl donning a brown hat. Could it be? What a coincidence. Not only had he missed encountering Thor, but he had also stumbled upon his future wife. It was reminiscent of the time he had been at Stark Tower, where he similarly failed to meet Iron Man, but instead crossed paths with his destined partner. What a twist of fate. Good fortune aside, why were all these blossoms already claimed? It seemed almost cruel. Chun Tsu chose not to approach them, instead savoring his meal at his table. Soon, agents from SHIELD arrived, dispersing the curious onlookers and erecting a tent around Thor's hammer for scientific examination. One agent surveyed the area, seemingly in search of a place to dine, and fortuitously entered the restaurant where Chun Tsu sat. Waiter, I'll have a steak, the agent declared, scanning the room until his gaze landed on Chun Tsu, momentarily freezing in place. Chun Tsu recognized him as Phil Coulson, one of Nick Fury's operatives. While Coulson had identified Chun Tsu, the latter, despite being a time traveler, did not recognize him. After spending considerable time in the Marvel Universe, Chun Tsu discerned that the disparity between film and reality was striking, leading to his oversight. Nevertheless, Coulson, relying on his extensive experience, maintained his composure. When the waiter presented the steak, he cautiously began to eat, glancing intermittently in Chun Tsu's direction. Yet, Chun Tsu remained engrossed in observing the SHIELD agents as they set up the tent. After finishing his meal, Coulson could no longer resist the urge to engage. Hello, do you know what is happening here? He inquired, seizing the opportunity to strike up a conversation about the incident. Chun Tsu hesitated briefly, scrutinizing Coulson before recognizing him. However, he chose not to reveal his knowledge, opting instead to engage in casual banter. I, too, have come here out of curiosity, yet I remain oblivious to the events that have transpired. Do you have any insight? Alas, I am equally in the dark. Might I share a drink with you? Oh, I forgot to ask, what is your name? Chun Tsu smiled, demonstrating the finesse of an agent, revealing not a single clue to arouse suspicion, while effortlessly acquiring the information he sought. However, Chun Tsu refrained from disclosing his true name, opting instead to provide a fictitious one. I am called Chindong. Agent Phil seemed to have unearthed some monumental secret, his excitement palpable. At that moment, his radio crackled to life, and a change swept over his countenance, tension evident. My apologies, Chendong, but I have pressing matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Subsequently, Agent Kosent hurriedly departed. Chapter 21. Electromagnetic waves. Chun Su observed as Agent Phil hurried away, entering the tent, fully aware of his intentions. What transpired? Thor was likely on his way to retrieve his hammer. Yet, Chun Su chose not to linger, promptly opening a spatial portal to enter the tent. Arriving at the location where Thor was confined, instead of making his presence known, Chun Su concealed himself within the mirror space, keenly observing the unfolding events. Shortly thereafter, Agent Phil entered the interrogation room, accompanied by 2 other agents. This individual had burst in unexpectedly and managed to locate all our agents to seize the hammer. Yet he did not grasp it, appearing to possess an unusual familiarity with it. A commotion ensued as he touched the hammer, which emitted peculiar electromagnetic waves. One agent reported his findings to Agent Phil, who fell silent for a moment before confronting Thor. What is your name? Where do you hail from? Agent Phil persistently attempted to engage him in conversation. However, Thor remained mute, disregarding any inquiries from Phil, uttering not a single word. They assumed him to be mute. And with no other recourse, Agent Phil and the 2 others exited the room. Just as they closed the door behind them, a man clad in a green robe appeared, his somber expression unable to conceal an air of nobility. He was Loki, the brother of Thor. In truth, Chun Su had long been aware of his lurking presence, choosing not to expose him. The extent of mental prowess is not merely a matter of words. The capacity for perception is formidable. Due to the disparity in mental strength between Loki and Chun Su, Loki remained oblivious to Chun Su's existence. As a participant, Chun Su was well versed in the progression of events and understood Loki's intentions. Upon encountering Thor, Loki began weaving a web of deceit, uttering the words, "Father is dead." This statement resonated faintly in Thor's ears, causing an upheaval within him. Disbelief etched across his features as he gazed at Loki. What? This cannot be. Who in this world could possibly slay the All-Father Odin? Indeed, no one can slay him. Yet he has succumbed to the passage of time. His slumber serves to restore his life force, prolonging his existence. What? This is not the truth. Your father sealed your divine power and cast you to earth to undergo trials, preparing you to inherit his throne and replace him as the new king of Asgard. However, he has perished, and you have yet to prove yourself worthy by lifting the hammer of Thor, demonstrating your unworthiness to ascend as the ruler of Asgard. This has left your father profoundly disappointed, leading him to pass the throne to me, allowing me to govern Asgard in his stead. What? My father is deeply disappointed in me. He is dead. In his heart, he was invincible, a pillar of strength who could not die. Yet now, Odin is gone. And Thor struggles to accept this grim reality. The once unconquerable Odin, revered as the king of the gods, has indeed fallen. Thor is engulfed in despair and collapse. Loki gazes earnestly at Thor, relishing his agonized expression, filled with delight. His objective has been fulfilled, and he departs without remorse, aware that he is returning to Asgard to claim kingship. Before leaving, he attempts to lift the hammer of Thor, and Chun Su watches, amused by Loki's reddened face as he strains to raise it. Unlike Loki's illusion of invisibility, Chun Su conceals himself within the dimensional fabric, merely employing magic to blend his form with the surrounding environment. Even Loki, one of the most formidable sorcerers, cannot perceive Chun Su's presence. This illustrates the disparity between Loki and Chun Su. Suddenly, a mischievous thought crosses Chun Su's mind. He deliberately coughs loudly to gauge Loki's reaction. Who speaks? Step forth at once. To dare spy upon the Prince of Asgard is a grave disrespect, punishable by death. Loki, startled like a frightened rabbit, scans his surroundings, employing his usual tactics to charm. Chun Su nearly bursts into laughter at Loki's expression. Seizing the moment, Chun Su reveals himself. Upon his sudden appearance before Loki, the latter instantly becomes alert and draws a short dagger, demanding, "Who are you?" In truth, Loki is utterly astonished. His magic was taught by the Queen of Asgard herself, placing him among the elite sorcerers. Yet, he had never sensed Chun Su's presence nor comprehended his sudden emergence, leaving him incredulous that he could not see through the concealment of a mere mortal. It seems you remain unchanged, as before. Mortal, mind your tone. I am a prince of Asgard, a god. A god? A deity that even someone like me, who has stood here for so long, failed to notice? In an instant, Chun Su's words rendered Loki speechless. Indeed, he too found it hard to believe that he could not perceive a mere mortal's invisibility spell. Who exactly are you? The New York Temple, Chun Su. Upon hearing Chun Su's words, Loki immediately discerned his origins. A sorcerer from Kamartaj? What brings you here? Or rather, what are your thoughts regarding my brother? Upon learning of Chun Su's background, Loki felt a flicker of astonishment within. He was acutely aware of the enmity between Kamartaj and Asgard, knowing full well that it was the supreme sorcerer, the Ancient One, who had banished Asgard from Earth. This knowledge instilled a sense of inferiority in Loki. What brings us here? As guardians of Earth, we have come to ascertain what disturbances you have stirred or what devastation you may have wrought upon the planet. What is your purpose in coming here? Or do you wish to return to Earth? These inquiries pique our interest and warrant further exploration. It appears that you have not changed at all. Enough. I warn you once more to adjust your tone. Chun Su smiled nonchalantly, disregarding Loki's implication. Witnessing this, a surge of fury ignited within Loki, as if he were poised to strike Chun Su at any moment. Chapter 22. Supreme Magic Mortal, you are no match for the Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One. In truth, Loki was attempting to intimidate Chun Su. From the moment Chun Su appeared, Loki had not sensed his presence. He recognized that Chun Su's power was undoubtedly formidable, far surpassing his own. If a confrontation were to ensue, the outcome was uncertain, which made Loki hesitant to act against Chun Su. Moreover, Loki sensed a surveillance spell upon Thor, presuming it to be Odin's, thus failing to pay it any mind. The surveillance spell on my brother was cast by you, wasn't it? Chun Su did not deny Loki's accusation. Was it the Ancient One who sent you? Naturally, you did not bother to announce your arrival. You simply tore through the barrier we had established and arrived on Earth with no semblance of decorum, treating the planet as if it were your own home, coming and going as you please. We merely wished to observe your intentions. Foolish mortal, you. Loki was incensed by Chun Su's dismissive attitude, feeling that Asgard was being belittled. His desire to teach Chun Su a lesson was palpable, yet he was acutely aware that Chun Su represented the Ancient One, the very entity responsible for their banishment from Earth. Additionally, the possibility that Chun Su's strength might far exceed his own instilled a profound sense of unease in Loki. Chun Su, observing Loki's flustered demeanor, found great satisfaction in his apparent helplessness. Upon arriving on Earth, what precisely is Asgard's purpose? Or rather, what is your purpose? Chun Su was acutely aware of Loki's intentions for coming to Earth. We can pursue our own objectives, as long as you refrain from interfering with our plans. We will not trouble you. With that, Loki vanished, leaving Chun Su to exit as well, leaving only Thor, who had been deceived by Loki, to weep inconsolably in the interrogation room. Just as Chun Su was about to return to his hotel, he felt a formidable surge of energy in the sky that distorted space, causing violent spatial fluctuations. A radiant beam of multicolored light descended from above before disappearing in an instant. Chun Su recognized this as the Bifrost, Asgard's tool for traversing the cosmos, signaling Loki's return to Asgard. Meanwhile, Chun Su awaited his opportunity to journey to Asgard, which hinged on the arrival of the destroyer. Back in Asgard, Loki discovered that the three warriors and Sif, who were supposed to guard the Bifrost, were absent, having spent considerable time in their company. He knew they would not abandon their post. Upon noticing the Guardian's sword embedded in the Bifrost's activation point, he realized that the three warriors and Sif had gone to seek Thor. Most importantly, Heimdall was also missing, clearly having allowed them to depart intentionally. This incited an immense fury within Loki, who, now recently crowned as the king of Asgard, felt his authority was being challenged. In a fit of rage, he sought out Heimdall. Heimdall, you are betraying Asgard. A figure clad in golden armor, with eyes of a dark golden hue, stood leisurely gazing at the stars. Upon hearing Loki's furious inquiry, he turned to face him. My lord Loki, I merely went to, what was it? The restroom? Yes, the restroom. And the Guardian's sword? Loki demanded. I was only gone for a moment. I didn't take it with me. Loki's composure shattered once more. His previous emotional explosion was triggered by Chun Su's disdain, which had left him infuriated yet powerless to retaliate. Now, faced with Heimdall's defiance, Loki foresaw Thor's reaction upon discovering the truth, which would completely disrupt his plans. Loki glared at Heimdall, who had made another decision. He pulled forth a blue ice box. Appearing in his grasp, Heimdall recoiled at the sight of the box, instantly recognizing it. It was the artifact of the Frost Giants, possessing the power to freeze planets and halt time, capable of immobilizing an entire world with its immense might. Heimdall, he bellowed, what do you intend to do? Put down the ice box, you cannot control it. Loki, filled with fury, regarded Heimdall without a hint of compliance. Heimdall, anxiety etched on his face, understood Loki's intentions all too well. He aimed to placate Loki and seize the icebox in the process. However, Loki offered him no opportunity, instantly encasing him in ice, sealing away the rainbow bridge as well. Heimdall assumed a position as if to rush towards Loki, reaching for the icy box, yet before he could make contact, Loki ensnared him in ice, rendering him immobile. Loki grasped the eternal spear, tapped it against the ground, coldly muttered a few words to Heimdall, then turned away. Striding towards the palace of Asgard. On Earth, A terrifying force warped the fabric of space, and Chen Su took notice. His chance to return to Asgard had arrived. He had not returned to New York, but remained here, observing. Yet, there was one individual who frequently approached him for conversation, none other than Agent Phil Coulson. Chen Su recognized him, but chose not to expose his identity. Thor had also been incapacitated, and those agents of Coulson regarded him as a madman, releasing him. At this moment, the god of thunder, once arrogant and haughty, had humbled himself to the status of an ordinary man, no longer prone to reckless destruction. He was even attempting to learn how to cook. However, this tranquil existence was disrupted by four oddly dressed individuals, none other than the three warriors in Sif. Deliberately released by Hela, they successfully located Thor. "Hey, Thor, we found you. Brother, what are you doing?" Upon seeing them, Thor's heart swelled with joy, as if he had encountered family amidst despair, providing him with immense comfort. Ah, Sif. Yet, the destroyer did not arrive as Chen Su had anticipated. After several days of waiting, there were still no signs of devastation approaching Earth. Chen Su felt perplexed. What is going on? Is my presence triggering a butterfly effect, altering the course of events? Or has Loki faltered? This notion might be somewhat far-fetched, yet it was the most plausible explanation that Chen Su could conceive. In Asgard, Loki sat upon the throne, attending to matters of the realm. Suddenly, an individual clad in black appeared, arousing Loki's vigilance. He instinctively raised the eternal spear towards him, only to lower it again. Clearly, the two were acquainted. This is Asgard. It is not a place one may enter at will, nor a realm to be trifled with. Even if your master were to arrive, he would need to show respect to Odin's son. Indeed, my master would extend politeness to Odin's son. But what about you? Are you deserving of such courtesy? The emphasis on those words was unmistakable. Upon hearing them, Loki was instantly enraged. I am now the king of Asgard. Your master must bow before me. The man in black ceased the argument with Loki, instead elucidating the matter. As long as Thor lives, your throne remains precarious. Allow me to ponder for a few days. After all, he is my brother. He is not your brother. You are the son of a frost giant. The words struck Loki's heart with the precision of a blade, piercing directly into his soul. His fists clenched tightly, as if a resolute decision had been made. Can we discuss the terms? Certainly. At that moment, on Earth, Chen Su had grown somewhat impatient in this small town, gazing at the coffee in his hands. Should I seek out the Ancient One? Surely, she has a way to grant me entry into Asgard. But what excuse could I possibly use to access Odin's treasury? If all else fails, perhaps I should abandon this mission. The system never mandated its completion. After all, I shall proceed according to my own capabilities. Just as Chen Su was on the verge of surrendering and returning to the New York sanctum, he suddenly sensed a terrifying energy in the sky, which tore through the magical barrier they had erected. A vortex materialized in the heavens, captivating the attention of all present. Chen Su stepped out of the CAF, raising his gaze as a beam of energy connected the earth to the sky. Thor also noticed the unusual phenomenon above, letting out a sigh, shrouded in an inexplicable sorrow. In truth, Thor had been on Earth for an extended period, prepared to relinquish his past, shedding his identity as the Prince of Asgard, forsaking his divine powers. Believing that Loki had ascended as the king of Asgard and would spare him. Now, it seemed he had been mistaken. He still sought Loki's demise. Thor instructed the doctor beside him to hail a taxi and depart swiftly, while he himself clutched a beer, braving the tempest as he approached the beam of energy. Observing Thor's actions, Chen Su refrained from intervening, fully aware that Thor would not meet his end. As a traveler, he knew precisely what was to unfold. Thor would reclaim his powers, wield the hammer of the thunder god, and shatter the destroyer. Chen Su felt a flicker of anticipation, curious to witness how the mighty Thor, one of Marvel's triumvirate, would employ his hammer. More importantly, he yearned to understand how Thor commanded storms and lightning, seizing the opportunity to observe and enhance his own magical prowess. The destroyer, an ultimate weapon forged by Odin to combat the Celestials, possessed immense power. It was crafted from rare materials that Odin had acquired during his youthful exploits across the cosmos, boasting an indestructible hardness. Odin had wielded it to conquer the 9 realms and establish the realm of Asgard. Now, this ultimate weapon stood merely 3 meters before Thor, channeling energy lasers aimed directly at him. Thor addressed the destroyer. "Brother, I do not know what I have done to provoke this transformation in you. I only hope that once I am gone, you will spare others and refrain from harming those I hold dear. I know you can hear and see me." In truth, Loki was manipulating the destroyer, perceiving Thor's words through its eyes from 3 meters away. He hesitated, pausing for a moment, and the destroyer too momentarily stilled. Yet, almost instantly, it directed its assault at Thor, unleashing a beam of energy laser aimed straight at him. Thor, unwavering in the face of the energy laser emitted by the destroyer, stood resolute, having surrendered himself to fate. He closed his eyes, awaiting the inevitable embrace of death. All seemed lost. The energy beam struck him, scorching his body and causing him to cough up blood, leaving him on the brink of unconsciousness. Meanwhile, the three warriors, alongside Sif and Jane, rushed toward the ailing Thor. In that moment, Chen Su seized the opportunity and positioned himself before Thor, fully aware that he would soon regain his divine powers to shatter the destroyer. Chen Su's intention was to win Thor's favor and assist him in confronting Loki, hoping to be taken to Asgard. With the prospect of witnessing the fabled Odin's treachery, Chen Su felt invigorated. "Come forth, Loki," he silently challenged, eager to witness the legendary battle armor of destruction. However, Chen Su was unprepared for Loki's sudden command over the destroyer, directing an even more terrifying energy beam toward him. Reacting swiftly, he summoned the Hand of God, conjuring a magical shield to deflect the assault. The clash stirred a cloud of dust, and Loki's voice resonated from the destroyer. "Mortal, I wondered who it might be." "Oh, it is you. What business do you have with me? I harbor no grievances against you, Loki. Why direct your ire toward me? Alas, you obstructed my path. Prepare to witness the consequences of defying a god and the wrath of the king of Asgard." Chen Su was taken aback by Loki's words. Just as he grappled with this revelation, a surge of energy, more potent than before, surged toward him. After successfully blocking the attack with his magical shield, he retaliated, unleashing chaos magic to create a sphere of pure annihilation directed at the destroyer. To his astonishment, it merely stripped away a layer of the destroyer's skin, leaving him bewildered. At that moment, Loki was equally astonished. This mortal had managed to damage the seemingly indestructible destroyer. Yet, Loki was undeterred, continuing his assault on Chen Su. When the destroyer ceased its assault, Chen Su was taken aback. This was not the Loki he knew. In the next instant, a wave of frigid air emanated from the destroyer, which began to encase itself in a layer of icy armor, its chilling aura slowing the motion of the surrounding molecules to an excruciating crawl. Chen Su sensed a powerful surge of energy emanating from the destroyer. Yet this energy was accompanied by an incredibly frigid aura. Soon after, Loki's furious roar echoed from the destroyer, proclaiming, "Mortal, I shall now let you experience the consequences of defying the divine." Chen Su smiled nonchalantly. This was the Loki he recognized. However, he did not falter in fear. Just as Chen Su prepared to gather his strength to obliterate the destroyer, the sky suddenly darkened, filled with ominous clouds, and lightning flashed violently. Thunderous dragons of lightning writhed within the blackened clouds, and then a colossal bolt of lightning, brimming with vitality, enveloped Thor. The once faltering Thor was instantly revitalized, regaining his divine powers and seizing the hammer of the god of thunder. Clad in silver armor, draped in a crimson cloak, and wearing a somewhat naive expression, Thor had returned. "Who are you? A denizen of Kamartaj?" "Indeed. Chen Su from the New York Sanctum," he replied. No sooner had Chen Su introduced himself than Thor charged forward, hammer in hand. Thor first hurled the hammer at the destroyer, sending it flying. As it soared into the air, he spun the hammer, and in an instant, an enormous storm materialized at the heart of the town, infused with an endless dance of lightning. The destroyer was caught in the tempest. Loki, controlling the destroyer, unleashed terrifying energy lasers toward everyone, but Thor thwarted each one. With a devastating crack of thunder, he swung the hammer towards the destroyer, unleashing a blinding flash of white light. Everyone, except for Chen Su, shut their eyes. The destroyer was utterly vanquished by the god of thunder, and the colossal storm dissipated as Thor descended from the heavens. He rushed toward Thor, astonished. "Is this truly how you once were?" "Yes, remain here for a moment. Once I handle my brother, I shall seek you out." Standing nearby, Chen Su grasped the opportunity to venture to Asgard and interjected, "Are you referring to Loki?" Thor turned to face Chen Su. He had noticed him before, often seen in the CAF, mistakenly assuming he was merely an ordinary man. "You know Loki? Who are you?" "Chen Su from the New York Sanctum, the Sorcerer Supreme's disciple." "Ancient one. Indeed. If you intend to confront your brother, his illusions could pose a challenge. Perhaps I can assist you." Chen Su suppressed his excitement and spoke cautiously. Thor, without hesitation, nodded in agreement. Very well. In times past, Thor might have outright refused, believing himself invincible as Odin's son. However, the Thor of today was no longer the same brash youth. His former arrogance had gradually given way to the emergence of an exceptional leader. Thor shouted to the skies, "Heimdall!" At this moment, Heimdall had long been encased in ice by Loki, yet even in his frozen state, he heard the call of the thunder god. A delicate crack appeared in the ice surrounding Heimdall, gradually expanding until it shattered completely. However, the two soldiers tasked with guarding Asgard as traitor were indeed unfortunate. The new king of Asgard had immediately sent them to this post. How could these two soldiers possibly stand against Heimdall? In mere moments, They were effortlessly subdued and left sprawled on the ground. Heimdall swiftly planted the sword of protection upon the Bifrost. Meanwhile, on Earth, Thor gazed at the sky, sensing an unsettling stillness, which filled him with perplexity. Chun-Su was equally tense, suspecting that Loki was behind the turmoil. Could it be that after such a long struggle, they were on the brink of reaching Asgard only to face failure now? Surely Thor had not missed the call. That seemed impossible. Heimdall's all-seeing eyes pierced through the cosmos, and he knew of the summons. Yet, why was there no response? Could it be that Loki had somehow, before Chun-Su could finish his thought, a strange disturbance rippled through the sky, unleashing a terrifying energy that tore through the fabric of Earth and enveloped Thor in him? Chun-Su found himself seamlessly entering the Bifrost. Was this truly the legendary Rainbow Bridge? He marveled at the vibrant energy barriers surrounding him, tempted to reach out and touch them. Suddenly, Thor, in a fit of urgency, cautioned Chun-Su, "Do not touch anything. Be wary of falling out of the spatial tunnel and becoming lost in the cosmos." Startled, Chun-Su realized that Thor was not merely issuing a warning. This was genuine peril. He recalled scenes from Thor, Ragnarok, where Thor and Loki had been exiled, and a wave of dread washed over him, prompting him to retract his hand. Before long, they arrived in Asgard. Thor beheld Heimdall, injured by Loki's eternal spear. "Chun-Su, please assist him," he implored. "Of course," Chun-Su replied. No sooner had the words left Thor's lips than he rushed towards the heart of Asgard's temple in search of Loki. Chun-Su, determined not to be left behind, sought an excuse. "Are your injuries severe? Should I help you to the royal palace for treatment?" Blood trickled from Heimdall's lips, but he offered no response. Assuming silence indicated consent, Chun-Su conjured magic to carry Heimdall towards the palace. Upon their arrival, Thor and Loki were already engaged in fierce combat. Loki unleashed energy beams from the eternal spear, capable of piercing anything, while Thor wielded Mjolnir with relentless fervor. Chun-Su noticed a noble-looking middle-aged woman anxiously observing the clash between Loki and Thor. Without needing to guess, he recognized her as Frigga, Odin's wife, the queen of Asgard, and the mother of Thor and Loki. She truly wished to separate the two, yet hesitated, fearing the emotional toll it might take on them. Upon witnessing Chun-Su supporting Heimdall, her eyes sparkled with determination, and she approached without hesitation. "You are a friend of Thor, are you not?" "Kamataj, Chun-Su. I have met the queen." Chun-Su performed a respectful gesture toward the queen, executing a classic mage's salute. Chapter 25. Mastery of Power. Can you help me part them? They are both my children. Regardless of who wins or loses, my heart aches for them. Even as an outsider, Chun-Su felt a surge of emotion, silently marveling at what a wonderful mother she was. One could only wonder how many good deeds Thor and Loki must have accomplished in their past lives to be blessed with such a mother in this one. However, as a time traveler, Chun-Su couldn't help but feel a twinge of sorrow for her fate. In the future, Frigga would indirectly suffer due to Loki's actions. Of course, Chun-Su had his reasons for intervening, primarily to earn the queen's favor in his quest to access Odin's treasury. He summoned chaotic magic, and instantly, a vibrant and mysterious red energy coalesced in his hands. A powerful surge of red energy emerged at the center of their confrontation. Yet Thor and Loki showed no signs of stopping. Loki brandished the eternal spear, while the god of thunder raised Mjolnir, both aiming at the wall of red energy that Chun-Su had conjured. However, their efforts proved futile, as all the energy they unleashed rebounded upon themselves. Undeterred, Chun-Su employed chaotic magic to alter the very fabric of reality, rendering them incapable of wielding their powers. In an instant, Loki and Thor felt an overwhelming weakness. Their magic remained within them, yet they were unable to access it, suppressed by an inexplicable force. Loki gazed at Chun-Su in utter shock, clearly aware of the nature of that red energy. Thor, on the other hand, exhibited no change, only admiration. The astonishment was shared not only by Loki but also by Queen Frigga, who, as the Queen of Asgard, was naturally well-versed in lore. She could hardly believe that someone in the world had mastered chaotic magic. Loki shared her incredulity. They had only heard of such power. One of the most primal divine forces, capable of unimaginable strength. Yet now, someone could wield it, albeit not in its entirety. After the confrontation, Frigga remained motionless, her gaze fixed on Chun-Su. He, too, caught her eye and awkwardly inquired, "Is there a problem, Your Majesty?" She realized her demeanor had been somewhat ungracious and offered a shy smile. "Oh, it's nothing. I am truly grateful to you for intervening and preventing further conflict and harm between them." Loki looked at Chun-Su in disbelief, and Chun-Su, noticing his gaze, simply smiled, harboring no ulterior motives. The two who had ceased fighting turned to Frigga, simultaneously bowing respectfully and addressing her, "Mother." Loki may not be her biological son, yet the bond shared between them is undeniably genuine. Loki has set aside his pride and paused his actions, while Thor, as a true son, is even less in need of persuasion. Witnessing this harmonious scene, Chun-Su realizes that his opportunity has arrived. Your Majesty, I have a humble request. I wonder if you might grant it. What is it? Children, we will certainly do our utmost to assist you. I wish to visit Odin's treasury, may I? Upon hearing this, both Loki and Thor instantly expressed discontent, with Thor suspecting that Chun-Su's assistance was merely a ruse to covet the treasures within Odin's vault. Observing their reaction, Chun-Su hurriedly clarified, please do not misunderstand. I am not after the treasures. As a fellow Earthling, I have heard tales of Odin since childhood and simply wish to witness the legendary treasury. After my visit, I shall depart, and of course, you are welcome to accompany me. His words had an immediate effect. Frigga, smiling, replied, of course, Thor will take you there. Chun-Su noted Loki's expression and sensed his reluctance, yet he paid no heed to Loki's sentiments. Follow me, Thor instructed, leading Chun-Su through a lengthy corridor until they arrived at a grand door. A powerful magical seal adorned the entrance, which Chun-Su recognized as Odin's doing. Being the custodian of such a treasure, it was only natural to safeguard it meticulously, lest it be pilfered. Thor stepped forward to unlock the door. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed, congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the sign-in task and have received the Omega Ray. The system has facilitated the combination of chaos magic and the Omega Ray. Chun-Su was momentarily taken aback. The Omega Ray, was it not the skill of a great villain from the cosmos? Indeed, but like the iron body, it is incomplete, the system confirmed. A surge of elation coursed through Chun-Su. With the system's presence, could he truly fear incompleteness? After claiming the reward, a sudden, intense pain pierced his eyes, prompting him to shut them tightly. After a brief interlude, the agony dissipated. When he reopened his eyes, the world appeared transformed. He could now perceive the microscopic entities around him, even the molecular structure of the air. Chun-Su, weren't you keen to explore? Why do you linger there? Thor's voice jolted him from his excitement. In truth, he no longer felt a pressing need to enter, yet having invested so much effort, he thought it only fitting to take a look. Upon entering the treasury, a kaleidoscope of extraordinary treasures greeted his gaze, each radiating a unique energy. As he ventured deeper, an overwhelming magical aura enveloped him. Following this potent energy, he beheld a swirling mass of flames. Without hesitation, he reached out to touch it, only to be halted by Thor. Do not touch that flame, it will reduce you to ashes. Could this be the fabled eternal flame? Indeed, this is the legendary eternal flame, an unquenchable fire that burns eternally. It is no wonder that you feel an irresistible urge to approach it. Those who possess the eternal flame experience an unparalleled enhancement of their magical abilities. This treasure was won by my father, Odin, during his youth when he vanquished the fire giant, Surtur. Chun-Su did not attempt to sense it with his mental prowess. In fact, he had just tried. But as he neared its vicinity, he was met with a wave of terror, accompanied by an overwhelming heat. Before him stood a giant wielding a colossal sword. Engulfed in flames, indeed, it was Surtur, the fire giant. Let us proceed. I shall show you other wonders. Chun-Su did not linger, unable to keep pace. After a while, a blue cube captured his attention, radiating a potent spatial energy. What is that? Chun-Su inquired, his curiosity piqued as he gestured towards the tesseract. That is the tesseract. It can be used for teleportation, Thor replied nonchalantly. Chapter 26. Aspiration. Chun-Su found himself at a loss for words at Thor's casual explanation. Naturally, he understood that Thor's knowledge was limited, as he was primarily drawn to battle. Adjacent to the tesseract was another object, a massive glove. Unmistakably the infinity gauntlet that Thanos would wear in the future, though it remained uncertain whether this one was genuine, as it bore no infinity stones. Subsequently, Thor showcased a plethora of rare treasures, and after perusing them, Chun-Su felt an overwhelming impulse to gather them all, though he knew such thoughts were mere fantasies. After all, if he were to take Odin's possessions, surely Odin would pursue him to Earth to exact vengeance. Eventually, Chun-Su decided to leave, feeling that the excitement had waned. However, Thor grew increasingly animated, reluctant to depart. Chun-Su, exasperated, ultimately prevailed, and they exited together. Seeing no further matters to attend to, Chun-Su requested Thor to summon Hela to return him to Earth. I apologize for intruding upon your treasury, he said politely. Thor and Frigga appeared unfazed, smiling as they reassured him, what is there to worry about? From this day forth, you are our friend in Asgard, and you are always welcome here. Loki, on the other hand, wore a distinctly unwilling expression. Farewell, everyone. Chun-Su traversed the Rainbow Bridge back to Earth. The scene of Chun-Su and Thor battling the Destructor on Earth was witnessed by the agents of S, H, I, E, L, D, and various American consulates, leaving them utterly bewildered. In just a few days, what had they witnessed? Aliens and deities, beings once confined to the realm of mythology, have now materialized into reality, leaving humanity increasingly powerless and acutely aware of the existence of other, more formidable civilizations. This realization breeds profound unease, compelling them to seek knowledge about these entities. Yet they remain elusive, akin to phantoms without any records within terrestrial society. At this moment within S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Phil Coulson is briefing a bald man adorned with an eye patch regarding his unsettling discoveries. Nick Fury listens intently, his face etched with anxiety and helplessness as he gazes upon the report for the Avengers Initiative. It appears that the urgency of this plan must be escalated, as the events that have transpired in just a few days have rendered Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. utterly unprepared, perpetually in a state of passivity. His expression is grave, and upon sensing Fury's contemplative demeanor, Coulson halts his briefing and carefully exits the room. If only she were here. In the sanctuary of New York, Chun-Su has returned from Asgard and resumed a monotonous existence, diligently patrolling the dark realms and reinforcing the magical seals of the sanctuary. Apart from sleeping, he spends nearly all his time immersed in the library, tirelessly developing a fusion of chaotic magic and Omega rays. Following the application of Omega rays, as the system had indicated, he has only tapped into a fraction of its potential, yet the power unleashed is staggering. The traditional capabilities of the Omega rays can only be described as terrifying, capable of obliterating matter. This energy can nearly penetrate all forms of matter on Earth, including Captain America's shield, which, forged from vibranium, is renowned for its unparalleled durability due to the near-zero distance of its molecular structure. However, the amalgamation of Chun-Su's chaotic powers with Omega rays elevates the annihilation of matter to an extraordinary level. He even harbors the illusion that he could pierce through the very Earth itself, yet this remains merely a conjecture. He dares not experiment, fearing the catastrophic consequences of actually breaching the planet. Moreover, this newfound vision is no longer constrained like Superman's laser vision. The Omega rays emanating from his eyes can shift direction in accordance with his thoughts, adhering to any physical laws. In an absurd display, Chun-Su employs this ability to swat mosquitoes in his dormitory, a sight that would surely infuriate the cosmic villain Darkseid were he to witness it. Upon returning from Asgard, Chun-Su reports to the Ancient One, only to receive unexpected yet predictable news. The two star-crossed lovers have once again clashed. No sooner had he departed than they commenced a genuine confrontation, one that promises to be earnest and intense. Thor inadvertently sent Loki tumbling into the abyss of the cosmos, leaving him adrift in the vastness of space. Odin awakened to witness his two sons embroiled in conflict over the throne, while another lay in uncertainty, prompting a nationwide mourning in Asgard and the postponement of all affairs. Chun-Su, aware of Loki's whereabouts, prepared to delve into the unfolding events of the Avengers saga. Naturally, Loki sought an alliance with Thanos, and indeed, reality aligned with Chun-Su's expectations. In the midst of an ancient, desolate starfield, a throne loomed above the chasm, occupied by a being of divine semblance. This creature, with its pale purple skin and grotesque features, exuded an aura that struck terror. Clad in resplendent golden armor, it radiated a cosmic presence. Before it stood a figure draped in green, adorned with two sharp horns. Indeed, this was Loki, facing the formidable Thanos seated upon the throne. Loki gazed at the godlike Thanos, his indignation palpable, for he had always considered himself a deity. In keeping with Loki's temperament, he found it intolerable. Yet the profound aura emanating from Thanos, as deep as the abyss and as weighty as the universe itself, rendered him momentarily speechless. "Loki, you have greatly disappointed me," Thanos remarked. Loki, disheartened by his failure, felt his long-held pride still flickering within him. "Is this how you treat your allies?" Loki retorted. "This is your hospitality? Once, you were the king of Asgard and our ally. Now, you are but a lost dog. If this is the case, why did you rescue me? To humiliate and mock me? Your purpose has been fulfilled. What more do you desire? Very well, if I am of no use to you, I shall take my leave," Loki declared, feigning retreat. Chapter 27. The army. Loki recognized that Thanos still required his assistance in locating the Infinity Stones, and he was not yet prepared to confront his father, Odin, directly. Thanos fixed his unwavering gaze upon Loki. "Thus, I shall grant you another chance. I will mobilize an entire army at your command, but you must surrender the Tesseract to me." Realization dawned upon Loki. Thanos' true aim was the Infinity Stones. Understanding the immense power of these artifacts, one of the most formidable in existence, Loki grasped why Thanos had persistently aided him. You must comprehend the extraordinary might of the Infinity Stones. Possessing them equates to wielding dominion over the universe itself, You would ascend as the new god of all, omniscient and omnipotent. Therefore, this trivial exchange for the Infinity Stone may prove insufficient. Rest assured, once you procure the Infinity Stones, whatever you desire shall be yours. Thanos assured him. Infinite gems, such formidable entities, possess unparalleled energy. To wield and possess such power is no trivial matter. The user must inherently possess immense capability. Are you certain you can master it? I have my own methods, which you need not concern yourself with. Merely fulfill the promise between us, and that shall suffice. Thanos produced a scepter adorned with a blue gem and presented it to Loki. I shall lend you this. It can assist you. This scepter has the power to ensnare the minds of others, placing them under your control, thus aiding you in your endeavors. Agreed. I hope you will honor your word. At the New York Sanctum, Chun Tzu remained immersed in the library, diligently studying magic. He carved out time to practice the Omega Beam, growing increasingly adept with the Omega 4 stars. Just as he prepared to return to the library after reinforcing the sanctum's seals with the other mages, a voice halted him. Indeed, the owner of that voice was the Ancient One. Chun Tzu was momentarily taken aback, puzzled as to why the Ancient One sought him. Yet, he did not refuse and proceeded to the Ancient One's sanctum. Upon arriving at the entrance, he hesitated, lingering at the door. Suddenly, a voice resonated from within the hall. Since you are here, why not enter? Startled, Chun Tzu opened the door and stepped inside. The grand palace was nearly empty, save for the Ancient One, who turned to regard him. Chun Tzu quickly bowed. Greetings, Supreme One. Chun Tzu, you have been performing admirably of late. Thank you for your kind words, Supreme One. Do you know why I summoned you? I do not. Are you aware of the news concerning Mombilia? Chun Tzu paused, bewildered. What? Surely you jest. Has he not perished? Indeed, you vanquished him in the dark dimension during your last encounter. Alas, he has re-emerged within that realm. What? How can this be? Could it be that he? Upon death, a soul is meant to return to the cosmic foundation. However, he was ensnared by Dormammu's deception, becoming one of his acolytes. Dormammu is an adversary of the multiverse, persistently attempting to invade this universe. Consequently, Mombilia, as Dormammu's follower, is indirectly perceived as an enemy by the universe, which will not accept him. Then how did he reappear in the dark dimension? The cosmic foundation did not accept him. Instead, he was cast into hell, where his soul was delivered to Dormammu by a lord of hell, Satanish. Chun Tzu was well aware of Satanish, having encountered references to him in the tome Mysteries of Hell, the Lords of Hell. He is a demon lord born alongside Fielstow, perpetually vying for the position of the Lord of Hell, embodying immense power as a formidable demon lord. What drives his ambition? Is there a connection between Satanish and Mam? Indeed, Satanish was elevated to the role of Lord of Hell through the support of Dormammu. Chun Tzu was taken aback, unable to fathom such a revelation. And he silently mourned for Mombilia. Are there further developments? A few months ago, the Crimson Cosmos exhibited unusual activity. Chun Tzu hesitated, pondering whether he was the cause. Can you sense the surge of the Phoenix Force? Chun Tzu paused, uncertain, questioning its relevance to him. As the Supreme Sorcerer, the esteemed Ancient One is well acquainted with the pinnacle of cosmic powers. The cosmic star represents the apex of cosmic marvels. If merged, the individual could possess abilities rivaling those of the multiverse. The Phoenix Force, however, follows closely behind. Billions of years ago, the Phoenix Force was shattered into countless fragments, scattered across the universe, in search of a host capable of reuniting them. It surprised me to learn that the eruption of the Phoenix Force was indeed instigated by you. Moreover, a particular aspect of the Crimson Cosmos also stems from you, as I sense the essence of chaotic power within you. The power of chaos stands alongside the Phoenix Force as a cosmic force. The Phoenix Force is the embodiment of all cosmic emotions and life, wielding the power to create and obliterate. Conversely, the power of chaos represents the fundamental realities of the universe, possessing the capacity to alter the fabric of the multiverse and even to restart it. The Ancient One spoke slowly. Those influenced by the Phoenix Force will gain formidable strength and have their emotions magnified. Simply put, the good become better, and the bad become worse. The power of chaos, however, can materialize thoughts into reality, distorting it and modifying every physical law within it. Yet, this force is challenging to control, requiring profound understanding of the world to be wielded effectively. As the Ancient One concluded, the system's voice resonated once more. Please proceed to the Golden Horn Tower to sign in for a reward. You have already acquired the power of chaos. May you also attain the Phoenix Force, the Ancient One summarized. Observing that he could no longer conceal his chaotic power, Chun Tzu chose not to deny it. Very well. Is there anything else you wish to impart, esteemed one? The Ancient One hesitated, gazing at Chun Tzu. Other matters shall be addressed once you obtain the Phoenix Force. Chun Tzu bowed and exited. Suddenly, the Ancient One called out to him again. Chun Tzu was startled. Esteemed one, do you have further instructions? I have a tome regarding the power of chaos. Take it and study it well. Chapter 28. The Power of Chaos. I hope this book will aid you in mastering the application of chaotic power. Chun Tzu suppressed the elation coursing through him, his palms trembling as he accepted the book handed to him by Ancient One. He thought to himself, how remarkable that Ancient One possesses such a tome. Perhaps there are even more potent volumes within his collection, containing arcane spells of unparalleled power. He resolved to devise a plan to access those books and explore their secrets in the sanctum. After receiving the book, Chun Tzu addressed the elder, Master. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Yes, you may go, Ancient One replied. Chun Tzu then pushed open the grand doors of the sanctum and departed without a glance back. As Ancient One observed Chun Tzu's retreating figure, his thoughts remained inscrutable. He sighed softly, turning his gaze toward the vaulted ceiling of the sanctum, as if attempting to pierce through its depths. Elated, Chun Tzu clutched the book tightly as he traversed the magical teleportation array, returning to the New York sanctum. He first returned to his dormitory, placing the book carefully aside. Opting not to delve into its contents immediately, but rather intending to check in at the Stark Tower beforehand. Emerging through the spatial portal outside the New York sanctum, he deliberately avoided the bustling thoroughfares, opting for a quieter corner to prevent unnecessary commotion. He then walked towards a more populated street and hailed a taxi. Driver, to Stark Tower, please. As they journeyed, Chun Tzu pondered the nature of the Phoenix Force and why it had stirred in response to him. Was not Jean Grey the host of the Phoenix Force? Could it be attributed to his formidable mental prowess? He recalled that Jean Grey was a mutant endowed with telepathic abilities, akin to the professor's mental manipulation, which rendered her mental strength exceptionally potent, leading the Phoenix Force to choose her as its vessel. Indeed, Chun Tzu's immense mental power, capable of piercing through the multiverse, was sensed by the Phoenix Force. In truth, the Phoenix Force selected its hosts based on the ability to reconstruct its full essence. Chun Tzu's extraordinary mental energy was precisely what incited the Phoenix Force's tumultuous awakening. Before long, the taxi came to a halt. The driver, a robust African-American man, engaged in jovial conversation, seamlessly transitioning from tales of Captain America to the Fantastic Four. Are we at Stark Tower yet? Chun Tzu inquired. Not quite. There are two individuals fighting up ahead. We may not be able to proceed, the driver responded. What? There's a fight? Chun Tzu exclaimed. Indeed. We must move quickly. We could be caught in the fray, and it would jeopardize our safety, the driver insisted. Just as he attempted to turn the vehicle around, Chun Tzu abruptly called for him to stop. Are you out of your mind? You still wish to go there? Aren't you afraid for your life? The driver questioned incredulously. Of course, I am afraid. Please just let me out here. You should leave at once. Thank you, driver. Without a moment's hesitation, the driver sped away, muttering under his breath, I can't believe there are truly people unafraid of death. With that, he drove off without a second thought. After Chun Tzu disembarked, he employed his chaotic magic to establish a psychic control over the frenzied crowd, effortlessly parting them to clear a path, a testament to the advantages of chaotic magic. He smoothly navigated through the throngs of onlookers and police to arrive at the base of the Golden Horn building, where he beheld a skirmish involving several individuals, as well as a few officers trembling in their attempts to intervene, rendered powerless and despondent. Among the fighters were the Fantastic Four, two of whom were engaged in combat with Dr. Doom, whose destructive aura had transformed the surrounding architecture into a desolate ruin. Call me Dr. Doom, Victor proclaimed, clad in a brown hooded trench coat, as he seized Mr. Fantastic by the throat, bellowing his newly adopted name in a hoarse voice. At that moment, a voice resonated within the air, announcing the successful completion of a mission by the host, along with the receipt of a reward from the system, 1,000th of the Phoenix Force. Just as this proclamation echoed, a phoenix's call reverberated in Chun Tzu's ears. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself no longer on Earth, but rather suspended in the void, confronted by a phoenix of colossal proportions, radiating a resplendent crimson-golden hue. The energy around it flowed with a languid grace, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura that enveloped him, embodying the quintessence of beauty. Chun Tzu was astounded by the sheer magnificence and power of this phoenix, but in the next instant, an unexpected assault obliterated the magnificent creature into countless fragments, scattering them throughout the multiverse. Overwhelmed, Chun Tzu found himself at a loss for words, grappling with the enormity of his emotions, and comprehending the profound truth that there are indeed beings beyond beings, realms beyond realms. His own strength was pathetically insufficient. Is this the essence of the Phoenix Force? Feeling the formidable power merging within him, he realized that both the chaotic energy and the Phoenix Force coursed through his veins. An apprehension took hold of him, fearing a potential conflict between these two forces. As the energies drew closer, the system's voice re-emerged, indicating that it was assisting in the amalgamation of the chaotic energy. The Phoenix Force and Omega rays within the host's body, urging patience. Chen Su was taken aback. Could they truly unite? Such was the prowess of the system. An essential companion for any traveler through realms. Within Chen Su, the chaotic energy and the Phoenix Force spun and gradually merged, culminating in the birth of a resplendent golden-red phoenix. Its exquisitely beautiful eyes appeared to reflect the entirety of the cosmic stars, intermittently flashing with a stunning crimson-golden luminescence, as if to pierce through the very fabric of the universe. In the episode where a confrontation ensued, Chen Su's presence was notably acknowledged. Dr. Doom unleashed 2 energy beams directed at Chen Su, who adeptly employed telekinesis to manipulate energy, creating a protective energy field that reflected the beams back toward Dr. Doom himself. Subsequently, Chen Su executed a freezing spell, encasing 2 members of the Fantastic Four, along with Dr. Doom, in ice, rendering them motionless like exquisite ice sculptures. Without casting a backward glance, Chen Su melded into the crowd. The encased Dr. Doom fixated on the direction from which Chen Su departed, muttering to himself. It was indeed true. His mother's words held weight. Magic was real, and its potency was astounding. He vowed to become a sorcerer in due time. In Chapter 29, The Sanctum of the Ancient One, the seed of sorcery was sown within Dr. Doom's heart. He struggled fiercely against the encasement of ice, yet despite exerting every ounce of strength, he remained utterly immobile. Paradoxically, instead of feeling the slightest anger, a profound exhilaration surged within him, an excitement born from the formidable nature of magic, which solidified his determination to become a sorcerer. Having successfully acquired the power of the Phoenix, Chen Su returned to the New York Sanctum through a portal, and then traversed the magical teleportation array to reach the Sanctum of the Ancient One, where he boldly pushed open the door. Master, I have successfully attained the power of the Phoenix. You have attained the power of the Phoenix? Splendid. I am now at ease, replied the Ancient One, sensing the newfound profound energy coursing within Chen Su, mysterious and potent. Chen Su's intention for visiting the Ancient One was to seek out more powerful tomes of magic. But before he could articulate his desire, he was taken aback by the Ancient One's next utterance. Chen Su, I must attend to some matters in the coming days. I entrust you to assume the position of the Supreme Sorcerer in my stead. What? Master, are you jesting? Chen Su was momentarily flabbergasted. He had believed that the Ancient One's acknowledgement of his Phoenix power was for the purpose of research, never anticipating it was to entrust him with such a significant responsibility. However, I lack the requisite experience for such a monumental duty. Fear not, I have devised a solution. I shall have Mordo assist you. That will be more than sufficient. Why not simply have Mordo replace you directly? His abilities are insufficient. He cannot assume my role. You need not engage in any complex tasks. Merely safeguard this sanctum and ensure that Dormammu does not escape. A clever idea sparked in Chen Su's mind. May I peruse the tomes in your study, including your personal notes? Certainly. You may examine anything within. Chen Su's heart soared with joy. Very well. I shall temporarily stand in for you for a few days. However, there is one tome of utmost importance, the Book of Dark Incantations, which you must be exceedingly cautious with. Do not allow it to ensnare you, lest you become a puppet of Shumagorath. After concluding his conversation with Chen Su, Gui immediately opened a portal, stepping into it and vanishing without a trace, leaving no indication of his destination. Chen Su found himself in the sanctum, utterly bewildered, still grappling with the reality of having ascended to the status of the Supreme Sorcerer. Although he felt a spontaneous urge to laugh at the absurdity of it all, he merely contemplated this in silence before immersing himself in the library of the Gui Sanctum. The tomes within this sanctuary were unparalleled compared to those found in other sanctums. Chen Su dedicated himself to the pursuit of knowledge, intent on mastering all the magical arts contained within before Guyi's return. He aspired to absorb every fragment of wisdom housed in the library, leaving no stone unturned. However, reality proved far less accommodating than Chen Su had envisioned. As he assumed Guyi's role as the Supreme Sorcerer, the Dark Dimension's ruler, Dormammu, unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, striking once a day with frenzied intensity. This undeniably curtailed Chen Su's study time, inciting within him a blend of fury and helplessness, for he was utterly powerless against Dormammu. Dormammu, have you lost your mind? Attacking me daily, isn't that exhausting for you? If you're not tired, I certainly am. Dormammu's thunderous voice reverberated through the air, addressing Chen Su with palpable ire. Chen Su, what benefits has Gui conferred upon you to warrant such loyalty? His tone dripped with resentment towards Chen Su. Yet, Chen Su chose to disregard him entirely. Should he unleash his formidable mental prowess, potent enough to transcend the multiverse, the seals would be reinforced exponentially, forcing Dormammu to retreat in exasperation. Gradually, his presence faded from the sanctum. Only after Dormammu had vanished entirely did Chun Su finally exhale in relief. What is wrong with Dormammu? Why does he attack me with such fervor from the moment I take office? Is he treating me differently? Chun Su mused, feeling as though Dormammu was bullying him for his youth, perceiving him as an easy target. This perception incited a wave of indignation within him. Dormammu's relentless antics even prompted laughter among the other sorcerers in the sanctum, as it indeed appeared that he was taking advantage of Chun Su's inexperience. Although Chun Su was merely an acting supreme sorcerer, his strength commanded respect. Since Chun Su's appointment, Dormammu had been invigorated, launching frenzied assaults on the sanctum's seals. Yet, the other sorcerers felt helpless in the face of his onslaught, ultimately relying on Chun Su's extraordinary mental strength to fortify the magical barriers and repel Dormammu. Chun Su bellowed into the dark abyss, "Dormammu, what on earth are you doing? Have you lost your sanity?" Yet, Dormammu, far from perturbed, appeared rather elated. "What do you care? I am determined to drive you to madness. I shall annoy you relentlessly." Chun Su was truly driven nearly mad by Dormammu's incessant torment. Yet he felt utterly helpless. He could hardly consider breaking the seal to engage in a one-on-one confrontation. With his current strength, the outcome of a duel with Dormammu remained uncertain, and the prospect of such an encounter filled him with trepidation. Thus, for an entire week, he endured relentless harassment from Dormammu, until, quite unexpectedly, Dormammu fell silent, leaving Chun Su in a state of exhilaration. Finally, he believed he could immerse himself in his studies. Convinced that Dormammu had come to his senses and abandoned the notion of attacking the magical seal of the sanctum, Chun Su dove headlong into his books, neglecting even his dinner, seizing the opportunity to read as much as he could during this rare respite, anticipating the day when Dormammu would once again lose his composure and seek to confront him. At that moment, Dormammu was consumed by an overwhelming excitement as he gazed upon a soul before him, unleashing a sinister yet heartfelt laugh. After thousands of years, the soul was finally his. Meanwhile, within the sanctum, Chun Su was perplexed by the sudden return of Master Ancient One, especially given that Dormammu had just vanished. The timing seemed too coincidental, particularly since Ancient One had left in what appeared to be a rush, suggesting he would be gone for an extended period. This swift return bewildered Chun Su and raised his suspicions. Master Ancient One pushed open the grand doors of the sanctum and entered, greeting Chun Su with, "You've worked hard. I took care of my matters and have returned. You may head back to your sanctum in New York. There is no need for you to remain here." As Chun Su observed the Supreme Sorcerer enter, he sensed a certain unfamiliarity about Ancient One, though he could not pinpoint the source of this change. He hesitated before voicing his concerns. Utilizing his Omega Ray-enhanced eyes, he scrutinized the Supreme Sorcerer, noticing a fleeting hint of tension in Ancient One's demeanor. It was remarkable. As a renowned sorcerer throughout the cosmos, few could elicit such a reaction from her. She had faced the Dark Dimension's ruler, Dormammu, and the timeless entity of the Crimson Cosmos, Ceterak, without displaying a shred of anxiety. Yet now, the Supreme Sorcerer was visibly apprehensive. However, this moment of tension was fleeting, and Chun Su's eyes, transformed by the powers of the Omega Ray, Phoenix Force, and Chaos, could be likened to the eyes of a deity, perceiving the very essence of the universe. For the average person, this fleeting tension would have been imperceptible, but Chun Su captured the moment, initially dismissing it as a mere misperception. "Chun Su." Ancient One's voice remained unchanged, still resonating with clarity, yet it struck Chun Su with an entirely different sensation. "Supreme One, you have returned. Have you completed your tasks?" "Indeed. My affairs are concluded, and your current task has reached its completion. You may return to the sanctum in New York to resume your endeavors." Chun Su was taken aback when the Ancient One, upon her return, issued an immediate decree for him to leave, leaving him utterly bewildered. "Well, perhaps it is merely my own illusion," he mused. Chun Su felt exhilaration at his newfound freedom. He could finally pursue his own interests, delve into the spells he had yet to master, and continue reading the books he had not finished. "Very well, I shall leave this in your hands." And he returned to his dormitory. At that moment, the Ancient One was no longer the person he once knew. Unbeknownst to Chun Su, his instincts were indeed correct. The Ancient One had undergone a transformation. To be precise, this version of the Ancient One was no longer the same. She had become Dormammu. The true Ancient One had already been imprisoned. This was the price of harnessing dark powers. Her soul would be consumed by darkness, and her physical form would be controlled by Dormammu, the sovereign of the Dark Realm. Upon returning to his dormitory at the Sanctum in New York, Chun Su felt increasingly restless, sensing that something ominous was afoot. As a traveler from another realm, he was aware that Doctor Strange should soon arrive, marking the Ancient One's impending retirement. However, due to her unexpected presence, Doctor Strange had not yet appeared. Had I inadvertently altered the circumstances of her retirement? Yet, when he had encountered the Ancient One, why did he feel the phoenix force within him stirring, as if warning him of impending danger? The more he pondered, the more agitated he became, shaking his head in frustration. Forget it. I shall let nature take its course. Chen Su resumed his regular routine, spending time in the library, reinforcing the seals of the sanctum. However, while patrolling the dark dimension, he discovered something peculiar. There were no dark creatures present. This struck Chen Su as exceedingly strange. It was the first time he had encountered such emptiness since becoming a mage of the sanctum. Typically, there would at least be one or two dark hounds roaming about. Yet now there was only silence, an eeriness that unsettled him. This was not Dormammu's modus operandi. He would invariably leave a trail of chaos in his wake. The absence of any activity was troubling, as it was implausible for the ruler of the dark dimension to abandon a prized target like Earth. Intrigued, Chen Su decided to venture into the dark dimension. Given his current strength, he felt no fear of Dormammu, although they had never battled. He was confident in his ability to escape unscathed. In this moment, the dark expanse of Chen Su's realm remains unchanged, teeming with myriad energies that ebb and flow, colors shifting continuously. Countless stars, large and small, drift silently in the void, devoid of any dark creatures. This realm of darkness differs from Earth. It lacks the presence of air, and its various dark beings subsist on the energy drawn from the dark space itself, not requiring sustenance like their earthly counterparts, nor excreting waste. As Chen Su traverses this shadowy domain, he surveys his surroundings and unfurls his formidable mental power, capable of penetrating the multiverse, sweeping the area around him. Yet, still, there are no dark entities to be found. Gradually, after a considerable time, Chen Su decides to leave the dark space and venture into the external world. Suddenly, he halts, sensing a dark energy so potent that it distorts even the darkness surrounding him, advancing toward him. Rather than fleeing, he stands resolutely, awaiting its approach. This dark force draws ever nearer, and without hesitation, Chen Su summons the hand of God. He remains vigilant, observing the trajectory of the impending dark energy. As a dark spell is unleashed upon him, accompanied by a raging force that warps the surrounding space, intent on annihilation, showing no mercy. Chen Su conjures a magical shield to intercept the attack. With a wry smile, he declares, "Urbi Monbilia, it is indeed you. Have you not yet learned your lesson? Do you still wish to kill me? It appears my previous lesson did not impart sufficient wisdom. Allow me to enlighten you once more. You are no match for me." However, Monbilia pays no heed, persisting in her relentless assault, each spell infused with terrifying dark energy, aiming to bring Chen Su to his demise. By the heavens, Monbilia, your hatred for me is truly unexpected. Yet, Monbilia remains indifferent to his words. Chen Su recognizes her transformation and finds himself entangled in her control. He silently mourns her plight, realizing the tragic fate of one lacking power. This reinforces his understanding of the paramount importance of strength. Very well, Urbi Monbilia. Let me awaken you once more. In an instant, Chen Su unleashes a spell of lightning, the sole direct means of assaulting the soul and spirit. A furious bolt of thunder striking forth. Chapter 31. A plea for mercy. The thunderous dragon arcs toward Urbi Monbilia, striking with terrifying velocity, resulting in a colossal explosion that shatters the surrounding space. Yet, amidst the chaos, Monbilia's voice resounds, leaving Chen Su astonished. "Urbi Monbilia, are you truly contemplating surrender? However, this time, I fear I shall find it exceedingly difficult to spare you." Heh! Urbi Monbilia suddenly burst into laughter. Yet within that laughter lingered a profound sorrow and an air of resignation. "Indeed, Dormammu has sensed your presence and discovered you ensconced in the realm of darkness. Hence, I have been sent to eliminate you. Yet, to beg for mercy, I had no intention of doing so. All of this is but the consequence of my own actions. Who am I to seek clemency when I succumbed to the allure of darkness and committed grievous deeds? Now, all this turmoil is of my own making. What merit is there in my plea for mercy? I never anticipated you possessed such self-awareness." For the moment, Chen Su's thunderous magic has temporarily subdued Dormammu's control, allowing Urbi Monbilia to speak. "I have something of utmost importance to convey to you, a matter of great significance. What could be so crucial, given your current credibility? Do you believe I would trust you? To place faith in one who venerates darkness and worships Dormammu? Well, that is fair. You may certainly choose not to believe me. Nevertheless, I must articulate this. Whether you trust me or not, consider it a small act of atonement for my past misdeeds. The Ancient One has fallen under Dormammu's dominion. He too has wielded dark powers, which is why he has endured for so long. Yet, those who have harnessed such powers find their souls ensnared by Dormammu. Presently, it is Dormammu who controls the Ancient One's corporeal form. You must hasten back and thwart Dormammu, prevent him from shattering the sanctum's seal. A jolt of shock coursed through Chen Su. Dormammu's intent was to unravel the sanctum's seal, requiring Mai, Mordos, and the Ancient One's own soul fragments as keys. Should the sanctum's seal be breached, Dormammu would instantaneously invade Earth, commencing his consumption of this universe, heralding the annihilation of our world. At that juncture, no one would be able to halt him. Truly, there would be no savior for this realm. Once Urbaming Bailia concluded his words, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Upon hearing Urbaming Bailia's revelations, Chen Su shook his head, aware that further troubles awaited him, leaving no time for scholarly pursuits. In truth, he found himself believing Urbaming Bailia's assertions. There was no need to risk the torment of Dormammu by deceiving himself. Alas, trouble had arrived, and he was once again burdened with a daunting task. After uttering these thoughts, Chen Su turned and made his way to the Ancient One's sanctum, hoping it was not too late, that he might still avert this catastrophe. Upon returning to the New York sanctum, as he entered, the presence of the sanctum's mages alerted him, reminiscent of the scene he had witnessed with the Ancient One. Realizing he had arrived too late, he surveyed the vacant, zombie-like mages and probed with his mental power, only to discover their souls were absent. It seemed Dormammu had not claimed their souls. I must devise a plan to retrieve them. Chen Su resolved to utilize the magical teleportation array to reach the Ancient One's sanctum. However, upon noticing the few sanctum mages stationed by the teleportation array, he immediately understood that yet another battle loomed ahead. Dear friends, do you still remember me? I am the Supreme One, seeking an audience with the Ancient One at the sanctum. Would you kindly allow me passage? The mages of the sanctum, undoubtedly the most formidable in New York, sprang into action as soon as Chen Su finished speaking. He swiftly brandished his artifact, unleashing lethal spells without a hint of mercy. Chen Su, realizing the imminent danger, summoned the hand of God and conjured a magical shield to deflect their onslaught. Other mages, hearing the commotion, rushed to engage him, equally ruthless and deadly in their approach. Chen Su, feeling helpless, understood that he could not resort to lethal force, for they were all puppets of Dormammu, attacking him with unrestrained ferocity. Alas, being a good person in these times is indeed a challenging endeavor. In a bid to thwart Dormammu, and buy some time, Chen Su harnessed his mental prowess, potent enough to pierce through the multiverse. In an instant, all the sanctum mages collapsed to the ground, rendered motionless. With a heavy heart, Chen Su addressed them, "My apologies, esteemed mages, but you initiated this conflict. I acted in self-defense, as I must continue my quest to save Earth. I have no time to linger here." With that, he strode confidently into the magical teleportation array, directly entering the Ancient One's sanctum. Before him stood a multitude of mages, statuesque in their demeanor, with Dormammu, or rather the Ancient One possessed by Dormammu, awaiting him. "Chen Su, what brings you here?" Dormammu inquired with feigned ignorance. "Supreme One, I have a question for you," Chen Su stated. "What query do you have? Speak freely." Dormammu, in the guise of the Ancient One, responded with a smile. "It pertains to Dormammu's ability to control the souls of his followers who wield dark energy. What becomes of their physical forms? Can he exert control over their bodies as well, or perhaps their essence resides within them?" "Ah, that question indeed holds merit. He can manipulate the souls of beings who have harnessed dark energy, as well as their corporeal forms, and can even inhabit them. However, such actions do come at the cost of his own power." Understanding that Chen Su had grasped the truth, Dormammu ceased to conceal anything further. "I am a great sovereign, the king of the dark realm, immortal and transcending time. I exist in eternal decay. My selflessness is profound, as I wish for Earth and all its life to endure eternally. Is that not a noble aspiration? Yet, there are those who seek to thwart this vision. If you were in my position, what would you choose?" Upon hearing this, Chen Su felt an overwhelming urge to retch. He had never encountered such self-aggrandizement before. Today was indeed a first. Eternal life is undoubtedly alluring. It is an irresistible temptation for any form of life. However, an existence devoid of soul and spirit, akin to a mere shell of a being, cannot truly be deemed eternal life. It is nothing but a deceitful illusion. Chapter 32. The Benefits of Existence. What advantages has Agamotto bestowed upon you to warrant such unwavering loyalty? There are no tangible benefits. I am on the verge of seizing control over Agamotto, as well as the souls of Mephisto and Dormammu, and the seal of the sanctum is close to being broken. Yet, you choose this moment to intrude. The only course left for you is to vanish from this realm. Dormammu's agitation escalated, and a terrifying surge of dark energy erupted from his being. The other sanctum sorcerers surged forth to attack Chen Su, declaring, "Perish. Your soul belongs to me." Dormammu conjured a black hand, reaching menacingly toward Chen Su, who sensed the dreadful force behind the strike. The very fabric of space twisted under the weight of that dark energy, which emanated from a dimension of shadows. Chen Su discovered from a tome titled Ranking of the Universe's Supreme Demon Gods that Dormammu had fused with the dark dimension. The stronger the dark dimension, the mightier Dormammu became. As long as the dark realm endured, Dormammu would remain immortal. This was the reason behind his unyielding quest to devour the universe. Yet, there existed a significant drawback. Should Dormammu depart from the dark dimension, his power would diminish drastically. To Chen Su's astonishment, Dormammu retained such formidable strength outside the dark dimension. A truly terrifying prospect. However, it was clear that this power would not suffice to slay him. Harnessing the power of the Phoenix. A magnificent phoenix emerged from behind Chen Su, not golden, but a radiant crimson, exuding an aura of ancient mystery. A fearsome force radiated from it, stunning the Sanctum sorcerers into unconsciousness, while Dormammu's essence was forcibly expelled from Agamotto's body. Dormammu's voice resonated with disbelief. "You have expelled me from Agamotto's body. How is this possible?" In truth, Dormammu had presumed that Chen Su would not dare to strike at him or Agamotto's corporeal form. For if Agamotto's body were to perish, so too would his soul. Yet, he never anticipated that Chen Su would forcibly eject him from Agamotto's vessel. What astounded him further was Chen Su's possession of the Phoenix Force. As an entity of supreme cosmic stature, Dormammu was well aware of the Phoenix Force's might. Yet, he sensed not only that, but also the chaotic power within Chen Su. To possess two supreme cosmic powers was an unfathomable reality. Such a being, no? Such a creature, had now manifested before his very eyes. Subsequently, Dormammu gradually vanished from sight, and Chen Su retracted the power of the Phoenix. He extended his hand to catch the physical form of the Ancient One, placing it within his sanctuary. Before departing, Chen Su cast several protective spells within the temple to safeguard their corporeal forms. He then proceeded directly to the Dark Dimension in search of Dormammu. Upon entering the Dark Dimension, Chen Su finally comprehended the whereabouts of those dark creatures. They had been lurking here all along. The landscape was awash with a myriad of dark beings, an endless sea of shadow hounds, black fire wolves, and other dark entities previously unseen by Chen Su. Even he, who did not suffer from a fear of dense crowds, felt a chill of trepidation. Without hesitation, Chen Su summoned the power of the Phoenix alongside his formidable mental force, capable of transcending the multiverse. He disassembled all the dark creatures before him into atoms and obliterated them, instantly annihilating the entire horde. Chen Su then made his way toward the heart of the dark power, which he surmised to be Dormammu's dark sanctuary. Meanwhile, within the dark sanctuary, Dormammu sat upon his throne, flanked by 4 dark lords. Sensing Chen Su's arrival and his extraordinary power, Dormammu stood in astonishment, while the other dark lords looked on, bewildered by their master's reaction. "My lord, what could possibly astonish you so?" one inquired. "That intriguing soul has emerged and is drawing nearer. Bring me his essence at once," Dormammu commanded. "Of course, if it piques your interest, we shall retrieve it," they replied, though unbeknownst to them, Dormammu intended for them to face their demise. Seeking to gauge Chen Su's true strength and hidden capabilities. As Chen Su continued his approach to the dark sanctuary, he encountered several formidable dark creatures launching futile attacks against him, all of which were effortlessly deflected by his magical shield and subsequently disassembled into atoms. Returning to the dark dimension. "So, you are the creature that has caught Lord Dormammu's attention?" a voice inquired, drawing Chen Su's focus. "And who might you be?" he demanded. "We are, of course, the 4 dark lords in service to Lord Dormammu. We have come to claim your soul, as our master has taken an interest in it. Prepare to meet your end," they taunted, erupting into laughter. Observing their ignorance, Chen Su could only shake his head in exasperation. Without further ado, he unleashed an Omega Ray, piercing through one of the Dark Lord's forms. In an instant, the being was erased from the fabric of causality, vanishing without a trace, as though it had never existed. The remaining 3 Dark Lords immediately ceased their laughter, their expressions shifting to one of tension as they regarded Chen Su. "Why have you stopped laughing?" he taunted. "Who exactly are you?" they inquired, apprehensively. "I am your grandfather," Chen Su retorted. The Omega Rays surged forth once more from Chen Su's eyes, striking one of the Dark Lords at an incomprehensible angle, instantly erasing it from the fabric of causality. The remaining 2 Dark Lords summoned the powers of the Dark Dimension in a furious assault against Chen Su. But was it effective? Chen Su invoked the might of the Phoenix, disintegrating the 2 Dark Lords into atomic particles, which then returned to the realm of darkness. The other 2 Dark Lords could not return to the Dark Dimension. They were obliterated by Chen Su at the level of causality, vanishing forever from this dimension. Chen Su mused, surprised at how effective Darkseid's abilities proved to be. Unbeknownst to him, his Omega Rays would surpass even Darkseid's. as the fusion of Phoenix Force and Chaos Energy nullified their respective shortcomings. While Chaos Energy was notoriously difficult to control, the Phoenix Force was powerful enough to consume its host entirely. Chapter 33. Lord of Darkness seated upon the throne of the Dark Sanctuary. Dormammu sensed the conflict between the four Dark Lords and Chinsu, realizing that they had been defeated, with two already dead and unable to resurrect. This revelation filled Dormammu with a profound unease. In the Dark Dimension, the power of the Dark Lords was significantly amplified, allowing them to harness the dark energy within. As long as the Dark Dimension existed, Dormammu could revive them. Yet now, he found himself powerless. The two fallen Dark Lords seemed to have never existed at all, leaving no trace behind. This was why Dormammu felt an impending crisis. Originally, Dormammu was merely a sorcerer from another world who stumbled upon the existence of the Dark Dimension and its immense power. He relinquished his physical form to merge with the Dark Dimension, transforming entirely into an incorporeal entity, immortal, ageless, and existing in eternal unity with the Dark Dimension. Within this realm, Dormammu was akin to a god, omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipresent. However, all of this could only be manifested within the Dark Dimension, allowing him to perceive all beings within it. Yet now, someone had managed to kill them within this realm, erasing them completely from the Dark Dimension, an occurrence Dormammu had never anticipated, far exceeding his expectations. Having dispatched the four Dark Lords of the Dark Dimension, Chinsu wasted no time and proceeded towards the Dark Sanctuary. He beheld a majestic palace constructed entirely of an indeterminate black stone, emanating a dense aura of dark energy that radiated outward. To Chinsu's surprise, Dormammu was indeed a formidable architect. Upon entering, he found Dormammu comfortably seated upon the throne, leisurely observing Chinsu's approach. Chinsu also beheld Dormammu, who at that moment revealed a skeletal visage, ablaze with fierce violet flames, his physique robust. Unable to restrain himself, Chinsu chuckled at the sight of Dormammu. Dormammu, perceiving the mockery, was instantly engulfed by a surge of fury, as the sovereign of the Dark Dimension, transcending the bounds of time and reigning over the multiverse. No one had dared to deride him in such a manner, evoking a sense of humiliation in the typically arrogant Dormammu. This was a blatant affront. In the next instant, he converged the entirety of the Dark Dimension's energy and directed it toward Chinsu with lethal intent. Chinsu, you seek death. Chinsu was momentarily taken aback. What? I merely laughed a bit. And you wish to engage in a life-or-death struggle? Yet, undeterred, he retaliated with a fiery energy lotus, launching it forth. Thus, two formidable energies clashed, fracturing the very fabric of space at the epicenter, collapsing inward to form a miniature black hole, which subsequently expanded and exploded, reminiscent of a cosmic cataclysm, shattering the surrounding spatial realms. What? How can you possess such power? It was known that as the ruler of the Dark Dimension, Dormammu's strength would be magnified several-fold within its confines, leaving him astonished. However, Chinsu was equally astonished. What has transformed Dormammu into such a formidable entity? He was not like this during our encounter at the Ancient One's sanctum. What in the world has he done? Dormammu, I am invincible within the Dark Dimension. You are foolish to seek me out here. Your stupidity is astounding. Oh, is that so? Foolishness, you say? Then I am eager to ascertain who the true fool is. Dormammu summoned the powers of the Dark Dimension once more, foregoing any elaborate techniques, directly manifesting a sphere of black energy, erasing the internal space and controlling its trajectory toward Chinsu. At that moment, Chinsu sensed the dreadful energy contained within the sphere, annihilating all in its path, devouring stars and leaving only void in its wake. He tapped into his profound mental force, potent enough to transcend the universe, harnessing the evolved phoenix power within him. A more formidable, ancient aura erupted from Chinsu, transforming him into a vividly lifelike phoenix, growing ever larger as he concentrated omega rays within his beak, coalescing into a beam radiating immense energy directed toward the energy sphere. A collision of even greater intensity ensued, the force of which pierced through the Dark Dimension, reverberating across other realms. In that moment, amidst the timeless and desolate cosmic expanse, a throne floated serenely, resembling the very center of the universe. Upon it sat a figure with purple skin and an unsightly countenance. Indeed, this individual was none other than Thanos. He sensed a horrifying surge of energy from the alternate dimension, and with a profound gaze, he opened his ancient eyes, as if attempting to penetrate the very fabric of that space. Omuthalu, my lord, do you have any commands? Investigate the Dark Realm and ascertain what has transpired. Very well, great Lord Thanos. Dormammu, feeling the vast and boundless aura emanating from Chinsu, was utterly astonished. It was crucial to note that his previous strike had summoned the entirety of the Dark Dimension's power, yet it had failed to vanquish Chen Su. The latter's strength had far surpassed Dormammu's expectations. The dark dimension itself began to warp and tear under the intensity of their confrontation. This realm was the foundation of Dormammu's existence, and Chen Su too sensed the turmoil within it. He concentrated, amplifying his power, causing the dark dimension to swell ominously. Witnessing Chen Su's actions, Dormammu's initial fury dissipated, leaving only sheer terror, the dread of impending destruction of the dark dimension. Stop, stop! Chen Su, you've lost your mind. Madness. Indeed, I embrace it. Now, let us see who truly is the fool. You. Fine, I am the fool. Is that sufficient? Just cease your actions. Cease? You wish for me to halt. Do you truly believe that is feasible? Dormammu, disregarding his pride, realized that the dark dimension was on the brink of annihilation. Without it, his existence would be forfeit. He could no longer afford to maintain his dignity. His utmost priority was to compel Chen Su to relent. If this continued, the dark dimension would be obliterated. I may consider stopping, but only if you surrender the soul of Agamotto. The soul of Agamotto. Dormammu hesitated, for this was his long-standing adversary. After finally defeating him and seizing control of his soul, he now faced the prospect of releasing Agamotto, which would render all his previous efforts futile. Observing Dormammu's indecision, Chen Su felt a flicker of uncertainty himself. He was gambling, aware that he could not destroy the dark dimension with his current prowess. His only recourse was to wager that Dormammu could not fathom the extent to which Chen Su understood the dark dimension's significance to him, equivalent to his very life. Soon, Dormammu spoke. Very well, the soul of Agamotto shall be yours. Now, cease your actions. And what of the other souls of the Sanctum sorcerers? Agreed. The souls of those sorcerers held little value to Dormammu. Releasing them mattered not to him. With that, Dormammu opened the space that contained Agamotto and the souls of the other Sanctum sorcerers. A black wormhole emerged, and a solid soul materialized within it. What of the other Sanctum sorcerers' souls? They were not bound together with Agamotto. Instead, it was a pressure contained within a mirror, within which Dormammu had created an alternate dimension capable of concealing souls. Hurry and take them away, and leave this place, never to return, Chen Su urged. Observing Dormammu's expression, which was comically exaggerated, he couldn't help but chuckle. Chen Su retracted the advanced phoenix power he had unleashed, and the dark space, once rapidly expanding, gradually reverted to its original state. He directly collected the souls of Ancient One and the Temple Mages, and Dormammu regarded Chen Su with a piercing gaze, who, in turn, fixed his eyes on Dormammu. You must leave now and never come back. What do you mean, never come back? Are you mocking me? As soon as Chen Su's words fell, Dormammu prepared to confront him once more. What more do you want? From this moment forth, you shall no longer invade Earth. I shall depart and never return. What? Are you jesting? Do not take advantage of me and then act coy. Beware, or I shall bring about our mutual demise. Chen Su smiled nonchalantly. Mutual demise? Are you certain you possess the strength for that? Young man, do not be so brash. Brash? I am afraid I do not comprehend that term. All I know is that the victor reigns supreme. You, the sovereign of the Dark Realm, dare to speak to me of youthful folly? That is truly laughable. You. Dormammu's temper flared as Chen Su's words struck a nerve. You have obtained what you desired. Now depart swiftly and do not return. Dormammu attempted to expel Chen Su as one would a plague. Observing Dormammu's demeanor, Chen Su decided against further teasing. Very well, I shall take my leave. Farewell, Dormammu. As soon as the words left his lips, Dormammu's fury surged, almost compelling her to wish Chen Su 1,000 tortures. Chen Su exited the dark space, feeling a sense of relief. Upon returning to the New York Sanctum, he returned the souls of Ancient One and the Temple Mages to their rightful places. The dark aura surrounding Ancient One dissipated with the return of her soul. Moments later, the Supreme Sorceress Ancient One re-emerged. The other Temple Mages gradually regained consciousness, expressing their gratitude towards Chen Su for his actions. Ancient One, filled with appreciation, remarked, Chen Su, it is fortunate to have you here. Their praises made Chen Su feel somewhat bashful. It was nothing. I am a member of Kamartaj, and it is my duty. At least the nightmare has finally come to an end. Indeed, the nightmare has finally passed. Subsequently, Chen Su immersed himself in the library, diligently acquiring knowledge, reinforcing seals, and contemplating life within the Dark Realm. In an ancient expanse of starry sky, Thanos sat upon his throne, surveying the dark abyss. In the presence of the Ebony Maw, a query arose regarding any unusual occurrences. Report, my Lord Thanos. I have detected no anomalies, he replied, kneeling in reverence and trepidation. Very well, you may depart. It is not of significant concern. As you command, my magnificent Thanos. Meanwhile, at the American S.H.I.E.L.D., since the last sighting of Chen Su, Carson had frequently returned to the old restaurant to investigate, yearning for any information regarding Chen Su. Yet, it was as if Chen Su had evaporated, completely vanishing from existence. No one had seen him again, nor did anyone know his whereabouts. The Asgardians, including Thor, had come to realize that beyond their universe, other intelligent life forms existed, possessing technology that far surpassed that of Earth. In the event of war, Earth would be utterly defenseless, destined to be occupied or annihilated, filling them with profound unease. Both the American consulate and SHIELD were equally alarmed, with the former exerting every effort to assist in the Avengers initiative mentioned by Nick Fury of SHIELD, spurred by the disturbances following Thor's arrival on Earth. In a desolate expanse of ice and snow, a battle aircraft was unearthed, with a star-shaped shield lodged upon it, alongside a lifeless figure. Had Chen Su been present, he would have recognized the individual as Captain America, heralding the onset of Thanos' invasion and the true unfolding of events. Good heavens, he is still alive? How can this be? How could an ordinary person survive for 40 years under such conditions? No, he was no longer a mere mortal. Since rescuing the Ancient One and all the sorcerers, Chen Su had garnered immense admiration and fervor from those around him. He had spent considerable time within the sanctum in New York, engrossed in texts. However, he soon realized that the efficacy of these tomes was waning. The forthcoming battles would not hinge on technique, but rather on sheer brute strength. Thus, he ceased to peruse the volumes on magical incantations, redirecting his focus toward the knowledge of the cosmos and its fundamentals. On this particular day, after completing his reading and reinforcing seals, boredom prompted him to venture outside. Strolling along the bustling streets, amidst the throng of people and towering edifices, he pondered, where shall I unwind? A bar, perhaps, or a restaurant to savor culinary delights. Ultimately, Chen Su resolved to indulge in the pleasures of gastronomy, embracing the role of a devoted Epicurean. He returned to the previous restaurant, ordered several portions of steak, and relished each bite while critiquing the meal offerings of Mataji. Now, this is food worthy of consumption. Eventually, he found himself nestled upon the plush mattress of a hotel, drifting into a deep slumber, awakening at his leisure, free from the anxieties of impending invaders, cherishing the tranquility of time. Chapter 35. A medley of characters. After indulging in the splendor of a high-end hotel, Chen Su could not resist the allure of a bar. Regardless of whether he was in his former life or this new existence, bars in both realms were a veritable M-lang of characters. Men frequented such establishments primarily to pursue romantic conquests, while women sought affluent suitors, creating a dizzying spectacle of indulgence and vice. As Chen Su approached a modest bar, the sounds of music and the intoxicated revelry of patrons wafted through the air, beckoning him inside. Upon entering, however, he was met not by a bustling crowd, but by a sparse gathering of individuals. Inquiring further, he discovered that the venue had been privately booked, a rarity in such a chaotic locale known for its eclectic clientele. Turning his gaze to the few present, he noticed two individuals clad in black leather jackets, their appearance reminiscent of covert operatives. It was evident that they were not ordinary patrons, their true nature concealed beneath an enigmatic facade. They approached another figure seated at the bar, and as Chen Su studied this individual, a flicker of recognition sparked within him. Though the name eluded him, with little interest in lingering over drinks, Chen Su decided to depart. Just as he reached the threshold, he overheard the two men in black addressing the seated figure. Wade Wilson, perhaps I can cure your cancer. If you are willing to participate in our experiment and cooperate with us, your illness might very well be remedied. The mention of Wade Wilson halted Chen Su in his tracks, leaving him momentarily stunned. Was that not Deadpool, the purportedly most irreverent superhero in the Marvel Universe? Renowned for his extraordinary regenerative abilities that surpassed even Wolverine's, Deadpool could endure the most grievous injuries and still rise anew. Yet, despite his powers, he had suffered profound loss, leading him into a state of despair. Chen Su felt a profound impression of Wade Wilson. However, Wilson appeared unconvinced, suspecting deception. Chen Su, aware of the unfolding events that would soon transpire, chose not to intervene or alter the course of fate. He had never considered himself a paragon of virtue, nor did he possess the inclination to assist others. Their affairs were of no concern to him. Thus, Chen Su departed without hesitation, finding no compelling reason to remain. He opted against utilizing a spatial portal for his return, instead wandering on foot, observing the diverse architecture and the throngs of people bustling about. As he passed by a hospital, the very one where he had previously stayed, a figure suddenly dashed past him with astonishing speed, nearly colliding with him. Goodness, has the pace of life become this frantic? He mused, reflecting on the lack of courtesy displayed. Fortunately, he had managed to evade the encounter. He couldn't help but wonder if such remarkable physical prowess was commonplace among Americans or merely an anomaly. Is that individual a mutant? Could it possibly be Quicksilver? Yet, such speed does not quite reach the velocity of sound. Should he participate in a marathon, the champion would undoubtedly beat Shin-Su. After a few complaints, he returned. Captain, I apologize for the performance earlier. It was a necessity, a means to help you gradually accept this world, which is no longer as you imagined. You have been in slumber for 70 years. What? I have been asleep for 70 years? Had Shin-Su taken a moment to pause and reflect on his words, he would have realized who he truly was. Indeed, he was Captain America, Stephen. He crouched on the ground, clutching his head, bewildered by his surroundings. With various splendid edifices rising around him, devoid of the war's smoke that once filled the air, replaced instead by a serene tranquility. However, Stephen felt no joy, only anguish and sorrow. He understood they had not deceived him. Everything before him was vastly different from the world he once knew. A one-eyed, bald figure approached him with a concerned gaze. Are you all right? It's nothing. I just owe someone a dance. Upon arriving at the New York sanctum, Shin-Su resumed his reading and patrolling of the spatial realm. Since his last encounter with Dormammu in the Dark Dimension, Dormammu had not invaded Earth again, which was undoubtedly a momentous occasion for the planet, finally ridding itself of a formidable threat. For Gu-Yi, this was a source of immense excitement. No longer would she have to endure prolonged standoffs in the New York sanctum, allowing her to relax, feeling as though a significant burden had been lifted. In contrast, Shin-Su felt little change. His daily tasks had diminished greatly, leading him to indulge in late mornings, casually surveying the alternate dimensions. The frequency of reinforcing the sanctum had also decreased. For the first time, Shin-Su experienced a sense of boredom, and the system remained silent, leaving him uncertain about when Thor would return to Earth. In reality, Shin-Su was awaiting the unfolding of the Avengers narrative. In Asgard's celestial palace, Odin, a slightly portly elder with a single eye, walked along the Rainbow Bridge, supported by Thor, who regarded him with deep respect. So, how has it felt to be king these past few days? Is it not as splendid as you imagined? Thor remained silent. Perhaps I am not suited to be a king. I am more fit to be a warrior. He gazed into the pristine expanse of the starry sky. Odin observed Thor's transformation with keen interest. Are you thinking of that girl on Earth? Thor did not deny it, a hint of shyness gracing his features. The sorcerer you mentioned, Shin-Su, is he also on Earth? Yes, he is indeed the Shin-Su from Kamartaj. Shin-Su is indeed remarkable. You must cultivate a good rapport with him, as he will undoubtedly prove to be of immense assistance to you in the future, perhaps even benefiting all of Asgard. Upon hearing this, Thor felt a twinge of surprise at his father's high regard for Shin-Su. What? I must have misheard. Father, is he truly that formidable? I thought he was merely an ordinary temple mage. An ordinary temple mage? Thor, it appears you have a long journey ahead before you can become a worthy king. You must possess extraordinary insight and recognize that there are always those more powerful than oneself. Are you familiar with Dormammu? Yes, the demon attempting to invade the multiverse. Indeed. I recently received word that the soul of the supreme sorcerer, Ancient One, has been taken by him. What? How is that possible? Thor was well aware of the Ancient One, a cosmic-level powerhouse who stood shoulder to shoulder with his father, Odin. Chapter 36, The Loss of a Soul Now. To think that his soul could be taken by another. As the master of the Dark Dimension, Thor knew that even his father could not contend with Dormammu and had to retreat. Yet, the Ancient One, a peer of Odin's caliber, found himself in such dire straits. Yes, at that time, nearly all the mages on Earth had their souls seized by Dormammu. I feared Earth was doomed. But do you know what happened next? Thor listened intently as King Odin spoke. Shin-Su single-handedly rescued the temple mages of Earth. Not only did he save the Ancient One, but he also ventured into the Dark Dimension to confront Dormammu, ultimately returning with everyone. Had it been Odin, he would never have dared to step into the Dark Dimension. Few across the universe would take such a risk. Yet, yesterday, someone did just that, emerging alive and emerging victorious over Dormammu. This news has spread throughout the cosmos. What? You mean Shin-Su defeated Dormammu on his own? Yes, which implies he possesses the capability to defeat me. This statement shattered the once unquestioned belief in Odin's invincibility. Odin's desire for Thor to befriend Shin-Su was undoubtedly a preparation for the coming of Ragnarok. He was growing old and had glimpsed a future of profound change through the all-seeing eye. Odin gazed into the cosmic expanse, lost in thought. Do you wish to go to Earth? I do, but isn't the Bifrost destroyed? I have my ways. I recently learned that Loki is not dead. Instead, he seems to have allied with Thanos, continuously invading other civilizations, and is now poised to strike Earth. Go and bring him back. Let us discover his true intentions. Loki is alive. Very well, I shall bring him back. At this moment, it was already morning on Earth. Shin-Su, seated on a chair in the open space of the New York sanctuary, basked in the sunlight, relishing the warmth of the day. Suddenly, a melodious female voice reached his ears, inquiring, "Is it possible to learn magic here?" Chen Su lazily responded, "No." The girl, undeterred, approached and greeted him, "Hello?" Chen Su turned to face the source of the voice, and before him stood an extraordinarily beautiful girl with exquisite features, radiating an optimistic expression that left no room for criticism. Startled, Chen Su fell off his chair, taken aback by her proximity. "Goodness," I said, "young lady, you are standing rather too close, don't you think? There are distinctions between genders. I am not bothered. Why should you be?" Chen Su was rendered speechless, his face flushing with embarrassment. He stammered, "May I ask, what brings you here?" "I am here to learn magic." "What? Are you mad, young lady? Have you been watching too many movies? Magic? In this world?" Chen Su feigned disbelief. He could not reveal his true identity as a magician. If the ordinary people or the representatives from the American consulate were to discover his secret, it would lead to insurmountable troubles. The affairs related to camartage and the study of magic were strictly confidential. This was the first and foremost principle every newcomer had to understand. In modern society, the existence of magic remained unknown, and should it come to light, it would severely disrupt the foundations of belief, religion, and human origins that humanity currently comprehended. Unless absolutely necessary, one must not expose their magical identity in front of ordinary individuals, and even if exposed, one must not disclose their true name. "There is no magic here. You should leave," he suggested. However, the girl seemed utterly unfazed by his words, exuding an air of determination to remain. She proceeded to introduce herself. "I am Marina. I learned about this place through a friend who claimed he practiced astrology." "Did he say that himself?" Chen Su regarded her with skepticism. "Well, it was during a chance encounter at a bar when he approached me, intoxicated, and revealed it." "And what did he tell you?" "Well, you can guess," Marina replied with a playful smile, as if harboring a secret agenda. Chen Su, feeling the intensity of her gaze, was suddenly filled with trepidation. His hands trembled nervously, a stark contrast to his previous encounters with Dormammu. The nature of women, indeed, was a formidable entity. "Can you tell me who that person is?" "I cannot. We made a pact not to disclose anything outside of this. Your confidentiality has been remarkably well maintained. Regardless, today, unless you reveal whether there exists magic here, I shall not depart. I possess the skill of divination. I can foretell your fate, but you must promise to keep this a secret and refrain from disclosing our conversation." "Truly, it is settled then." Mary bore a look of cunning triumph as she gazed at Chen Su. He promptly activated the time stone, which Ancient One had entrusted to him for safekeeping during his last rescue. In his hands, a green magical pattern emerged, exuding an aura of ages past, ancient and profound. Drawing from a strand of hair from Mary, he traversed the timeline to uncover her past. He beheld a village engulfed in flames, chaos reigning as women cried out and men shouted. At the center stood an elderly woman performing an archaic ritual, surrounded by various human organs. A gruesome spectacle of bloodshed and brutality. The village lay strewn with corpses, remnants of a cruel act. Soon after, figures resembling law enforcement burst in, discovering a girl in a corner and delivering her to an orphanage, naming her Mary. Chen Su abruptly opened his eyes, staring at Mary, momentarily at a loss for words. Mary, observing his expression, felt a pang of anxiety, fearing he might uncover something unsettling. "What did you find?" "Your parents are still alive." "Really? That is enough. I forced myself to learn computers and become a hacker solely to investigate their whereabouts. Yet the world is vast, filled with countless souls, making it nearly impossible to search. Hearing from you that they are alive suffices." "Thank you, Chen Su." In the next instant, Chen Su felt something soft covering his lips and instinctively realized what was happening. He pushed Mary away. However, Mary did not relent. Her hands gripped his arms tightly, her figure pressing against him, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. He had never felt such trepidation even in the presence of Dormammu, the ruler of the Dark Realm, yet now, confronted by a seemingly fragile woman, he was utterly flustered. "Women can be formidable," he stammered. "I say, miss? I am not a miss. I am Mary. I mean Mary. You have learned what you wish to know. You may release me now." "What? Are you dismissing me already?" Mary gazed at Chen Su with longing, her enchanting eyes radiating seduction. If it were any other man, he would have succumbed to her allure long ago. Only Chen Su, the epitome of a straight man, remained unaffected. "Will you not invite me to your abode for a conversation?" Marina, with a flirtatious tone, addressed Chen Su, particularly emphasizing the phrase "let's chat" with a weighty inflection imbued with deeper meaning. Startled, Chen Su instinctively stepped back, yet it proved futile as Marina firmly grasped his arm, unwilling to release him. "Chen Su, can I learn magic?" she inquired. "Of course, but it requires someone's consent." "Who?" "The Supreme Being." "You mean your boss?" That would be the case. However, I sense an extraordinary power within you, one that rivals the strength of magic itself. Perhaps you need not learn magic. Developing this innate power might suffice. Marina was taken aback by this revelation. Really? Can you help me unlock it? Chun-Su felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him at her question. I'm afraid that's beyond my capabilities. I cannot assist you. Disappointment etched across Marina's face. Chun-Su, noticing her despondency, added, but there is no need for disappointment. Since this power is inherently yours, it will always belong to you. It will manifest in due time. It is merely a matter of patience. A flicker of joy illuminated Marina's heart. Thank you, Chun-Su, she exclaimed, and in a moment of spontaneity, she planted a kiss on his cheek while he stood there, bewildered. With a triumphant grin, Marina gazed at Chun-Su, who, despite his usual composure in the face of adversaries, found himself utterly flustered by this young girl. Subsequently, Marina and Chun-Su exchanged phone numbers, and she embraced him warmly, even turning back 3 times as she left, leaving Chun-Su in a state of confusion and resignation. Regaining his composure, Chun-Su hurried back to the New York sanctuary, burying himself in the library to calm his racing thoughts. Had Marina witnessed this scene, it would surely have prompted her to tease him mercilessly. While engrossed in the Book of Dark Gods, Chun-Su was suddenly captivated by a colossal surge of energy appearing in the sky. This force violently tore through the magical barriers surrounding the earth, descending near the New York sanctuary. Recognizing that Thor had arrived, Chun-Su was unaware of his purpose. He promptly opened a spatial portal and transported himself to the source of the energy. Moments later, Chun-Su found himself at the location. Yet Thor was not waiting for him. Instead, he had retreated to a nearby bar. Upon entering, Chun-Su spotted a muscular blonde man seated at the bar, indulging in drink. Without hesitation, Chun-Su approached him and tapped Thor on the shoulder. Turning around, Thor's eyes lit up upon seeing Chun-Su. Chun-Su the sage. Long time no see, he exclaimed. What? Chun-Su the sage? What is this nonsense? In Asgard, we often refer to those who are knowledgeable or possess great strength as sages. Indeed, ever since Thor last heard his father Odin recount the remarkable deeds of Chun-Su, his attitude toward Chun has undergone a profound transformation. His gaze has shifted to one of immense respect, which has left Chun feeling somewhat embarrassed. What brings you to Earth? Surely you haven't found yourself in some mischief again, and your father has sent you here as a form of punishment? No. Since that incident, I have turned over a new leaf. I am no longer the Thor I once was. And who, pray tell, are you now? I have come because of Loki. After you departed, he and I clashed once more, and in the heat of battle, I inadvertently cast him into the vastness of the cosmos. I believed him to be dead, but my father has informed me that Loki has resurfaced in other civilizations. He is very much alive. Chun-Su exhibited no surprise. He had long been aware of this development. And then you set out to find him? Indeed, I traversed numerous civilizations, crossing over more than 80 star systems in my quest to locate him. Yet upon my arrival, I was met with the consequences of Loki's actions. The civilizations within those star systems were clamoring for my assistance to rectify the chaos he had left behind. What mischief has he wrought? It appears he has been plundering those civilizations, seemingly amassing an army. I suspect he is preparing to launch an assault on Asgard. I doubt he would dare to attack Asgard. After all, he grew up there. While his ties to you may be tenuous, his bond with Queen Frigga runs deep. Regardless of his intentions, an attack on Asgard seems implausible. If I am not mistaken, he likely aims to strike Earth, to prove his worth and demonstrate to Odin that he possesses greater talent and is more suited to be the ruler of Asgard. Earth is one of the 9 realms, and due to its unique geographical position at the heart of Yggdrasil, it attracts countless powerful civilizations keen on conquest. Moreover, it is said that the Midgard serpent, a legendary creature, resides at the center of the 9 realms, right here on Earth. According to myth, this colossal serpent threatens to consume the world tree. Should Loki uncover its whereabouts, it would grant him the power to pose a significant threat to Asgard. At that juncture, an assault on Asgard could become imminent. He would already possess such might. We must prevent this from occurring. We? Indeed we. Thor gazed earnestly at Chun-Su, who, despite his slight discomfort, could not help but be swayed by Thor's earnest demeanor. If not for Chin's unique abilities as a transcender, he might have been easily deceived by Thor's serious expression. I am aware of your victory over Dormammu. You possess the capability to thwart this impending threat. I am confident that both the Ancient One and you would not desire such calamity to unfold. Thor directly compared Chun-Su to Ancient One, stating that Chun-Su's standing in his eyes has far surpassed that of the Supreme Sorcerer. Though I acknowledge that Ancient One is not a match for the Dark Dimension's sovereign, Dormammu, Chun-Su has indeed triumphed over Dormammu, implying that Chun-Su possesses powers comparable to, if not exceeding, those of Ancient One. From this alone, Thor felt an immense respect for Chun-Su. Chapter 38. The sphere of influence, how did you come to know? Your battle was so thunderous that it naturally drew the attention of formidable beings. Once noticed, the news would inevitably spread. This is hardly surprising. Chen Su found no fault in Thor's response, realizing, to his astonishment, that he had gained notoriety, universal fame, no less. In that moment, he unexpectedly became a celebrated figure. The admiration reflected in Thor's eyes was truly disarming. Very well, then. Afterward, I returned to Asgard. While Chen Su made his way back to the New York sanctum. This time, he refrained from visiting the library. Instead, he opted to return to his dormitory, lie on his bed, and ponder various matters. It appeared that his emergence had indeed triggered a series of ripple effects, altering the original narrative. Loki had become considerably more cautious, abandoning his reckless tendencies, which had previously led him to be beaten by Earth's superheroes and sent back to Asgard. He now recognized the importance of preparation, amassing strength to enhance his own power. At the United States Shield, the atmosphere was tense. What is the current situation? Is it still within a controllable range? A one-eyed man descended from the aircraft, speaking urgently while hastening toward the ground. We are uncertain just how dire it has become. For hours ago, our chief scientist, Dr. Wade, detected anomalous activity with the Tesseract, Nick Fury stated. The Shield did not authorize any tests. He did not conduct tests. Rather, the Tesseract itself experienced an energy eruption, Agent Phil Coulson added helplessly. He wasn't even in the laboratory. He was at home, a considerable distance away from it. It appears the Tesseract activated on its own, as if it possessed consciousness, he continued. As they spoke, they arrived at the underground laboratory. Inside the spacious facility, a square energy block emanated a brilliant blue light, exuding a terrifying energy that seemed to encapsulate an entire universe. A scientist clad in a white lab coat, accompanied by several agents, was observing the Tesseract. Nick Fury and Agent Coulson joined them. What is the current status of the Tesseract? Why haven't you shut down the instruments? No, we have never opened it. It is the cosmic cube that opened itself. It is an energy source, an inexhaustible reservoir of power. As the two conversed, the cosmic cube exhibited another strange phenomenon. In an instant, everyone in the underground laboratory turned their gaze toward the cube, which unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, opening a wormhole. Suddenly, a figure clad in green robes, adorned with two golden horns and wielding a staff, emerged. Indeed, it was Loki, marking the commencement of the Avengers saga. At that moment, Chen Su, who was in the New York Sanctum Library, sensed a terrifying surge of energy, which triggered a significant spatial disturbance. Was this violent fluctuation caused by the cosmic cube being activated? It seemed that the Avengers were about to assemble, and Thanos was beginning to stir. Chen Su hastily set aside the book he was reading and opened a portal, heading directly towards the cosmic cube. However, to his astonishment, his portal was restricted, preventing him from teleporting adjacent to the cube, and the distance to his destination had been drastically altered. Chen Su had no choice but to journey there on foot, but fortunately, it was not far. Meanwhile, Loki thrust his staff into a figure armed with a bow, Hawkeye, rendering him unconscious and under his control. Following this, Agent Maria Hill, Nick Fury, and Phil Coulson drew their firearms and aimed at Loki, but their efforts were futile as he effortlessly deflected their attacks with magic. He then unleashed a beam of energy from his staff, its potency far exceeding that of their handguns, even surpassing that of a 40mm rocket launcher. The once mighty underground laboratory was thrown into disarray as Loki swiftly ensnared Agent Hill. Nick Fury refrained from confronting them directly, knowing that the cosmic cube was their true objective, the crux of their mission. He covertly maneuvered to secure the cube for himself, preparing to eliminate Loki. In the next moment, the controlled agents launched an assault on Nick Fury. Hawkeye incapacitated him with a specialized arrow, allowing Loki to seize the cosmic cube. What exactly are you? Do you comprehend what that is? Do you realize how perilous it is? A moment's carelessness could obliterate the entire world. Foolish mortals, I am a god. I possess far greater knowledge of this artifact than you. In the following moment, Loki prepared to leave with the controlled agents. He unleashed an energy beam aimed at Nick Fury, who had already evaded the attack. Loki and the bewitched agents commandeered a vehicle, ready to flee, just as Chen Su arrived. Hey Loki, long time no see. Upon seeing Chen Su, Loki gritted his teeth and uttered his name. Chen Su, what brings you here? What do you want? What do I want? Naturally, I wish to see what mischief you intend to cause, and then thwart you, preventing me from observing your capabilities. Loki directed his focus and unleashed a surge of energy from the Mind Stone, aiming a laser-like beam at his adversary while commanding his subordinates to launch an assault. Eliminate him without granting him an opportunity for survival. Bullets and Hawkeye's specially crafted arrows hurtled towards Chen Su, yet they did not make contact. Instead, they were ensnared by an invisible force surrounding him, suspended in midair. Loki, disinterested in prolonging the confrontation, swiftly employed the Tesseract to open a portal, retreating with the controlled agents in tow. But would Chin-Su allow them to escape? He prepared to ensnare them within a spatial confinement, yet astonishingly, his attempt bore no effect on Loki. A jolt of surprise coursed through Chin-Su. This was his first experience of magic failing him. It appeared to be the formidable power of the Infinity Stones, truly formidable beyond measure. It seemed imperative for him to seize an opportunity to acquire the Tesseract for further study. Its capabilities could undoubtedly enhance his own spatial manipulations to unprecedented levels. But where had Loki vanished to? A wave of frustration washed over Sue. Chapter 39. The Hidden Corner in a Concealed Corner of New York. The fabric of space seemed to ripple, followed by the emergence of a cerulean portal through which several individuals stumbled out in disarray. The strength of the Infinity Stones was unexpectedly formidable, far beyond what ordinary beings, or even typical deities, could wield. Indeed, the figures that emerged were Loki and the controlled agents. During their skirmish, Loki had discerned that they stood no chance against Chin-Su, prompting him to preemptively activate the Space Stone and create a portal for retreat. Ruashi, feeling the toll of her injuries, realized that recovery would require time. It was clear that a safe haven for healing must be sought. Loki inquired of the controlled agents about the presence of any other factions in the vicinity. He followed their guidance to locate a notorious crime lord, utilizing the Space Stone to transport himself into the man's chamber while he slumbered, plunging the Mind Stone into his chest to assert control. The following day, Loki reclined on a luxurious sofa, a glass of red wine in hand and the Mind Stone in the other, leisurely sipping while flanked by several agents and the subdued crime lord. It was astonishing how mortals could sometimes indulge in pleasures surpassing those of deities. "Have you located the titanium you were tasked to find?" he inquired. The crime lord, eyes vacant and responding like a machine, affirmed, "Yes, my master has acquired it. In a short while, we will have gathered enough." Dr. Vade, the chief scientist of S.H.I.E.L.D., interjected, "We require a sufficient quantity of titanium as a catalyst to enable the Tesseract to open a sufficiently large and stable wormhole." "Did you hear that?" Loki commanded. "Do not delay in your efforts." "Yes, my master," they replied. "There exists a certain anticipation within me. As I prepare to open the wormhole and lead my forces to conquer Earth, I wonder how they will perceive me." With this thought, Loki gazed upward at the sky. Meanwhile, having successfully escaped, Nick Fury had uncovered Chin-Su's true identity. He promptly instructed Agent Phil Coulson to investigate the nature of this individual. Dragging his injured form, Nick Fury stared in astonishment at the records pertaining to Chin-Su, rendered speechless by the sheer brilliance of it all. Remarkably, in just 1 year, he had transformed into a sorcerer. How had he accomplished such a feat? What secrets lay within Kathmandu? What extraordinary and magical elements could enable an ordinary person to evolve into a sorcerer in such a short span? Agent Coulson remarked, "It seems this world is far more complex than we had imagined, with countless hidden wonders yet to be unveiled. Quickly, dispatch a team to Kathmandu to uncover the truth of what lies there, and then we shall seek him out." "Understood. I will take immediate action. Prepare S.H.I.E.L.D. for the highest state of combat readiness. I sense that war is imminent." "Very well. I shall proceed at once." He pondered the current state of affairs, uncertain of how prepared that individual was. His team members were still quite young and lacked a sense of camaraderie. He questioned whether they could handle the impending conflict. Thus, in a world that appeared tranquil to the untrained eye, war was quietly drawing near, and tensions were escalating. At that moment, Chin-Su, meditating in the Temple of New York, remained unaware that he was about to meet a rather peculiar character. "Is there a person named Chin-Su here? We seek him for a matter of importance and hope to arrange a meeting." Chin-Su was taken aback and promptly stepped outside. "What do you require of me?" Upon seeing Chin-Su, Nick Fury and Agent Coulson felt a surge of excitement. "Ah, Chin-Su, we meet again. What brings you here? Is it your intention to enlist my assistance or request me to join your cause? If so, I must decline. Farewell." Recently, we've observed some unusual activities within a gang in New York. Based on our previous experiences, we suspect Loki is involved with that gang, seemingly searching for something. You do not expect me to open a portal for you, do you? I'm afraid my services come at a price. No need for that. We have our own aerial devices. Should you refuse to address this matter, peace will remain elusive in this area. Your calculations are overly ambitious, and I am powerless to assist." Frustrated by Chin-Su's demeanor, Nick Fury could no longer contain himself, and, with a curt remark, turned to leave. We conveyed our message. Chin-Su, growing increasingly distant due to Fury's attitude, felt the chill of the encounter deepen. Beneath the vast expanse of the celestial sky, an immensely formidable army stands poised, seemingly preparing for an impending assault. This force, a harbinger of nature's wrath, awaits none other than Loki. Anticipating his activation of the cosmic cube to open a wormhole, thus bridging the cosmos for a direct strike on Earth. In the celestial realm of Asgard, Thor senses Loki's presence and comprehends his malevolent intentions, erupting in fury. Loki, what is it that you truly desire? On Earth, the SHIELD has dispatched Phil Coulson to investigate the underbelly of organized crime, infiltrating the gang territories to observe any new faces and peculiar activities. However, the actions of Coulson and his agents have not gone unnoticed by the gangsters. My lord, I fear we have been detected by SHIELD. One of the henchmen reports. Seated gracefully on a lavish sofa, savoring a glass of red wine, Loki's eyes widen in surprise. So soon? You must hasten your efforts. Once I acquire sufficient titanium, we shall no longer need to fear them. However, we must change our position, just to be cautious. Hawkeye, having been with SHIELD for so long, do you perceive their threat as significant? What course of action should we pursue next? Indeed, they pose a considerable danger. They have assembled a team comprising individuals with peculiar abilities. While we cannot ascertain if Chun Su can contend with the Thunder God, his armor can certainly withstand the Hulk, whose threat must not be underestimated. Thus, it would be prudent to proceed with caution. Has that sorcerer named Chun Su joined their ranks? Loki inquires. I have heard he is not. Initially, Nick Fury personally extended an invitation, which was met with a cold rejection. Yet, I find it hard to believe you would relinquish such a powerful ally. Therefore, to prevent any collaboration, we could frame them with this titanium scheme, ensuring their inability to unite, which would ultimately benefit us and facilitate our plan to open the spatial wormhole. As an agent of SHIELD, Hawkeye possesses an extensive and valuable network of information. However, he has now fallen under Loki's control via the Mind Scepter, rendering all secrets vulnerable as he divulges them without reservation. Chapter 40. The Mind Stone. The Mind Scepter, a vessel for the Mind Stone and one of the Infinity Gems, wields formidable power over the minds of men, as evidenced by the manipulation of Hawkeye and Dr. Banner. With a cold smirk, Loki utters Chun Su's name. Chun Su, await your reckoning. The humiliation you inflicted upon me shall soon be repaid tenfold. You shall pay for your transgressions, and come to understand that I, Loki, am a god, an inviolable deity. I shall make you comprehend the consequences of defying a god. As he speaks, the wine glass in Loki's hand shatters under the pressure of his fury. Subsequently, Hawkeye led a group to assassinate several officers of the consulate during a high-ranking official's birthday celebration, creating chaos and robbing his safe of invaluable jewels. This incident was attributed to a young man named Chun Su. In a swift turn of events orchestrated by certain individuals, the entire New York City became aware of Chun Su's name, primarily due to the machinations of Loki and his associates. They even contemplated eliminating the president, intending to frame Chun Su for the act, unaware of the president's whereabouts, leading them to abandon that plan in favor of a more pragmatic and effective approach. Now, Loki and his cohorts had achieved their desired outcome. The name Chun Su resonated throughout New York. Suspended in the sky was a colossal aircraft carrier, currently under the aegis of SHIELD. In an office, a one-eyed bald African-American man scrutinized the footage of Chun Su robbing the affluent. Nick Fury, visibly exasperated, uttered, "Can someone enlighten me on what exactly is transpiring? What on earth is going on?" Beside him, Agent Phil Coulson chimed in. "I've dealt with him before. We are well aware of the kind of person he is. It's implausible that he would commit such an act. He has never been in want of money and possesses a rational demeanor, making it inconceivable for him to engage in this kind of behavior. Clearly, someone is attempting to frame him, but their motive remains unclear. The executive has ordered us to apprehend him and recover all of his jewels." "Is this some kind of joke?" Nick Fury exclaimed, feeling an immediate headache. "No, I will inform him directly and let him handle it." Meanwhile, Chun Su, situated in the sanctum of New York, became aware of the situation. Anger surged through him as he pondered who could be responsible. With the secret scroll delivered by SHIELD, he promptly utilized magic to propel himself towards Loki. "Our carbon elements are somewhat insufficient. We are short by 14 units. Otherwise, the spatial portal will be exceedingly unstable and could collapse at any moment. These 14 titanium elements are located in Germany. We must retrieve them swiftly." With that, Loki employed magic to envelop himself and swiftly soared towards Germany. Along the way, he encountered intercepts from Black Widow and Captain America. Black Widow unleashed her fighter jet against Loki, yet all her attacks were thwarted by his magical shield, rendering their attempts futile. Faced with such legendary adversaries, physical assaults proved ineffective. "Open the window. I will handle this," Loki commanded. Awakening from slumber, Captain Steve has been struggling to acclimate to this transformed world, marveling at the astonishing changes around him. Legendary figures he once only heard of now stand before him, and incredulously, they have become adversaries intent on conquering Earth. The level of warfare has escalated far beyond what he ever anticipated. Each conflict now harbors the potential to obliterate the planet, a reality that Steve never envisioned. He had believed that peace had been established, yet the accompanying threats are far more terrifying, infinitely more so than before, leaving him feeling utterly overwhelmed and powerless. With determination, Steve hurled his shield at Loki, only to be effortlessly struck down by Loki's mind control scepter, rendering his efforts futile. Foolish mortal, do you truly believe your actions hold any significance? I am a god, invincible, Loki retorted with disdain. I concede that you are indeed a legendary existence. But you are certainly not a god. A true deity does not resemble you. Loki, incensed by Steve's words, recalled a previous encounter with Chun Tzu and vowed to demonstrate the consequences of blaspheming the divine. With a wave of his scepter, he unleashed a more potent beam of blue energy directed at Steve, leaving the enemy bracing for imminent doom. However, in the nick of time, Chun Tzu arrived, conjuring a magical shield to deflect the oncoming attack. Hey, Loki, witness the result of your misdeeds, Steve remarked, bewildered yet aware that their common adversary might indicate a potential alliance, especially since Chun Tzu had just saved his life. You, Chun Tzu, what brings you here? What brings me here? Your act of feigned ignorance is rather impressive. You truly do not recognize the good fortune you have encountered, Chun Tzu replied, opting not to employ magic this time. Instead, he utilized his formidable mental prowess capable of traversing the multiverse to immobilize Loki, rendering him utterly powerless. Loki immediately sensed the overwhelming force constraining him, akin to being ensnared in a quagmire, and recognized that it was Chun Tzu's doing. As Chun Tzu approached with fierce determination, Loki understood his impending doom. Suddenly, amidst thunder and lightning, Loki perceived the arrival of his savior. In the blink of an eye, a bolt of lightning struck precisely between Chun Tzu and Loki. Thor, do you intend to challenge me? Thor materialized before the gathered assembly, his divine presence shattering the ground beneath him. No, certainly not. I merely hope you will spare his life, allowing him to return to Asgard for judgment, so he may no longer inflict harm, Thor declared. What? Thor, you dare to refer to me as a dog? I am the Prince of Asgard, a god. You refuse to save me? Hand me over to Chun Tzu? Are you condemning me to death? Who is it that cast me into the cosmos last time? After barely escaping with my life, you now seek to end it again. Loki, upon witnessing Thor hand him over to Chun Tzu, realized that he was destined for a grim fate. Thus, he resorted to an appeal of sentiment. O wise one, I implore you, for the sake of my father, spare his life. After all, he is still a prince of Asgard, my brother. I cannot truly allow you to take his life. Of course, you may torment him at your leisure, or give him a thrashing that renders him incapable of self-sufficiency. Beside him, Loki was utterly bewildered. You scoundrel, Thor. What manner of jest is this? Is this not akin to killing me once more? Steve Rogers interjected, asserting, no. The misdeeds he has committed on Earth ought to be adjudicated by the laws of this realm. Thor, however, would not acquiesce. Nay, he is of Asgard, and thus should be judged by Asgardian law. Chapter 41. The trial as Thor and Captain America debated who should judge Loki. The latter unexpectedly proclaimed with a sense of righteousness, mortal beings of Earth, I am willing to accompany you and submit to your judgment. Yet, you must first remove this individual. Thor was taken aback by Loki's audacious maneuver. Chun Tzu, unable to remain silent, suggested, you should return him to Asgard. But you must keep him under strict control. If necessary, it would be best to confine him, to prevent him from wreaking havoc on Earth once more. Captain America and Black Widow remained silent, acknowledging the validity of Chun Tzu's concerns. Leaving Loki on Earth posed an unknown risk. Upon hearing this, and noting the lack of dissent from Thor and the others, Loki realized he was indeed destined to be returned to Asgard. Chun Tzu, why do you persist in thwarting my endeavors? One day, should you fall into my grasp, I shall ensure you understand my true power. Yet, his face bore little fury. Only a faint smirk, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Loki was forcibly restrained by handcuffs capable of suppressing his mental powers, brought forth by Chun Tzu from Kamartaj, and handed over to Thor. However, just as Thor called upon Heimdall to open the Bifrost, the bridge did not manifest. Instead, a colossal creature, entirely shrouded in darkness, struck with ferocity, sending Thor and the others reeling before they could comprehend the unfolding chaos. With the exception of Chun Tzu, all were cast aside by an unseen force. Chun Tzu recognized the monstrous figure. It was Black Dwarf, a minion of Thanos, who should have appeared during the events of Infinity War, yet here he stood, unexpectedly. The butterfly effect of his appearance was indeed monumental, and Chun Tzu had not anticipated the sheer strength of Black Dwarf, who even posed a challenge to Thor, the son of Odin, whose prowess was not to be underestimated among Asgardians. His physical prowess could be deemed exceptional, yet astonishingly, he was struck down by the Black Dwarf, leaving Chin Su somewhat taken aback by the latter's formidable strength. Reacting swiftly, Chin Su unleashed a lightning whip that sent the Black Dwarf hurtling away. Just as he was poised to bind Loki, a cerulean portal materialized beside him, through which a controlled agent emerged to whisk Loki away. At that moment, Black Widow recognized Hawkeye. "Hey Hawkeye, what are you up to?" However, Hawkeye disregarded her, firing several modified arrows that instantly enveloped the area in smoke. Yet, Chin Su remained unaffected. His mental prowess was potent enough to penetrate the multiverse, granting him an unparalleled perception of power. Even in the darkness of night, he could see without illumination, yet Loki managed to escape through the Azure portal. Chin Su contemplated pursuing Loki via a spatial portal, yet the effort was futile. The Space Stone, as a representation of spatial power within the Marvel Universe, rendered his attempts ineffectual, altering the surrounding space itself. However, Hawkeye was left behind by Chin Su. Black Widow, having fled, pinned Hawkeye to the ground. "Hey, old buddy, don't you recognize me?" "You won't awaken him with that," Steve interjected. "Do you have anything that could free him from this control? We hope you can assist us. Having one more ally is preferable to gaining another enemy." Chin Su directly employed a surge of mental energy, erasing the influence of the Mind Stone from Hawkeye. Instantly, Hawkeye regained consciousness. "What happened to me?" he inquired. "You were under Loki's control. Are you aware of that?" Chin Su advised, "You should ask him what Loki is currently plotting to devise a proper response." Although under control, Hawkeye retained his memories. He gazed at Chin Su in confusion, yet he knew who he was. "Yes, I recall what I did. Loki is gathering titanium to open a sufficiently large spatial wormhole to unleash his army." Captain America, Steve, was taken aback. "What? I thought in this era of peace, war was a relic of the past. I never imagined that warfare in this age would be more terrifying than that of my time, extending even to extraterrestrial realms. The invasion and scale of war far exceed anything from my era. When I first awakened, I believed this age to be idyllic, but it seems I was mistaken." Chin Su remained silent, promptly opening a spatial portal and returning to the sanctum in New York. The onlookers gazed at him in shock, despite being aware of his identity. Disbelief lingered. Hawkeye felt similarly. The notion of sorcerers had always been a childhood fairy tale for them, something they never expected to witness in reality. Yet now, it stood vividly before their eyes. Chin Su paid no heed to their astonished gazes and continued on his way. Beside him, Iron Man Tony Stark exclaimed, "My heavens. What was that just now?" Distorting space requires an immense amount of energy, and it fundamentally defies the laws of physics. The others remained silent, lost in thought. One could only hope that he would stand with us. Thor did not return to Asgard. Instead, he took up his hammer and sword towards the direction of Kamartash. Captain America, feeling somewhat helpless, called out, "Hey, where are you going? Shouldn't we act together? You must be familiar with the phrase unity is strength, right?" Before Captain America could finish his sentence, Thor had already taken flight. He is, to the people, nearly a deity, existing solely in legends, beyond our control. "I know. We are viewed in much the same way," Thor remarked as he arrived at the New York sanctum of Kamartash, where Chin Su sensed his presence and promptly welcomed him. "So, is this the energy barrier you use to protect the Earth?" Thor inquired, gesturing towards the area where Chin Su and his companions had been reinforcing the seal. "Indeed. But I advise against touching it. You might find yourself banished to the void of space, and I cannot save you." Even the ruler of the dark dimension would hesitate to breach that seal. Upon hearing this, Thor withdrew his restless spirit, following Chin Su with a somewhat foolish expression. "Loki has fled. Where do you think he will go?" He pondered. "I didn't expect him to have a contingency plan. The limitations of the Space Stone are considerable. Just now, I could have utilized the mirror dimension to freeze them. However, before the Space Stone, my spatial spells proved ineffective. Indeed, as one of the 6 Infinity Stones, the Space Stone embodies the most primordial forces of the universe, capable of annihilating all." Chapter 42. Concealment. I believe Loki is hiding somewhere in New York, preparing to exploit the Space Stone to open a cosmic wormhole and bring the Chitauri to conquer Earth, Chin Su speculated. "Yes, you are correct. I share the same belief," he affirmed. "Is that black monstrosity truly so formidable?" Chin Su questioned Thor. Thor, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, replied, "Yes, he is Black Swan, a warrior of cosmic strength and one of Thanos' subordinates." Chin Su reflected, realizing that the cinematic portrayals diverged significantly from reality. Black Swan, once depicted as one of the weakest, underestimated by all, now revealed that one must reassess this world without the lens of film. It seems we must seek the guidance of the Ancient One. Thor was not surprised. He was well aware of the Ancient One's existence, the formidable being who once banished them from Earth. To be honest, He felt somewhat embarrassed to seek her out now. Given their past, Chun Su proceeded to the residence of Ancient One, with Thor following closely behind. They soon arrived at the entrance. Please come in. The two were taken aback. How did the Ancient One know they were about to enter? Chun Su performed a gesture of respect customary among sorcerers, while Thor offered a salute befitting Asgardian tradition. Esteemed sorcerer, this is Thor, son of Odin from Asgard. Chun Su succinctly introduced Thor, yet his words carried significant weight. Oh, I see. Since you are aware, I shall dispense with the preamble and get straight to the point. We wish to ascertain Loki's current whereabouts. He has acquired the Space Stone and is poised to bring the Chitauri army to Earth, which poses a grave threat. We must locate him swiftly to thwart his plans. I am aware of the urgency of the situation, but I too am at a loss as to his location. What? You do not know? Can you not find him using the Time Stone? Indeed, even with the Time Stone, I cannot discern his whereabouts, for the future has already been altered. All of this is a consequence of your presence, which has disrupted the trajectories of time. Originally, Loki was meant to appear atop the Stark Tower, opening a wormhole to unleash the Chitauri, only to be thwarted by the Avengers and return to Asgard. Now, the future has become obscured, no longer following its intended course. Hence I cannot ascertain his location. He could be right beneath your nose or anywhere in the cosmos. Upon hearing this, Chun Su fell into deep contemplation, while Thor gazed at him in astonishment. I never anticipated that our world would veer into the unknown due to your existence. You are indeed a remarkable individual. Meanwhile, Loki, having escaped from Chun Su's grasp, was in a lavish villa, furiously striking the table with his scepter. Master, Hawkeye's capture signifies that our plans have been compromised. Should we halt our operations? Retreat and conserve our strength, he replied. No, that is unnecessary. With sufficient power, all conspiracies become inconsequential. Hurry, instruct Dr. Vade to complete the device and open the wormhole. At that point, everything will be manageable. Understood, I shall do so immediately. Should we not send someone to assassinate that sorcerer? What? Are you jesting? Do you realize how formidable he is? Even Dormammu cannot contend with him. And you dare suggest an assassination? Dormammu? Who is that? Loki found himself at a loss regarding this inquiry, uncertain whether to elaborate, knowing she would not comprehend. You are mere mortals. This matter is beyond your purview, and you need not concern yourselves with it. Simply focus on executing your assigned tasks. That is sufficient. The rest is beyond your capability to manage. Very well, I shall attend to it at once. Kamartaj, Chun Su, we shall see. I am determined to ensure Kamartaj vanishes from this universe. Please, finish the red wine in your hand. Thor and Chun Su have been relentlessly searching for Luashi's whereabouts, striving to prevent him from unleashing the cosmic impulse and releasing the Chitauri. Yet, all their efforts seem futile. For one who possesses the Space Stone, evasion is an impossible task, until a massive cosmic wormhole opened above Stark Tower, plunging New York into chaos. Its inhabitants gazing in horror at the vast rift in the sky. The American consulate was promptly informed of this event. Nick Fury, do you possess the capacity to control this situation? Can you manage that gaping hole in the sky? Fury initially fell silent, then bluntly stated, if I cannot control this, then no one can. I trust my team to halt this calamity. With just those few individuals, can that formidable sorcerer truly assist us? What is his current stance? Do you know? Well, I am uncertain of his intentions. However, I believe that since he is on Earth, he will ultimately intervene. How can you be so sure? What if he collaborates with others to conquer Earth? What can you say then? If that scenario comes to pass, it would signify the utter demise of our world. With that, Nick Fury terminated the communication. On board the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier, gazing at the cosmic wormhole above New York, witnessing the relentless stream of Chitauri emerging from it, they felt helpless and powerless to avert the impending disaster. Thor and Chun Su promptly ascended to the skies above Stark Tower, observing the energy shield enveloping the Tesseract. Chun Su unleashed a spell, yet it merely stirred the energy barrier slightly before returning to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Shall I attempt with Mjolnir? Thor inquired, wielding the mighty hammer infused with potent electrical energy, but it was swiftly immobilized by the energy shield, rendering him motionless. It seems my hammer is of no use. From the depths of the cosmic wormhole, a swarm of Chitauri surged forth, scattering in all directions, preparing to assault the Earth. We must first thwart the invasion of the Chitauri. We must devise a plan. Understood. Thor swung Mjolnir, directing his formidable lightning energy towards the approaching Chitauri. Chun Su unleashed the Omega Beam from his eyes, sweeping across the horde and instantly annihilating a significant portion of them. Thor gazed at Chun Su in astonishment before charging fiercely at the remaining Chitauri. Chapter 43. The Power of Thunder. Chun Su unleashed his thunderous magic, causing a multitude of Kirita to plummet from the heavens. Thor wielded his mighty Mjolnir to summon the raw force of lightning, directing it toward the cosmic wormhole, where a steady stream of adversaries emerged, ripe for annihilation by electric might. However, as the numbers of foes gradually swelled, the defenders began to feel increasingly overwhelmed. On the ground, a group of terrified Westerners gathered to spectate, illustrating that such behavior is not solely an Eastern trait, but rather a reflection of human nature. Yet, as the Kirita multiplied, some of them launched a direct assault, prompting the onlookers to realize the urgency of their escape. SHIELD dispatched all available fighter jets to intercept the Kirita forces. Hey, sorcerer, need assistance? Shinsu turned to see Iron Man, Stark, whom he assumed had already fled. He had expected Loki to position the wormhole elsewhere, but it was unexpectedly situated above Stark Tower, indicating a desire to provoke them. Meanwhile, aboard the SHIELD aircraft carrier, confusion reigned as they pondered the absence of Thor, Stephen, Hulk, and Black Widow in the skies of New York. What is going on? Nick Fury exclaimed, perplexed. The Kirita's weaponry was alarmingly advanced, rendering the city's defenses and dispatch jets nearly ineffective. As Steve and Black Widow arrived on the scene, Hulk soon followed, intensifying the tension of the battlefield. As several Leviathan biological weapons approached, the conflict escalated. Thor swung Mjolnir with formidable might, electrifying one of the Leviathans. Stark engaged all the energy of his armor, colliding with another Leviathan, yet he soon found himself drained of strength. Hulk, harnessing his immense power, dispatched another. But the tide of Leviathans, accompanied by throngs of Kirita, surged toward Earth, instilling a palpable sense of dread among the defenders. Thor addressed Shinsu. This cannot continue. Their numbers are overwhelming. Shinsu surveyed the Kirita and felt a wave of frustration. Hold your ground. I will ascertain the source of their reinforcements and obliterate it. With that, he soared into the cosmic wormhole. Upon entering, Shinsu found himself within an alien expanse, greeted by a planet composed of numerous spacecraft, teeming with countless Kirita. As he observed the vessels, a multitude of energy shields hurtled toward him, propelled by the oncoming Kirita. Shinsu directly harnessed the evolved power of the Phoenix and, drawing inspiration from the cosmic magic shield, manifested a pure energy shield around himself. All energy rays directed at him were effortlessly deflected. Which one was the main ship? Shinsu unleashed the Omega Ray, aiming to penetrate the planet itself. A terrifying crimson energy beam surged forth, obliterating everything in its path. The once obstructed view, shielded by Lord Cheery, suddenly became expansive. However, the others did not cease their assault. Instead, they unleashed a barrage of denser energy rays towards Shinsu, all of which he repelled with ease. Meanwhile, on Earth, one voice opposed the launch of nuclear missiles. I believe my team can handle this. Your team can manage all this, are you certain? You are merely deceiving yourself. We ought to launch a nuclear missile to annihilate that wormhole and thwart the invasion. Do you have any idea how many enemies lurk within that wormhole? Your team is but a handful. Nick Fury was left speechless by the inquiries from the American consulate. Regardless, I firmly oppose deploying nuclear weapons. Yet, everything spiraled beyond control. Director, a fighter jet carrying a nuclear missile has taken off. What? I did not issue that command. Who acted on their own accord? Fury rushed towards the departing fighter jet with a 40mm rocket launcher, but it was too late. The aircraft had already ascended, and the missile was hurtling towards the heart of New York, condemning its inhabitants to death. Fury, witnessing the unfolding chaos, appeared momentarily dazed before relaying the news to Stark. Stark erupted in outrage. Are you out of your mind, Nick Fury? We are still fighting here, and you launch a nuclear missile from behind? How can you justify this to us or to all of New York? Have we truly reached such a desperate state? This command was not mine. It was issued by those fools at the American consulate. Captain America, Steve Rogers, felt a surge of indignation. Having always been loyal to his nation, defending America and the world, he was now forced to confront the prospect of sacrificing lives. It shook his resolve to serve his country for the first time. Is there any way to intercept it? Stark interjected, let me handle this. He redirected all his energy into the propulsion system between his legs, launching himself upward towards the cosmic wormhole. The others watched, anxious. Can he really stop it? But Stark was already committed, sending the nuclear missile into the depths of the wormhole. As Stark slowly entered the cosmic wormhole, he beheld the breathtaking scene of Shinsu and the Kirita Legion engaged in battle amidst the starry expanse. The spectacle shattered Stark's worldview, leaving him utterly astonished. Prompting an involuntary gasp, he witnessed Shinsu, empowered by the evolved Phoenix Force, transforming into a magnificent golden-red phoenix, akin to a deity, standing amidst the abyss of the dark cosmos, confronting a multitude of Kirita warriors and their fleet. Countless energy beams surged towards Shinsu, Yet they failed to breach the protective energy shield enveloping him. In comparison, the Kyrita forces seemed to be merely playing at warfare. Oh my God! What have I just witnessed? I have seen the divine. Stark's exclamations drew the attention of others, including Captain America, Steve Rogers, who urgently inquired, Stark, what did you see? This was a question on everyone's minds, yet Stark remained silent. Chapter 44. Invasion of Earth. Stark's armor had depleted its energy, plummeting towards the ground at free-fall speed. In a state of panic, he cried out for help. My armor is out of energy. Someone please assist me. At this velocity, I will be reduced to a mere pulp. Thor swiftly soared beneath him to catch him. Thank heavens for you, my thunderous friend. Stark breathed a sigh of relief as Thor gently set him down. The others clamored to learn what Stark had witnessed. I saw tens of thousands of superpowered beings and countless Kyrita warships assaulting Chinsu, yet not even their defensive shield was breached. This revelation left everyone in a state of disbelief. Only Thor remained relatively unfazed, having been informed of Chinsu's immense power by his father. Meanwhile, on the battlefield deep within the cosmos, Chinsu unleashed the Phoenix Force, casting forth a wave of fiery energy that reduced the approaching Kyrita warriors and their ships to ashes. Loki, the one commanding the assault, was not engaged in battle as depicted in the original narrative. Instead, he had concealed himself within a warship, orchestrating the attack from safety. Within one such Kyrita vessel, Loki observed Chinsu, flanked by Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf, who were coordinating the conflict. As he beheld Chinsu's phoenix apparition, Loki's teeth clenched in frustration. He had never anticipated that Chinsu possessed the Phoenix Force, let alone an evolved version, infused with the chaotic essence of madness, rendering it even more formidable than before. I refuse to believe it. Cease all attacks on Earth. Direct every assault towards Chinsu. Eliminate him. In an instant, all Kyrita forces received the command to abandon their invasion of Earth and redirect their offensive entirely towards Chinsu. Beside them, the Ebony Throat issued a warning, Your Highness. You must not proceed in this manner. Such words are tantamount to exposing our position, and we shall find ourselves in peril. What is there to fear? I refuse to believe that Chinsu alone can navigate through the onslaught of our adversaries to reach us. Even if he possesses the power of the Phoenix, it remains incomplete. At this moment, Loki was consumed by rage, his reason clouded, fixated solely on the notion of eliminating Chinsu, entirely neglecting their mission to invade Earth. Your Highness, yet it is the command of Lord Thanos. If we do not eliminate Chinsu, do you truly believe we can conquer Earth? The Ebony Throat paused, rendered speechless. Indeed, the idea of invading Earth without vanquishing Chinsu was nothing short of a farce, an endeavor doomed to failure. Chinsu had also taken note of the approaching Krytar warships, utilizing his formidable psychic prowess to penetrate the multiverse. Before long, he discerned a single vessel that refrained from advancing toward him. It appeared unremarkable, an ordinary Krytar warship. Chinsu could not help but admire Loki's intellect, which surpassed Thor's by a considerable margin. It was no wonder that while Chinsu had been preoccupied with the larger, more fortified, and offensively potent warships, Loki had cunningly concealed himself, observing the unfolding chaos from the sidelines. Quite adept at hiding, aren't you, Loki? Chinsu concentrated all his phoenix power around him, forming an impenetrable shield of defense, then propelled himself to an extraordinary speed, charging directly toward Loki's warship. As he passed, the Krytar soldiers stationed on their vessels were effortlessly pierced by his force. Loki, Black Dwarf, and the Ebony Throat beheld the comet-like Chinsu hurtling toward them. The Ebony Throat exclaimed, Your Highness, should we conceal ourselves or withdraw? That mage is already upon us. We have been compromised. Withdraw? Why should we retreat? I am a god. How could a god ever retreat? But should you wish to leave, do so swiftly. Do not disturb me in this endeavor. Today, I shall assuredly eliminate Chinsu. Exchanging glances, the Ebony Throat and Black Dwarf hesitated no longer, stepping through the spatial portal without a moment's pause. They understood that they were no match for Chinsu, who wielded the Phoenix power. Although they wished to fulfill their mission, their lives took precedence. Even if their task remained unaccomplished, Thanos would not hold them accountable. They could easily attribute the failure to Loki. Thus, they had no intention of lingering any longer. Loki gazed in astonishment at Chinsu, who was hurtling towards him like a celestial body. He marveled at Chinsu's formidable strength. Realizing that the warships of the Kyrita were a product of his plundering of other civilizations, enhanced by the technology of Asgard. Their performance had improved by 50% compared to their original capabilities, yet now, they were utterly ineffective against Chinsu, akin to mere toys. As he watched Chinsu, who streaked through the cosmos like a star, Loki felt a twinge of regret for not fleeing alongside Ubu Throat and Black Dwarf. However, regret was futile. The cosmic cube was not in his possession, nor did he possess the ability to open a portal. Chen Su, radiating a divine, golden light, spoke with an air of omnipotence. Loki, it has been a long time. Loki, taken aback by Chen Su's godlike presence and the accusatory tone, initially froze before being engulfed by a wave of fury. Insufferable. I am the god here. He thrust his mind scepter towards Chen Su's chest, hoping to seize control. Yet, would it be effective? As the scepter pierced Chen Su, Loki's expression shifted from rage to ecstatic disbelief, only to be met with sheer stagnation. He soon realized that Chen Su exhibited no reaction whatsoever. How could the mind scepter fail to elicit a response from him? Chen Su's mental fortitude was astonishing, powerful enough to transcend the multiverse. The notion that the scepter could control him was nothing short of folly. Chen Su approached Loki without hesitation, prompting Loki to unleash an energy beam from his fist, but it proved utterly futile. The fury that had ignited within Loki dissipated in an instant, leaving only terror in its wake. Insufferable. Do not approach. What do you intend to do? I am a prince of Asgard, son of Odin. Should you dare harm me, you shall face the wrath of all Asgard. Think wisely. In the next moment, Chen Su swung a punch that sent Loki hurtling away, crashing into the iron wall of a Kirita vessel, rendering him unconscious. Chen Su effortlessly lifted Loki like a chick with one hand while wielding the mind scepter in the other, soaring into the void. Chapter 45. Invasion. Chen Su projected a mental signal that resonated in the minds of every Kirita. I advise you to cease your actions immediately. Do you recognize the individual in my grasp? If you persist, I shall end his life, and you will bear the consequences. Instantly, all Kirita ceased their assault. And without further hesitation, Chen Su propelled himself towards the cosmic wormhole leading to Earth. The Kirita fleet, sensing the gravity of the situation, made way. However, Chen Su was aware that Loki's intimidation would not hold them at bay for long. He flew towards Stark Tower, with the Kirita relentlessly in pursuit. In New York, the denizens of Stark Tower witnessed the confrontation between Chen Su and Loki and swiftly converged upon them. Loki, what has become of him? Oh, it is nothing of consequence. She was unwilling to collaborate with me, so I had no choice but to render him unconscious and bring him along. Ah, you subdued him. That is of little matter. Quickly, utilize this mind scepter to deactivate the Tesseract. Chen Su directly entrusted this task to Black Widow and Hawkeye. The army of the Chitauri has already approached Earth in full force. I strongly advise you to close the portal before they all pass through that cosmic wormhole. Upon hearing this, Captain America and Black Widow promptly set to work, yet they found themselves perplexed about how to operate it. Thor interjected, and Loki realized he could simply ask him. With that, the god of thunder summoned a slender bolt of lightning that struck Loki, awakening him in an instant. As he regained consciousness, he noticed the dubious gazes of everyone around him. May I join you for a drink? He inquired. Enough of the pleasantries. Just tell us how to use this device. His greatest ability lies in penetrating the energy shield, allowing him to directly pierce the Tesseract and deactivate it. Thus, the battle concluded. Loki and the Tesseract were returned to Asgard by Thor. Although they had some disputes regarding the Tesseract, in the end, they all recognized that such an artifact could never be truly controlled. Its presence on Earth would only bring about unending calamities. The American consulate would not overlook this matter either, and one could only speculate what catastrophic dangers they might unleash. Perhaps I should simply have Thor take it back to Asgard, severing everyone's aspirations regarding it. Chen Su let out a long sigh. It was finally over. The others echoed his sentiment. Indeed, it is over, yet one cannot predict what future disasters may arise. Alas, what lies ahead? Let us not dwell on it. Instead, why don't we indulge in some barbecue? I know of a splendid place I have long wished to visit. Upon hearing this, everyone agreed. Chen Su, seizing the rare opportunity to enhance their meal, could hardly refuse. I shall not accompany you. I still have to return Loki to Asgard and report. Oh, go ahead. With a wave, a rainbow bridge materialized, and the two vanished from sight, while the others proceeded to enjoy their barbecue. New York had been reduced to ruins in the wake of their battle. Except for Thor, the rest of the participants found themselves savoring a delightful meal at a restaurant, with Stark purchasing the establishment outright for the sake of his companions. How is this barbecue? Delicious, I assent it. I have long desired to partake. The group offered no verbal response, instead communicating their approval through the sounds of their chewing. The future remained uncertain, and one could only wonder what other cosmic foes might threaten Earth next. Captain America, Steve, was struck by a wave of nostalgia, reflecting on the brutal nature of warfare in his era, only to realize that he preferred the conflicts of the past. In stark contrast, Chen Su interjected, asserting that such sentiments were naive. Our world is perpetually under siege from external forces, a struggle that has persisted for millennia. Chen Su's words captured the attention of all present. I am a mage, he continued, and the teachings of Kamartaj have been with our Earth for countless years, at least several millennia. Our battles with the Chitauri are grounded in reality. While the guardians of Kamartaj fend off threats from alternate dimensions, the adversaries that dwell in those realms are far mightier than the Chitauri, with some beings transcending the very concept of time itself. Transcending time? What does that even mean? A voice inquired, bewildered by the profundity of the statement. Indeed, those entities defy explanation by the scientific principles of our reality. Kamartaj has been in conflict with them for thousands of years, perhaps even longer. Yet this has remained undisclosed to the world. Why not form a team? Chen Su suggested. In the event of future incursions, we could stand united against our foes. Captain America nodded in agreement. Yes, unity is strength. Natasha and I have no objections. How about you, Dr. Banner? I have no objections. But I prefer the confines of my laboratory, he replied. Chen Su added, as for me, I can only serve as a backup, as I must remain vigilant against the incursions of those dimensional demons. I may only assist when the foes you face become overwhelmingly powerful. That is sufficient, Stark interjected. What shall we name this team? How about the Avengers? He proposed. Our civilization is fragile, and we may be obliterated by other civilizations at any moment. Thus, we must take up arms against them. Shall I return now? Chen Su stated as he opened a portal, swiftly departing for the sanctum in New York. The others watched him leave, puzzled. What was that all about? Stark queried, met with perplexed glances from the others. The group did not dwell on the matter further. Returning to their respective lives, Captain America resumed his previous duties, Hawkeye returned to his family, and Natasha engaged in various activities, frequently appearing on television. Meanwhile, Stark's relationship with his assistant blossomed, during which he learned that she had once saved Chen Su, leaving him astounded. As for Chen Su, he had intended to read in the sanctum but was soon invited by Thor to Asgard, with Ancient One suggesting he partake as an exchange student. For Chen Su, these opportunities were invaluable for enhancing his abilities, and he eagerly accepted the invitation, receiving a warm welcome in the realm of the gods. As the combative Thor engaged in a contest with Chen Su, his intention was not to vanquish him, but rather to grasp the extent of Chen Su's formidable power and to comprehend the disparity between their strengths. However, he was met with a decisive defeat, leading him to concede that the gap was insurmountable. Chapter 46. Resources and financial power. After the bout with Thor, Chen Su returned to his assigned residence in Asgard, immersing himself in the study of various tomes from the realm. Meanwhile, on Earth, the aftermath of the battle in New York left the world in shock. Humanity had come to the stark realization that extraterrestrial civilizations existed and possessed immense superiority over Earth. This revelation instilled a profound sense of latent, yet formidable threat among global governments. Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. summoned Dr. Wade back. Recognizing his value, as even Loki had coerced him into service, Fury sought to engage Dr. Wade in research to bolster Earth's military capabilities in anticipation of potential alien incursions. Yet, at that moment, Fury regarded Dr. Wade with incredulity. Is what you say true? You are not deceiving me, are you? Indeed, replied Wade. The 9 realms from Norse mythology are poised to converge once more, heralding a potentially cataclysmic event for Earth. The world faces annihilation anew. Yes, we have just endured a great conflict, and now the specter of destruction looms once more. Earth is truly beset by calamity. Do you possess a solution? I do. But it necessitates substantial resources and financial backing. Consider it done. Whatever you require, I shall provide. In Asgard, at the dawn of a new day, Thor's voice resonated outside Chen Su's door. Hey, Chen Su. What is it, Thor? Must you bellow so early? Are you not concerned about disturbing others? Not in the least. Everyone has gone to witness the convergence of the 9 realms. It is a cosmic marvel that occurs once in millennia. Do you not wish to behold it? What? The reunion of the 9 realms? As a traveler from another realm, Chen Su was aware that the events of Thor, the Dark World, were imminent. The awakening of the Dark Elves and the emergence of the Ether, a harbinger of tragedy, as it signified the impending death of Thor's mother, Frigga. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Mission activated. Alter the fate of Queen Frigga's demise and acquire the Reality Stone. Taken aback, Chen Su had just contemplated the harrowing journey awaiting Thor, only to find himself thrust into a mission. Changing Frigga's fate seemed feasible. Yet procuring the Reality Stone posed a challenge. He recalled that the weapon wielded by the Dark Elves, the Ether, was, in fact, the Reality Stone. However, based on his prior knowledge, it was a liquid substance, thus raising the question of how to extract it. Forget it for now. Let us first secure the Ether. Thor, do you not intend to seek out your old flame on Earth? How do you know I have an old flame? I have said nothing. Thor gazed at Chen Su with incredulity, while Chen Su returned the look with a hint of embarrassment. Indeed, Thor had not previously divulged this matter to him. It was not something he could share. With a smile, Chen Su remarked, the last time you were in distress on Earth, Did you not notice me sitting in that CAF? I often saw you walking with that girl and assumed you were a couple. Upon hearing this, Thor's doubts were instantly alleviated. Fortunately, during his exile on Earth, he had also frequently observed Chin-Su in that CAF, which had spared him further inquiries. Do you not miss her? Thor asked. I do, Chin-Su replied, but after everything that has transpired, I have contemplated much. She is merely a mortal, her lifespan exceedingly limited, while I am a god, destined for an eternity. Together, our union would ultimately lead to profound suffering for both. At the very least, you should have explained your absence to her. Vanishing without a word is hardly respectful, Thor admonished. True enough, I have matters to attend to on Earth. Would you care to accompany me? At this, Thor's excitement surged. That would be splendid. Let us depart at once. Do you not wish to witness the reunion of the Nine Realms? Chin-Su inquired. No, not at all. What are a few stars to behold? There are countless stars in the bathroom. Merely pick a few to gaze at, Thor replied dismissively. Chin-Su could only shake his head in disbelief. Then let us proceed. Soon, they arrived beside the Bifrost. Hela Ram had been guarding the bridge, and upon their approach, he spoke. We have matters to resolve on Earth. Could you open the bridge for us? Certainly, Hela Ram replied, but you must ensure that the issues on Earth are resolved before summoning me again. Since the last damage, the energy has diminished significantly, and it can no longer be summoned at will without exhausting its reserves. Understood. We shall return post-haste once our affairs are settled, Chin-Su assured him. Hela Ram cast a knowing glance at Thor, as if he were aware of Thor's intentions, which made Thor feel a tinge of embarrassment. In no time, they found themselves in New York. Chin-Su led Thor to the warehouse where Jane was located. Upon spotting her, Chin-Su felt relieved. They had arrived just in time, as it would have been troublesome had the ether been absorbed by Jane. Thor soared to a position near her, and as Jane was about to enter the warehouse, she heard Thor's voice and halted, her expression shifting from joy to fury as she swiftly slapped his face. Thor was taken aback. I apologize, I thought I was dreaming. Another slap followed. Did you not promise to return for me? I have waited for over half a year. I am sorry, Jane. It was due to my actions that the Bifrost was damaged, preventing my return. How did you arrive here? Chin-Su inquired. My father invested considerable resources to repair the Rainbow Bridge, which is why I came. Observing the couple's affectionate display, Chin-Su felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, akin to consuming a dish of bittersweet dog food. Nevertheless, he remained focused on his mission. You two may reminisce for now. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. I shall return once I have resolved my affairs. Oh, go ahead, came the response. Chin-Su promptly utilized a spatial portal to enter the warehouse. As anticipated, the spatial structure surrounding him had been altered by some unseen force, rendering his portal imprecise and unstable. He beheld a massive truck floating inexplicably and, guided by memory, ventured into a realm of darkness. The surrounding stones exuded an ancient aura, and at the center stood a colossal stone pillar, adorned with a dark red substance at its core. Recognizing it as ether particles, Chin-Su felt the power of the phoenix within him stir. The ether particles radiated a dark red luminescence, imbued with a mysterious and timeless energy. Rather than reach out directly, he employed magical chains to extract the substance and secured it within a magical box. Chapter 47. The dark moment. At the instant Chin-Su made contact with the ether particles using the magical chains, an ancient warship awakened in a realm of utter darkness. The Dark Elves sensed the return of the ether particles after millennia. The universe was on the brink of succumbing to darkness once more, and they sought to exact retribution upon the denizens of Asgard. The warship set its course toward Earth. Meanwhile, the Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One, sensed a disturbance from within her sanctum, briefly opening her eyes before closing them again. In Asgard, Odin too felt the presence of the ether particles and was struck with astonishment. Having fulfilled his task, the system's voice echoed in Chin-Su's mind, congratulating him on completing his mission and awarding him with a boon, 50% of chaos power and phoenix power. In an instant, Chin-Su felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him, the two powers merging seamlessly with the system's assistance. His body underwent a profound transformation as the energies began to swirl and converge, ultimately coalescing into a singular entity that emanated a chaotic, primordial hue. With a cataclysmic explosion reminiscent of creation itself, a dark golden phoenix emerged, its interior pulsating with dark red light generated by energy compression, creating a swirling vortex akin to a galaxy. At the very center of this vortex, brilliant red and resplendent gold intertwined. Chin-Su opened his eyes to behold a manifestation of the entire universe. All of existence lay before him. He felt an overwhelming sense of power, as though with a mere gesture he could obliterate anything or distort the fabric of space to traverse anywhere he desired. The Phoenix Force and the power of chaos, as the most ancient divine forces within the Marvel Universe, possessed the extraordinary ability to manipulate both space and time. Shinsu's understanding of time and space has surged dramatically. He feels as though he can exist in any location and at any moment, mastering all that surrounds him. This newfound power fills him with immense exhilaration. After claiming his rewards from the system, Shinsu stepped outside and found Thor and Jane engaged in cheerful conversation. Indeed, those in love often seem to possess an intelligence quotient of 0. Jane had forgotten her intention to explore the secrets within the warehouse, and Thor had lost sight of his purpose for explaining the situation to her. Shinsu sensed an ominous presence approaching from another dimension. His strength had intensified to an alarming degree, allowing him to perceive celestial bodies beyond the solar system. This ominous entity, of course, was the worship of the Dark Elves. Hey, Thor, danger is approaching. You should have Jane leave at once. What? Danger? Who dares to assail the Prince of Asgard? Have you heard of the Dark Elves? The Dark Elves? I heard from my father that they had been eradicated long ago. They were born from the darkness that predated the universe and have always sought to plunge it back into shadow. However, my warnings thwarted their plans, and thereafter, they vanished. No sooner had Thor spoken than the surrounding space shifted dramatically, revealing a colossal warship looming above them. Shinsu promptly opened a portal, transporting Jane to a safer location. The Dark Elf warship unleashed several beams of energy, obliterating the surrounding buildings and terrain. Shinsu conjured an energy shield. The beam struck the shield without effect. Soon, a group of Dark Elves appeared, clad in dark crimson armor. Asgardians, surrender your weapons. We have come to exact our revenge. Thor, ever the provocateur, retorted. Why do you emerge from hiding? Is it because Asgard defeated you? Must you humiliate yourselves further? With that, Thor swung his hammer, summoning a powerful surge of lightning that he hurled at the Dark Elves. One clad in red armor intercepted the attack, and a fierce battle ensued, drawing the attention of the authorities, who remained at a distance, hesitant to intervene. Director Fury, we have a situation. An alien spacecraft has appeared near Green University. What? So soon? Another extraterrestrial incursion? However, Thor is currently engaged in combat with them, and it seems the sorcerer is present as well. Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for their presence. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for what to do. Tasking them to resolve this situation was beyond their capabilities. Once again, Fury felt a profound sense of helplessness and frustration. Had they all arrived in relation to the recent convergence of the 9 realms? Thor was fiercely engaged in battle with the Dark Elves, and soon enough, those Dark Elves fell to their knees. In the original tale, they had acquired the ether particles, which rendered the god of thunder unable to defeat them. However, they had not obtained such power now, as the ether particles were in Shinsu's possession. How could they possibly contend with Thor? With a single bolt of lightning, he dispatched the Dark Elves without mercy. A couple of white Dark Elves charged towards Shinsu, demanding he surrender their belongings, threatening him with a fate worse than death. Spare me? Shinsu retorted, retrieving the magical box containing the ether particles. The Dark Elf's eyes gleamed with ecstatic fervor. Surely, this is what you seek? Come and take it if you dare. The Dark Elf lunged at Shinsu, only to be sent flying by a burst of psychic energy. You may desire it, but you will never possess it. I shall take it with me. The Dark Elf howled in fury. Lowly creature, you court death. A bomb was hurled towards Shinsu. He realized it was a black hole bomb. In an instant, a miniature black hole materialized before him. Shinsu summoned the power of the Phoenix, isolating the collapsing space without a scratch. Had it been anyone else, they would not have been so fortunate. The Dark Elf clad in dark crimson armor, who had been battling Thor for quite some time, charged at Shinsu, delivering a punch aimed at his heart. The blow was met with a counter from Shinsu's Phoenix flames, and before it could land, the attacker was reduced to ashes. The other Dark Elves stood in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom Shinsu's overwhelming strength, as even their mightiest warrior was rendered powerless before him. Despair washed over them, and they hastily retreated to their warship, seeking to escape. Observing this, Thor swung his mighty hammer, channeling immense thunderous power, and struck the Dark Elf ship, which erupted into flames, disintegrating in the sky. The nearby onlookers, including the police, were too intimidated to intervene. Thor took a moment to clarify matters with Jane before returning to Asgard with Shinsu. Chapter 48. The Library. Upon their return to Asgard, Shinsu wasted no time. He devoted the remainder of his days to the vast library of Asgard. The reason was simple. His exchange student period was nearing its end. If he did not seize the opportunity to absorb their knowledge, he might not have another chance to study Asgardian texts openly. Meanwhile, Thor, invigorated after the encounter with the Dark Elves, sought out Shinsu daily for training sessions, believing this would expedite his growth and enhance his strength. Shinsu, wearied by Thor's persistence, paid him little mind. In an effort to rid himself of Thor's incessant demands, he resorted to a clever ruse, asking, Thor, do you wish to grow stronger? Thor gazed earnestly at Shinsu, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, Of course I want to. Do you have any means to achieve this? You are the god of thunder, not merely the god of the hammer. Deep within you lies an immensely potent force of thunder. If you can awaken it, you might even rival your father. If I am not mistaken, this is precisely why your father sent you to Earth, to undergo this trial. Thor's face registered shock. Really? Indeed, you are aware of my possession of the Phoenix Force, capable of perceiving terrifying power, and I have sensed the dormant strength within you, yet it remains unawakened, Chun Su replied. Thank you. I shall practice immediately to see if I can unleash it. Yes, go forth. I eagerly anticipate the day you grow stronger. After watching Thor depart, Chun Su closed the door and immersed himself in reading, intent on memorizing the extensive records of Asgard's dealings throughout the universe. This task posed no challenge for him, as his ability to traverse the multiverse endowed him with remarkable memory. The vast collection of Asgardian tomes was immense, yet it was trivial for Chun Su. His words had indeed impacted Thor, who had refrained from seeking him out for several days. Chun Su relished this rare tranquility, utilizing the time to finish the books in peace. However, while Thor was absent, Odin soon arrived. A visit Chun Su had anticipated due to the unfolding events concerning Ragnarok and Hela. Shortly thereafter, he was escorted to the royal palace of Asgard, where Odin stood upon his throne. Upon sensing Chun Su's arrival, he descended, ushering others out and guiding Chun Su to a more private area of the palace. Chun Su remained silent, following closely behind Odin until they reached a serene and picturesque locale, a favored retreat of Odin's. You are aware of Thor's situation, Odin began. Chun Su realized he had been betrayed by Thor, who had disclosed their conversation to Odin. Amused, he remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the truth without outright denial. In truth, I have another daughter, the goddess of death, Hela. In my youth, I was fiercely competitive, and she grew ambitious, desiring to invade all 9 realms. Eventually, I had to seal her away. However, as time has passed, my strength has waned. Traditionally, Asgardians grow stronger with age. Yet I carry the scars of many injuries from my youth that have never healed. This weakness has become apparent, and my lifespan is dwindling. I can no longer contain Hela for much longer. I too wish to awaken the latent power within Thor to better confront the dangers that lie ahead. However, I earnestly hope that you will assist Thor in the future, aiding us in Asgard to overcome this impending calamity. Rest assured, we shall not impose upon you without recompense. Everything in Asgard shall be at your disposal, including treasures from my vault. Chun Su felt a surge of astonishment. The treasures within Odin's vault are coveted by countless beings throughout the cosmos. Very well, I shall extend my assistance when the time comes. I can make contact with the eternal flame. Indeed, all resources within Asgard are at your service. However, I must caution you regarding the eternal flame. It embodies a force of law, representing the magic of the universe. As long as there exists a form of magic that has not perished, it shall never extinguish. Thus its dominion over magic knows no bounds. Nevertheless, I once battled the fire giant Surtur in my youth and managed to defeat him, seizing the eternal flame. Initially, I intended to harness it to augment my own strength, but I soon discovered it had been refined by Surtur. The eternal flame, imbued with the essence of Surtur, is exceedingly difficult to wield. A mere slip could allow Surtur's consciousness to invade, inflicting unimaginable mental harm upon the user. You must consider this carefully. Yes, I have pondered it thoroughly. Chun Su harbored great confidence in his mental fortitude and doubted that the fire giant Surtur's mental prowess could traverse the multiverse. Odin then guided Chun Su once more to his vault, where the eternal flame blazed upon an altar, exuding a potent aura of magic. Be cautious. Chun Su reached out with his mental power to sense the eternal flame. As he closed his eyes, a vision of flames engulfed him, and he felt the magic of the entire universe, a boundless energy permeating the multiverse. Suddenly, a colossal giant manifested, proclaiming, "How dare you, a lowly being, intrude upon the eternal flame? Your flesh shall be mine." The consciousness of the fire giant surged toward Chun Su's mind, yet it bore no effect. With a decisive mental strike, Chun Su obliterated Surtur's consciousness. What? This is impossible. How can your mental power be so formidable? Strong enough to pierce the multiverse? What are you? A fragment of the eternal flame surged into Chun Su's body, where it was swiftly absorbed and assimilated. Chun Su instantly felt his magical strength multiply manifold. Odin, taken aback, marveled at the destruction of Surtur's essence by Chun Su's overwhelming mental prowess. However, the connection between Surtur's consciousness and the eternal flame was deeply entwined, making a complete eradication a lengthy endeavor. Chun Su ultimately relinquished the task and exited alongside Odin. Days later, the time for his exchange student program arrived. Chapter 49. Heartbroken Chun Su must return to Earth. Before him stood Thor and the Asgardians, Odin and the Queen Frigga herself, bidding farewell to Chun Su beside the Rainbow Bridge. Chun Su gazed at the assembly, expressing, "Dear friends, my days in Asgard have been a source of immense joy. I am grateful for your hospitality and care. However, My time as an exchange student has come to an end, and I must return to Earth. Thor responded, the gates of Asgard will always be open to you. Do visit often when the opportunity arises. Indeed, I shall. Farewell to you all. Farewell. With that, Chun Su traversed the Rainbow Bridge, arriving directly at the New York sanctuary. In truth, given his mastery over spatial manipulation, he could have easily chosen to simply rest in New York without the need for the Rainbow Bridge, yet he refrained from doing so, cherishing the ceremonial significance of the moment. Back on Earth, at the New York sanctuary, Chun Su had been home for several months. He had not revisited the library since he had thoroughly exhausted its contents, spending most days in his dormitory, meticulously organizing and assimilating the knowledge gleaned from the Asgardian archives. Yet, as his understanding deepened, he increasingly doubted the narrative that the Asgardians had been ousted. Rather, it seemed more plausible that they had voluntarily departed from Earth. Suddenly, the shrill ring of his phone jolted him from his meditative state. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Iron Man, Tony Stark. Following their barbecue at the butcher's shop post the New York battle, they had exchanged contact numbers. Hello, Stark. What can I do for you? Hi, Chun Su. I find myself in need of assistance and hope you can come help me. At that moment, Stark was summoning dozens of his armored suits, engaged in a fierce battle against some bioweapons. Sure, describe your surroundings to me. I'll be right over. Okay. In the next instant, Chun Su materialized right behind Stark, who appeared disheveled and ragged, like a beggar. Chun Su gave him a light tap on the shoulder, startling Stark into firing an energy beam at him. Fortunately, he quickly recognized Chun Su. Hey Stark, it's me. Stark paused. Chun Su, how did you arrive so swiftly? I called you merely 2 seconds ago. That is not for you to worry about. What is happening? Have you prepared all these suits for a banquet? Oh heavens, certainly not. Pepper has been kidnapped by one of her secret admirers, and I see. You're outmatched, and have called me for assistance. Pretty much. Chun Su anticipated the plot of Iron Man 3 to unfold so swiftly. After all, Pepper was somewhat of a savior to him, and he was determined to lend his aid. Chun Su directly harnessed his formidable mental power, capable of penetrating the multiverse. In an instant, all the bioengineered beings felt an overwhelming pressure that rendered them immobile. Chun Su then noticed a man clad in a white suit, his expression grotesque, brandishing a peculiar object, poised to inject it into Pepper Potts. I've found Pepper. Let us depart, he declared, grasping Stark's arm and opening a portal, swiftly transporting them before the would-be assailant. Let us evolve together, Pepper. Who do you think you are? Pepper's secret admirer, upon hearing the voice, turned in terror to face Chun Su. He was aware of the Avengers' 7 members, recognizing Chun Su as the most enigmatic and powerful among them. Certainly not a foe he could contend with. This is my love for her. Let us evolve and attain immortality. Is that not desirable? Unlike you, can you not be a ghost? In a desperate attempt, the admirer lunged toward Pepper, aiming to inject the serum into her. Stark, witnessing this, was immediately plunged into despair, shouting in anguish. In that moment, time froze for several kilometers around Chun Su, a manifestation of his power. Unhurriedly, he approached, enveloping Pepper in his embrace, standing beside the anguished Stark. Amusement flickered across his features as he restored the scenario to its original state. The admirer, in his haste, found that Pepper had vanished, and instead, the needle plunged into his own thigh. What just happened? Stark gasped, only to discover Pepper safely cradled in Chun Su's arms. Realizing Chun Su's intervention, Stark rushed to embrace Pepper. The admirer, now comprehending the futility of his intentions, turned to flee, but would Chun Su grant him such an opportunity? Certainly not. Chun Su unleashed the power of the Phoenix, reducing the would-be assailant to ashes in a moment of sheer terror. Observing the two, entwined in their grief, Chun Su awkwardly cleared his throat. Ahem, if all is well, I shall take my leave. Oh, Chun Su, I cannot thank you enough. Had it not been for your timely intervention, Pepper might have been transformed into that creature today. Thank you. I never anticipated we would meet under such circumstances. Oh, it is nothing. You escorted me to the hospital previously, and now we are even. With that, Chun Su opened a portal and returned to the sanctum in New York. Lying on his dormitory bed, he felt a twinge of unease regarding Loki's disappearance. He had never imagined that Thanos would dare to attack Asgard, and with chaos reigning, Loki had escaped, concealing himself somewhere unknown, a lingering threat, indeed. At this moment, Loki is on Earth, wielding the scepter of the mind to control Kingpin, and he is in the process of assembling his Dark Alliance, preparing to exact vengeance upon the Avengers. Master, I have discovered something remarkable. As the crime lord, Kingpin is aware of a newly developed serum capable of enhancing human evolution, indeed the very concoction held by that infatuated Pepper Potts admirer. Though he met his demise, his creation has been seized by another. Naturally, it was taken by Kingpin's criminal organization. This serum could serve as a lure to attract others to our cause. empowering them to bolster our strength, and subsequently, we may exact our revenge upon the Avengers. Loki, observing the burgeoning strength of his faction and the impending day of retribution drawing nearer, felt a surge of euphoria. Chun Su returned to the Sanctum in New York, opting not to return to his dormitory, but instead seeking the Ancient One to pose some inquiries. Chapter 50. Spatial Magic. Upon arriving at the threshold of the Ancient One's sanctum, Chun Su entered unceremoniously. Do you require something? The Ancient One inquired with curiosity. Yes, I have several questions. Pose them. Recently, while employing spatial magic, I sensed alterations in the spatial structure both on Earth and beyond. What could be the cause of this phenomenon? This is a consequence of the convergence of the 9 realms. What? When I was in Asgard, I overheard Thor mention this. But wasn't it merely temporary? Temporary? Who told you that? That was merely the beginning. The convergence of the 9 realms creates connections among our realms, which may weaken our spatial barriers, potentially allowing otherworldly entities to invade Earth. Chun Su suddenly comprehended. It seemed the previous narratives had been somewhat deceptive. Well then, thank you, Supreme One. The Ancient One smiled. You are mistaken. It is you who is the Supreme One now. No, I still find myself unworthy. A person of my inclination towards freedom cannot bear such a burden. Then, Supreme One, I shall take my leave. Indeed, go. The reassembly of the 9 realms manifested an extraordinary phenomenon above New York, instilling panic and unrest among the populace. The SHIELD was overwhelmed in their attempts to address this predicament. Meanwhile, a dark alliance, masterminded by Loki and specifically established to confront the Avengers, took shape. Its members included Dr. Doom, whom Loki had instructed in the arcane arts utilizing Asgardian technology, General Ross, who sought to capture the Hulk, alongside Kingpin, now under Loki's mental control. Is there anyone who still harbors dissent? No objections remain, came the collective response. Then I hereby declare the formal establishment of the Dark Alliance. Loki gazed down upon the assembly, exuding an aura as if he were the sovereign of this realm. This exhilarating sensation filled him with uncontainable delight. In the Temple of New York, Chun Su learned from Sol that the 9 realms are divided into the lifeless realm of Helheim, the realm of the dwarves known as Nidavellir, the realm of the elves called Alfheim, the abode of the Vanir gods known as Vanaheim, the land of the frost giants referred to as Jotunheim, the realm of fire giants ruled by Surt called Muspelheim, the desolate realm of mist known as Niflheim, and lastly, the domain of the Aesir gods, Asgard. As the spatial dimensions surrounding Earth diminished in power, a few oblivious interdimensional demons sought to exploit this weakness and initiate an invasion. Has Dormammu returned? Chun Su ventured to the site of the magical seal, where he found a throng of temple sorcerers gathered behind the Ancient One. What is it? Is it Dormammu again? The Ancient One did not turn to identify the speaker, as the voice alone was sufficient for recognition, and the sorcerers parted to make way for him. No, it was not merely Dormammu. There was also the sovereign of the Crimson Cosmos, Shumagorath. How much do you truly comprehend the magnitude of Dormammu's dominion over the higher realms? Why is he here? Has she grown so powerful today that she harbors an interest in Earth, in our universe? This is indeed a perplexing enigma. The Ancient One locked eyes with Shumagorath, who, noticing the Ancient One's gaze, retaliated with a forceful glare that sent him sprawling, struggling to rise. The Ancient One realized that Shumagorath was not an adversary he could contend with. In the dark dimension, Dormammu, the ruler of the shadowy realm, stood beside Shumagorath with an expression of reverence, inquiring respectfully, "What brings you here? Is there something on this planet that piques your interest? My emissary is about to be born here." Your emissary, could it be the red tank? As soon as Shumagorath's words fell, he shattered the spatial dimensions with a flick of his hand, casting a red gem down to Earth. Chun Su observed Shumagorath's actions intently. Subsequently, Shumagorath vanished, leaving Dormammu feeling helpless about Shumagorath's casual entrance and exit from his dark dimension. He found himself powerless to obstruct it. Shumagorath's Crimson Cosmos entirely disregarded spatial dimensions, while Dormammu remained confined to the dark dimension, which rendered him increasingly powerful, granting him immortality, yet trapping him in a state of perpetual torment, unable to escape the shadows. What was that red gem that Shumagorath cast? It would transform anyone who touched it into his emissary, rendering them invincible. As a traveler from another realm, Chun Su understood that the red tank was a mutant of the cosmos. Indeed, he was a mutant, albeit one that had altered the timeline, now existing in a state of concealment. However, a day would inevitably come when they would resurface. Should we attempt to thwart him? No, it is not necessary. Everything is predestined. Although your arrival has disrupted the trajectory of the future, there are certain things that cannot be altered. They have been destined since birth. Let us not dwell on this matter any further. Instead, let us meet a rather intriguing young individual, exceptionally talented, whom I hope you can mentor. Shinsu was aware that Dr. Strange was about to arrive. What? Am I to teach him? That seems rather inappropriate. I have never been a teacher. Since you are unwilling to assume the role of the Supreme Sorcerer, it is only natural to cultivate another. If you are reluctant to guide him, then you may continue as the Supreme Sorcerer. Very well, I shall teach him. Shinsu thought to himself that with his own wisdom, he could indeed attempt the role of a teacher. Gu-yi smiled faintly at Shinsu's transformation and returned to her own abode. Shinsu made a resolution in his heart. Regardless of the challenges, he would ensure that Stephen became a competent Supreme Sorcerer. Though it might be a bit of a burden for him, there was no alternative but to make sacrifices. He could at least be kind to him. Though he wondered when Stephen would arrive. As Shinsu returned to his dormitory and was about to lie down, his phone suddenly rang. Struggling to rise, he glanced at the screen and saw it was Stark calling. With a look of exasperation, he answered the call. Hello, Stark, what is it now? Have you managed to discover where Loki is hiding? No. However, we have traced the whereabouts of Hydra. They are lurking within S-H-I-E-L-D. You cannot imagine how comical the expression on that black egg's face was upon learning this. Shinsu felt utterly speechless. At this point, Stark was still able to find humor in the situation. Your Pepper might be in grave danger. What? Pepper is in danger? Surely, you jest. Why would I? You have no idea when Hydra infiltrated S-H-I-E-L-D. Chapter 51. Complete purge. How much of S-H-I-E-L-D has already been assimilated? One could say that S-H-I-E-L-D now embodies a duality. One side represents justice, while the other embodies the malevolence of Hydra. Nick Fury's desire to eradicate Hydra from within S-H-I-E-L-D is nearly impossible. I believe the most prudent course of action would be to disband S-H-I-E-L-D altogether and then establish a trustworthy organization anew. Beyond that, I cannot conceive of any alternative. Stark was rendered speechless by the shocking revelation. You are alone, I trust? It is best that no one from S-H-I-E-L-D is nearby, for you cannot discern whether they are an agent of S-H-I-E-L-D or Hydra. I have shared this with you, so please do not spread it recklessly. Otherwise, they may take action. In reality, besides Stark at that moment, there was Captain America and an agent of S-H-I-E-L-D named Vex. As Shinsu concluded his statement, both Captain America and Stark turned their gazes toward Vex, who, sensing their scrutiny, suddenly burst into laughter. The mage spoke the truth. The Insight program is on the verge of commencing, and all shall live in the shadow of Hydra's terror. With that, he drew a firearm and aimed at Captain America, who, as an enhanced individual, swiftly disarmed him with a powerful kick and followed up with a decisive punch, sending Vex sprawling to the ground. Captain America approached slowly, addressing the fallen foe. You wretches, I had thought I had eradicated your kind long ago. How many of you remain? What schemes do you still concoct? Long live Hydra! Vex shouted defiantly before taking his own life. Stark and Captain America, realizing the gravity of the situation, understood that Shinsu's plan was indeed the only viable option. Should we notify Nick Fury? Stark inquired. No need. I suspect he is already acutely aware of the dire circumstances and is likely overwhelmed, came the response. Stark's phone rang. It was Nick Fury calling. Hey, Nick Fury. I can't believe you still have time to make calls. Stark jested. Hurry over here. We are on the brink of collapse. The Insight program is about to initiate. Captain America was taken aback. What? So soon? Indeed, their Insight program involves deploying 4 aircraft equipped with a global surveillance system capable of executing precise strikes anywhere on Earth. No matter where one hides, they will be found and targeted, Fury explained. Stark quickly grasped why Shinsu had warned him of Pepper's peril. Oh, I forgot to mention. Your dear friend Bucky is not dead. He has been captured by Hydra and turned against us. He too has been injected with the serum, matching your combat capabilities. We must act swiftly to thwart this. Without hesitation, Stark donned his armor and took to the skies. I'll assist Nick Fury. You hurry over. All right, came the reply. And the two raced towards the S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters at their utmost speed. Meanwhile, Shinsu remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding chaos, leisurely sipping tea and perusing a book in a temple in New York. At S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters, Hawkeye and Black Widow were engaged in combat with Hydra operatives, desperately trying to thwart the Insight program. Hey, Nick Fury, when is Stark arriving? Is halting those aircraft not his specialty? Hawkeye questioned. I don't know. I just spoke with him, and he is en route, Fury replied. In the next moment, Hawkeye was thrown to the ground by Bucky's metallic arm. Ah, Captain, your friend is formidable. How long until Stark arrives? I can barely hold on. Just then, Stark's voice echoed through the chaos. Greetings, everyone. Have you missed me? With that, I unleashed 2 energy beams, eliminating 2 Hydra agents. Nick Fury sighed in relief upon seeing Stark's arrival. Where's Steve? Why hasn't he come? He's on his way, came the reply just as Captain America appeared, engaging in combat with Bucky. Hey, Bucky, what's wrong? It's me, Steve. Don't you remember? Bucky disregarded him entirely, delivering a powerful punch, which Steve parried with his vibranium shield. The force was so immense that Steve was knocked to one knee. However, the number of Hydra agents was overwhelming. In no time, they could hardly hold their ground as several warships prepared for takeoff. Stark, why haven't you summoned that sorceress? What? You mean Shinsu? I thought you called him. Nick Fury replied, feeling somewhat awkward. I've had a bit of a falling out with him. Why would he heed my call? What? You had a disagreement with Shinsu? Oh my god, you've lost a formidable ally. Do you have any idea how powerful he is? Nick Fury felt a wave of frustration. I know. Quickly, call him and ask for his assistance. Otherwise, if Hydra's insight plan succeeds and those aircraft carriers ascend into the sky, it will be too late. Alright, I'm calling now. Meanwhile, Black Widow, Natasha, and Hawkeye were also on the verge of exhaustion, urging Stark, you should hurry before we become corpses. Stark fought off the Hydra agents while calling for help. Hey, Shinsu, come quickly. We're about to die. Meanwhile, Shinsu, who was enjoying a moment of relaxation, received Stark's call and used his spatial abilities to teleport to the battlefield, unaware that this conflict would not be straightforward. Upon arriving, he greeted, hello, everyone. Do you need help? The sight of Shinsu brought a collective sigh of relief. Quickly, Shinsu, take down those warships. Steve urged him. Without hesitation, Shinsu sent forth 2 fireballs, but just as everyone believed the warships were about to be struck down, 2 energy lasers intercepted the fireballs, leaving all in shock. Emerging from the fray was Dr. Doom, clad in a green cloak. Shinsu was perplexed by Doom's appearance. Was he also with Hydra? Yet, Shinsu showed no mercy, unleashing a formidable bolt of lightning, which Doom narrowly evaded, causing it to strike and cleave one of Hydra's aircraft carriers in 2. Chapter 52, Ascension. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left in utter disbelief. Was this truly human? It was terrifying beyond measure. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Dr. Doom recognized his inability to prevail and chose to flee. His intention had never been to eliminate Shinsu and his companions. Rather, his objective was to disrupt their operations and ensure their failure. However, upon observing Shinsu's formidable power, he realized that continuing to engage could result in his own demise. Without hesitation, he turned and ascended into the sky aboard his aircraft, showing no inclination to pause or glance back. At that moment, Captain America, Steve Rogers, noticed several other ships preparing for takeoff and, in a moment of confusion, called out to Shinsu, urging him to act swiftly. Shinsu, 3 more warships are about to launch. We must destroy them, otherwise it will be too late. While Captain America grappled with his steadfast companion Bucky, Shinsu also perceived the imminent threat of the 3 warships ascending. He chose not to pursue Dr. Doom any further and instead unleashed 3 colossal fireballs toward the vessels. Instantly, the immense orbs, akin to miniature suns, erupted with ferocious intensity, radiating such heat that it could be felt hundreds of kilometers away. Onlookers on the ground were awestruck, witnessing the simultaneous appearance of 3 suns in the sky, evoking both wonder and terror. Shinsu harnessed the advanced Phoenix Force, gaining ever more mastery over energy manipulation. He deftly controlled the massive energy released by the explosions of the 3 warships, compressing it gradually into 3 orbs, each the size of a pearl. The world was enveloped in an exceedingly brilliant light, blinding to ordinary eyes, prompting everyone to shut their eyes in fear. Yet, some reckless individuals found their sight permanently impaired. Shinsu then consumed the 3 energy-laden orbs, enveloping them with the enhanced Phoenix Force and assimilating their power. As the blinding radiance began to fade, the crowd, including those engaged in combat, agents and Hydra operatives alike, slowly reopened their eyes. The 3 warships had vanished, signaling the complete failure of Hydra's infiltration plan. Hydra members stood frozen in place, uncertain of how to proceed, grappling with the reality that their scheme had utterly collapsed. Nick Fury's gaze remained fixed on Shinsu, realizing that he had failed to fully comprehend him. Should Shinsu harbor malevolent intentions, it would spell catastrophe for the entire universe. And Fury's perception of the threat he posed surged to unprecedented heights. Stark and Captain America shared a profound astonishment as they witnessed Shinsu's overwhelming power once more. Meanwhile, some Hydra members began to flee while others resorted to desperate, suicidal attacks. Stark, Nick Fury, Natasha, and Hawkeye fought valiantly against these desperate foes, ultimately succeeding in eliminating the remaining threats. In the realm of global pestilence, Shinsu witnessed Captain America struggling with Bucky, not out of inability to defeat him, but rather from a reluctance to deliver a fatal blow. He understood that Bucky was not acting of his own volition, but was under the control of Hydra. Chen Su did not remain idle. He swiftly cast an ice spell, immobilizing Bucky. Captain America, observing Bucky, reassured him, "Do not be alarmed. I have not inflicted any lethal harm, merely frozen him. Otherwise, he would not cease his struggles, and you would be unable to manage him, only resulting in further casualties and unnecessary complications." Captain America comprehended the gravity of the situation and offered no objections. After Chen Su resolved Hydra's insight plan, he intended to return home, having no desire to linger or wander further in this place. As for the remaining Hydra members, he held no interest in assisting them with their troubles, as such matters were not within his expertise. Originally, Chen Su planned to return to the Sanctum in New York to resume his leisurely lifestyle, but he was persuaded by Stark to accompany him to the barbecue restaurant they had visited previously. Chen Su did not refuse, relishing the opportunity for a complimentary meal. The two indulged in their feast, while Captain America, Nick Fury, Black Widow Natasha, and Hawkeye dealt with the aftermath. Just as Natasha was about to voice her thoughts to Nick Fury, his stern gaze silenced her, leaving her hesitant to continue. Meanwhile, as Chen Su and Stark enjoyed their barbecue, a fierce battle was on the verge of erupting. At that moment, while Chen Su and Captain America were dismantling Hydra's insight plan, Loki, forewarned by Thanos, expedited his own actions. He dispatched other members of the Dark Alliance to wreak havoc and distract their adversaries, while he ventured to the fabled location of the world-devouring serpent seal, cautiously wielding the Mind Stone and surveying his surroundings. Having barely dined, Chen Su and Stark noticed on the television that the Dark Alliance was rampaging through the city. Chen Su promptly instructed Stark to don his armor, and through a spatial portal, they arrived beside Captain America. "You must have seen it. The Dark Alliance is wreaking havoc across the city. I sense a premeditated scheme at play, likely orchestrated by Loki." Captain America and Nick Fury exchanged no words, yet the cold sweat on their brows betrayed their anxious state. They felt as though they were facing a dire threat. Before them lay Hydra, having infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D., and now Loki's Dark Alliance had commenced their destruction of the city. Just as one crisis seemed to abate, another arose. Indeed, the life of a superhero is fraught with challenges that exceed the capacity of ordinary individuals. At that moment, Stark, perusing the web, encountered Ivanov, his shock palpable. Is this truly a specter? Was he not dead? It must have been Loki who resurrected him. What left Chen Su utterly speechless was the unexpected emergence of the red tank. This was simply beyond comprehension. Although its appearance had already triggered a butterfly effect, it seemed to have strayed far from the intended course. What on earth is the red tank? Stark, Captain, you must go and thwart Dr. Doom and Ivanov. I'll leave that matter in your capable hands. Without a moment's hesitation, Stark and the captain took off with over 20 of his artificial intelligence armors. Wait a moment. It seems that Dr. Doom and Ivanov's armors have incorporated Asgardian technology. You must exercise extreme caution. Their scientific advancements have surpassed Earth's capabilities. What? Just how advanced is Asgard's technology? Did you not witness the scene when Thor arrived on Earth? That device is known as the Bifrost, a product of Asgardian science. Upon hearing this, both Captain America and Stark's expressions shifted simultaneously. Chapter 53. Regret. Stark, filled with regret, inquired, "Is it possible for me to retract my decision? Can I refrain from going? What do you think?" Captain America, undeterred and resolute, proceeded forward. Although he was acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength, he maintained a heart devoted to sacrificing everything for the people. Yet, he still made some final arrangements. "Chen Su, should I fall in battle, I implore you to assist Bucky. He is unaware of the wrongs he has committed. He is merely a pawn in someone else's game, and this is not his fault." Observing Captain America's willingness to face death, Chen Su readily assented. Rest assured, however, Stark displayed evident reluctance. "You are prepared to face death, but I am not yet ready." Captain America dismissed Stark's protests and continued toward Dr. Doom, with Stark begrudgingly trailing behind. "Chen Su, you must come to our aid." "Very well. Once I have dealt with that colossal red monster, I shall join you." "Natasha and Hawkeye, you must urgently locate Loki. I sense he is nearby." The other members of the Dark Alliance have made their appearances, and as their leader, Loki cannot remain absent. He must be plotting something. Hurry and find him. Then report back to me. Natasha and Hawkeye exchanged glances and promptly set off, as the situation was too dire to delay. Meanwhile, Chen Su utilized a spatial portal to arrive beside the red tank. Although he understood that this creature was the emissary of Ceterak, the ruler of the Crimson Cosmos, Chen Su showed no signs of mercy as he observed the red tank smashing a vehicle. "Hello, great beast." The red tank noticed Chen Su and snarled, "Sorcerer, may you perish." Chun Su was preparing to unleash the power of the evolved phoenix when an overwhelming aura of danger emanated from Loki's presence, startling him. Could it be that the legends were indeed true? The world serpent indeed exists. It is not merely a legend, but rather dwells upon the earth. However, why does this aura exude a sense of death? Meanwhile, Loki's allies, Natasha and Hawkeye, successfully located him, yet he refrained from launching an attack. For he recognized that they were no match for him, and their presence would only lead to their demise. Loki had discovered a sight of ceiling, which filled him with overwhelming joy, even prompting an ecstatic laugh as he proclaimed that both Asgard and the entire world would soon bow before him. Without the slightest hesitation, Loki unbound the magical seal, just as he was about to witness the emergence of a serpent. To his dismay, no serpent appeared. Instead, an overwhelming and terrifying aura of death permeated the air. Loki was momentarily stunned, recalling Odin's past words regarding their sister, the goddess of death, Hela, who had been sealed upon the earth due to her inherently destructive nature. At that moment, the gravity of the situation dawned upon him, and he trembled with fear, pondering if the legends held truth. In the next instant, a woman's voice echoed from the seal, affirming, "Indeed it is true, my foolish brother." A goddess clad in a dark green bodysuit emerged from the void, radiating an aura of dread. This potent essence of death was palpable not only to Chun Su, but also to the supreme sorcerer, the Ancient One, and Odin, who was within the halls of Asgard. "This is the celestial palace of Asgard. This is bad. She has been revived," Odin declared. Thor, standing nearby, inquired, "Father, what is the matter? Who is she?" Odin replied, "Your sister, the goddess of death, Hela. You must hurry to Earth. Loki is already there, alongside your sister." "What? I shall go at once," Thor declared, brandishing his hammer and soaring toward the Rainbow Bridge. Loki, in a state of bewilderment and dread, gazed at Hela, questioning why he could not sense Odin's bloodline within her, yet felt the magic of Asgard. The goddess of death, Hela, grasped Loki by the throat, nearly severing his life. Natasha and Hawkeye, upon witnessing Hela, quickly retreated, understanding that their escape was imperative. Just as Hela was about to extinguish Loki's life, Thor arrived via the Rainbow Bridge, striking down with a mighty blow, alleviating the immense pressure on the others. Hela cast Loki aside as if he were refused, exclaiming, "Oh, so you are my foolish brother." The Rainbow Bridge appeared unchanged, a nostalgic sight for Thor, who pondered whether his brother could escort their sister across it once more. Thor regarded Hela with a wary expression and without hesitation, hurled Mjolnir towards her. However, to Thor's utter astonishment, Hela caught the mighty hammer barehanded. Mjolnir, a weapon that only Odin and Thor himself could wield, was now effortlessly grasped by Hela. Thor could hardly believe his eyes. "Oh, how is this possible?" Hela, amused by Thor's dumbfounded expression, remarked, "My foolish brother. There is much you are yet to learn. What follows will leave you even more incredulous." In the next moment, Hela tightened her grip on Mjolnir, causing the hammer to tremble violently as though attempting to escape her grasp, yet to no avail. In a dramatic turn reminiscent of a classic scene from Thor, cracks began to appear on the surface of Mjolnir, which ultimately shattered, releasing an unfathomable surge of energy. The remnants of the hammer fell to the ground as scrap metal, and the explosive force sent Thor and Loki reeling back. The cataclysmic energy unleashed by the destruction of Mjolnir leveled the surrounding structures to the ground, while Chun Su sensed the overwhelming power in the air. Seizing the moment, the red tank charged at Chun Su, who, unwilling to engage in prolonged conflict, unleashed his formidable mental prowess capable of penetrating the multiverse, rendering the red tank unconscious upon impact. The ground was left with a crater, and Chun Su proceeded towards the source of destruction. After all, he had promised Odin to thwart Hela. Should Thor continue to falter, Odin's wrath upon Earth would be catastrophic. Moreover, Chun Su had pledged his assistance to Odin, whose lifespan was dwindling as the seal on Hela was being undone, indicating that Odin no longer possessed the strength to avert this calamity. Chapter 54. In distress, Thor, battered and struggling, rose to his feet. Staring in disbelief at the goddess of death, Hela, and the shattered remnants of Mjolnir on the ground, questioning whether this was merely a dream. Hela, observing the disheveled god of thunder as he staggered to his feet, laughed mockingly and conjured 2 razor-sharp swords in an instant, advancing towards him with the intent to eliminate Thor. "My foolish brother, I shall take your life now. Do you think that old man would die from rage? Wouldn't that be delightful? No, sister, why must you kill our father? He is still your father." "Father? Does he deserve such a title? I have followed him for so long, aiding him in conquering the 9 realms. Yet he repays my loyalty by imprisoning me while he revels in Asgard." With that, the goddess of death lunged forward, one sword aimed ruthlessly at Thor's heart, showing no mercy. Thor, bereft of Mjolnir, found himself at a loss as he faced the oncoming threat. He suddenly recalled Chun Tsu's words, "You are the god of thunder, not merely a hammer wielder." Yet, at this moment, Thor had yet to awaken his thunderous power. Even if he were aware of it, it would be of little consequence. Just then, Chun Tsu arrived in the nick of time, witnessing Hela's sword thrust aimed at him. As it seemed the god of thunder was on the brink of being vanquished by the goddess of death, Chun Tsu unleashed an omega beam that sent Hela retreating. With an expression of wariness, she regarded Chun Tsu, having sensed a looming threat of death from the beam. Hela chuckled. "It appears there is a worthy existence to conquer here." Loki, standing nearby, interjected, "There are many worthy of conquest, not just him." Thor, observing Loki's remarks, felt a surge of anger and dissatisfaction. Loki, hearing the god of thunder's reprimand, cast him a disdainful glance. Hela, unfazed by the antics of the two, directed her attention solely to Chun Tsu. Chun Tsu, in turn, eyed Hela with caution as she approached him, her long, elegant legs striding forward. She cupped his chin with her delicate hands, causing Chun Tsu, once a reclusive otaku, unaccustomed to such treatment from women, to blush slightly, feeling shy. "Do you find me beautiful? Why are you blushing?" Hela teased, amused by Chun Tsu's flushed face. For the first time, Thor witnessed Chun Tsu's bashfulness, astonished that it occurred under such circumstances, and particularly towards his sister. "She's quite lovely, I suppose." Chun Tsu could find no fault in Hela's beauty. As Odin's eldest daughter, her lineage was undeniably powerful, exuding a queenly aura laced with the valiance of a warrior, utterly captivating. "So, how about joining me in conquering the 9 realms? I can grant you this place. And from henceforth, you shall be the sovereign of this world." "Is this how you typically recruit your subordinates?" "No, I usually subdue them by force, compelling their allegiance. But you are different. You are rather exceptional. What do you think of my proposition?" "Thank you for your kind offer, but it is simply impossible." Meanwhile, other Avengers, dispatched by the Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One, alongside some Sanctum sorcerers, swiftly dealt with the Dark Alliance, arriving at the battlefield where Chun Tsu and the Goddess of Death, Hela, were engaged. They were met with the sight of Hela cradling Chun Tsu and a visibly disheveled Thor. The ever-curious Stark began to speculate. What on earth is happening? Where did that woman come from? Is she interested in Chun Tsu? Is she attempting to sway him with her beauty? Look at the way he seems to be enjoying it. Could he actually be swayed? Nearby, Captain America, Steve, and Black Widow exchanged exasperated glances upon hearing Stark's musings. "Stark, could you refrain from speaking so much? Chun Tsu is not that kind of person. Do not be overly certain. Chun Tsu is also a man, and that woman, emerging from the shadows, possesses a remarkable allure. Just observe the multitude of celebrities on our planet. It is entirely possible that Chun Tsu may indeed be swayed at any moment." The others have ceased to pay him any heed, their attention wholly fixated on the actions of the two. Upon hearing Chun Tsu's response, Hela unleashed the ethereal green energy within her, amplified by the energies of Earth's core and Asgard. Her power surged continuously, while Chun Tsu, undaunted, released his own near-ascendant phoenix force. A torrent of terrifying golden-red energy erupted from his being, exuding an aura of ancient mystery. The two forces clashed, their momentum distorting the very fabric of space and dramatically altering the weather. What was once a clear sky had turned ominous, with darkened clouds swirling violently. The tempest conjured by their confrontation sent shockwaves through the ground, causing massive stones, weighing several tons, to soar into the air as the energy unleashed from the shattered Mjolnir merged with their tumult. The other Avengers stood in stunned silence, captivated by the spectacle. Captain America clung desperately to a lamppost, while Stark activated his thrusters, swaying precariously mid-air. Thor appeared beside the Avengers, and upon seeing him, Captain America inquired, "Thor, who is that woman? How can she contend with Chun Tsu for so long?" "She is my sister, the former chief executive officer of Odin, my father, who once battled across the 9 realms, and she wields immense power," Thor replied. Stark interjected with his characteristic sarcasm, "Your sister? Then why is she opposing us? Shouldn't she be on our side?" Thor, with a look of resignation, struggled to articulate a response. "Well, that's a long story, one I am unsure how to begin." At that moment, their battle escalated to a physical confrontation. Hela distanced herself, conjuring countless long swords that she launched towards Chun Tsu. He swiftly summoned an energy shield to deflect the onslaught. Not content to remain on the defensive, Chun Tsu unleashed a golden lightning bolt, a colossal dragon of electricity surging toward Hela. However, this attack proved inconsequential. In the blink of an eye, Hela restored herself, her body embodying the true essence of immortality. Even when her form was obliterated, she could resurrect at any point in time, rendering her effectively indestructible. As Hela sensed the futility of Chun Tsu's assault, a smile graced her lips, only deepening her desire for conquest. Chun Tsu, taken aback, marveled at the potency of his power. realizing that it had little to no effect on Hela, as though nothing had transpired at all. Chapter 55. Foolishness under the influence of the advanced Phoenix Force. Chen Su conjured a colossal fireball, radiating an intense heat akin to that of a sun. He raised his hand, and the fireball materialized, hurtling towards Hela. The explosion raised a massive cloud of dust. However, adhering to the age-old adage that smoke does not equate to harm, Hela remained unscathed. It became evident to Chen Su that conventional physical attacks of such energy levels were ineffectual against her. Without hesitation, he invoked the advanced Phoenix Force, reserving the Omega Ray as a trump card. A surge of crimson energy erupted from within him, coalescing into a magnificent phoenix that unfurled its wings. As Chen Su levitated in midair, resembling an exalted deity, the onlookers were left in awe. Observing this, Hela unleashed her maximum energy output, resulting in a cataclysmic collision of forces that sent shockwaves throughout New York City and even across the entirety of the United States. Both combatants revealed their true forms. Chen Su appeared somewhat disheveled, while Hela's crown lay shattered, and her garments were in tatters, yet she remained utterly unperturbed. Thor, witnessing the impending destruction of Earth at the hands of these two, rushed forward to intervene. "What, my foolish brother? Do you wish to continue this fight? Indeed, I have come to stop you. I implore you to return to Asgard and seek our father's forgiveness." "Return to Asgard? Foolish brother, you ought to inquire of that sorceress. She seems rather disinterested in my return," Hela retorted. Upon hearing this, Chen Su interjected, "No, I wish for you to leave at once, preferably never to return. Go as far away as you can. Otherwise, I will be compelled to unleash all my means to eliminate you." "Eliminate me? In what manner? Will you be on top? Or shall I?" As an unyielding and straightforward man, Chen Su failed to grasp the deeper implications of her words. In stark contrast, the seasoned seducer Stark and the worldly Black Widow instantly understood the underlying meaning. What on earth are they doing? What intriguing developments have transpired? Surely they are not. Stark and Black Widow exchanged glances, their eyes darting between Chen Su and Hela. Thor produced a pair of specially crafted magical handcuffs and attempted to restrain Hela. After a moment, Chen Su comprehended the implication of Hela's teasing. As a straight man, he was left speechless and somewhat exasperated, gesturing for her to proceed. Just as Thor called out, "Hela, stop," Chen Su reminded him, "However, I must caution you, should Hela reach Asgard, her powers will be exponentially amplified. You may not stand a chance against her. I advise you to prepare yourself mentally." Hela gazed at Thor. "Are you prepared? I believe that if I cannot, my father certainly can." "You mean Odin? Do you comprehend the cost of this seal? It is the sacrifice of one's own life. Can you guess if he is dead now?" Upon hearing this, Thor's expression drastically altered, disbelief etched on his face. "Heimdall can open the Bifrost. I wish to return to Asgard." In an instant, a bridge of rainbows materialized, enveloping Thor and Hela, and before the eyes of the onlookers, they vanished without a trace. No one dared to intervene. The reason was simple. The Earth was too fragile to withstand the cataclysmic battle between Chen Su and Hela, which would lead to its utter annihilation and the extinction of countless lives. Loki had seized the opportunity to escape amidst the tremendous energy and dust clouds generated when Thor's hammer was shattered. The spectators beheld the devastation left in the aftermath of the battle. They had finally triumphed. Chen Su did not linger to celebrate with them, but returned to the New York sanctum, having received troubling news. The Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, had been gravely injured while battling otherworldly entities in a parallel dimension. From the other sanctum sorcerers, Chen Su learned that during his confrontation with Hela, Dormammu had allied with other demonic beings from alternate realms to invade Earth. Although the Ancient One detected their intrusion, she was ambushed and severely wounded in the ensuing conflict. Now, the magical community on Earth was in a state of panic, and Kamar Taj was in chaos. Chen Su was reluctantly compelled to assume the mantle of the Sorcerer Supreme once more to safeguard the Earth against these interdimensional invaders, despite his reservations. Meanwhile, Thor and Hela traversed the Bifrost to Asgard. As Hela took her first step onto the realm, she felt her powers surging within her, allowing her to break free from her shackles. "How nostalgic," she breathed. "Asgard, I have returned. I shall become the new sovereign of this land." Odin sensed Hela's arrival, and she, in turn, felt his presence, striding directly toward him. Thor followed suit, and upon entering the throne room, they found Odin seated upon his throne, grasping the eternal spear, with Queen Frigga standing beside him. Odin feigned calmness as he regarded Hela, but his trembling hands betrayed his true condition. He was merely putting on a brave face. "Hela, it has been a long time," he stated. Hela replied with a cold smile. "What is this, you ancient relic? You're still alive? I must confess, it saddens me immensely. I thought I would be greeted by your corpse." Queen Frigga interjected angrily. "Hela, regardless of your grievances, he is still your father. How can you speak to him in such a manner? Your actions are utterly ungrateful. Father, Hela retorted. Which father would seal his own daughter away for a millennium? Enduring an inhumane solitude, one worse than death. This is what you call a father? Upon hearing this, Queen Frigga was left utterly speechless, unable to muster any retort. Indeed, this is all my fault. I am unworthy of the title of a father. Yet, I still hope that you might spare the people of Asgard. All blame lies with me. What do you think? As long as they submit to me, I shall not bring harm upon them. However, if they disregard me, I can only silence them forever. Let me see how much power you still possess, old man. Hela charged forward, seizing Odin by the throat. Chapter 56. The goddess of death. Upon witnessing Hela's treatment of Odin, Thor rushed to intervene. However, Thor was no match for Hela during his time on Earth, let alone in Asgard, where Hela's strength was derived from the very essence of Asgard itself. The moment he stepped into Asgard, the realm began to continuously replenish her power. Hela's strength surged, far surpassing that which she had wielded while in the subway. With a single swipe, Thor was sent sprawling, while Queen Frigga found herself pinned down by Hela's hand. Did you ever contemplate that the day you sealed me would lead to this? A surge of dark green energy flowed from Hela's hand, which clutched Odin's throat, into Odin's body, siphoning away his primal energy and merging it with her own. She discarded Odin like refuse, striding towards Odin's vault, while Queen Frigga hurriedly caught Odin's limp form. Without any intention of looking back, she opened the vault, awakening her immortal legion sealed within. Thus, the goddess of death, Hela, commenced her campaign to conquer Asgard, inevitably encountering the Asgardian guard, fiercely loyal to Odin. Of course, Hela did not waste breath on them. She commanded her undead legion to annihilate them, plunging all of Asgard into chaos and flames. On Earth, while Chun-Su battled the goddess of death, Dormammu, the ruler of the dark dimension, violated his agreement with Chun-Su and allied with other demonic entities from alternate realms to launch a massive invasion of Earth, even injuring the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. Learning of Ancient One's grievous wounds, Dormammu and his allies felt invigorated, as if they had been injected with adrenaline, and they attacked with renewed fervor. Chun-Su unleashed his advanced phoenix powers and mental strength capable of penetrating the multiverse. In the dark expanse, he confronted Dormammu and the demonic entities. Dormammu, you have broken your promise. Have you forgotten our agreement? Agreement? What agreement? Dormammu retorted. I am the supreme ruler of the dark dimension. Why should I concern myself with your promises? Chun-Su was acutely aware that those malevolent beings were not fortunate. He had never intended to engage them in reasoned discourse. Rather, he adopted an attitude of procrastination, hoping to delay the inevitable for just one more day, to exist in ease for a fleeting moment. He had not anticipated their impatience. Chun-Su, the Ancient One, was beyond saving. She was faced with either complete descent into darkness or death. Once I have consumed the earth and this universe, you shall understand my true power. Upon finishing his words, Dormammu unleashed a terrifying beam of energy aimed directly at Chun-Su, only to be effortlessly thwarted by him. With a swift invocation of the Phoenix Flame, Chun-Su repelled Dormammu. The latter discerned Chun-Su's trepidation regarding the destruction of Earth, which emboldened him to launch relentless assaults. Yet Chun-Su found himself constrained, a fact that Dormammu exploited to justify his aggression against the planet. Chun-Su was reclining in his dormitory, meditating, contemplating his next course of action, when suddenly a knock echoed at the door. Chun-Su, are you asleep? I urgently need to see you. It was unmistakably Master Mordo. Given the late hour, Chun-Su wondered what could be so pressing. Was the Ancient One nearing her end? He swiftly rose to open the door. Master Mordo, what brings you here at such a late hour? Seeing the sorrow etched on Mordo's face, Chun-Su sensed that grave matters were afoot. Mordo offered no response, and Chun-Su, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, followed Mordo's lead toward the residence of the Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One. Along the way, they encountered solemn-faced temple sorcerers who cast anxious glances toward the Ancient One, parting to allow Chun-Su passage as he approached. Upon arrival, he beheld the Ancient One, her complexion ghastly pale and devoid of vitality, her frail form a stark testament to her dwindling life force. Chun-Su could feel the essence of her life nearly extinguished, akin to a dying, desiccated tree struggling against its fate. Chun-Su. He hastened to her side. I am here. Do you remember the individual I mentioned? I hope that after I am gone, you will care for him, teach him magic, and cultivate him into the next generation of Supreme Sorcerer to protect the earth in my stead. Of course, I shall nurture him well. Is your condition truly that dire? Perhaps I might have a means to save you. I know you seek the power of the Phoenix, which embodies the life force of the universe and could indeed save me. However, it is unnecessary. The time has come. In truth, I have been on borrowed time, sustaining myself with the energies of the dark dimension for over 2 millennia. I am weary and long for retirement. but I will leave the burden to you. The time may be upon us soon, and I hope he can mature swiftly to take my place as the new supreme sorcerer. Though I fear I may not witness that day. Rest assured, esteemed one. Upon hearing Chinsu's response, the supreme sorceress Gu Yi revealed a satisfied smile, her head gradually bowing and her eyes gently closing, exuding a sense of relaxation. The energy within her, including the dark energy that sustained her life, began to dissipate at an alarming pace. Indeed, her time was drawing near. Her life was reaching its conclusion. Yet for her, this was not death but liberation. She could finally retire. A wave of sorrow enveloped all the temple mages, particularly Master Modu. Master Modu shared a deep bond with the supreme sorceress Gu Yi, having been raised by her since childhood and chosen as her personal disciple. Their relationship was one of both mentorship and friendship. Although Modu's face bore no expression at that moment, it was evident to all that his heart was heavier with grief than anyone else's. Once the revered one departed, the news would undoubtedly spread throughout the universe. The magical barrier that had safeguarded Earth for millennia would vanish, exposing it to countless demonic invasions. This would usher in an unprecedented catastrophe for the Earth, necessitating urgent preparations. Upon hearing this, Chinsu offered no rebuttal. It was true, a calamity awaited the Earth. Even if they could fend off the demons, their frenzied assaults would wreak havoc. The Earth was far too fragile to withstand the repercussions of their battles. Before the fighting ended, it could very well be destroyed amidst the chaos. Chapter 57. Farewell. Master Modu spoke up, asserting the need for early preparations. We must not engage in battle on or near Earth. We must select an appropriate location for our confrontation. It would be best to choose a site far from Earth, perhaps even beyond the solar system. Only then can we unleash our full power while ensuring the Earth remains unscathed. How about this? Modu, you take a few individuals to scout a suitable location. I will await the arrival of that individual and personally instruct him in magic, enabling him to grow rapidly in preparation for what is to come. Modu glanced at Chinsu, offering no objections, and readily agreed. Very well, I shall depart immediately. Chinsu gazed at the sky, pondering the state of Asgard. He felt compelled to assist Thor, uncertain if he could harness the power within himself. He decided to focus on his own affairs and wondered where Thor might be at that moment. Returning to his dormitory, Chinsu entered a meditative state to prepare for the impending battle, quietly awaiting the arrival of the future Doctor Strange. Days later, Wong arrived at Chinsu's dormitory. Knocking on the door. That individual has arrived. He is right outside. Chinsu's heart leapt with joy. I know. Wong. He promptly left his dormitory, eager to witness the unfolding events and to observe Stephen in the alternate dimension. At this moment, Stephen, through a series of inquiries, arrived at the entrance of Kamartaj. Upon seeing him, Chinsu felt as if he were gazing at his former self. He swiftly entered the sanctum, bypassing numerous steps such as the mental aptitude test and written examination, as Chinsu and his companions had taken measures to expedite his arrival. Stephen was now scrutinizing Chinsu, who was considerably younger than him. Indeed, he was the supreme sorcerer, their leader, the one capable of healing my hands. Stephen found it hard to believe that the individual before him was truly capable of such feats. It felt as though they were mocking him. Chinsu, in turn, assessed Stephen, wondering if this was truly the future Doctor Strange. At that moment, Stephen, with his unkempt beard and disheveled appearance, seemed far from impressive. Indeed, I am the supreme sorcerer of the present. I possess the ability to heal your hands, but your hands require faith, Chinsu asserted. He could discern Stephen's disbelief, tinged with derision. Heal my hands. That necessitates faith? I apologize, but I do not believe in gods or demons in this world. I have never held any belief in spiritual forces. We are merely material beings, no more significant than a grain of sand in the vast universe. I am an unwavering atheist, devoid of belief in souls or demons. Chinsu was engulfed in a sense of helplessness regarding Stephen's skepticism. This sentiment echoed the feelings that the Ancient One had once evoked in him, a profound sense of helplessness. It became evident that to instill true belief in Stephen, a complete transformation of his worldview was necessary. Chinsu recalled the Ancient One's actions in the past, concentrating spiritual energy in his hands and, with a single gesture, effortlessly extricating Stephen's soul from his body. Stephen gazed at Chinsu in astonishment, terror evident on his face as he shouted in panic. Yet, Chinsu remained patient, carefully explaining, I have just expelled your soul from your body, allowing you to enter a realm where the soul can exist. The souls of ordinary people are too fragile, capable of existing only for a brief period. However, for those with greater strength, they can endure for a longer time before naturally descending to hell or ascending to heaven. Imitating the Ancient One, Chinsu placed his finger upon Stephen's forehead, a torrent of profound knowledge flooding into his mind. Stephen began to comprehend the existence of the multiverse. The essence of magic, the nature of matter, the concept of reality, the definition of the soul, the distinction between truth and illusion. At the precipice of reality, the spiritual and material converge, with thought reshaping reality itself. Stephen, now stunned, looked at Chen Su, and upon witnessing Stephen's reaction, Chen Su realized that his worldview had been irrevocably altered. Overcome with elation, Stephen exclaimed, "Quick, teach me. Teach me, please." However, Chen Su did not take any action. Instead, he decisively sent the guests away. Wang, standing nearby, inquired, "After all, he is the future supreme being. Is our behavior not rather inappropriate? What is there to fear? If he cannot resist even this minor temptation, how will he confront Dormammu in the future? Let us wait a few hours before allowing him to enter." Yet, Stephen lacked the patience to wait, and soon permitted him to enter. A few hours later, Mordo also brought Stephen in, and Chen Su first instructed Mordo to teach him the foundational knowledge. Meanwhile, Chen Su ventured to Asgard. He recalled the promise made to Odin in the past, for he could not afford to be untrustworthy. Chen Su did not appear directly in Asgard. At this moment, his mastery of spatial manipulation had become extraordinarily formidable. Instead, he concealed himself within another dimension to observe. He discovered that Queen Frigga was imprisoned in a dungeon, while Odin, barely clinging to life, was confined to his chamber. Thor was also isolated in a separate dungeon, under the watchful gaze of an entity. No, it would not be accurate to refer to it as a person. Chen Su sensed no vitality emanating from it, but rather an overwhelming aura of death, most likely the undead legion of Hela. Chen Su first approached Thor. "Hello, Thor." "Who?" "Chen Su." "How wonderful." Thor, who had been in a state of confusion, was roused by Chen Su's voice, as though he had seen a savior. "Chen Su, please, save my father and mother." "I will, but how did you end up like this? Have you truly fallen so far?" Thor fell silent. "My sister is too powerful. She crushed my hammer, the Mjolnir. I am no match for her." "The Mjolnir? Are you certain your strength derives from it? Have you forgotten what I told you? The hammer merely serves as a catalyst, awakening the power that resides within you. Are you the god of the hammer? Then what should I do? How can I awaken the strength within me? That power has always belonged to you. How you awaken it depends solely on yourself." "What? Chen Su, please clarify." Chen Su paid him no further heed, and instead turned his attention to Odin. At that moment, Odin had transformed into a veritable elder, his vitality nearly depleted, resembling an authentic old man. "Odin, it has been a long time." Upon hearing Chen Su's voice, Odin was taken aback. "It is you. I thought you had forgotten our promise. Rest assured, I shall lend my aid to Thor in critical moments, but his journey is ultimately his own to navigate. What is your current situation?" "Me? Do you not see my condition? I could say that I am in a state of utter despair. As if I am calling out to the heavens with no response, and to the earth with no reply. I am nearing exhaustion. I find myself unable to halt Hela any longer. All of this is the consequence of my own actions. In my youth, I was fiercely competitive, yearning to conquer the entire universe, and Hela, influenced by my ambition, has transformed into a ruthless, cold, and power-hungry being." Chen Su refrained from voicing any objections, for he recognized that this was a predicament of his own making. "Now, as I wish to retract my steps and alter the course of events, I find myself powerless to do so. My initial intention was to awaken Thor's potential, to have him inherit my position, and to see if he could effect change." Odin hesitated, his thoughts evident to Chen Su. Thor should rise swiftly. He may lack emotional intelligence, yet his efforts are commendable. At that moment, imprisoned in the depths of his cell, Thor was engulfed in a moment of enlightenment. Blue lightning danced at his fingertips, and suddenly, dark clouds enveloped all of Asgard. A colossal bolt of lightning struck Thor, who opened his eyes, now filled with the essence of thunder. No longer was he the Thor who relied solely on Mjolnir. He had fully awakened his powers, becoming the true god of thunder. The cell that confined him was shattered, and the undead legions summoned by Hela to restrain him were turned to ashes. "Hela, I, Thor, have come for you." Chen Su and Odin heard Thor's voice, and they acknowledged his latent talent, despite his occasional lack of insight. Odin remained silent, yet his expression betrayed his immense excitement. Meanwhile, Hela, absorbing the power of Asgard within the royal palace, sensed Thor's transformation. She approached him, a smirk on her face. "Long time no see, my foolish brother. I never expected such a remarkable change after only a brief time in the dungeon. What a delightful surprise." Although Thor had awakened his thunderous might, he remained vigilant before Hela, the one capable of crushing Mjolnir. With a serious demeanor, he prepared for confrontation. In the next moment, his eyes gleamed with a brilliant blue light, and a torrent of lightning surged forth. The sky darkened as a massive bolt struck Hela, burying her deep into the earth, raising clouds of dust. Yet, according to the age-old adage, where there is smoke, there is no harm. Thor unleashed the most formidable lightning strike ever witnessed upon her. To Thor's astonishment, Hela emerged from the rubble, brushing off the dust with an air of indifference. She conjured 2 wicked blades, lunging at him without hesitation. Thor stood his ground, summoning a multitude of lightning strikes to meet her assault. The two clashed fiercely, yet Hela's power continued to swell within Asgard, and soon, Thor found himself overwhelmed. At that moment, in a bid to thwart Hela and her undead legion from invading other realms, Heimdall, armed with the Sword of Guardians, sought refuge. Sensing the fierce confrontation, he materialized to assist Thor. However, Hela's legion soon encircled them. Yet, Thor's former companions, the 3 valiant warriors of Asgard, arrived. Alongside a faction of warriors who defied Hela, engaging fiercely with her undead army. Hela's steed, the monstrous wolf Fenrir, emerged before her, intensifying the peril surrounding Thor. Observing from a hidden dimension, Chun-Su recognized it was time to intervene. He had previously rescued Odin, prompting him to save Queen Frigga while Chun-Su ventured to aid Thor. Although Thor had awakened the power of thunder, he was still nascent in his abilities and could not contend with Hela. Upon witnessing Chun-Su's arrival, Hela reverted to her mischievous demeanor. "Long time no see, sorcerer. Have you missed your sister?" Chun-Su, somewhat exasperated, replied, "I have never forgotten you." He dismissed her banter and unleashed a spell, hurling a colossal fireball that struck Hela. However, it inflicted minimal damage, as her wounds healed almost instantaneously, as if nothing had transpired. As the goddess of death, Hela was impervious to true demise. Her form could continually be reconstituted, having coalesced anew in the depths of hell. Hela smirked, "Indeed, my brother." Her steed charged forward, while Thor engaged Fenrir in battle. And Chun-Su confronted Hela directly. Chun-Su unleashed an advanced version of the Phoenix Force, a torrent of terrifying energy erupting from his being, rippling through the very fabric of space. Hela could not help but exclaim, "Such formidable power! If only it could be mine." The force surged towards her, and she attempted to resist. Yet, as one of the mightiest divine powers in the Marvel Universe, among the primordial creations of the cosmos, Hela could not withstand it. The Phoenix Force relentlessly obliterated her from the causal plane, her recovery rate unable to match the destructive might, gradually erasing her into the void. As Hela neared obliteration, she uttered, "Odin, and my foolish brother, I shall await you in hell." Subsequently, she vanished within the Phoenix Force. Not truly dead, but destined to resurrect at some future point, albeit after centuries. Chun-Su retracted the Phoenix Force, and with Hela's absence, her undead legion succumbed to lifelessness. Odin, witnessing Hela's fate, his own flesh and blood, felt a profound melancholy. Queen Frigga, noticing Odin's expression, grasped his hand tightly. All the Asgardians could not help but exclaim that this calamity had finally come to an end. Chun-Su did not linger in Asgard, nor did he celebrate with Thor and the others, as there were numerous matters awaiting his attention on Earth, including instructing Steven and combating Dormammu. How could Chun-Su forsake Thor as a formidable ally? "I shall not partake in your celebrations. I have pressing affairs on Earth to address. Do you comprehend what I am conveying?" Chapter 59, Cosmic Energy Understood. Once your matters in Asgard are resolved, I will promptly journey to Earth. You must deliberate carefully. We are to confront Dormammu and other malevolent entities from alternate realms, each of whom is far more powerful than Hela. I have pondered this thoroughly. Should Earth fall, it would inevitably face relentless invasions, and our Asgard would eventually be conquered as well. Why not consolidate our efforts to vanquish them together? Chun-Su felt a sense of relief. This was the Thor he recognized, not merely the god of hammers. However, I believe you should forge a more suitable weapon. I encountered a weapon in your Asgardian tomes, known as the Stormbreaker. Perhaps it could elevate your prowess anew. Furthermore, this Stormbreaker can summon the Bifrost at will, a truly formidable weapon. Upon hearing this, Thor, having just lost her most cherished weapon, was now presented with the prospect of crafting an even mightier one. This served as a form of emotional solace. Though her heart would always belong to Mjolnir, yet, Asgard required a more powerful armament to face the foes that lay ahead. Chun-Su did not tarry in Asgard. He immediately traversed the Bifrost back to Earth. Earth, Kamartaj, this arcane language of magic had existed since the dawn of civilization on our planet, long before, when villages referred to it as incantation. Now, back in Kamartaj, Chun-Su sat face to face with Steven. As Chun-Su articulated his thoughts, Steven listened intently. Noticing Steven's lack of comprehension, Chun-Su rephrased his explanation. Construct the source code of the reality you wish to create. Then draw energy from the multiverse using your mental prowess. By uttering incantations, you harness your own spiritual strength to shape it into your desired form. The potency of the construction depends on the strength of your mental energy. The stronger you are, the swifter and more powerful the magic you can conjure. Conversely, Those with relatively weaker mental faculties will yield lesser results. Of course, mental strength can be cultivated through meditation. Stephen gazed at Chen Su in disbelief. Can I truly achieve this? My hands have been rendered useless. Trembling, he raised his quivering hands. What must I do to become as strong as you? How did you evolve from a novice to a top-tier physician? In that instant, Stephen grasped the essence of Chen Su's words and ceased to inquire further. Chen Su observed the moment of enlightenment on Stephen's face and could not help but smile with satisfaction. It was no wonder that the Ancient One held him in such high regard. He could indeed be considered a genius, albeit one who paled in comparison to Chen Su. Time passed gradually, and the location for the confrontation with Dormammu had been determined. Chen Su arrived at the library and inquired about Stephen's progress. How is he? He, like you, is a genius, but he falls short in comparison to you, came the reply. Chen Su watched Stephen, who had already spent a year at Kamartaj, diligently studying magic in the library. Though his reading speed and understanding of magic were still lacking compared to Chen Su, he had surpassed others at Kamartaj and could indeed be regarded as a prodigy. Chen Su sought out Mordo to learn about the current situation of the Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One. He is vacationing in a picturesque and serene location, but the time has come. Chen Su, accompanied by a Sanctum Sorcerer, appeared in the Ancient One's sanctum. The Ancient One wished to depart from the place he had called home for so long. He surveyed those gathered, smiled faintly, and then his form faded from sight. A wave of sorrow washed over the assembly as Dormammu, imprisoned in the dark dimension, received the sealing that would ensure his complete disappearance. Ah, Ancient One, Dormammu mused. Though we have battled for millennia and you have sealed me for eons, I must concede that there are few like you in the multiverse. It is unfortunate that we are adversaries. Had we been friends, we might have shared a meaningful conversation. Farewell on your journey. Chen Su sensed the disturbance within the dark dimension. Let us proceed. We must confront Dormammu. Very well, the group responded, promptly opening a portal of energy to return to Kamartaj. The Sanctum Sorcerers were busy reinforcing the Sanctum seals, adding defensive magical shields. Stephen had thoroughly mastered the magical teleportation array and various spells, most importantly gaining the recognition of the Eye of Agamotto. Chen Su encouraged him to participate in the assessment for the Sanctum Sorcerers. As the next Supreme Sorcerer, Stephen might not yet grasp the significance of this role, and his evaluation would indeed be quite exceptional, an extent of which only the Sanctum Sorcerers were aware. Days later, the sky abruptly darkened. Chen Su felt an overwhelming surge of dark power, accompanied by several other terrifying yet unfamiliar energies. He recognized that Dormammu had arrived. The great battle was imminent. Beyond Earth, countless dark entities from the dark dimension surged toward the planet, incessantly invading. Human satellites detected this alarming phenomenon, plunging the world into panic as military forces across nations entered a state of readiness. In the United States, Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. watched the footage relayed from the satellites, his agents rendered speechless by the boundless swarm of creatures advancing toward Earth. Without hesitation, Nick Fury summoned all the Avengers, informing them of the dire situation and the urgency of the impending conflict. He understood that the great battle was about to commence. Stark observed the unfolding chaos and promptly activated his contingency plan, deploying all his inventions of artificial intelligence and battlesuits to prepare for the invasion of these extraterrestrial beings. In the New York sanctuary, Chen Su and Master Mordo gazed through a mirrored reflection at the scenes beyond Earth. As the magical barrier neared destruction by the relentless assault of the creatures, a sense of urgency overwhelmed Mordo. Chen Su, what shall we do? The defensive barrier is on the verge of collapse. Fear not. Those creatures are merely lowly beings, Chen Su reassured. We can instruct the other sorcerers to attempt to eliminate them. However, all the dark entities concentrated their attacks on a singular target, the New York sanctuary, because Dormammu understood that this location was the very essence of the protective forces. If it were to be destroyed, the entire Earth would be left defenseless against the invasion. The magical barrier surrounding Earth was rapidly succumbing to the onslaught of the dark beings. In desperation, Chen Su resorted to the use of the Infinity Stone. Having gleaned knowledge from the Asgardian library regarding the fundamental applications of infinite delay, he activated it as he witnessed the shattering of the Earth's magical barrier. Channeling his Phoenix Force energy into the ether particles, he unleashed a radiant crimson glow. Chapter 60. Domination. He channeled his own energy as a source to activate the power of the Reality Stone. The liquid ether particles erupted into a brilliant scarlet light, and instantly, a dimensional barrier enveloped the globe. The sky was shrouded in a dark crimson energy shield, visible to all of humanity. The heavens appeared to be drenched in a sanguine hue, evoking apocalyptic imagery, plunging the world into a state of panic. Riots erupted as some Christian believers mistook the phenomenon for divine wrath, presaging the world's imminent demise. Streets became arenas of chaos, with scenes of fear, rebellion, and even suicide unfolding incessantly, while law enforcement struggled to maintain order, to no avail. In America, at SHIELD, Nick Fury and the Avengers noted the ominous changes in the sky, acutely aware that a significant event was on the precipice of occurring. For the first time, Chun Su felt an exhausting drain of power. The seasoned Phoenix Force energy was being consumed at an unimaginable rate, inducing a sense of anxiety within him. He recalled the simplest application of the Infinity Stone from the Asgardian library, equivalent exchange, utilizing his own energy to fuel the Infinity Stone. Over half of his energy had been depleted, prompting Chun Su to teleport outside, sensing the presence of Mombilabilia. Evidently, she had been resurrected by Dormammu. "It seems Dormammu has restored you to life," he remarked. "Indeed. From the moment I succumbed to darkness, my existence has been beyond my control. It has been governed by Dormammu. I possess no means to escape his grasp. Perhaps this is my fate, a consequence of my past transgressions. And I must atone for the errors I once committed. Did you know? The Ancient One has perished." Mombilabilia, despite having succumbed completely to darkness, was nonetheless taken aback upon hearing Chun Su proclaim that Ancient One had perished. He understood the implications of the seal confining Dormammu's mother dissipating, and a wave of melancholy washed over him. After all, he was the sole disciple of the Ancient One. "Indeed, she has departed, and thus I shall dedicate this world in her memory." Chun Su sensed that Mombilabilia had lost all will to continue living, and with a resolute determination to meet his demise, he charged directly at Chun Su. Naturally, Chun Su felt the shift in Mombilabilia's demeanor and unleashed the Omega Beam, a torrent of terrifying energy directed squarely at him. In an instant, Mombilabilia was obliterated. Yet, in his final moments, he bore no resentment, nor any agony, only a profound sense of release and liberation. For him, death at that moment was a true emancipation. "Chun Su, there is no need for you to struggle here. Earth is beyond salvation now. It belongs to me, as does the entire universe. I shall become their eternal sovereign." Dormammu emerged from the void, casting his gaze upon Chun Su, who in turn acknowledged Dormammu's presence. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Omega Beam once more. Dormammu did not retreat. Instead, he retaliated with a beam of dark energy, unyielding and fearless. The point of collision between their energies tore the very fabric of space apart. Chun Su, having recently utilized the space gem, found his energy reserves depleted and knew he could not withstand Dormammu's onslaught directly. Thus, he resolved to engage in close combat. Though Chun Su had not yet fully attained the power of the Phoenix, he had already acquired a formidable steel form. At this moment, his body was not entirely a completed steel entity, but it was close. Dormammu regarded Chun Su with scorn. "What is this? Are you truly intent on engaging me in hand-to-hand combat? You, a mage, believe your physical prowess can rival mine? More importantly, my form exists in an energy state. Do you truly think physical attacks will affect me?" Indeed, this was precisely Chun Su's concern. As Dormammu merged with the dark dimension, his physical body had ceased to exist, leaving only magical flames composed of dark energy. He could manifest a tangible form through energy or exist purely in an energy state, rendering him immune to all physical attacks. Chun Su felt the weight of pressure and danger once more. "If you wish to engage me in close combat, then I shall oblige. I am eager to witness the extent of your martial capabilities." Dormammu, dismissing Chun Su's prowess as a mere mage, did not believe in the strength of his physical fighting skills. However, he was taken aback when Chun Su delivered a single, devastating punch that sent him hurtling away. An explosion of unfathomable power radiating outward, causing Dormammu to crash into and obliterate countless dark creatures in his wake. Dormammu rose awkwardly. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Chun Su. The sheer physical prowess of a mere mage was astoundingly fearsome. Dormammu, already reeling from the shock of Chun Su's capabilities, was struck once more by an overwhelming astonishment. "The existence of someone like you within the multiverse is simply inconceivable. You surpass the likes of Ancient One. No, Ancient One cannot even be compared to you. You are truly a monster. Everyone claims I am a monster, yet I find you to embody that label more fittingly." Chun Su, having overheard Dormammu's assessment, responded with a dismissive smirk. "Thank you for the compliment. I indeed am a monster." Dormammu summoned a dark crimson energy orb, from which energy coalesced at its center, devouring the surrounding space. This was evidently Dormammu's ultimate technique. "Chun Su, you should perish. Individuals like you have no place in the multiverse." Where the energy orb passed, everything dissolved into nothingness. Matter was annihilated, and space was torn asunder. Chun Su sensed the terrifying potency of this attack, The energy contained within that black orb was so formidable that even the surrounding space struggled to endure it. However, at that moment, Chun Tsu's Phoenix Force had been significantly depleted due to the dimensional barrier he had erected with the Reality Stone, leaving him unable to withstand such a blow. Dormammu, recognizing the vast energy required to construct such an extensive energy shield, deemed Chun Tsu's demise inevitable beneath this onslaught. As Chun Tsu watched the energy orb hurtling towards him, he experienced death for the first time. Dormammu reveled in the impending demise of Chun Tsu, exhilarated by the prospect of eliminating a future threat to his dominion over the universe. The potential danger posed by Chun Tsu far exceeded that of Ancient One. Dormammu believed that given more time, Chun Tsu would undoubtedly seek to kill him, even aspire to dominate the multiverse, an ambition he dared not entertain himself. For there were beings far more powerful than he. Chapter 61. The Dark Dimension. Dormammu was merely formidable within the confines of the Dark Dimension. Suddenly, a brilliant spectrum of light descended, and a colossal bolt of lightning struck the black energy orb, causing it to erupt explosively. Recognizing the immense blue lightning, Chun Tsu knew it was Thor. You arrived just in time. Had you been any later, you might have never seen me again. Thor emerged from the Bifrost, perfectly timed. Dormammu's expression shifted from exuberant anticipation to furious rage. So close. I was so close to eliminating him. Are you Dormammu? Who dares to disrupt my plans? It seems you truly wish to meet your end. Do you not recognize me? I am Thor, the god of thunder from Asgard. At that moment, Chun Tsu pondered the status of their magical array. Dormammu unleashed a surge of dark lightning, aiming directly at Thor, who met the challenge without fear, countering with his own thunderous might. In an instant, the battle that had raged for 2 years transformed into 2 streaks of lightning clashing against one another, fracturing the surrounding space. Chun Tsu, undistracted, continued to absorb the energy from the alternate dimension, aware that Thor was no match for Dormammu, who would soon emerge victorious. Little one, perish swiftly, Dormammu proclaimed, unleashing a terrifying energy beam. Just as Thor was about to be struck, Chun Tsu appeared before him, channeling the power of the Phoenix to shield him. Thor, hasten to Earth and unite with the Avengers. The dimensional barrier is on the verge of collapse. I shall contend with Dormammu. You must provide support to Stark and the others. Those Dark Lords are beyond their capacity to handle. But what of Dormammu? Can you confront him alone? Thor inquired. I have my methods. Now go. Chun Tsu commanded. With that, Thor shouted hail, Ram. And a radiant beam of multicolored energy enveloped him, rendering him invisible as he vanished. Meanwhile, back on Earth, the dimensional barrier Chun Tsu had painstakingly erected began to shatter under the relentless assault of countless dark entities. New Dark Lords led a horde of dark creatures in their invasion of Earth. Anticipating this, Chun Tsu had already instructed all the temple mages to resist the incursion, momentarily holding the line. The invasion awakened the populace, instilling a sense of urgency following the previous extraterrestrial threat. World leaders recognized the necessity of unified resistance. Without it, annihilation was imminent. Mages and Avengers stood as the foremost vanguard, supported by military forces to prevent the beasts from breaching urban areas and harming defenseless civilians. However, humanity's conventional weaponry proved ineffective. Standard firearms inflicted minimal damage on the lesser Dark Hounds, while tanks could only marginally harm the stronger Dark Wolves. Only guided missiles had the potential to inflict substantial harm. Yet, facing an overwhelming tide of dark beings, such efforts seemed but a drop in the ocean, scarcely making an impact. At the Avengers Tower, Stark inquired, Ultron, how is the assembly of the modern Iron Legion progressing? We are on the brink of collapse. Indeed, Stark had followed the original narrative, developing the Ultron AI. However, lacking the Mind Stone, Ultron did not succumb to darkness. Instead, he succeeded in his creation. Mr. Stark, the Iron Legion is nearing completion. Approximately 1 hour remains, Ultron reported. Forget the remaining assembly. Dispatch all fully equipped units with their weaponry to combat those monsters. We can scarcely hold our ground any longer. Sir, do not rush. Haste will only exacerbate the situation, rendering it more troublesome, Stark remarked, exasperated by the artificial intelligence he had developed. What? When did you become a philosopher? The world is on the brink of destruction. Without engaging in further dialogue with the AI, Stark donned his suit of armor and rejoined the fray against the dark creatures. Meanwhile, Captain Steve Rogers, Black Widow, and Hawkeye were battling the dark beings just a street away from the Avengers Tower. Yet, how could mere mortals withstand a prolonged conflict against such malevolent entities? Steve was panting heavily, his body pushed to its limits, trembling and drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Black Widow had long exhausted her ammunition, and Hawkeye, too, had depleted his arrows. Now, he resorted to wielding his bow as a weapon, but his endurance was waning, sustained only by sheer willpower. Captain, what shall we do now? We can barely hold on, they implored. At that moment, Steve lacked even the strength to respond. Suddenly, a terrifying shadowy wolf lunged toward them, filling their hearts with despair. They felt they could not endure any longer. Abruptly, a mighty bolt of lightning struck the wolf, incinerating all the dark beings nearby into ashes. A surge of hope blossomed within the trio. They realized Thor had arrived, bringing with him formidable reinforcements that alleviated their immense burden. They had thought their end was nigh. "Ah, so you cannot manage alone?" Thor said, lifting Steve effortlessly. Steve smiled in response, too exhausted to speak. Just then, a youthful voice broke through. "Hey, are you the god of thunder? Awesome. Oh, Captain America, I am your #1 fan." Thor and Steve were taken aback as they beheld a figure clad in a red, spider-themed costume, clearly a young boy. Kid, this is not a place for you. You should leave," Steve urged. "I was sent by Mr. Stark to find you. He said he has something for you," the boy replied. Indeed, this young hero was none other than Spider-Man, Peter Parker. With that, Peter tossed 3 mechanical boxes into the air, which instantaneously transformed into 3 suits of armor. "You don't need the God of Thunder's help," he declared, as Steve and the others accepted the suits without hesitation, their combat capabilities nearly depleted. "All right, your task is complete, kid. Now hurry and get out of here." Upon finishing his words, a dark magical wolf charged towards them with an unimaginable speed that surpassed their reaction time. It sent Parker flying with a single kick, crashing him into several buildings. Captain America, Steve, Black Widow, and Hawkeye were momentarily taken aback. They were in dire need of assistance, particularly from such a formidable ally. Chapter 62, Power. Thor witnessed Peter Parker's strength, which even rivaled his own as the son of Odin, the king of the gods, and was momentarily astonished. "Oh, you are truly impressive." To hear such praise from the god of thunder brought an exhilarating thrill. "What, are you complimenting me? Ha! My Aunt May will surely be delighted to hear this. They will no longer see me merely as a child, for I can fight like a superhero." Stark, donned in his anti-Hulk armor, made his entrance alongside the Hulk. "Hey, Thor, where's Chin-Su? Why hasn't he shown up? He is occupied with a more formidable foe, one we cannot assist him against." "Hello, Mr. Stark. I have completed the task you entrusted to me." "Ah, young Spider, you've done exceptionally well. Is this the anti-Hulk armor you mentioned? This chubby fellow here?" "Oh, the chubby one? This is my scientific masterpiece. I truly believe I could win in a fight against Hulk." Hulk, standing nearby, immediately expressed his discontent and challenged him. "Oh." Hulk is not pleased. "Wait a moment, big guy, I was just joking. Our primary adversaries at the moment are those monsters." In an instant, all the Avengers, save for Chin-Su, gathered together, ready to fight them to the bitter end. Meanwhile, far beyond Earth, Chin-Su confronted Dormammu. Utilizing spatial teleportation, he transported Dormammu to a pre-prepared magical arena, intent on preventing the devastation that their clash could unleash upon Earth. "Chin-Su, bringing me here may well be a path to your own demise." Chin-Su disdainfully retorted, "I am eager to witness who truly meets their end first." Suppressing his own power, Chin-Su unleashed the full extent of his pristine Phoenix Force, the mental energy penetrating the multiverse, along with the Omega Beams. He understood that he could not engage Dormammu in a protracted battle. Dormammu drew strength from an entire universe, while Chin-Su relied solely on himself. He needed to conclude this conflict swiftly. Chin-Su unleashed the entirety of his power, causing the very fabric of space surrounding him to be utterly crushed. Dormammu, sensing the terrifying magnitude of this force, summoned the full might of the dark dimension, even drawing upon its primordial essence. The area behind Dormammu darkened immeasurably. Although Chin-Su too perceived the overwhelming darkness capable of devouring the universe, both adversaries engaged in a direct confrontation, relying solely on their purest strength without resorting to any superfluous maneuvers or techniques. Their powers obliterated all material barriers, reducing everything to nothingness. As their forces collided, the surrounding space shattered and collapsed inward, giving rise to countless black holes, which in turn erupted violently, manifesting an abundance of darkness. In the midst of this clash, all substance dissolved into the void, devoid of the concepts of time and space, leaving only the essence of nothingness. The collision of their energies surged outward, creating a tempest of spatial debris that scattered throughout the cosmos, rendering the region a forbidden zone for life. The reverberations of their unleashed energy stirred the entire universe, and in an instant, all formidable beings within it sensed this overwhelming force. In an ancient starry expanse, Thanos, seated upon his throne, opened his eyes, feeling the tremors in the very space around him. What is this? Such formidable power. It has even affected this realm, causing the space here to quiver. On Earth, the populace sensed an unusual disturbance, their gazes drawn skyward. Thor and his companions understood it was the doing of Chin-Su. Returning to the confrontation between Chun Tzu and Dormammu, Chun Tzu observed the frenzied Dormammu, who was continuously channeling the entirety of the dark dimension's power, even its primordial essence. Chun Tzu realized that this could not continue. He concentrated his mental energy, gathering all his strength into his hands, compressing it into a singular point of light that radiated unimaginable brilliance. The energy was condensed to an extreme, piercing through the very fabric of space, which shattered under its intensity. With a mighty release from the palm of his hand, Chun Tzu countered the dark forces unleashed by Dormammu. A flash of light flickered in Dormammu's eyes as he witnessed the surrounding space being crushed, giving rise to countless black holes that were subsequently annihilated and reformed. The matter between them was utterly destroyed, and an expression of sheer terror crossed Dormammu's face. What? How is this possible? How can he possess such immense power? A mere mortal, harboring such a terrifying energy within. Dormammu's mind raced with disbelief, for he had drawn upon the strength of an entire universe. Yet this mortal seemed to contain the essence of one within him. It was inconceivable. In that fleeting moment, a chilling realization gripped his mind. As the looming specter of death manifested before him, the blinding light expanding infinitely. In an instant, the entire universe was illuminated, radiating an exquisite beauty, yet harboring the destructive power to annihilate everything in its path. As Dormammu beheld this magnificent light, he momentarily lost his senses. The beam of pure annihilation pierced through Dormammu's form, utterly obliterating his physical body, which to him held little significance. However, his essence sustained an unimaginable blow. The road to recovery from this invasion of the universe would likely span a century or even millennia. Dormammu, filled with boundless resentment and terror, could scarcely believe that a mere mortal, Chun Tzu, possessed a power rivaling that of an entire universe, perhaps even surpassing it. This revelation shattered Dormammu's long-held beliefs and perceptions, plunging him into the dark dimension, where he would fall into a deep slumber, unaware of when he might fully awaken and mend his wounds. A process that would take at least 1,000 years. Chun Tzu finally exhaled in relief. The troubles posed by Dormammu had been definitively resolved. Yet, he clasped his chest and coughed up blood, for confronting the power of a universe proved to be an overwhelming strain. Channeling his mental energy, he sensed the condition of the dark dimension. The vitality that once thrived had faded, leaving the realm dim and nearly devoid of energy. With no reason to linger, he made his way back to Earth. On Earth, the Avengers donned their armor, engaged in fierce combat with the dark entities. Suddenly, the dark beings felt the source of the relentless dark power that had sustained them vanish, causing a collective shock among the Dark Sun Wukongs and Dark Lords. Chapter 63. The Dark Lord. The new Dark Lords were taken aback, fully aware that the dark mark upon them signified their allegiance to Dormammu. This mark represented their faith in the sovereign of the dark space and granted them access to its dimensional power. However, with the disappearance of this dark mark, it indicated the vanishing of the dark space itself. As an entity transcending time, the notion of its disappearance was unfathomable to them, yet it had indeed occurred. This also meant a significant weakening of their power, plunging all dark entities into a state of unrest. The Avengers observed their turmoil and seized the opportunity. Thor summoned a tremendous surge of lightning. Clad in their armor, the Avengers unleashed all their energy in a single strike, decimating a substantial portion of the dark beings. Having concluded his battle with Dormammu, Chun Tzu reappeared on the battlefield in New York. The sight of Chun Tzu filled the Avengers with renewed hope, a collective exhilaration washing over them. Stark, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Hey, Chun Tzu, you've finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, we would have been done for. I always knew that Dormammu would not stand a chance against you." Captain America Steve and Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing Chun Tzu's arrival, for they were on the brink of exhaustion. This was not merely a matter of numerical superiority, but also a disparity in strength. Chun Tzu smiled nonchalantly and remarked, "Oh, you seem quite at ease. Ease. Do not jest. Have you not seen that we are nearly perishing?" Without further ado, Chun Tzu summoned a portal and unleashed his fire magic, incinerating the remaining Dark Lords who attempted to flee, transforming them into a dazzling display of fireworks against the night sky. Their physical forms were reduced to ashes, and a collective sigh of relief echoed as this harrowing calamity drew to a close. Through the concerted efforts of all, Earth once again emerged from the brink of disaster. Its inhabitants saved anew. Chun Tzu, however, did not linger. He needed to rush to the areas most besieged by dark creatures. Naturally, this was Kamartaj, the foremost target of Dormammu's wrath. The dark entities besieging Kamartaj were significantly more formidable than those elsewhere. At that moment, Kamartaj was embroiled in a fierce battle. Where's the king? Why has Chun Tzu not returned? What news does he bring? How fares his battle with Dormammu? I cannot say. I can only sense the ferocity of the conflict from afar. The spatial fluctuations are immense. We have no means of ascertaining the situation there. Even if we were to venture forth, it would likely be a death sentence. Mordor, who was nearby and had just severed the head of a dark creature with magic, chimed in. Let us hold on a little longer. We must have faith in Chen Su. He will triumph over Dormammu. Evil cannot ultimately prevail against righteousness. Yet, persisting in this manner was unsustainable. We would eventually be drained. At that moment, Chen Su arrived at Kamar Taj and surveyed the devastation. The once majestic sanctuaries and structures lay in ruins, decimated beyond recognition, resembling a post-apocalyptic landscape. The splendor of yesteryear was but a distant memory. Greetings, comrades. How fare you? It appears my return is quite timely. Instantly, all the mages heard Chen Su's voice, their spirits lifted with shock and delight. I always knew that Dormammu was no match for you, but I just heard someone mention they might perish. Who said that? Chen Su, wielding his elemental magic, unleashed a tempest of spatial lightning, fire, and ice. This magical maelstrom erupted instantaneously, eradicating all dark creatures in its vicinity. The mages exhaled in relief. The war was nearing its end, and the calamity was almost over. The Avengers, having learned of the turmoil at Kamar Taj, also arrived, and with Chen Su's victory, the conflict drew to a close. The celebrations of triumph commenced. The Avengers and the sorcerers gathered here in celebration, engaging with one another. Master Mordo was arm wrestling with Hulk, while Thor engaged in discussions about magic with other sorcerers, fostering a mutual exchange of knowledge. For a fleeting moment, Kamar Taj transformed into a haven of revelry. However, joy is often ephemeral. Once the festivities subsided, everyone returned to their respective duties. Thor had to restore Asgard, while Chen Su resumed his tranquil routine, immersing himself in books and the study of magic, leading a profoundly fulfilling life. In New York, at the Avengers Tower, Stark ultimately unraveled the truth behind his parents' demise through his hacking prowess. He donned his armor and set out to confront Bucky. Tony, are we truly going down this path? This is not his fault. He was manipulated by Hydra, acting against his will. Captain Steve Rogers, shield in hand, watched Stark, seething with rage, filled with sympathy yet helplessness. Over the years, a deep camaraderie had formed between them, and he had no desire to engage in combat. Yet, calming Tony Stark seemed an insurmountable challenge, perhaps even impossible. Steve, you should step aside. This is my fault. I killed her parents. I deserve to die. I have harmed far too many. No, this is not your fault. You were deceived by Hydra. Stark looked at Bucky, who bore an expression of remorse, yet his fury surged, craving vengeance. He wrestled with the conflict of emotions. While Bucky was not the true perpetrator, his hands were stained with the blood of Stark's parents, leaving him in a state of turmoil and confusion. Stark channeled all his energy into propulsion, soaring towards Kamar Taj at breakneck speed. Within the New York sanctum, Stark vented his frustrations to Chen Su, who, though aware of the unfolding narrative, found himself at a loss for how to counsel him. How could they do this? He killed my parents. Even if it was not intentional, it was still his doing. Then what do you propose? Should we confront Steve, take him down, and deal with Bucky afterwards? I can't think of any other solution. As a time traveler, Chen Su understood the progression of events and what lay ahead. Yet, he recognized the difficulty of accepting the murderer of one's own father standing before him, maintaining composure when any other person would have acted with immediate violence. Whoever stands in the way shall perish. Stark has achieved a remarkable feat, one that is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. So, do you wish to stay here tonight? Judging by your demeanor, it seems you have no intention of returning. What? Is there even a question? Of course. I shall remain here. Where else could I possibly go? I truly do not wish to return, nor do I want to confront them. The moment I see them, it infuriates me. Very well, I shall prepare a room for you. However, I have matters to attend to and cannot linger here to converse with you. Are you the one teaching that individual named Stephen Magic? I recall reading about him in the newspaper. He was once a top-notch internist. Then, after a tragic car accident, his hands appeared to be rendered useless. I am uncertain how he ended up here, still pursuing the study of magic. Chen Su merely chuckled at Stark's words and refrained from elaborating further. All right, you may explore around to clear your mind. I must take my leave. Very well. You go about your business, and I shall remain here for some solitude. Chen Su disregarded him entirely and proceeded to instruct Stephen. Master, that individual is Tony Stark. He is not merely a wealthy playboy, is he? I have heard he is a weapons manufacturer, but how do you know him? I also heard that he developed the armor, which became known as Iron Man. Chen Su was taken aback. Is this the nature of modern celebrities? Such is the advantage of fame. It seems you are excelling in your studies of magic. Shall I demonstrate a few techniques for you? Upon hearing this, Stephen was naturally reluctant, for he was acutely aware of Chen Su's formidable prowess. He had heard numerous accounts regarding his master, having only recently embarked on his studies. He had previously considered himself a genius, but after conversing with Wang from the library, he discovered that his master was the true prodigy. There were spells that took him days or even weeks to comprehend, yet his master grasped them with a mere glance, retaining them effortlessly. He had already perused all the magical tomes in the library and memorized their contents. This was not even the extent of his master's extraordinary talents. Eventually, he learned who Dormammu was, which truly astonished him. From the Darkhold, he discovered that Dormammu was the ruler of the Dark Dimension, an existence that transcends time. His power was terrifying, rivaling the gods of Stephen's previous understanding, yet his master had defeated Dormammu, indicating that he surpassed even divine beings. Now, to challenge him in a duel of magic seemed akin to courting disaster. And no, master, I was mistaken. I have yet to master my studies. How could I dare to engage you in combat? That is wise of you. At that moment, Stephen had undergone a complete transformation in his attitude towards Chen Su, who was over a decade his junior, now filled with profound respect and reverence. Now, allow me to enlighten you on the arts of fire and ice magic. Indeed, these two forms of magic are not antagonistic. How did you manage to harmonize them? Yes, they may be opposing, yet they are also complementary. The principle is rather simple. One merely needs to amalgamate sufficient mental fortitude with compressed magical energy. Subsequently, Chen Su elucidated various magical arts to her, explaining the methods of fusion and the emergence of a series of even more formidable spells. Gradually, time elapsed until midday. Chen Su then encouraged Stephen to ponder and comprehend at his own pace, while he himself sought to ascertain his brother's condition. As the lunch break commenced, Chen Su ventured into the backyard of the New York sanctuary, where he found Stark reclining languidly in a rocking chair, basking in the sun's warm embrace. Observing this, Chen Su realized Stark had completely emerged from his shadows and approached him. "Hello, Stark. It seems you are thoroughly enjoying your sunbathing. Come, let us dine." At that moment, Stark stirred awake. "Chen Su, have you resolved your matters? I find this place truly delightful. I scarcely wish to leave. I envy your ability to reside here indefinitely." "Envy me? What is there to envy? We both breathe the same air. It's merely the location that differs. Come now, let us eat. Otherwise, the food will grow cold." "What do you mean by eating? Shouldn't we hurry? How is the food here?" Chen Su was momentarily speechless, marveling at Stark's remarkable ability to self-soothe. He had seemingly moved beyond his previous turmoil quite swiftly. "I find the cuisine here quite satisfactory. You should give it a try." "How can you say that? Are you not aware of your current reputation in Kamartaj? You've become akin to an old man, pestering those female apprentices." "What do you mean by pestering?" "I was merely guiding them in their magical studies." "Did I hear correctly? You are instructing them in magic? Can you even perform it yourself?" "They have lodged complaints with me." The two then proceeded to the Kamartaj cafeteria. Stark initially assumed he would need to pay and inadvertently swindled Chen Su out of some money. The meals at Kamartaj were quite reasonable, with a balanced assortment of meat and vegetables, and Stark indulged voraciously in front of Chen Su. "Well, how do you find the fare here? Not too shabby, is it?" "Indeed, it is quite good. I would say it only slightly pales in comparison to those upscale restaurants." "Have you given it some thought? You cannot remain here indefinitely. Even if I were willing to allow it, those female apprentices and your fellow sorcerers would object." "I know. I was simply engulfed in anger at that moment, unsure of how to proceed." He gazed at me with immense remorse, as I contemplated ending his life, yet he showed no signs of resistance, and indeed, it was not entirely his fault. The two enjoyed their meal at leisurely pace, and ultimately, under Chen Su's guidance, Stark returned to the Avengers Tower. Yet, it was an unforeseen individual, Loki, who audaciously infiltrated Kamartaj using his illusions. His previous visit had been aimed at pilfering the ether particles. However, should Chen Su become aware of this, he would undoubtedly admire Loki's audacity. To venture into Kamartaj with the intent of thievery was a reckless endeavor indeed. Disguised as a student, Loki chanced upon Chen Su and Stark walking together, causing him to cower in fear, too terrified to move. At that moment, Chen Su was engrossed in conversation with Stark, entirely oblivious to the unusual presence nearby, which only served to further terrify Loki. Chapter 65. Interstellar. I refused to believe that he would remain holed up in Kamartaj indefinitely. The moment he steps outside, I shall seize the reality stone. After bidding Stark farewell, Chen Su resumed his routine of teaching Stephen magic when, suddenly, the long-quiet system sprang to life once more. "Please, host." Promptly reach Star-Lord's spaceship and engage Ego, his father, in combat. Chen Su was well aware of who Ego was, a life form of planetary proportions. From the original narrative, he had learned that some claimed Ego to be a member of the Celestials, possessing immense power that even surpassed Odin, rivaling that of Dormammu. Whether these claims held truth remained uncertain. It appeared another journey awaited him. Chen Su informed Stephen of his departure, handing him several magic tomes to study independently. Entrusting Kamartaj's affairs to Mordo, he then utilized spatial magic to transport himself to the depths of the cosmos. Alas, he pondered, where could Star-Lord and his companions be? The universe was vast. Was he to search every corner? Lacking alternatives, he resolved to follow the threads of his memory in pursuit of them. News of Chen Su's departure soon spread through Kamartaj, and Loki recognized his opportunity had arrived. Chen Su, just you wait. Chen Su made his way to Xandar, the intergalactic capital where an array of beings mingled, some appearing strikingly human, yet distinctly alien. Thus, his presence raised no suspicion. Inquiries were scarce in this realm of intricate social dynamics, transcending species, star systems, and civilizations. Chen Su wandered about, biding his time for several days until he finally caught wind of something significant. Though he did not encounter Star-Lord himself, he gleaned information regarding the Guardians of the Galaxy. As a time traveler, he was aware of the unfolding narrative. They were to form a new team, the Guardians, due to matters concerning the Orb and the Power Stone, a name that carried considerable weight. Chen Su learned that the Guardians were currently on a planet undertaking a mercenary task. He proceeded to the location. But rather than revealing himself, he concealed his presence in an alternate dimension, observing the situation and awaiting the opportune moment. Star-Lord, toss me my plasma cannon. Star-Lord promptly hurled it, and a raccoon-like creature, Rocket, caught it with ease, wielding a weapon far larger than himself. At this moment, following their previous encounter, a certain emotional foundation had developed between them, particularly due to the cosmic sphere and the battle over the Power Stone. They had also established the Guardians of the Galaxy. It appeared that my actions on Earth had not significantly influenced the unfolding narrative beyond the cosmos. The Guardians had indeed come into existence without any butterfly effect altering this outcome. Rocket directly addressed Star-Lord, commending him. Well done. It seems our team is indeed formidable. I want the entire universe to recognize our prowess. In the next instant, he swiftly dispatched a Kree soldier from the Kree Empire with a single shot. Where are we headed next? Came the query. To the Sovereign, answered Gamora, who deftly split another Kree in half with her sword. We must resolve the unique monster problem plaguing their race. It is said that their batteries have caught the attention of this creature, which has offered a substantial bounty for assistance. As long as the payment is secured, everything is negotiable, no issue is insurmountable, and any foe can be vanquished. I am Groot, came the reply. We know you are Groot, responded Drax, urging, let us finish them off and be on our way. Drax, his body adorned with mysterious red markings, had fully committed to this alliance following their last encounter, swiftly dispatching the monsters with ease. Meanwhile, Chen Su concealed himself in an alternate dimension, observing the unfolding events and trailing behind them to the Sovereign, hoping to seize the opportunity to join their ranks and ultimately locate Ego, achieving two objectives simultaneously. Simultaneously, the Interstellar Alliance of Xandar had taken notice of Chen Su. They had captured footage of two individuals battling in the depths of space, one of whom was Chen Su, which sent shockwaves through the entire alliance. In a vast conference room filled with a diverse assembly of individuals, clearly the supreme leaders of various planets and alliances, the atmosphere brimmed with intrigue. What business does he have with us? Is he here for the Power Stone? Should we consider granting it to him? If we refuse, his power could easily overpower us. If we concede, with such strength, how can we ensure he won't turn to malevolence? Enough. Let us observe him closely. If we can assist him, let us do so and ascertain his true intentions. Chen Su continued to trail Star-Lord and the others, witnessing their flawless coordination while battling monsters. He was particularly impressed by Groot's combat prowess, which far exceeded what had been portrayed on television, and Drax was likewise much stronger than depicted. In contrast, Star-Lord seemed less impressive than his televised persona, appearing rather foolish. As they engaged the dimensional monster, in the blink of an eye, it ensnared the creature with its tendrils. Rocket launched a projectile, yet the dimensional creature's defenses were formidable, enduring the attack without a scratch. Chen Su knew that his opportunity had arrived. Just as the monster swung a vine and sent Gamora flying, Chen Su appeared in an instant to save her, startling the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy, particularly Star-Lord, whose expression shifted dramatically. Who are you? Why are you holding Gamora? Don't you know she's my partner? Chen Su was well aware of what he intended to say. Don't misunderstand. I am also contracted for this mission. What? They actually called you in? How is the commission to be divided? We were on the verge of defeating this monster, and you just swooped in. Clearly, you wish to take advantage of us. We won't be splitting the commission. Is that so? Are you certain that you have resolved the situation? I just saved one of your team, who was nearly sent flying into the cosmos by that creature. Beside them, Groot and Rocket were still engaged in battle with the otherworldly monster, clearly on the brink of exhaustion. Chun Su then demonstrated his power by unleashing the Omega Ray, which penetrated the monster and obliterated it in an instant, leaving not even a trace behind. Star-Lord and his companions were left utterly astonished. Hey, Star-Lord, should we give him the entire commission? Star-Lord was at a loss for words. His shock palpable, while Drax broke into a broad grin as he looked at Chun Su. May I ask your name? Chun Su, are you on your own? Yes. I am currently undertaking this mission alone. Working solo can be perilous. One might encounter unforeseen dangers. It is essential to have allies. How about joining our team for the commission? We can split it. All right. At that moment, the system chimed in, announcing that the mission was halfway complete and urging the host to persevere and complete the remaining tasks. Rocket and Drax welcomed him. The inclusion of a strong ally was undoubtedly beneficial, and they had no objections. However, the green-skinned Gamora regarded Chun Su with a hint of wariness, choosing to observe him silently. Chun Su, let us first seek out the supreme race of Sovereign Star to negotiate our commission. Once we secure the payment, we can discuss further. However, I have heard that their temperament is rather volatile. Soon, Chun Su and the Guardians arrived at Sovereign Star. What transpired next left Star-Lord and the others utterly dumbfounded. Esteemed warrior, may I inquire about your purpose on Sovereign Star? Star-Lord, your team's mission has been completed. Wow. Why is your tone so drastically different? My team has once saved the universe. What astounded Star-Lord was the immense respect shown to Chun Su, who had descended from his throne to speak with him, while in their previous encounters, Star-Lord had been addressed with disdain. The change in attitude towards Star-Lord stemmed from the incident involving the cosmic sphere, yet it remained far from the reverence afforded to Chun Su. Now, this is the reward for your mission, Star-Lord. Please take it. May I inquire as to the origin of this esteemed individual? Earth, Kamartaj. Perhaps you are unfamiliar with it? No. Esteemed sir, we are acquainted. Chun Su was taken aback. You know of it? How is that possible? It has long been whispered throughout the cosmos of a formidable sorcerer named Gu Yi, hailing from a place called Kamartaj on Earth. Chun Su was astonished to discover that Gu Yi's renown had spread so widely across the universe. Among the Guardians of the Galaxy, save for Gamora, the others appeared completely bewildered, as if they had never heard of such a name. Esteemed Master of Kamartaj, we have prepared a banquet in your honor. Would you care to join us? Chun Su glanced at Star-Lord, who regarded him thoughtfully, before Chun Su finally replied, Respected High Priest, there is no need. We have matters to attend to. Your kindness is appreciated. Very well. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek us out. We of Sovereign are always at your service. Thank you. Subsequently, Chun Su was pulled away by Star-Lord. What on earth are you doing? He was inviting us to dine. Do you even know who he is? He is the master of the entire Sovereign planet. Sharing a meal with him would bring us immense prestige. Rocket and Drax stood by, equally exasperated. Oh dear, you have squandered a free dinner. I have never experienced such hospitality. I thought I might enjoy it just once. I am Groot. At that moment, in the space pirate ship, Yondu confronted a white-haired elder with a face full of wrinkles, who ensnared him with glowing tendrils. The other pirates merely watched, paralyzed by fear, knowing that they were no match for the venerable figure. Charging in would be tantamount to suicide, as the elder had no intention of taking Yondu's life. However, they were aware that their own lives would be forfeit. Where's that child? I do not know. He refuses to heed my commands, and I cannot control him. I care not how you achieve it, but I demand to see that child within 3 days, or you shall face my wrath. Ego released the tendrils, causing Yondu to crash heavily to the ground. Ego strolled leisurely outside, where the fleet erupted in a series of explosions, resembling fireworks against the starry night, a breathtaking display illuminating the heavens. Yondu shouted loudly at Ego. If you still wish to know about that child, cease your actions at once, or I shall either kill him or hide him away, and you will never see him again. This declaration undoubtedly had an impact on Ego, who immediately halted his actions and, in return, struck Yondu with a vine, sending him flying. How dare you threaten me? What leverage do you possess to intimidate me if it were not for that child? Yondu retorted, Indeed, without that child, I would possess no means to threaten you. I might have long been dead. To you, crushing me is akin to squashing an ant. Yet, this ant now holds a bargaining chip. Blood seeped from the corner of Yondu's mouth as he gazed at Ego with a frenzied expression. Remember my words. If you do not deliver that child to me within 3 days, you shall witness my methods. With that, Ego swaggered away. The fleets outside aimed all their weapons at him, yet none dared to fire. Ego departed with unchallenged audacity. A few of Yondu's subordinates entered to assist him. Boss, what shall we do? What can we do? Follow his orders? Quickly issue a bounty. You all must search for Star-Lord's whereabouts. Understood. 2 days later, Chun Su and the Guardians of the Galaxy walked together, completing their contracted tasks, their renown growing ever more illustrious. This was precisely what Chun Su desired. The greater the Guardian's fame, the better, for he was acutely aware that Ego and Yongdu were searching for him. The sooner they found him, the faster he could fulfill his mission and confront Ego. A day later, Star-Lord's spacecraft was intercepted by a circular ship, which Chun-Su recognized as Yongdu's vessel. Rocket glanced at Star-Lord. "What's going on? Isn't that your old man's ship? Why is it aimed at us? Who told you she was my father? I have no idea why they would point weapons at us. Could it be because we previously appropriated his contract?" Gamora chimed in. "I suspect he may have ulterior motives." The two ships docked, but the figure behind the door was not Yongdu. It was Ego. Star-Lord exclaimed, "Isn't this Yongdu's ship? How are you inside?" "To my recollection, Yongdu is not the type to generously allow others to operate his ship. Peter, I am your father." Star-Lord was instantly taken aback, his expression morphing into one of fury. Chapter 67, Astonishment. "You are my father? I might as well be your grandfather." Chun-Su was thoroughly amused by Star-Lord's response, for indeed, Ego could be considered his father. As for the scene of their reunion, the author shall spare the reader, as it is excessively melodramatic and utterly cringeworthy. A number of individuals followed Ego to a dark red planet, where they descended. Throughout the journey, Chun-Su scrutinized Ego, yet Ego remained oblivious to Chun-Su. Lost in the joy of discovering Star-Lord, the group swiftly arrived at Ego's planet, and Chun-Su felt a surge of joy within. His mission was nearing completion. As Chun-Su stepped off the spaceship's deck, the system's voice resonated in his ear. "Congratulations, host, for completing the system's task. You have acquired 3 fragments of the Phoenix Force and a portion of the primordial crystal of chaos." Before him appeared an immense phoenix, manifesting its grace and power amidst the boundless void, amidst a dark red expanse where the cycles of rebirth and destruction unfolded. Chun-Su realized that the application of the Phoenix Force was becoming increasingly formidable. He could perceive the transformations of the world around him. He could even discern examples of varying aesthetic appeal, with the surrounding matter revealing specific structures, allowing him to effortlessly alter them. The space around him morphed into a web, unveiling lines that represented the flow of time. At this moment, Chun-Su's upgraded Phoenix Force could directly permeate those spaces and timelines, recalling his own shattering and severing. Everything in the world began to crystallize in clarity before Chun-Su, imparting a sensation of omniscience. Nothing could conceal itself from his gaze. Suddenly, he extricated himself from this overwhelming feeling, opening his eyes as a torrent of potent information surged forth from him, though he reined it back just in time. However, the most perceptive Ego sensed it and halted his steps, feeling an intense pressure emanating from Chun-Su. Though it lasted but a moment, the weight of that pressure lingered. "Star-Lord, is that person your friend?" he inquired. "He is Chun-Su from Earth. We recently formed a team together, so I suppose he can be considered a friend." "Earth? I never imagined such a powerful being could emerge from there. How do you know he is so formidable?" Ego did not respond, but suddenly arrived before a magnificent palace. Following the narrative's progression, Ego led the group to explore his origins, and Chun-Su accompanied them. A planet condensed into a living entity, it was uncertain who was stronger, Ego or Dormammu. Chun-Su had previously vanquished Dormammu head-on, and as a member of the Celestial Group, Ego wielded the potential for tremendous power as a life form from another planet. Meanwhile, on Earth, in Kamar-Taj, Loki, disguised as a student, utilized the Mind Stone embedded in his scepter to breach the magical defenses set by Chun-Su, seizing the ether, known as the Reality Stone. Due to the influence of the Mind Stone, the intelligent vision created by Stark was never realized. Instead, it fell under Loki's control, diverging from the original narrative. "Why did you just stop me? Is it not preferable for me to simply annihilate Kamar-Taj and slay those sorcerers? If you proceed with such an action, Chun-Su will instantly sense it and return in a heartbeat. Our chances of overcoming him stand at a mere 30%, even with 3 Infinity Stones at our disposal." "What? Do you truly believe that with 3 Infinity Stones, you can vanquish Dormammu?" Loki, taken aback, reluctantly retreated with the 3 Infinity Stones, realizing his own limitations. Even if he possessed 5, he would not dare claim he could defeat Dormammu. A profound yearning for power flickered in Loki's eyes, an insatiable thirst for strength. "Then I shall seek out 6 stones. I refuse to believe I cannot extinguish him. One day, he shall pay for the humiliation I endured." At that moment, Chun-Su remained on Ego's planet, oblivious to the events transpiring on Earth, unaware that Loki had pilfered his ether particles. Stepping outside for a breath of fresh air, he sought to experience the novelty of Ego's world, only to find that, aside from the altered surroundings, nothing felt particularly different. The other members of the Guardians of the Galaxy were resting within their quarters, leaving Chun-Su to wander alone, lost in thought. Suddenly, he heard Ego's voice behind him. "So, you've had your rest? Aren't you going to linger in the room a bit longer?" Chun-Su turned to face Ego, exhibiting neither surprise nor anxiety. "At our level, Sleep is an utter waste of time. We have no need for it. Shall we converse? After all, I have wandered the cosmos for many years, and this is the first time I encounter a being of my caliber. Chen Su chuckled lightly. Of your caliber? Are you not overestimating yourself? Ego, incensed by Chen Su's remark, retorted, is that so? I shall see just how formidable you truly are. In the next instant, countless tendrils erupted from the ground, each imbued with immense power, surging toward Chen Su. However, they were effortlessly repelled by his energy shield, shattering upon contact. Ego summoned forth even more appendages, which grew larger and stronger, yet still failed to breach Chen Su's defenses, disintegrating upon impact. Ego realized he had underestimated Chen Su's strength. The clash between the two could only be described as cataclysmic, causing Ego's planet to tremble violently and the ground to fissure. The Guardians of the Galaxy, still in a deep slumber, were jolted awake by the commotion and rushed outside, bewildered by the scene before them. What is happening? Why is the palace collapsing? What is going on? Can someone explain this? Star-Lord, having awakened to his own powers through Ego's guidance, though still in its nascent stages, soared into the fray. Why are you two fighting? What has transpired? Can we not sit down and have a proper conversation? Chen Su glanced directly at Star-Lord. Do you know how your mother met her demise? You may now inquire of him. Ego was momentarily taken aback. As a member of the esteemed Celestial Order, he had always held disdain for falsehoods. Chapter 68. Unparalleled power. Ego suddenly burst into laughter. Star-Lord, you have tasted power. You have acquired a fragment of it, and must have experienced the exquisite sensation it brings. It is precisely for this reason that I infused your mother with cancer cells. I too felt immense anguish during that process. Yet the outcome is that you, in turn, have gained power. How does that feel? What? This cannot be true. You are deceiving me. Just as Star-Lord had finally discovered his father, he was abruptly shattered by the revelation that his mother had perished at his father's hands. This stark contrast plunged him from paradise into despair, rendering him momentarily unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. What troubles you, child? A mere mortal's lifespan is but a fleeting moment to us, yet he has sacrificed his life for your rightful value. You remain unaware of the incomparable power. His death was not in vain. No, such power is not worth it. She is my mother. Nothing is more important than her. In a fit of rage, Star-Lord fired his elemental gun at Ego, but it proved futile. Though Ego's body was pierced, it soon reassembled itself. Your efforts are futile. Only by descending to the core of the earth and obliterating its heart can she truly be vanquished. 1,000 attempts like this will yield no results. The other members of the Guardians of the Galaxy arrived. Hey, Star-Lord, do you need our assistance? Star-Lord looked at them, filled with gratitude. We have lingered here long enough. I am not devoid of compassion. I wish you strength in reaching the core. Whether you can destroy it lies in your hands. Star-Lord addressed his comrades. Let us obliterate this planet. Let it know the might of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Chen Su unleashed his advanced Phoenix power, a formidable force that instantly engulfed Ego's planet. Star-Lord and the others felt an overwhelming pressure, as if they could be torn apart at any moment. The surface of Ego's planet was rent asunder by an immense force, revealing a newly formed passage leading straight to the core, glowing brightly. Go quickly. The rest is up to you. I can assist you no further. I have done all I can. The Guardians, momentarily stunned, regained their composure. Brothers, let us depart. Star-Lord and his companions boarded their ship and flew deep into the Earth's core. But could they truly succeed? Due to the emergence of Chen Su, the narrative has undergone a significant alteration. Ego felt an overwhelming power emanating from Chen Su, a force formidable and insurmountable. Having made a hasty escape, he utilized his teleportation ability to vanish to an unknown location. When Star-Lord and his companions arrived at the core of the planet, they found it utterly desolate, devoid of any presence. A wave of indignation washed over them. After enduring arduous efforts to reach this place, they found that Ego had eluded them. Who, then, could avenge his mother's death? Not only Star-Lord, but even Chen Su was taken aback by this turn of events. As a member of the Celestial Group, Ego displayed a shocking lack of resolve, opting for flight instead of confrontation. As the entire Ego planet trembled incessantly, Chen Su sensed an alarming shift. Ego, the source of energy for this celestial body, was faltering. The planet was on the brink of explosion. With Ego's departure, the biological life of the planet, its flora and fauna, began to dissipate and perish at an alarming rate. Chen Su swiftly utilized his mental prowess to alert Star-Lord and the others, urging them to abandon their lingering presence below and to flee immediately. Ego represented not only the energy source, but also the lifeblood of the planet. With his escape, the planet's existence was drawing to a close. It was on the verge of collapse and destruction. Upon receiving Chen Su's telepathic warning, Star-Lord and his companions were gripped by panic, rushing to their ship to make a hasty exit. Meanwhile, Ego, having teleported away, gazed upon the planet he had inhabited for millions of years as it continued its catastrophic collapse, exhaling a sigh of resignation. A normal person would develop a bond with their dwelling after merely a year or two. How much more profound would that sentiment be after millions of years? Yet, what choice did he have? In comparison to his own life, a home could be replaced. Once life is lost, it is irretrievable. Ego did not glance back, but instead soared toward the distant horizon. Shinsu opened a portal for Star-Lord and the others, facilitating their escape. He did not linger to escort them further, as he had other matters to attend to. You are now safe, and you may pursue Ego's whereabouts, he remarked. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future. Star-Lord, sensing Shinsu's impending departure, felt a pang of regret. What? You are leaving? Thank you for saving us. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek us out. The Guardians of the Galaxy will always welcome you. Shinsu watched as Star-Lord and his companions departed, then opened a portal to return to Earth. However, upon his return, he was met with distressing news. I cannot believe Loki is so formidable that he could breach the magical seal and seize the ether particles, Mordo replied. We sensed an intense surge of spatial energy at the scene. It appears that Loki has harnessed the power of the space stone to shatter my magical seal. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to breach my private enchantment unaided. I must journey to Asgard. You should investigate their movements in the meantime. Soon, Shinsu arrived in Asgard. Heimdall, where is Thor? He is currently in the palace, organizing Asgard. Shinsu hurriedly flew toward the royal palace. Greetings, Thor. Where have you placed the Tesseract? The Tesseract has gone missing. During our confrontation with Hela, it was stolen, and all those formidable undead legions were vanquished. Are you familiar with the ether particles of the Dark Elves? Indeed, have they not been sealed by my enchantment? Why do you ask? Yes, they were sealed. But during the recent convergence of the 9 realms, the seal of the ether particles spontaneously awakened, and I acquired them. However, that scoundrel Loki brazenly infiltrated my Kamartaj and absconded with the ether particles. Is it him again? Truly, he is a persistent wraith. Do you know where he is now? I shall assist you without hesitation. Hurry and investigate Loki's whereabouts. I merely came to inform you. I suspect he is currently collecting the Infinity Stones. I believe you should send someone to the dwarves. Chapter 69. Spatial Leap. Thor instantly comprehended Chun Su's implication. He too believed Loki was seeking the dwarves' assistance in crafting a weapon capable of withstanding the Infinity Stones. Should such weapons be forged and Loki gain possession of all 6 Infinity Stones, the consequences would be dire, as his threat would far surpass that of any demonic entity. After discussing Loki's affairs with Thor, Shinsu returned to Kamartaj. Master Mordo, with a look of indignation, exclaimed, I cannot believe Loki has the audacity to act so boldly. I had presumed he was merely an ordinary student. His high evaluation had misled me into underestimating him. Shinsu remained silent, equally astonished by Loki's audacity. Historically, he had not exhibited such boldness. Have you inspected the remaining souls? Check if there are any spies he has placed here. I shall do so immediately. Kamartaj heightened its vigilance due to the theft of the Infinity Stones, maintaining this alert for 2 months without incident. Shinsu meditated in his quarters, pondering Loki's whereabouts. Meanwhile, in the depths of the cosmos, within the celestial realm where the formidable Thanos resided, Loki, having acquired the Infinity Stones, arrived before him. Thanos, seated upon his throne like a deity, gazed down upon Loki. Your task is complete. You have procured the Infinity Stones. Well done. Thanos beheld Loki, the 4 Infinity Stones glimmering upon his scepter. I have heard that recently, the planet Xander was robbed, and if my conjecture is correct, it was your doing. For that precious item is none other than the Power Stone. Loki remained silent, gazing upon the self-proclaimed deity, the formidable Thanos, his heart brimming with discontent. He was the true god, the sole divine being in his realm. Now that your task is complete and our pact fulfilled, hasten to return it to me. A cold smirk crept upon Loki's lips. If you desire it so much, then seize it yourself. How dare you betray me? In the next instant, Loki's scepter, empowered by the 4 Infinity Stones, unleashed a bolt of purple lightning, imbued with unfathomable might. Thanos, taken by surprise and unprepared, never anticipated that Loki would dare to defy him, was struck and coughed up a stream of purple blood. With the strength of 4 Infinity Stones augmenting him thousands of times over, Loki wielded a power that could effortlessly obliterate a planet. Thanos, at best a quasi-divine entity, stood no chance against the overwhelming force of the Power Stone. The impact sent him tumbling from his throne, while Loki, with disdain, ascended and settled into the seat of power. I am the god here. Who would have thought that from this vantage point, one would feel such supremacy? It was I who bestowed upon you the Mind Stone, and yet you dare to betray me. Loki grinned triumphantly. Indeed, I am aware that you granted me the Mind Stone. However, I now require your army, so kindly hand it over. Thank you. Thanos responded with a calm smile. Do you believe that possessing 4 Infinity Stones renders you invincible? The disparity in power between 4 and 6 stones is insurmountable. You cannot hope to withstand such might. You would merely be consumed by it, reduced to cosmic dust, utterly vanishing from existence. Having fought across the cosmos for countless years, Thanos had learned to always retain a contingency plan, even in matters of betrayal. Humph, you need not worry about that. I am confident in my ability to harness the power of all 6 Infinity Stones and emerge as the sole ruler of this universe. Sole ruler? After years of warfare across the cosmos, I would never claim such a title. Your blind confidence is ill-advised. Loki, incensed by these words, was ready to unleash the power of the Infinity Stones to annihilate Thanos. But in the next moment, the throne he had occupied revealed 4 energy thrusters, which sent Loki hurtling away. Seizing the opportunity, Thanos leaped onto the throne and soared outward, directly onto a spacecraft, where he wasted no time in executing a space jump. Loki hastily returned only to find that Thanos had vanished without a trace, leaving him in a state of perplexity rather than fury. Instead, he chuckled nonchalantly, contemplating that once he amassed the power of all 6 Infinity Stones, he would ascend as the true deity of this universe, the sole sovereign, commanding absolute dominion over all existence. The universe would bow before him, and he would reign as the one true king. In swift order, Loki harnessed the power of the Mind Stone to exert control over Thanos' armies, embarking on a week of plundering to gather the remaining Infinity Stones. The cosmic landscape shifted dramatically due to Loki's actions, heralding the onset of a great upheaval, brewing invisibly. At that moment, on the planet Chandra, the High Priest pondered the audacity of Loki from Asgard. Was he truly attempting to seize the Infinity Stones? Must they endure such insolence? The technician who had previously hosted Chin-Su found himself at a loss, as Loki brazenly invaded his territory to pilfer the Infinity Stones. Alone, he would have deemed it impossible, yet now he wielded 3 additional stones, rendering him immensely powerful. They stood no chance against him. Fear not. I trust Asgard will not remain idle. 4 of the 6 Infinity Stones have surfaced, and I sense calamity is imminent within the week. You must convey this message to Asgard and urge them to act. Understood, High Priest. I shall depart at once. The news swiftly reached Asgard. What? Loki has audaciously ventured to Chandra to seize the Power Stone? How dare he? Exclaimed Heimdall. And that's not all, he continued. I've heard he has commandeered Thanos' army and is marauding for resources, invading civilizations. This cannot stand. I must journey to Earth and inform Chin-Su. On Earth, at Kamartaj, Stephen was concluding his lessons. Let us pause here for today. You may reflect on what you've learned. What? But Master, it is still early. Could you not impart some additional knowledge? No, I believe today is sufficient. Instead, I shall take you to select your own artifact. After your time here, you have gained the capability to wield it. Really? I can choose my own artifact? Chapter 70. The artifact. Chin-Su led Stephen to the chamber where he had once selected his own artifact. Go ahead, your artifact awaits within. Choose wisely. Very well, Master. With a heart brimming with excitement, Stephen stepped into the room, slowly pushing the door open, though Chin-Su remained outside. His formidable mental prowess allowed him to sense the unfolding events within. He felt the faint tremors of the cloak of levitation and the eye of Agamotto. Chin-Su experienced no surprise, for, akin to the narrative of the original tale, it was indeed those 2 illustrious artifacts. Stephen, filled with joy, donned the floating cloak and adorned himself with the eye of Agamotto. As he stepped outside, he embodied the essence of the original narrative. Approaching Chin-Su, Stephen bowed deeply, expressing his profound respect. Chin-Su observed his demeanor while wearing the eye of Agamotto, clearly unaware of its significance, and Chin-Su did not rush to enlighten him. Take your time to familiarize yourself with your artifact. I have matters to attend to and must depart. Very well, Stephen replied. Returning to his dormitory, Chin-Su began to meditate, pondering what Loki might be up to. Other civilizations in the cosmos had already commenced their actions, prompted by Loki's deeds and the emergence of the 4 Infinity Stones. Nearly all civilizations had illuminated their warning signals, aware that turmoil was imminent. To survive amidst this upheaval, one must possess formidable power. Thus, various interstellar races began to cultivate their own champions, the High Priest of Sutherland and the supreme race of the Kree Empire. Suddenly, Chin-Su was jolted from his thoughts by a ripple in the fabric of space, sensing Thor's arrival. Thor promptly opened a portal, appearing before him in an instant. Thor, what brings you here? Is there something amiss? I have gathered intelligence regarding Loki. Empowered by the 4 Infinity Stones, he has decisively defeated Thanos and seized control of his army. He is now relentlessly invading and plundering resources from other civilizations across the cosmos. I suspect he is preparing to reunite the 6 Infinity Stones. Moreover, due to Loki's actions, Other civilizations in the universe have also begun to spiral into chaos. The most crucial aspect is that I have been chosen as the envoy of the King of Order, tasked with representing him against the champion of the King of Chaos. Chen Su furrowed his brow. Order and chaos are inherently opposing forces. The universe itself evolves from chaos to order, and they have been in competition since their inception. But who represents the Lord of Chaos? He inquired. If I am not mistaken, that would be Loki. If so, his power is bound to intensify, escalating the threat he poses. I hope to find Loki before events spiral out of control and alter the course of fate. Are you aware that the previous representatives of the King of Order and the King of Chaos were Odin, your father, and Dormammu, the sovereign of the Dark Dimension? While the Kings of Order and Chaos can bestow immense power, they also carry significant drawbacks, as evidenced by Odin and Dormammu. In his youth, Odin became increasingly belligerent, leading to your sister's tragic fate, while Dormammu grew exceedingly aggressive, endangering the safety of the entire universe. My point is, you must exercise caution. Although becoming a representative may grant you greater power, such strength can also cloud your judgment and distort your will. Thor gazed at Chen Su with unwavering confidence. Rest assured, there exists no individual in this world capable of distorting my will as the god of thunder. I do not refer to you. Rather, I speak of Loki. With his temperament, how could he possibly resist such temptation? Thor fell silent, for he had grown up alongside Loki and understood him better than anyone else. It was inconceivable that Loki could withstand this allure. Surely, he would seize the opportunity to wield such formidable power, seeking vengeance against me and Asgard. Are you heading back to Asgard now, or shall we pay a visit to the other Avengers? Having come this far, I see no reason to return so soon. Let us meet with the others. At that moment, a call from Tony interrupted. Hey, Chen Su, we've come under attack. Captain and Hawkeye are injured, and Natasha is missing. Chen Su gasped in shock. What? What has happened? Why the panic? Recalling the original storyline, Chen Su realized that this was the time of the events in Avengers, Age of Ultron. However, he had believed that as long as the Mind Stone remained with them, Hydra would not pose a threat. Yet, to his astonishment, it seemed the incident was indeed the work of the siblings. Nevertheless, a sly smile crept across Chen Su's face, for he had always held a fondness for Wanda, one of the two female characters in the Avengers. Where are you now? I shall come to you immediately. I am at the Avengers Tower. In the next instant, Chen Su utilized spatial teleportation, appearing before Stark in an instant. Oh my goodness, Chen Su. How did you arrive so quickly? I just told you my location a second ago, and you're already here. How on earth did you do that? That's incredible. Though Stark had become somewhat accustomed to Chen Su's sudden appearances, he was still taken aback. Through the residual energy emanating from Stark, Chen Su detected a crimson energy. Could it be the power of chaos? No, it bore a strong dark aura. It must be the power of the dark sorcerer, Thawne. While it was not chaos energy, it possessed the ability to alter reality, albeit contingent upon rigorous mastery. This indicated that the assailants were indeed Quicksilver, Pietro, and the Scarlet Witch, Wanda. Knowing the original plot, Chen Su refrained from probing Stark for too many details, but, due to the butterfly effect, felt compelled to inquire. How were they injured? What exactly transpired? I didn't catch it clearly. They fell in an instant. It seemed they merely sought to teach us a lesson, without any malicious intent. They didn't strike with lethal force? Are there any other clues? None. That's all there is to it. Is that it? What else do you expect? That's all I know. At that moment, a melodious female voice echoed through the air. Allow us to enlighten you. A woman with fiery red hair and a silver-haired man materialized before them. Stark caught sight of the striking redhead, yet she regarded him with palpable hostility. Why do you hate Hydra? Are you not aware of their relentless pursuit to bring about the world's destruction? You are complicit, engaging in unlawful acts. Chapter 71. A state of trepidation. We remain unfazed by such assertions. We still vividly recall the moment when the missiles manufactured by Stark Industries pinned us down for 3 harrowing days. Each day was fraught with dread, fearing that the next moment would herald an explosion. Stark found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, it was the actions of his company that had precipitated their current plight, despite his timely intervention. Ultimately, the chaos stemmed from his enterprise. And while the sale of those weapons was never his intention, it was still his company that bore responsibility. Yes, the weapons sold were indeed a product of my company. But I recognized the danger in time and shut it down. The individual to whom I sold those arms is beyond my jurisdiction, and in the end, I nearly lost my life as well. You brought this upon yourself. You deserve your fate. Therefore, we seek your life. It is time for you to perish, Wanda declared. And with that, she unleashed a surge of crimson energy directed at Stark. Chen Shuqian also made his move, and the vibrant red energy dissipated in an instant. A girl with such a foul temper, this bodes ill. Be cautious, or you may never find a spouse. Who are you? Wanda. consumed by rage and intent on ending Stark's life, had overlooked Chun Shuqian's presence beside her. Kamartaj, Chun Shuqian, what is it? Do you intend to prevent me from killing him? Of course, she is my friend. I cannot allow you to slay him. Though I must admit, there are times when I find him particularly insufferable. Your desire to eliminate him is untimely. As Stark, held under Chun Shuqian's control, was cast aside, frustration surged within him. What do you mean by wanting to eliminate me? Ignoring Stark's protests, Chun Shuqian strode toward Wanda, causing her to retreat, bewildered by his actions. From the moment she had sensed him, an overwhelming aura of pressure enveloped her, emanating a deep-seated apprehension. She recognized that with him present, Stark could not be harmed. She was no match for him and feared for her own life. You, do not come any closer. What are you planning? At that moment, the scene resembled a lecherous man seeking to impose himself upon a beautiful woman, leaving Chun Shuqian feeling distinctly awkward. The situation was exceedingly peculiar. I do not intend anything untoward. I merely wish to befriend you, Chun Shuqian candidly expressed, and in that instant, he realized how Wanda now perceived him. Chen Su felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Just as he was about to explain, Wanda transformed into a fleeting red shadow and vanished. Naturally, Chen Su was well aware of who had taken Wanda away. It could only be Quicksilver, Pietro. After a moment, he realized that Stark was still beside him. At this moment, Stark was conveying something through his gaze, a clear dissatisfaction directed at Chen Su, who chose to ignore it and lifted the restrictions he had imposed on Stark. Hey, she is your adversary, and at a time like this, you contemplate pursuing her? Stark retorted. Adversaries? Have they taken any lives? Did you witness them committing murder? I certainly did not. You caused them immense childhood trauma, significant psychological scars. If they strike back at you, what is the harm? Stark was left speechless by Chun Su's rebuttal. Suddenly, the sound of thunder rolled outside, and Chun Su recognized that Thor had arrived. In his preoccupation with charming Miss Wanda, he had forgotten to inform Stark of Thor's presence. Hey Stark, how did you arrive here before me? Has something transpired? Or is there a formidable enemy we need to contend with? No need, just a couple of kids. Are you sure? I believe they are roughly of my age. At that moment, they recalled Chun Su's true age, but his overwhelming strength had made them overlook this fact. Alas, the youth today, we have grown completely old. This world will soon belong to them, Stark lamented. If you have nothing else, I shall return to Kamartaj. What? You are leaving so soon? Aren't you going to check on the captain and the others? Very well, I shall accompany you to see him. Then follow me. The three entered the space portal opened by Chen Su and swiftly arrived at their hospital suite. Upon entering, they found Hawkeye and Steve surrounded by a throng of beautiful women. This is what you call severe injuries? At that moment, Steve was encircled by over 10 blonde beauties, his face adorned with red lipstick marks, while Hawkeye, though not as numerous, was equally well attended. Stark felt a surge of jealousy, for he had never experienced such treatment. Steve noticed Chen Su's arrival, yet Chen Su chose to disregard him and turned to leave. Are we not going to watch them? Stark asked. Why observe? Can't you see how comfortable they are? They would prefer us to leave, Stark thought. Meanwhile, Quicksilver and Wanda were in a barn not far from the Avengers Tower. Quicksilver looked at Wanda and asked, What's wrong? Ever since we returned, you seem lost in thought. Did that sorcerer do something to you? Ah, no, nothing. In truth, ever since her last encounter with Chen Su, Wanda could think of nothing but his visage. I think I might be developing feelings for him. What? Repeat what you just said. You have actually developed feelings for him. Surely, you jest, sister. He is our adversary. In the blink of an eye, you have fallen for your enemy. Oh, do you not intend to seek retribution? Have you forgotten our past experiences? I remember them vividly. Reflect on this matter thoroughly. Pietro stood outside the hotel, gazing at the Avengers Tower. No, I cannot allow Wanda to continue down this misguided path. He has become infatuated with our foe. I must prevent this from occurring. In the next moment, Quicksilver Pietro hastened towards the Avengers Tower, unaware that he had grossly underestimated Chun Su's capabilities. As he contemplated an assassination attempt on him, Chun Su, Stark, and Thor had also returned to the Avengers Tower. I believe you must remain vigilant. This brother and sister duo, as you described, possess formidable strength. We must be wary of a potential counterattack. At that moment, Quicksilver Pietro concealed himself in the shadows, poised to strike, aiming to leverage his speed to eliminate Stark and Chun Su. Chapter 72. Dagger due to the shadows cast upon their childhood by Stark Industries. Pietro resolved to target Stark first, who was currently in another building. With binoculars in hand, he observed Chun Su and the others. Knowing that he could reach them in mere seconds, yet he chose to bide his time. Care for a drink? Stark inquired. Thor readily agreed. Sounds good. Chun Su, would you like to join us for a drink? With all that's been happening lately, it's quite overwhelming. Wouldn't you want to relax a bit? Upon hearing Thor's invitation, Chun Su felt an overwhelming fatigue. Indeed, just as one wave recedes, another rises. We barely resolved the issue with Dormammu. And now Loki is causing chaos once more, Stark responded. Wasn't Loki captured by you all? Thor sighed, recalling the last encounter with his sister, during which Loki had escaped using the Tesseract. Now, he not only possessed 4 Infinity Stones, but had also gained the powers of the Lord of Chaos. I fear I am no longer his match. What? Chun-Su felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, and the thought of her filled him with frustration as he took a generous swig of his drink. Who would have thought that Loki, once so carefree, had now become such a significant threat? Should he gather all 6 Infinity Stones, it would spell disaster for the universe. The 3 of them were drinking inside the Avengers Tower, and just as they clinked their glasses together, Quicksilver Pietro seized his opportunity. In an instant, he dashed forward with his dagger at lightning speed. Within seconds, he stood before them, the blade glinting ominously. The dagger hovered perilously close to Stark's neck, a mere centimeter away, yet it suddenly came to a standstill, as if restrained by an unseen force. Indeed, nature reflects the actions of Chun-Su. Upon his return to the Avengers Tower, he sensed a pair of watchful eyes upon them, yet he chose not to expose their presence. Instead, he opted for a strategy of feigned vulnerability, patiently waiting for the individual to reveal himself. As anticipated, he soon emerged, and Chun-Su discerned that his target was Stark. With such remarkable speed, he immediately recognized it was Quicksilver Pietro, who had seized control of the surrounding timeline, bringing time to a standstill. Chun-Su observed as Pietro brandished a dagger menacingly towards Stark. Stark's face flickered with a hint of fear, prompting Chun-Su to step forward and disarm Pietro, taking the dagger from his grasp. The appearance of Quicksilver shocked Chun-Su profoundly, for in the original narrative, Pietro would never dare to undertake such an audacious act as to assassinate Stark. He had not anticipated their ruthless nature, nor the magnitude of the butterfly effect he had inadvertently triggered. Taking a seat on the sofa, he released the time suspension, watching intently. Quicksilver unleashed a swift punch to Stark's face, propelling him backward with the force of his speed. Stark, regaining his composure within mere moments, donned his armor, while Thor also snapped back to reality, ready to unleash a bolt of lightning. Yet, due to Quicksilver's incredible velocity, his assault missed entirely, evaded effortlessly. Chun-Su harnessed his mental prowess to restrain Pietro. Stark, having just been struck, was poised to retaliate with an energy beam, but Chun-Su intervened. How audacious of you to attempt an assassination, Chun-Su remarked. Stark's fury was palpable as he retorted, Chun-Su, why do you obstruct me? You should allow me to eliminate him. Thor, with lightning crackling in his hands, appeared ready to strike. And what of it? I came here to kill him, and I have intentions beyond that. I might just eliminate you as well. Chun-Su was taken aback. You wish to kill me? I believe we have no grievances between us. That is precisely because of Wanda. What do you mean? Chun-Su inquired, his expression mirroring confusion. Meanwhile, in a nearby hotel, Wanda sensed something amiss. Pietro was missing. And given his speed, it was inconceivable for him to take this long. A sense of foreboding washed over her. He wouldn't dare go after Chun-Su, would he? With that thought, she summoned her speed and propelled herself toward the Avengers Tower. Quicksilver was acting impulsively, unaware of the terror that Chun-Su could evoke. Yet, she knew that if he truly committed a reckless act, the consequences would be dire. As she feared, he had indeed gone forth to assassinate Stark and Chun-Su. Chun-Su, I strongly advise you to eliminate him. Otherwise, he will inevitably become a threat, and one day, he may turn against you, just as I have warned. This time, Chun-Su found himself at a loss for words. Observing that you had refrained from delivering a fatal blow last time, I must remind you that you nearly killed Stark, and it was I who saved him. Henceforth, our grievances shall be laid to rest. What? Chun-Su, do you still believe he deserves mercy? He just attempted to take my life. Did I not rescue you? Moreover, this predicament arose due to your actions. Had it been my choice, I would have likely eliminated you long ago. Stark fell silent, and Thor harbored no objections, for they bore him no ill will. Quicksilver Pietro concurred, understanding that preserving one's own life was of paramount importance. However, I must caution you, should you act in such a manner again, do not blame us for being merciless. Next time, you shall have no justification to strike, comprehend? Quicksilver Pietro remained silent, but nodded in acknowledgement. Upon perceiving his understanding, Chun-Su released his psychic restraint. Quicksilver Pietro transformed into a flash of silver light and vanished from sight. Goodness, you can't possibly have developed feelings for her sister. Can you? Chun-Su did not respond to Stark. Quicksilver Pietro noticed Wanda, his gaze filled with fury directed at Pietro. What have you done? You actually attempted to assassinate Chun-Su and Stark. Quicksilver Pietro remained mute. Do you comprehend the extent of Chun-Su's power? You are no match for them. You are merely courting death. If you had truly acted, we would have been branded as criminals in this world. Is that the life you desire? One of evasion and concealment? Our childhood was marred by the events surrounding Stark Tower, yet it was the nefarious individuals within Stark's mind who clandestinely sold weapons to the wrongdoers. Have we not already ascertained the truth? In the end, he dismantled Stark Industries. Wanda glared at him, and a silence enveloped them. Are you all right? I am unscathed. My attempt was thwarted, and your beloved released me, advising me not to repeat my actions. Wanda was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating that Chun-Su would let Quicksilver Pietro go. Her fondness for Chun-Su surged dramatically. Chapter 73, Interference. The pair returned to their hotel. Chun-Su, Stark, and Thor continued to drink in silence. Eventually, Chun-Su returned to Kamar-Taj, and Thor made his way back to Asgard without lingering. He needed to investigate Loki's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Wanda and her brother remained in the hotel. To be honest, I'm unsure what came over me. I was merely overtaken by an impulse, yet I dared not act upon it. It felt as though something was guiding me, leading me to lose control and attempt harm against them. If I am not mistaken, it is he who has been manipulating us, seeking to compel us to break the seal. Wanda regarded Pietro, harboring no doubt regarding his words. Yes, I too sensed it. And I understand that should we break the seal, we would be the first to be devoured by him. Once we have exhausted this power, we shall return it to him. As Wanda spoke, she suddenly recalled the figure of Chun-Su. At that moment, Chun-Su had returned to Kamar-Taj, where he found himself idly passing the time by reading and napping. On Stark's end, there was no need for Chun-Su's assistance, for Stark, equipped with his Ultron artificial intelligence, had all his mechanical armors under Ultron's control. The combat capabilities soared to unprecedented heights, and Stark's safety index allowed him to grow increasingly lethargic. Soon, Stark, alongside Captain America and Black Widow, successfully infiltrated the Hydra base. To Chun-Su's surprise, Stark called him to boast. Hey, we've conquered the Hydra base. Chun-Su chuckled disdainfully. You didn't need my help, did you? Stark replied, of course not. How could they possibly be our match? We've also uncovered the hiding place of that pair of siblings. You won't believe it. It's right next to where you live. What? You can't be joking. Chun-Su exclaimed. I am quite serious. We found it through Hydra's secret files. Initially, we were skeptical, but that's precisely what the document stated. I think you should check it out. They might be plotting something. If they catch you off guard, it could be quite troublesome. All right, I'll take a look. Goodbye. Chun-Su was taken aback. How could they be nearby? No, it shouldn't be referred to as near Kamar-Taj, but rather close to the New York Sanctum. Why did you change locations? Chun-Su inquired. Why on earth would you ask me that? Your last reckless attempt to assassinate them must have revealed your whereabouts long ago. What if they come looking for trouble? Quicksilver was rendered speechless. There was, in fact, another surprising twist. Their new hideout was indeed close to the New York Sanctum. If they realized it, they would undoubtedly berate themselves for their foolishness. Chun-Su decided to venture out and see if he could encounter them. Out of curiosity about their intentions, how audacious of them to relocate so close to him. Did they truly intend to assassinate him? That seemed unlikely. He held no grudge against them. However, if they were that oblivious to the situation, he would have no choice but to handle them personally. Thus, Chun-Su began his routine of morning runs and strolls through the streets, yet he had not crossed paths with them in recent days. Suddenly, as he turned a corner, he inadvertently bumped into a stunning woman with red hair. Oh, Chun-Su immediately sensed something amiss and hurriedly apologized. My apologies, miss. I didn't see you around the corner. Never mind. It's all right. Chun-Su stood there, stunned, gazing at the red-haired beauty, who was unmistakably Wanda. She brushed off the dust from her clothes and stared at Chun-Su in astonishment. You? I never expected to encounter you so soon. What brings you here? You inquire about our presence, yet I am equally curious about yours. Are you perhaps following us? If I were indeed tailing you, it would be of little concern, as I reside nearby. I have heard of Kamar-Taj, the most formidable organization on Earth, of which I am the leader. Kamar-Taj? What is that? I have never heard of it. In truth, when Wanda met Chun-Su, an emotion more powerful than joy surged within her. She had long sought to control this feeling, yet it eluded her grasp. She could not comprehend why, and she even forgot to mount a defense. What transpired during your last assassination attempt on us? What else is there to say? We intended to eliminate him. Yet your brother seemed intent on killing me as well, though I bear you no ill will. Excuse me? What did you just say? Could you please speak louder? Wanda, feeling embarrassed, whispered so softly that only she could hear. You Haven T summoned Stark and the others. Have you? Or are they lurking nearby, poised to ambush me? Ambush you? You are mistaken. They are currently dismantling a Hydra base and have no time for you. Oh. Upon hearing this, Wanda released a sigh of relief. Where are you residing now? Might you take me for a tour? Chun-Su was momentarily taken aback, as no girl had ever actively requested to visit his home, even if Kamar-Taj was like a second home to him. You? Why not? Of course, come along. Wanda, brimming with excitement, followed closely behind Chun-Su, her gaze fixed upon him as if fearing he might flee. Meanwhile, Chin-Su pondered whether she harbored feelings for him. In his previous life, he had found interest in the female characters of the Avengers, but the previous incident with Quicksilver had swiftly extinguished his fondness for her. Could that event have been unrelated to her? As the distance was short, they soon arrived at the New York sanctum. Here we are, let us take a look. Is this it? It seems rather close. Once inside the New York sanctum, Wanda transformed into an inquisitive child, exploring every corner. While Chin-Su made no effort to deter her. May I eat here? What? Is that not allowed? If so, then never mind. No, that's not it. You absolutely may. Chin-Su was taken aback by her boldness. He had already learned that American women were particularly audacious, but this was exceedingly so. They had only known each other for a few days. At noon, accompanied by Chin-Su, Wanda enjoyed a meal, completely forgetting the presence of one individual, Pietro, Quicksilver. At this moment, Quicksilver was desperately searching for her, unaware that Wanda was joyfully spending time with Chin-Su, having completely forgotten about him. Chapter 74. Fame. The entire Camartage was astounded by the arrival of a female companion brought back by Chin-Su, leaving all the sorcerers, particularly the female sorcerers, in shock. Although Chin-Su possessed formidable strength and his appearance was merely adequate, he had already established himself as the strongest within Camartage. The female sorcerers had not yet had the chance to showcase their abilities. Who could have anticipated that he would return with a companion? The female sorcerers flocked around, eager to behold the enchanting figure who had captivated their idol. Upon seeing her beauty, jealousy surged within them. They lamented missing the opportunity to claim him for themselves when he first rose to prominence. Now he belonged to her. Thank you for your hospitality. It is getting late. I shall return another time. Farewell. Wanda returned to her residence, content, but upon reaching her door, a silver light suddenly enveloped her and pulled her into the room. Where on earth have you been? I've searched for you all day. Were you kidnapped? Ah, no. I am quite well. I simply got lost while shopping today. Really? Quicksilver. Pietro felt something was amiss. In the following days, Wanda frequently visited Chin-Su, leaving Quicksilver puzzled as he often saw her smiling foolishly there. Utterly bewildered by the situation. Thus, their relationship blossomed, and Chin-Su recognized Wanda's affections towards him. How could he dare to reject her, especially since she was a beauty? One day, Wanda quietly returned to her abode, only to find Quicksilver Pietro leaning against the wall, observing her. Why have you been visiting that sorcerer? Are you two together now? Are you following me? I'm not going anymore. I have made arrangements with Chin-Su to settle there. It is a sanctuary of magic that can resolve our issues. What? I refuse to go. Do not even think about it. This is not the time for your stubbornness. We must utilize his power, otherwise, we will eventually be consumed by it. Chin-Su, the sorcerer you mentioned, can help us with this issue. Last time, you attempted to assassinate him, and he graciously spared you. Yet here you are, still angry? Chin-Su and Wanda had long agreed to settle in Camartage. And what about our vengeance? Will it go unpunished? What do you think? I learned from him that Stark Industries was unaware of the arms dealing. You believe everything she says? How do you know he isn't deceiving you? Did you not see him in friendship with Stark last time? Indeed, I did not place my trust in him. However, I pondered the question. If Stark were indeed trafficking arms to those individuals, how could he ultimately shutter his company? Even now, they are engaged in the noble endeavor of saving the world. Did you not witness the chaos of the last battle in New York? Those creatures were immensely powerful. How could he possibly stand against them? Yet, he chose to fight, to shield the innocent, to safeguard the world. Perhaps his words are falsehoods. But let us momentarily set aside our animosities and observe for a time. If he truly is guilty of supplying weapons to them, we shall swiftly deal with him. What say you? Is it agreeable? Wanda, you have changed. It seems you have genuinely developed feelings for that sorcerer. Do not acquiesce to him too readily, lest you fall victim to his deceit. I have not altered. I have merely gained clarity on many matters, and I do not deny my affection for him. Subsequently, Quicksilver was summoned by Wanda to the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York. Chin-Su, you wait for them at the entrance. Here they come. Quicksilver. Pietro cast a disdainful glare at Chin-Su, as if he wished to devour him whole. Chin-Su, naturally, felt the intensity of his gaze, but merely smirked, betraying no hint of emotion. Reluctantly, Quicksilver made his way to Camartage. Shall we dine together this evening? Of course. Upon hearing Wanda's enthusiastic agreement, Quicksilver immediately interjected. Don't agree so swiftly, sister. Yet, it was evident that Wanda paid him no heed, as she took his hand, and they walked away, oblivious to Quicksilver's presence. Instantly, Quicksilver felt a surge of frustration. Unable to vent his ire, he could only stand there, seething, before he eventually followed them. Upon their arrival at the restaurant, Quicksilver looked at Chin-Su with evident dissatisfaction, which only intensified as he observed Chin-Su and Wanda exchanging affectionate glances while enjoying their meal. They seemed entirely indifferent to his presence, treating him as though he were merely air, non-existent. In this tranquil atmosphere, Chun-Su and Wanda relished their dinner, while Quicksilver sat nearby, consumed by his own meal, nearly nauseated by the abundance of romantic gestures he was forced to witness. After the dinner, the trio returned to Kamar Taj, where Chun-Su had already arranged accommodations. Wanda expressed a keen interest in the magic of Kamar Taj, especially since Chun-Su had resolved the limitations of her powers, prompting her to immerse herself in the study of magic and grow increasingly formidable. Meanwhile, Quicksilver exhibited an interest in the spatial dynamics and artifacts present in Kamar Taj. He had grown accustomed to seeing them together, no longer feeling the need to speak. It was as if he had tacitly accepted Chun-Su's presence. Aside from traveling the globe with Wanda, Chun-Su also remained alert to external changes, such as the awakening of Red Tank's powers and Stark's efforts to dismantle the Hydra organization worldwide. Chun-Su refrained from intervening, for their presence alone sufficed. His assistance was altogether unnecessary. The bond between the two escalated fervently, having accomplished everything save for the final step. While instructing Steven in the arcane arts, Chun-Su suddenly sensed a spatial fluctuation above, heralding the arrival of a rainbow bridge. He found it peculiar. Hadn't Thor just returned? Assuming there was a matter at hand, he promptly utilized spatial transmission to manifest outside. Before him stood not the robust figure of Thor, but a more petite, yet spirited presence. "You are Sif?" he inquired. "Indeed. That is I," she affirmed. "What brings you here? Has the situation in Asgard been resolved?" "Not quite," she replied. "Loki has dispatched forces to assault Asgard, and the army is in disarray. However, they are merely recruits, and we are ill-equipped to resist, hence our visit to inform you. Do you seek my assistance?" "No. We hope you might shelter the refugees from Asgard." Chapter 75. Heavy casualties. Chun-Su was acutely aware of their intentions, yet he expressed a preference for the earlier, more naive Thor, perhaps due to the multitude of events that had profoundly altered his outlook. Logically, Asgardian warriors possessed exceptional physical prowess, far surpassing that of other beings in the cosmos. Moreover, given that Loki himself was not leading the charge, how could they falter? That should indeed be the case, he conceded, but I cannot fathom why their ranks now include 4 formidable individuals, and their forces have been significantly bolstered. If I am not mistaken, Loki has utilized the power of 4 Infinity Stones to augment them. Why did you not seek assistance from other realms? Asgard's combat capabilities rank among the highest of the 9 realms. We are no match for Loki. Calling for help would yield no benefit and would only exacerbate our losses. In truth, upon witnessing the hundreds of thousands of Chitauri spacecraft, millions of Leviathan war beasts, and countless Chitauri soldiers, Sif felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. And what is the current state of Asgard? Are the casualties severe or? No, we have activated Asgard's protective shield and are holding our ground. But it cannot endure much longer. Chun-Su felt a deep sense of helplessness and decided to take Wanda along. "Wanda, I must step out for a moment. Would you care to accompany me?" "Absolutely. Where are we going?" "Not on Earth, but beyond it, to Asgard." "Outer space? What are we waiting for? Let us depart swiftly." With that, Chun-Su led Wanda and Sif to an open area, conjuring the Rainbow Bridge to transport them to Asgard. He chose not to employ spatial magic directly, opting instead for the experience of traversing via the Rainbow Bridge. Wanda gazed curiously at the vibrant, colorful light screens surrounding her, yearning to reach out and touch them, but was promptly stopped by Chun-Su. "Do not touch. It may transport you to another space-time," he cautioned. Wanda instantly withdrew her hand, shooting him a look of discontent. While Sif chuckled nearby, Chun-Su wore an expression of helplessness. The trio soon arrived in Asgard, where they encountered Thor wielding the Eternal Spear. "Hello, what is the situation?" Thor turned at the sound of Chun-Su's voice. "Hey, Chun-Su, things are dire," he replied. "What on earth? Why did you bring her here? Have you two truly become involved?" Chun-Su chose silence, tacitly affirming the implication. Wanda, overhearing Thor's words, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, contemplating how Stark would react if he found out. "I don't care. If it's meant to be, so be it. How much longer can that shield hold?" 10 minutes. Thor replied. "After that, this interaction will shatter completely, and we must confront them." Chun-Su observed the protective barrier of Asgard, noticing an increasing number of cracks, each widening ominously. Time flew swiftly, and with Thor's command, both sides soon engaged in battle. Wanda did not stand idly by. She stepped forward, employing chaos magic to target one Chitauri after another. To prevent their migration to Earth, Chun-Su, too, did not remain a bystander. He unleashed an advanced version of his Phoenix power, melding it with magic. An overwhelming force swept across the battlefield, obliterating all Chitauri shields in an instant. Only the Chitauri warships and Leviathan remained. The battlefield was devoid of any Chitauri presence. Thor, witnessing Chun-Su's might, felt a surge of astonishment. gazing in admiration at the power of one who had triumphed over the dark dimension's sovereign, Dormammu. With a mix of awe and envy, Thor swung his hammer, targeting the Chitauri warships, each one shattering beneath his strikes. Just as the battle raged on, Thor was suddenly sent flying by a powerful punch, imbued with a potent purple energy. Quickly recovering, he refrained from recklessly attacking. Chen Su identified the assailant as a colossal purple creature. You sense it, don't you? It emanates the energy of the Infinity Stones. Indeed, and it bears the power of the Power Stone. It seems Loki has harnessed the Infinity Stone's strength to summon this monster. At that moment, a brilliant blue light suddenly appeared behind Chen Su. Wanda, noticing just in time, ensnared it with her chaos magic, albeit a second too late. Yet, for one of Chen Su's caliber, that second felt interminable. Chen Su conjured an energy shield, instantly blocking the attack, while the blue creature vanished into the void. Some of the Asgardian troops had begun to turn on one another since last year, leading to the emergence of a colossal golden energy monster, accompanied by a red one. Chen Su utilized his mental prowess to sever their control. The purple behemoth surveyed the wreckage of the surrounding warships, then lifted its massive axe and charged forward. Thor met the assault with the eternal spear. Yet the creature's immense strength left Thor with no opportunity for defense, forcing him into a passive role. Not one to be easily subdued, Thor decided to create an opportunity, summoning a tremendous bolt of lightning to strike the beast. However, it proved ineffective. Seizing a moment, Thor thrust the eternal spear towards the creature, but it failed to penetrate its formidable form. Clearly, the creature had undergone a remarkable enhancement due to the Reality Stone, rendering its physical defenses terrifyingly formidable. The other three monsters had vanished, offering no aid, which puzzled Chen Su. The creature glanced at him before leaping into the depths of the cosmos. Chen Su did not perceive this as an act of self-destruction. As it leaped, a fleeting azure light flickered before it disappeared. Originally, they were merely ordinary Chitauri. But after being transformed by Loki's manipulation of the Infinity Stones, their powers had undergone a qualitative leap. It seemed likely that he had harnessed the power of etheric particles to reshape his corporeal form according to his will. However, Chen Su was troubled by the prospect of encountering the Infinity Stones at such a level of potency. Following the battle, Asgard, which had already suffered damage due to Hela, had made significant improvements through arduous efforts. Yet, after this confrontation, it became riddled with wounds once more, and the people of Asgard would require a lengthy period to emerge from the shadows of war. Chapter 76, The Shield of S.H.I.E.L.D. This also implied that Thor would need considerable time to address the lingering repercussions of the conflict, repairing the shattered walls and mourning the fallen soldiers. Originally intended to hold a victory feast, Chen Su understood that Thor had much to attend to and suggested foregoing the celebration. Just as Thor was about to decline, Chen Su seized Wanda's hand and, employing spatial teleportation, instantly transported them back to Kamartash. There, Chen Su and Wanda embraced a life free of shame or restraint. Nonetheless, Chen Su remained deeply troubled by Loki, a looming threat. Loki's menace had grown increasingly significant, demanding Chen Su's attention. He recognized that, true to Loki's nature, he would seek vengeance for any perceived grievances. Having suffered setbacks on Earth, it was inevitable that once he regained strength, he would return to exact his revenge. Thus, Chen Su sought out Stark, initiating contact with a phone call. Hello, is this Stark? Hi, Chen Su, what brings you to call me today? Have you missed me? I don't have time for banter. Where are you right now? We are currently dining together, having just dealt with the remnants of Hydra a few days ago. We've only just recuperated and gathered for this meal. Are they all with you? Yes, the Captain, Hawkeye, and Black Widow are present. However, Hulk is absent, having gone on vacation. Very well, I shall come find you now. Please provide me with the address. Are you joining us for a meal? Unfortunately, we have already finished eating and returned to the Avengers Tower. I'll be there shortly. As soon as Chen Su finished speaking, he instantly appeared before them through a portal. Hello, everyone. Chen Su, what brings you here? Upon his arrival, Chen Su noticed them gathered, enjoying drinks and laughter. He found a spot to join them. There are some matters to discuss. Oh, come on. We've just begun drinking. After resolving the situation with the gladiators. You don't have any bad news for us, do you? Alas, you guessed correctly. I do indeed have some exceedingly grave news. Asgard has been attacked. And if I had not acted in time, it would have been on the brink of annihilation. At this revelation, the captain and the others were left speechless. Who attacked? Who possesses such power? Loki. He has acquired 4 Infinity Stones. What? Everyone was taken aback. It was Loki himself? Why didn't you capture him? No. It was his minions, empowered by the Infinity Stones. Their strength is formidable, and Thor was no match for them. I believe it is best to recall Banner. I know where he is vacationing. I will fetch him immediately. Wait, there is another task at hand. Loki has utilized the power of the Infinity Stones to defeat Thanos. Thanos, who is that? He is the one who led the most formidable army during Loki's assault on New York. However, he was recently defeated by Loki using the Infinity Stones and has been subjugated along with his entire army. Loki is now wielding this army to wreak havoc across the cosmos, continually invading other civilizations and planets, and his forces are growing ever more powerful. Nearly all civilizations have been obliterated, which implies a significant influx of cosmic refugees that may soon arrive on Earth. You must devise a strategy to counter them, particularly in regard to Loki, our adversary. You are all aware of his temperament. There is no doubt he will eventually attack Earth. Given my involvement, he will likely target Earth last, but if he gathers all 6 Infinity Stones, I cannot guarantee our victory against him. Amidst the collective euphoria of having vanquished the Hydra, revelers were joyfully indulging in libations, when Chen Su's remarks abruptly silenced them. Hawkeye, with his astute reasoning, posed a question: can we initiate an offensive before his forces grow stronger? He then inquired about Stark's armor. Can it traverse the expanse of space? If so, for how long? Stark acknowledged, while my suit can indeed operate in space, it is limited to a mere 3 days. Beyond that, both oxygen and energy will be depleted, leaving one to perish in the void. Captain America interjected with concern: if we cannot mount a proactive attack, we must fortify our internal strength. Furthermore, what about the cosmic fugitives? How should we manage them? What if they wreak havoc among our allies? At this juncture, Natasha, leveraging her espionage expertise, proposed: we could establish an organization for their oversight. You could oversee it, selecting individuals from S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel. We might even harness their abilities to bolster Earth's defenses. Captain America then suggested this organization could involve the United Nations, fostering collaboration and mitigating potential conflicts through unified global perspectives. His words resonated with all present, garnering unanimous support. Stark then began to conceptualize a name for the organization, while Chen Su opted not to partake in the naming process, choosing instead to return to Kamartaj. If that is the case, I shall leave this endeavor in your capable hands. I must take my leave. Are you departing so soon? Will you not discuss strategies further? Came the response. No. I intend to explore the cosmos and ascertain Loki's whereabouts. To preemptively address him, Chen Su retorted, before vanishing from sight, reappearing in Kamartaj. In the ensuing days, reports of sightings of extraterrestrial crafts flooded the news. However, those who had endured the Battle of New York were hardly astonished by the existence of aliens. As more and more alien vessels descended upon Earth, S.H.I.E.L.D., in collaboration with the United Nations, established an organization dubbed the Earth Guardians, tasked with overseeing the cosmic fugitives. The United Nations gleaned from these fugitives that a conflict was erupting in the cosmos, threatening the annihilation of other civilizations. This revelation plunged UN officials into a renewed state of panic, for they realized that these fugitives were aware of Earth's existence. Consequently, those instigating the war would also be cognizant of the potential to assault Earth. Naturally, the American consulate was aware of this, leading them to exert pressure on Nick Fury. Chapter 77, The Goddess of Death, Hela. Nick Fury, infuriated yet powerless, found himself in a state of exasperation. Chen Su urged the inhabitants of Kamartaj to intensify their training in preparation for the impending conflict. Beneath a vast expanse of starlit sky, a figure with purple skin gazed intently in Loki's direction, his violet eyes brimming with uncontainable fury. This individual was none other than Thanos. Loki, I await the moment you gather the Infinity Stones. Then you shall comprehend the consequences of betraying me. I hope you manage to uncover the whereabouts of the Soul Stone, lest you find yourself compelled to seek it out alone. Thanos sneered coldly. At that very moment, in a secluded part of Earth, specifically the site where Loki had previously unsealed Hela, another mysterious seal shattered. A vagrant sought refuge in this place, unaware of the imminent peril. A colossal serpent's head emerged, heralding the awakening of a fearsome beast. Loki had unwittingly released the seal. What no one anticipated was that Odin had concealed both the goddess of death, Hela, and the Midgard serpent in the same location. The enormous head of the Midgard serpent broke the surface, and the Wanderer sensed something was amiss. However, it was too late. Overcome by terror, he was consumed in an instant. Meanwhile, within Asgard, Thor felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon their people, a sensation of dread directed at the Aesir. Loki, too, sensed this terrifying force and immediately understood that the Midgard serpent had awakened. Where are the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse? He inquired. My esteemed lord, what commands do you have? A blue Chitauri and a yellow Chitauri were dispatched by Loki to Earth to subdue the Midgard serpent. Hasten to Earth and restrain the Midgard serpent. Do not let me down this time. Understood, rest assured. The blue Chitauri seized the yellow Chitauri, and in an instant, They vanished, becoming a streak of blue light. In Kamartaj, Chinsu sensed a foreboding aura. Thor, having abandoned the weary Asgardians still recovering from battle, journeyed to Earth. But instead of rushing to confront the Midgard serpent, he sought out Chinsu first. Chinsu sensed Thor's arrival. Thor, has the situation in Asgard been resolved so swiftly? No, I have more pressing matters to discuss. The Midgard serpent, Jormungandr, has awakened. What? You cannot be serious. I thought that was merely a legend. How can it be real? Indeed, I once believed it to be a myth, but I have just sensed a presence threatening the Aesir. One capable of ushering in Ragnar K. Then where is it now? I cannot say for certain, but I am convinced it resides on Earth. At this moment, Stark called directly, "Hello, Chinsu." A creature reminiscent of the world serpent, Jormungandr from Norse mythology, has awakened and has been captured by satellites. Just outside the city of New York. Stark's assertion was indeed accurate. Jormungandr possesses the ability to instill a profound sense of dread in Asgardians, the closer one gets. The more oppressive the atmosphere becomes. Those who had previously battled extraterrestrial beings in New York were gripped by panic upon witnessing the colossal serpent. And the police began to usher people away. "Stark, you go ahead. I will follow shortly," Chinsu instructed. Stark, unhesitating, promptly ended the call and proceeded towards the serpent's location. "Thor, we must go," he said. The distance was not great, so they flew swiftly to the site. Upon arrival, they were met with an immense serpent, its colossal body stretching for thousands of meters, spiraling upon itself without any concealment, its head yet to be revealed. Thor's face grew pale as he beheld the creature, confirming it was indeed Jormungandr. "This cannot stand. I must eradicate it, lest it herald the onset of Ragnarok," he declared. "Wait, let us not rush. We should wait for everyone to assemble. We currently have no means to contend with it, and we are unaware of its true strength." Soon, the other Avengers arrived, their astonishment rendering them speechless as they gathered around Chinsu. Stark broke the silence, asking, "Surely, this cannot be the legendary serpent?" Chinsu offered no response. "What is our plan to vanquish it?" The Avengers exchanged glances, none willing to speak. Nick Fury then made his entrance, revealing that the American consulate was considering deploying a nuclear strike. What? The entire assembly of Avengers stared incredulously at Fury. Even Captain America, momentarily taken aback, exclaimed, "Fury, have you lost your mind? What jest is this? We have yet to negotiate with them, and you suggest launching a nuclear strike? What of the citizens of New York?" The Avengers regarded him with disdainful expressions, to which Fury replied, irate, "Do not cast such looks at me. This is not my command. They have warned that if we do not eliminate the serpent today, they will resort to nuclear annihilation." Chinsu found himself at a loss for words. While Thor chimed in, "It is futile. If a nuclear strike could vanquish it, I would be inclined to agree. Jormungandr is known as the world serpent, a harbinger of destruction that grows stronger by consuming. A nuclear bomb would serve as a significant boon to it." At that moment, the serpent unfurled its massive form, revealing an enormous head. Instantly, the Avengers fell silent, all eyes fixated upon it, no one daring to utter a word. Chinsu and Thor noticed two modified Chitauri, one blue and one yellow, perched upon its tongue. "What is happening?" "Those two fellows," Stark inquired directly. "Do you recognize the two beings atop that serpent's head?" "Indeed. They are among the four monstrosities created by Loki using the Infinity Stones, one possessing the ability to manipulate space, and the other capable of controlling minds," replied Captain America. "Can we not simply eliminate those two entities? We could eradicate the Midgard serpent. I am uncertain. I suspect that serpent is already under their control, possibly unleashed by Loki himself. I find it peculiar that if they have indeed dominated it, the serpent has not yet launched an attack against us. They could easily annihilate us now. Could it be that the serpent's mental fortitude is too formidable for them to govern?" A clear, melodious voice interrupted, capturing everyone's attention. They turned to see the duo, Wanda and Pietro Maximoff. Chapter 78. Alliance. The Scarlet Witch, Wanda, and Quicksilver, Pietro, had previously interacted with the Avengers. Yet there was no need for further discourse. Wanda approached Chinsu, while the other Avengers exchanged glances, silently questioning the situation. Stark, unable to contain himself, blurted out, "You two? Have you truly become involved?" Chinsu offered an awkward smile in response. "They too were ensnared by Hydra's deceit and now reside with me in Kamartaj." Having turned from darkness to light, the Avengers remained silent, recognizing that an additional ally was preferable to another foe. Their experiences and ages far surpassed those of the siblings, who they perceived merely as rebellious youths. Wanda and Pietro exchanged silent apologies, casting cold glances at Stark, who understood their predicament but refrained from comment. "The last time I employed mental force against you, it was due to your relatively weaker psychic abilities that I could inflict harm. However, the extent of the damage varied, as each of you possesses differing levels of mental strength. Were I to attempt a mental attack on Chen Su, with Li Tao's psychic power, I might inadvertently harm myself. Natasha quickly grasped the issue. So, you imply that the Midgard serpent's mental prowess is so overwhelming that Loki's subordinates have yet to fully control it? I believe so, came the response. Yet, even if they have not subdued the Midgard serpent, would it not still attack us? Would it coexist peacefully with us? The Midgard serpent is notorious in Western mythology for its malevolence. It can hardly be considered a benign entity. At that moment, Hawkeye, who had been vigilant, noted that the serpent emitted a sound. We have a situation. It appears the serpent is awakening. All eyes were drawn to the colossal serpent of the earthly realm as Chen Su unfurled its massive form. Everyone present, including representatives from the United Nations, observed it via satellite. Its immense size emanated an aura of a primordial beast. It was evident that the yellow monstrosity had seized control of the earthly serpent. Upon spotting the Avengers, it surged towards them, and an ominous sense of foreboding washed over the heroes. How should they engage? All military aircraft launched an assault, unleashing a barrage of bombs and missiles upon it, yet to no avail. Not even the outer layer of its thick skin could be penetrated. Such formidable hide was likely the shared thought of all the Avengers at that moment. Stark, in a state of panic, turned to Chen Su and implored, "What shall we do now? If that serpent enters the city, it could effortlessly reduce all of New York to ruins with a mere flick of its tail. We must devise a strategy to remove it," replied Chen Su. Hawkeye and Black Widow found themselves overwhelmed by the challenge. How can we achieve that? Even if we summoned every crane in the world, we might not be able to move it, let alone immobilize it. Gazing at the approaching serpent, Chen Su ascended into the sky and opened a portal with spatial magic directly in its path. "Stark, Thor, I will soon cast it into the mirror dimension. Join me there to eliminate it. Remember to bring your most destructive weaponry. If possible, take a nuclear bomb with you." "What?" Captain America and the others refrained from entering to assist, as it was beyond their expertise. Without hesitation, Chen Su soared into the air, and a portal silently materialized before the earthly serpent. Its head was the first to enter, followed by its body. This maneuver initially seemed effective. Just as everyone began to breathe a sigh of relief, the serpent re-emerged from the other side. "Chen Su, your tactic is futile. It is not my strategy that has failed, but rather the green monstrosity. Loki's creation using the cosmic cube possesses the ability to traverse dimensions as well. Let us deal with him first." Agreed. The three heroes swiftly flew towards Loki, while the other Avengers dispersed. Hawkeye piloted his aircraft to provide assistance. They soon arrived above the serpent's head. "Greetings, where's Loki? How dare you utter the name of our master so brazenly?" one of the serpent's minions retorted. Stark chuckled from the side. "Oh, it appears you are rather loyal to Loki. You lot have continuously obstructed his grand design, and once he gathers the Infinity Stones, your doom shall be sealed. The entire universe shall bow before the feet of Lord Loki." Oh, who would have thought that this trickster harbored such grand ambitions? Chen Su, unwilling to linger with them, was poised to take action when Thor, unable to contain himself, struck first. Ever since Thor awakened the power of the Thunder God, his strength had intensified beyond measure. In the next moment, the sky darkened ominously. A tempest roared, intermingled with terrifying bolts of lightning, converging above in a deadly display. A colossal lightning bolt struck the head of the Midgard serpent. However, it bore no effect. Futile. The defenses of the Midgard serpent and Jormungandr are beyond your capacity to breach. Thor, do not waste your efforts attacking that serpent. Instead, eliminate those two creatures first. The blue and yellow monsters, directly controlling the Midgard serpent, opened their gaping jaws to strike at the three of them. The trio deftly evaded the assault with their agility and speed, while Chen Su summoned the advanced Phoenix Force. A magnificent golden-red phoenix appeared behind him, unleashing boundless power, carrying flames potent enough to incinerate all. The two monsters, sensing this formidable force, enveloped themselves in a blue glow and vanished. Yet, Chen Su did not relent. He charged at the Midgard serpent, and its skin was rent asunder beneath this might, blood gushing forth. Stark, witnessing the phoenix behind Chen Su, illuminated like a deity before the eyes of mortals, could not help but exclaim, "Oh my God!" Seeing the two monstrous beings flee, Chen Su employed spatial magic to confine the serpent within a mirrored space, stepping in alongside Stark and Thor. Chapter 79. The Mirror. It was Stark's first experience in the mirrored space, where he immediately showcased his expertise. Oh, by distorting the parameters of reality, one can create an aperture akin to a pocket universe, thus bridging two dimensions. Chen Su recognized that Stark's old habit had resurfaced and merely cleared his throat. "Hey, our current mission is to vanquish that serpent, not to engage in scientific inquiries here." "Ah, understood, but I must admit, this is indeed a fascinating spell. Will our actions here truly not affect the real world? Well, as long as the energy fluctuations we generate are not excessively strong. As long as we avoid directly distorting space, it should be fine. Thor, you may unleash your powers freely here. Yet Thor, feeling somewhat embarrassed, responded. The Midgard serpent is essentially our Asgardian nemesis, innately suppressing my abilities. Before it, my strength is rendered ineffective. I must rely on you all. Stark hurled several small nuclear bombs, producing tremendous force, yet it merely grazed the creature, inflicting a trivial wound to its skin. The colossal serpent of the mortal realm possesses remarkable intelligence and does not merely resign itself to fate. Instead, it releases a dense cloud of yellow smoke, teeming with toxins. Since ancient times, smoke has had the power to bewitch the human spirit, and even Chun Tsu finds himself momentarily dizzy, despite the considerable distance. He promptly alerts Thor and Stark, urging them to take refuge, cautioning them about the perilous toxins that not only harm, but also confuse the mind. Chun Tsu employs wind magic to consolidate the noxious fumes into a small orb of yellow smoke, which he then incinerates using fire magic. Seizing the opportunity, the colossal serpent lunges forward, revealing its gaping maw. Chun Tsu unleashes the full extent of his phoenix power, propelled by the terrifying flames of the phoenix. Charging at the serpent, the entire mirrored space quakes under the intensity of the confrontation, and the serpent howls in agony as the phoenix fire wreaks havoc upon it. The spectral phoenix behind Chun Tsu emits a resounding cry, unleashing a surge of formidable energy that erupts forth. The serpent seems on the verge of melting, thrashing wildly in the flames, causing the very fabric of the space to tremble. Typically, birds are the natural adversaries of serpents, and the colossal serpent quakes at the sight of the phoenix behind Chun Tsu. Observing this, Thor and Stark unleash all their weaponry. Chun Tsu, hold on. Do you think we can roast it? May I daringly inquire, can it be consumed? Chun Tsu is momentarily at a loss for words, though Thor appears unfazed and joins in the jest. I'm not certain. Perhaps we should sample it later? On second thought, let us refrain. However, the ferocity of their battle generates such significant ripples that it begins to affect the mirrored space, projecting their conflict into the realm of reality. Crucially, all the Avengers are witnessing this spectacle, silently wishing for Chun Tsu to triumph over the colossal serpent. Empowered by the Phoenix Force, Chun Tsu casts a forbidden spell, Thunderous Might. He conjures a terrifying bolt of lightning, which crashes down upon the serpent, provoking a pained roar from it. The serpent begins to coil, its body glowing ominously, exuding an aura of dread. Stark inquires, Chun Tsu, what is that serpent doing? Is it about to self-destruct? Chun Tsu senses a terrifying energy radiating from the serpent, an immense force swelling exponentially within its form. Realizing that the serpent is on the brink of self-detonation, he acknowledges, congratulations, you guessed correctly. However, regrettably, there will be no reward bestowed upon you. Stark, you should be able to perceive the energy within her, which is escalating exponentially. Indeed, the intensity of this power has transcended my capacity for analysis. The energy accumulating within her is now potent enough to annihilate the earth. I shall open a portal for you. You must flee at once. And what of you? I must transfer this energy to another location. Its magnitude is overwhelming and is already capable of influencing the fabric of reality. The world as we know it may be obliterated by the energy of its impending detonation. We shall take our leave. Do exercise caution. Meanwhile, onlookers witness the emergence of a portal resembling a spatial wormhole. Hawkeye and Captain America, Steve Rogers, observed quietly from their fighter jets. Stark and Thor burst forth from within. Everyone, evacuate immediately. That creature is about to explode, and the resultant energy could destroy the planet. Hawkeye and Captain America were left speechless. In an instant, the military forces, Avengers, and SHIELD agents received this alarming news and began a frantic retreat. Stark and Thor boarded Hawkeye's aircraft. What is the situation? It's dire. The creature has initiated self-detonation, and its energy is surging exponentially. Chun Tsu is devising a method to transfer this energy elsewhere. Otherwise, if it detonates in the mirrored space, it will affect reality, and the Earth could very well be obliterated. Upon hearing this, Captain America felt a wave of terror wash over him. Shall we hasten our retreat? We must rely on Chun Tsu now. Wanda gazed anxiously at the mirrored space, while Quicksilver, Pietro, reassured her, we must evacuate. Trust that he will be fine. How could someone so powerful perish so easily? Wanda nodded earnestly. Very well, let us depart at once. Within the mirrored space, Chun Tsu gathered the released Phoenix Force around him, forming a protective energy shield. He employed ice magic to immobilize the creature, conjuring an immense iceberg instantaneously. However, the energy within the colossal serpent showed no signs of diminishing. The energy of the immobilized serpent approached saturation. Soon, this terrifying energy erupted, tearing the serpent apart, distorting the mirrored space and projecting its chaos into the real world. Chen Su unleashed an advanced version of the Phoenix Force, tearing open a spatial rift to project the energy into the cosmos. Yet this energy was too formidable. Chapter 8. The spatial rift. One rift alone was insufficient to contain its explosive expansion. Thus, Chen Su tore open another aperture, directing the energy towards the moon. Various nations have deployed astronomical probes to the moon, where a terrifying energy reaction was directly captured, resulting in the sudden emergence of a colossal mushroom cloud on the lunar surface. This phenomenon stirred immense dust and debris, which, under Earth's gravitational pull, transformed into meteors that graced the eyes of the world. People across the globe marveled at this meteor shower, entirely oblivious to the chaos that had unfolded. Meanwhile, at the site of the cataclysmic explosion caused by the earthly serpent Yamejika, countless spatial rifts manifested and began to repair, rendering this region a forbidden zone for life. Chen Su, concealed within another dimension, observed the scene as the energy from Yamejika's explosion gradually dissipated, signaling an end to the crisis. With a sigh of relief, Chen Su felt a sense of calm wash over him as he opened a portal and returned to Kamartaj. However, the detonation had instigated continuous fluctuations in the spatial fabric of this stellar domain, sending ripples deep into the cosmos. Thus, Earth attracted the attention of numerous powerful civilizations and formidable beings slumbering in the far reaches of the universe. One wonders, does this bode well or ill for our planet? In the vastness of the cosmos and the boundless expanse of the starry sky, Loki felt the intense spatial disturbances, his face contorted with rage. He understood the source of these violent fluctuations, gripping his mind's scepter tightly. Back on Earth, Chen Su returned to Kamartaj, yet the Avengers were absent. To spare them worry, he made his way to the Avengers Tower. Upon entering the alternate space, he found everyone gathered in the living room, awaiting news. Wanda appeared to have been crying, while Captain Steve bore a grave expression. Stark broke the silence, questioning, he wouldn't really. Black Widow Natasha, incensed by Stark's words, retorted, "Hey Stark." Captain America interjected, "He'll be fine. If he falls, Earth falls too." "Hello, everyone," Chen Su announced, stepping out of the mirror space to find the group still in shock. Unable to process his return. "I'm back. Why do I sense that you're not overly joyful?" In an instant, everyone rushed to embrace him. Stark joining in the celebration. "Hey Chen Su, I knew you'd pull through. How could that serpent possibly take you down?" Natasha teased, "What? It seems like someone was just saying otherwise." Who said that?" Wanda chimed in, giving him a big hug. But this time was indeed perilous. "Thankfully, we managed to channel energy elsewhere. Otherwise, Earth would have been doomed." Thor stepped forward, clapping Chen Su on the back. Stark spoke up, proclaiming that once again, we had saved the Earth, and that we were victorious. Since we had indeed triumphed, should we not celebrate with a feast? Let us go and enjoy some barbecue. Shall we? Chen Su, having experienced the epic battle, readily agreed without a hint of hesitation. Naturally, Stark would be the one to treat. Victories deserve to be celebrated with festivities. Off we go. Very well, I shall treat you all, and we will return to that same barbecue restaurant. This time, we shall indulge until inebriation. Chen Su promptly took Wanda along with him. The group arrived at the barbecue establishment. Since Chen Su's arrival, Wanda had been holding his hand tightly, as if fearing he might disappear. The atmosphere was thick with a palpable sense of affection. Their presence had significantly uplifted the mood among the group. Stark approached Wanda with a glass in hand, sincerely apologizing for his previous misdeeds, hoping for their forgiveness. Stark gazed at them with genuine sincerity. In truth, Wanda, having spent considerable time with Chen Su, had come to recognize that they were not malevolent beings, and she had long since let go of any grievances. With smiles, Wanda and Pietro clinked glasses with Stark, and the tensions that once existed between them dissipated entirely. However, before the celebration had truly concluded, Wanda and Chen Su had already slipped away to enjoy their own world together, unnoticed by the others. The group was aware of their absence but did not dwell on it, knowing well what they were likely up to. Pietro had fully accepted Chen Su, not hindering their departure, instead relishing the merriment among the remaining friends. Thor had returned to Asgard to address the post-war issues plaguing his realm. Hela informed Thor that she had witnessed the awakening of the ancient gods, who seemed to be stirring once more, and the awakening of the Midgard serpent appeared to herald some ominous portent. "Indeed, we must exercise greater caution," Thor replied, as Chen Su and Wanda embraced in slumber. The system's voice suddenly pierced the tranquility. Chen Su inwardly cursed, "Damn it, system, you truly know how to choose the worst moments to issue tasks." The system prompted him to promptly arrive at Vormir to check in and complete its mission to receive the corresponding rewards. Chen Su did not set out immediately. as he lacked the spatial coordinates for Vormir. Instead, he spent a few days at Kamartaj with Wanda. I have some matters to attend to. Please wait here for me, he said. Are you going out again? She inquired. Yes, but worry not. This time there is no danger, merely some investigations to conduct. All right, go ahead. Just return quickly, she urged. Chen Su promptly utilized his spatial abilities to travel to the Suvlan tribe, knowing they would possess the coordinates for Vormir. Without any hesitation, he arrived at the planet of Xander. Chen Su beheld the high priest seated upon the throne. Ah, high priest, it has been a while, he remarked. The high priest was startled by the voice, pondering the moment of Chen Su's sudden appearance. Could she possess spatial abilities? Greetings, esteemed warrior. How may I assist you? Indeed. I seek your aid. Could you provide me with the spatial coordinates of Vormir Star? I have matters to attend to there. Vormir Star, you say? That realm lies at the center of the cosmos, a land of death. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, honored warrior? That is not for you to know. Simply provide me with the coordinates, and I shall be grateful. My apologies for any offense. Please hold for a moment while I arrange for the coordinates to be delivered to you. Chapter 81. The soul gem. Chen Su remained unperturbed, waiting patiently. Soon, the high priest approached, accompanied by an individual entirely adorned in gold, even his pupils gleaming with the same hue. Esteemed warrior, here are the spatial coordinates of Vormir Star. Please keep them safe. Under the high priestess' gaze, the golden figure handed a disc to Chen Su, who reached out to receive it. At that moment, their eyes met, and Chen Su felt as though his soul were being penetrated. He sensed the extraordinary strength of this individual, although significantly weaker than himself. Among his past adversaries, this figure stood as formidable, albeit not on par with the Dark Dimension's ruler, Dormammu. The golden figure scrutinized Chen Su for a moment, then quickly bent slightly, adopting a respectful demeanor. Thank you. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Chen Su opted not to use the spatial gate before them, instead walking outside to depart through it. At that moment, the high priest turned to the golden man and inquired, Adam, what is your assessment of this individual's strength? Remarkably powerful. I can sense his soul's might is unparalleled, perhaps even surpassing the strongest in the cosmos. He may even transcend the multiverse. Do you believe you could defeat him? Regrettably, high priest, I fear I would not be his match. The power I sensed within him is overwhelmingly potent, elemental magic, and even the legendary force of the Phoenix. The high priest's eyes reflected deep reverence. They had assembled a formidable force to confront the chaos engulfing the universe, striving to safeguard their race amidst turmoil. The high priest understood that Chen Su was exceedingly powerful. Quickly, gather a group and set forth to Vormir Star. Remember, conceal your presence from him, and offer assistance if necessary. Understood, high priest. I shall attend to it at once. The high priest gazed up at the boundless starry sky, his eyes reflecting an enigmatic expression. Chen Su, having acquired the spatial coordinates from the sovereign clan, was instantly transported to the planet Vormir. Upon arrival, he beheld countless celestial bodies emanating mysterious luminescence. Standing on Vormir, he marveled at the bizarre beauty of the sky. Witnessing the universe's allure and enigma, a sight few beings across the cosmos could ever behold. Overwhelmed by the multitude of affairs at hand, Chen Su lamented that otherwise he would embark on a journey through the multiverse to appreciate the splendor of this world. Vormir is the dwelling place of the most enigmatic soul gem among the 6 infinite gems, a gem that demands the soul of a beloved in exchange. Chen Su pondered whether the system had summoned him here to procure the soul gem. As a transmigrator, he had not encountered explicit details regarding the gem's location in the original narrative, prompting him to embark on a quest of his own. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. Congratulations. You have arrived at Vormir and fulfilled the system's task, gaining the power of the Phoenix, 110. In the next instant, Chen Su found himself in a mysterious realm, confronted by an immense golden phoenix. However, in the blink of an eye, this magnificent creature was shattered. A fragment of size 110 transforming into a smaller phoenix that soared towards Chen Su. It merged with his being, prompting him to sit cross-legged and absorb this newfound energy. He could feel the essence of the phoenix power within him, transforming continually. Inside his body, a swirling red-golden vortex akin to the Milky Way spun with increasing velocity, amplifying his energy. At this moment, Chen Su sensed that with a mere gesture, he could obliterate a star with a flick of his hand. He could tear through the fabric of space and sever the strands of time. The world around him, the dimensions of space, and the boundaries of time became ever more discernible. He perceived that the mysteries of this realm were dwindling in his sight, and he relished this empowering sensation. Chen Su took a moment to explore, hoping to uncover the whereabouts of the soul gem. Yet, he understood that acquiring such a gem was beyond his reach. He could not exchange Wanda for the soul gem, as such an act was contrary to his nature. After a brief exploration, he decided to return. Convinced that individuals like Loki, who possessed extraordinary abilities, were unlikely to have a beloved, and thus could not procure the soul gem. However, Chen Su overlooked a crucial detail. The system merely spoke of the soul of a beloved, without specifying whose beloved it was. Unbeknownst to him, as soon as he departed, Loki arrived with his entourage. Have you located the precise location of the soul gem? Indeed, my lord. This way please, replied a colossal azure creature. Indeed. This blue behemoth was one of Loki's 4 horsemen, capable of traversing through space. Loki and his 4 horsemen swiftly arrived at the location of the soul stone. At that moment, a figure clad in a black cloak, resembling a specter, emerged, revealing a crimson skull face beneath the shroud, likely the archenemy of Captain America, Hydra. Greetings, esteemed Prince of Asgard. I am the guardian of the soul stone, extending my sincerest salutations to you. Enough with the pleasantries. Where is the soul stone? Loki demanded. It lies before you, yet to claim it, you must fulfill its condition. Speak, what is the condition? As the name suggests, the soul stone is the most esteemed of the 6 infinity stones. It requires the soul of a beloved to be exchanged. The soul of a beloved? That is simple enough. Loki immediately thought of the enormous yellow creature and instructed. Use your mind control to summon a few couples from the Chitauri and bring them forth for the soul stone. Very well, my lord, please hold on. In no time, the creature, endowed with the power of mind control, gathered several Chitauri couples, forcing them to leap into the chasm before them. In the next instant, a blinding golden light burst forth from the clouds above, and an orange gem materialized in Loki's hand. Without hesitation, Loki inserted it into the prepared socket of his mind scepter. In that moment, he felt an entirely new power surging into him, as if it allowed him to perceive the very essence of reality itself. Meanwhile, Adam, who had been following Chen Su, detected Loki's arrival. Chapter 82. The situation grows dire. However, he refrained from a hasty attack, opting instead to conceal himself and relay the information to the high priest of the sovereign tribe. The high priest, in turn, did not dispatch a large army to confront Loki, but promptly informed Thor of Asgard and the interstellar alliance of Xander. Upon receiving the report from the sovereign tribe while managing post-battle affairs, Thor led the Asgardian forces across the Rainbow Bridge to Vormir. The interstellar alliance of Xander also received the message from the sovereign tribe and quickly teleported to Vormir. High Priest, what is the current situation? Your Majesty, Loki is presently on Vormir, and our scouts have detected that he seems to have acquired the Soul Stone. The interstellar alliance of Xander has also arrived? What? Has Loki obtained another Infinity Stone? I am Vex of the Interstellar Alliance. Asgard, Thor. Sovereign Tribe, Adam. It appears the situation is quite precarious. At that moment, Loki on Vormir sensed the impending danger as well. My lord, our warship has detected numerous ships surrounding Vormir, preparing to launch an assault against us. Who are they? They comprise forces from Asgard, the Sovereign Tribe, and Xander. We are prepared to retaliate. I shall make my foolish brother aware of my prowess, proving myself more worthy of the throne of Asgard. Very well, my lord. The allied forces swiftly launched their assault. Although Loki's forces were not particularly numerous, he had conjured 4 formidable knights, each possessing terrifying might. The Yellow Knight wielded the power of the Mind Stone, directly controlling a significant portion of the allied army, inciting them to turn against one another. This undoubtedly caused them immense turmoil. The Purple Knight, with a mere flick of his hand, unleashed a torrent of energy that instantaneously obliterated a vast swath of their ranks. Meanwhile, the Blue Knight released razor-sharp blades of spatial energy that effortlessly sliced through the allied warships, rendering them into smooth fragments. The Red Knight continuously absorbed the life force of the young, augmenting his power exponentially. Asgard, the Sovereign Clan, and the allied forces of Xander were soon engulfed in a fierce battle. I shall confront the Yellow and Blue Knights. Adam, being the supreme creation of the Sovereign Clan, possesses immunity to mental control and the ability to halt time, making him ideally suited to face the 2 knights wielding the energies of the Mind and Space Stones. Thor interjected, leave the Red Knight to me. The remaining Purple Knight would naturally be handled by Victor, clad in the advanced armor of Xander. Thor unleashed a devastating energy beam from the Eternal Spear, sending the knight endowed with the Reality Stone hurtling away. Since they had not engaged directly, he effectively neutralized the knight's ability to consume. Victor, empowered by his armor, matched the Purple Knight blow for blow. Though the Power Stone may not be the most potent among the 6 Infinity Stones, its contained energy is unparalleled, a fact that became evident in their clash. Thor relentlessly pressed the knight with the Reality Stone, conjuring a colossal bolt of lightning to distract him, and seizing the moment to thrust the Eternal Spear, Odin's exclusive weapon, known for its indestructible nature. It embodies the laws of causality, ensuring that once unleashed, it must strike true. His assault shattered not only the enemy's corporeal form, but also their very soul, rendering his power immensely formidable, surpassing even that of Mjolnir. The Red Knight was swiftly vanquished by Thor. He then turned his gaze to Victor, who was locked in a stalemate with the Purple Knight. Their past assistance to one another would soon bear fruit, as the two united to eliminate their foe. Only the Blue Knight, capable of manipulating space, and the Yellow Knight, who commanded the mind, remained. Sensing the tide turning against them, the Blue Knight hastily traversed the fabric of space to escape. Only a solitary Yellow Knight remained. Loki, not intervening in the battle, seized the opportunity befitting his title as the god of mischief. He commanded his 4 knights to distract the enemies while he led his grand army to launch a surprise attack on their civilization, targeting their stronghold. The Yellow Knight found that mental control had no effect on Adam. Devoid of such influence, his combat prowess was significantly diminished, and he was swiftly vanquished by Adam. As for Loki, I have known him since childhood, and retreat is not in his nature. Adam, a highly intelligent synthetic being, quickly deduced Loki's scheme. Was he merely creating a diversion while orchestrating an assault on our civilization? Upon this realization, a wave of concern washed over everyone. Who would be his first target? Thor instantaneously recognized the danger. Given Loki's temperament, he would undoubtedly seek revenge first. Heimdall, quickly activate the Bifrost. Thor shouted desperately into the sky, yet no response came. At that moment, he realized that Asgard was in grave peril. The Blue Knight, possessing the ability to traverse space, appeared aboard a warship. Sir, all 3 others have perished. Loki's initial response was one of fury. You worthless beings. I bestowed upon you the most formidable power in the cosmos, and yet you still faced defeat. He sighed. Very well, accompany me to assault Asgard. We shall address other matters later. The loss of the 3 knights was not a significant blow to Loki. He already possessed 5 Infinity Stones, enabling him to forge even more powerful and stable subordinates. Thor sensed impending doom as he raced from Vormir towards Asgard, followed closely by Adam of the Sovereign and Vex of Xander. They understood that only through unity could they hope to defeat Loki, who wielded 5 Infinity Stones. If they separated, their strength would be drastically diminished, leaving them vulnerable to Loki's onslaught, as none stood a chance against him individually. At this juncture, Loki's aggressive incursions into other civilizations inevitably drew the attention of Captain Marvel, the self-proclaimed protector of planets. On Earth, Nick Fury was on a call with a woman, none other than Captain Marvel herself, who relayed Loki's actions to him, urging him to prepare for the impending attack. Chapter 83. The King of the Galaxy. At this moment, Loki was undeniably the king of the galaxy. He had invaded a significant portion of the universe, overpowering several of its most advanced civilizations, all of which had succumbed to his might. At this very hour, he was assaulting Asgard, which had been thoroughly conquered. The Earth must brace itself, for Loki's next target is likely to be our planet, and I am currently en route. Has Loki truly grown this formidable? Is the title of King of the Galaxy merely ceremonial, or does he genuinely possess such power? Indeed, he does possess such strength. I have heard from the denizens of Asgard that he has acquired 5 Infinity Stones, elevating his power to an alarming extent. The title of King of the Galaxy is far from nominal. It is astonishing to realize how much he has developed. I am left with a pressing concern. Can we prevail? Are we capable of thwarting his invasion? At this moment, Captain Marvel fell silent, and Nick Fury comprehended her unspoken thoughts. Very well, proceed swiftly. Nick Fury promptly relayed this matter to the United States Consulate, which in turn informed the United Nations. Consequently, the world was alerted, and preparations for war commenced, with military forces around the globe entering a state of heightened alert. News outlets across various nations reported this development. Yet the general populace remained bewildered as to the cause. The sound of aircraft traversing the skies became a daily occurrence, leading to speculation of an impending extraterrestrial invasion. Some religious zealots feared that the world was on the brink of annihilation, resulting in a surge of suicides and riots. All of the Avengers gathered within the Avengers Tower, including Nick Fury. The atmosphere in the hall was palpable with tension. Nick Fury spoke up. Stark, where's Chin-Su? Why hasn't he arrived? Stark replied. He was aware of these matters long ago. I am currently occupied at Kamartaj with their affairs. When the battle begins, he will undoubtedly intervene. In light of the situation, he has yet to consult us on strategies. Captain America, Steve Rogers, then interjected, I believe we should reinforce our defensive capabilities on Earth in preparation for his incursion. However, this suggestion was promptly dismissed by Stark. Oh, Captain, we are on the brink of an interstellar war, capable of obliterating a planet. Choosing the battleground on Earth's surface is not a prudent decision. Hawkeye voiced his perspective. However, if we select a location in outer space, we lack the technological prowess to survive there. What can ordinary humans do in the vacuum of space? Utilizing the remnants and data from the destroyer armor left by Thor. It was discovered that one piece of destroyer armor could harness cosmic energy, providing us with the necessary power. Natasha then queried, "Can it be mass-produced? Can we form an army?" "No," came the response, "for some of the materials required are sourced from the destroyer itself, making mass production impossible." Subsequently, all individuals were divided into two factions. Led by Stark, one group aimed to proactively confront Loki's forces, while Captain America's contingent resolved to bolster the planet's defenses. However, as they struggled to reach a consensus, they turned to Chun Su for guidance. "Stark, are you truly determined to face Loki alone?" Stark, with unwavering resolve, replied, "Indeed. If we merely await his arrival, the likelihood of our defeat is substantial. Should we fail, Earth itself would be doomed. I prefer to don the destroyer armor and engage them in outer space, thereby diminishing their strength. Yet, you must contend with the solitude of your mind. Are you certain you can endure it? I am acquainted with a group of mercenaries known as the Guardians of the Galaxy. Perhaps they could accompany you in this endeavor." "What? You have connections in the cosmos?" "By chance, I encountered them." Upon hearing Chun Su's words, Star-Lord and his team, engaged in their cosmic missions, swiftly made their way to Earth. Before long, a spacecraft materialized above the planet, gently descending to the designated meeting point. "Greetings, Chun Su. Who seeks our services?" "Our fees are quite steep," Star-Lord remarked, surveying the Avengers. "It is I. I am prepared to offer 1 billion for your assistance over the next 3 months in repelling Loki's army." Upon hearing the figure of 1 billion, Star-Lord readily agreed, as they were already engaged in combat against Loki's forces and could earn a handsome reward in the process. "If you encounter any insurmountable challenges, do not hesitate to contact me. Share your coordinates, and I shall come to your aid." Of course, with the farewell of his companions, Stark boarded the spacecraft, vanishing into the sky. Meanwhile, Captain America, Steve, and Hawkeye intensified their training in anticipation of the impending conflict. Natasha maintained communication from the Avengers headquarters, providing valuable intelligence, while Banner collaborated with her to offer support. Chun Su returned to Kamartaj, continuing to impart magical knowledge, while Nick Fury coordinated strategic placements with the United Nations. Everyone was preparing for Loki's arrival. At this moment, in the halls of Asgard, Loki led his army in seizing control of the realm. "Loki, are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Asgard is your home. Can you truly bring yourself to destroy it?" "My home once, the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, now clad in shattered armor, wielded the Sword of Guardians, steadfast in his resolve to confront Loki without retreat." Hela lunged forward with her sword. Yet Loki effortlessly immobilized her using the Mind Stone, disarming her and commanding his newly forged 4 horsemen to imprison her in a dungeon. Each of the newly created horsemen possessed the power of 3 Infinity Stones: space, mind, and power, rendering them significantly more formidable than before. It remains uncertain whether Thor can vanquish them. Loki slowly traversed the Rainbow Bridge and entered the Grand Palace of Asgard, taking his place upon the throne. "Will you strike against me as well?" Loki sensed a young man approaching him with a sword in hand. "Do you truly intend to do this, Loki? This is your home. I am your mother. How could you contemplate the destruction of this place? Do you harbor such hatred for him? This is where you grew up, and you feel no attachment whatsoever. Or have you always been so heartless?" Chapter 84. Perseverance. In that moment, Loki fell silent, gazing at the familiar surroundings, reminiscing about the fragments of his past. He hesitated, but soon dispelled such emotions. For Loki understood the harsh truth: there was no turning back. Whether it was the civilizations he had violated across the cosmos or the betrayed Thanos, they would not spare him. They were all beings of vengeance, destined to seek retribution against Loki, leaving him no avenue of escape. Loki quickly repressed his compassion and coldly addressed Queen Frigga. "I still hope you will lay down your weapons and command the armies of Asgard to surrender without resistance, to prevent rivers of blood from flowing in this land." Ultimately, Queen Frigga relinquished the sword in her hand, ordering for him to be imprisoned in the dungeon. Shortly thereafter, she was confined alongside him by several soldiers. Loki then turned his attention to other civilizations, launching invasions and waging war. Meanwhile, Chun Su observed the cosmic shifts from Earth, astonished by the formidable strength of the interstellar alliance from Xandar, which managed to temporarily repel Loki's forces. It is worth noting that Loki's army was originally seized from Thanos, whose military prowess was already among the finest in the universe. Coupled with Loki's enhancements using the 5 Infinity Stones and the resources acquired from conquering other civilizations, the strength of this army had far surpassed its original capabilities. Yet, against Loki's relentless assault, Xandar could withstand the onslaught, albeit temporarily, showcasing the might of their military power. Next came Adam of the Sovereign Race. Chun Su surmised that the golden figure he inquired about on Vormir must indeed be Adam. Adam's strength was commendable, and for Chun Su, the fact that he could uphold the safety of the entire sovereign race was impressive. However, The four newly created horsemen by Loki were no longer mere bearers of single Infinity Stone energies. Each possessed 3 or more. Their prowess had vastly exceeded that of individual entities. Adam struggled to maintain the defense, yet he understood that they could not afford a protracted conflict. Their endurance was waning. Uncertain of Stark's current predicament with Star-Lord, the scene shifts to reveal Stark engaged in a relentless assault alongside the Guardians of the Galaxy against Loki's forces. Hey, brother. Are you willing to part with that armor? How much would you sell it for? I'm inclined to purchase it. Stark decisively rebuffed. Absolutely not. Don't even think about it. I will not sell. Don't be so certain, my friend. Everything has a price. We can negotiate. Rocket, having just obliterated a spacecraft belonging to Loki, gazed at Stark in awe, his eyes fixated on the formidable destroyer armor, wishing he could strip it away right then and there. Stark, bemused, pondered, good grief, Chin-Su. Can these individuals be trusted? I can't shake the feeling they harbor an inclination to rob me. They truly are a bunch of mercenaries with questionable morals. Surely, they wouldn't resort to thievery before my paper is even finished. However, I can offer you another suit of armor. How stingy. When will you deliver it? Once our contract ends and we return to Earth, I shall provide you with a set. But for now, that is impossible. Could you manufacture an identical suit to the one you wear? Regrettably, that's beyond my capabilities. This armor is known as the Destroyer Armor. Employing Asgardian technology with some unique materials that are irreplicable, I can only offer you a similar version. While it may not possess the same might as mine, it boasts other advantages, such as self-repairing capabilities. With that, Stark retreated to his quarters for rest. Although physical ailments could be remedied, the solitude of the mind proved a formidable challenge. Rocket, with his mischievous gaze, directed an inquisitive look at Star-Lord, who immediately comprehended the silent exchange. That armor is firmly under his control. There is no way to wrest it from him unless he willingly relinquishes it. Let us prepare our ammunition for the next assault instead of dwelling on this. Didn't he mention that upon completing the mission and returning to Earth, he would provide you with a suit? Oh, I was merely inquiring. Very well, let it be. As each member tended to their respective quarters, an abrupt jolt from the ship's collision roused them from their respite. They beheld a daunting sight, surrounded by dozens of Chitauri warships. Fortunately, their vessel was equipped with energy shields, sparing them from immediate destruction during the surprise attack that had nearly claimed their lives. We're in dire straits. We've been ensnared. Were it not for our robust energy shields, that last strike would have been fatal. We must open the ship. We cannot remain passive under fire. We must take the offensive, lest our vessel be obliterated. Stark directly activated his energy shield and soared into the fray, unleashing 2 terrifying beams of energy that obliterated a couple of Chiritan vessels. However, he soon faced a barrage of attacks from all directions, with countless missiles targeting him. Yet, thanks to the energy-absorbing capabilities of his destroyer armor, Stark managed to gain a temporary advantage in this confrontation, although it was not destined to last long. Star-Lord and Rocket observed Stark's reckless bravery with awe. This Earthling was indeed commendable for his courage. As Stark drew the fire of the Chiritan ships, Star-Lord and his companions seized the opportunity to retaliate fiercely. However, their ammunition was nearly depleted, and the disparity in the number of ships on both sides was overwhelming. It was at this juncture that Star-Lord considered sending a message to Chin-Su. We have no choice but to call for Chin-Su's assistance. Meanwhile, on Earth, Chin-Su received the message from Star-Lord and promptly manifested on the battlefield. Upon witnessing Stark, besieged by a multitude of ships, Chin-Su was left speechless. Hey, Chin-Su, aren't you going to help us? We're about to be overwhelmed. I know. Chin-Su conjured an energy shield around them, and, employing magic, swiftly obliterated the Chiritan vessels. Yet, one ship remained remarkably intact, its surface protected by a shimmering purple energy shield. Chin-Su immediately sensed the presence of a knight within. The aura of the Power Stone emanated from that protective shield. Without hesitation, he unleashed an advanced version of the Phoenix Force, transforming terrifying energy into a colossal claw that shattered the ship in an explosion. Instead of returning to Earth, Chin-Su ventured to Star-Lord's ship, where he found Stark in a rather disheveled state. How's the ambush going out there? Stark, upon seeing Chin-Su, found a glimmer of solace amid his mental solitude. What else can I say? You saw it yourself. Had you not arrived in time, I might have met my end. What is the situation on Earth? What do you expect? The captain has gone straight to Wakanda to collaborate with the prince I told you about, aiming to bolster Earth's defenses. What? The Wakanda in Africa? ISNT, that place so impoverished that they struggle to afford food? Do not be misled by their outward appearance. Nearly all of Earth's resources originate from Wakanda. Their technology far surpasses that of any other region on the planet, even approaching the level of cosmic civilizations. Stark was astounded by Chin-Su's revelation, never having imagined that the world's most reputedly destitute location was, in fact, the most technologically advanced on Earth. Unbeknownst to them, their concealment runs deep. Banner and Natasha have been providing invaluable intelligence within your Avengers headquarters, and he is in constant communication with Hulk, hoping to harness greater power during Loki's impending invasion. Presently, nations across the globe find themselves in a state of heightened tension, diligently amassing resources in preparation for Loki's assault. The time for hiring is drawing near, and the hope is to diminish Loki's military strength as much as possible. Take care of yourself. Should any insurmountable troubles arise, send me a message. I shall return to Earth now. Farewell. After Chen Su departed, Star-Lord and Stark exchanged a glance, remaining silent as they retreated to their respective chambers for rest. Meanwhile, within the palace of Asgard, Loki, seated upon his throne, sensed the demise of one of his knights, inciting a wave of fury within him. Vision, what has transpired? How could one possessing the power of 3 Infinity Stones be so effortlessly vanquished? The knight, theoretically endowed with the energies of 3 Infinity Stones, had been easily dispatched. He must have encountered Chen Su. Upon realizing this, an uncontrollable wrath surged from the depths of Loki's being as he gazed menacingly toward Earth. Chen Su, once again it is you. One day, I shall ensure your downfall, making you comprehend the consequences of opposing me. What is the status of our forces? Why have we not commenced the assault on Earth? What are you all doing? Loki unleashed his frustrations upon his subordinates, venting his discontent upon them. On Earth, Captain America and his close companion received an invitation from the Prince of Wakanda, granting them the opportunity to witness the true essence of Wakanda. Is this truly Wakanda? Have you brought me to the wrong place? Steve gazed incredulously at the Wakandan prince beside him. Indeed, we once had a vibranium meteorite fall here, which propelled our technological advancements to unprecedented heights, far surpassing those of the outside world. However, we dare not disclose this to the public. A man bears guilt for possessing something precious. With such extensive resources at our disposal, we would inevitably attract the attention of criminals and even nations worldwide. While we are not fearful, such exposure would breed considerable unrest. Steve, let us speak plainly, without any circumlocution. Are you aware of the dire state our planet is in? We are on the brink of an extraterrestrial invasion. Are you suggesting it is akin to the last battle in New York? Indeed. The invaders this time are the same as those who assaulted New York. It is Loki, the Prince of Asgard. I implore you to join us in this struggle. Should Earth fall, I fear Wakanda too shall face utter devastation. I find the notion of military service unconvincing. Although your nation possesses technology that far surpasses that of other countries on Earth, can you confidently assert that your advancements can rival those of extraterrestrial origin? You shall confront a multitude of warships, and against such adversaries, your chances of success appear bleak. In fact, during the last conflict in New York, I resolved to disclose the nature of our technology, for we are acutely aware of this reality. Merely hiding and concealing ourselves is undoubtedly not a viable long-term strategy. Steve, witnessing their decision to engage, initially thought it a futile endeavor and felt a sense of relief. However, I implore you to assist us. Steve was momentarily taken aback. Their technological team was already formidable, yet what could possibly pose a challenge to them? What is it that you require? I shall assist in any way I can. There exists an individual who seeks to exploit Wakandan technology and the Tesseract to incite a third world war. I hope you can identify him. Skepticism flickered in Steve's eyes. Impossible. In light of Loki's actions, world leaders are currently decrypting their strategies for defense. No one would engage in internal conflict at this juncture. We are well aware of this. Yet this individual may leverage Wakandan technology to escape Earth. Do you believe they would hesitate to ignite a third world war? Steve fell silent, recognizing that, under such circumstances, many might indeed wish to flee the planet, though it would be a challenging feat, however, if such technology exists. Its revelation could incite global upheaval, potentially leading to strife among nations. Thus, the prospect of a third world war becomes a tangible threat rather than a mere hypothesis. Who among us would willingly embrace death? The United Nations comprehends the gravity of the situation. Loki commands the universe's most elite forces and has already conquered a significant portion of it, establishing himself as the undisputed ruler of the galaxy. Given the current technological landscape on Earth, how could they possibly stand against him? It is solely due to their lack of escape routes that they must engage defensively. Otherwise, they would have long since plotted their retreat. Chapter 86. The elite, those in power, would never willingly accept their demise. Captain America, Steve, nodded in agreement with this assertion. Upon my return, I shall inform the other members of the Avengers to investigate this individual, and I will undertake the task of apprehending him. Is there anything else? None. For now, I invite you to appreciate the wonders of Wakanda. At that moment, in Kamartaj, Chen Su found himself in the presence of an individual he could scarcely believe, Dr. Banner, who had merged his intellect with the Hulk in the original storyline. Originally, He intended to seek the time stone from the Ancient One, but due to Qin Su's significant alterations to the narrative, the Ancient One had perished prematurely. Thus, the quest for the stone had led him to Qin Su, the acting sorcerer supreme. How did you arrive here? You are familiar with the theory of the multiverse, are you not? Indeed, it posits that every choice we make sends the trajectory of our world in a different direction, with each decision creating a distinct universe, thereby forming a multiverse. Upon hearing Qin Su's words, Banner nodded in agreement. Yes, in my universe, an unprecedented catastrophe looms. Thanos has successfully gathered all 6 Infinity Stones and, utilizing their immense power, snapped his fingers, annihilating half of all life across the cosmos. Yet, in my realm, your existence is absent. Camartage is solely home to Stephen Strange, who has ascended to the position of Sorcerer Supreme. Qin Su was momentarily taken aback. He could not possibly disclose his identity as a traveler between worlds. Just as you mentioned, the choices made by individuals lead to divergent paths for different worlds, resulting in the existence of a multiverse. It is entirely normal that your universe lacks my presence. Indeed, I had not anticipated that such events had not transpired in your world. It may very well be due to your influence. How fortunate you are. I have come to borrow the time stone. Might I request its temporary use? It is not that I am unwilling to lend it, but our universe does not possess such an item. In our world, Thanos has not succeeded in gathering the 6 Infinity Stones. However, Loki has managed to acquire 5 of them. Utilizing the power of these 5 Infinity Stones, he has defeated Thanos, subdued his army, and successfully invaded much of the universe. Sokka, the Sovereign, and Asgard, among others, top-tier cosmic civilizations, have all been vanquished and their territories seized by him. Banner was utterly astonished. What? Loki possesses such immense potential? It is truly remarkable. I never imagined your world would be devoid of Thanos, yet have Loki in abundance. In my universe, Loki is no longer the being he once was. He has grown exponentially stronger and can now rightfully claim the title of the King of the Galaxy. The Loki from my universe sacrificed himself for the greater good and was ultimately killed by Thanos. It appears I have come to the wrong place. I initially sought to borrow the time stone, as my supply of PIM particles is running low. Could you assist me in acquiring some more? While Qin Su may not be able to aid him in this regard, there is someone who undoubtedly can. Nick Fury is the most suitable candidate for such matters. Qin Su promptly traversed through a spatial portal to Nick Fury, who was currently in his studio, preoccupied with the predicament regarding Loki. Upon the unexpected arrival of Qin Su, Nick Fury was momentarily taken aback. Although he had witnessed countless grand spectacles as the King of Spies, he was still quite astonished. Qin Su, what brings you here? Who is this green fellow beside you? I am Banner, though you may also refer to me as Hulk. We are not the Hulk of your universe. I hail from another realm. Nick Fury's worldview shattered in an instant. What? Are you speaking of the multiverse theory? Indeed. How did you come to know of this? Then I shall not waste further words explaining it. How did you arrive in this universe? What is your current situation? I have merged the power of the Hulk with my own intellect, resulting in my present self. Nick Fury was momentarily stunned, astonished by the amalgamation of perfect wisdom and unparalleled strength, devoid of the previous uncontrollable destructiveness. Our universe faced a cataclysm. Thanos successfully gathered the 6 Infinity Stones and snapped his fingers, eradicating half of all life in the universe, including you. What? I am dead in that universe? Yes. In my universe, you have indeed perished. It was not Loki who ascended as the ruler of the galaxy, had Thanos succeeded in his snap. At this moment, Nick Fury was rendered speechless, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information he had just absorbed, struggling to comprehend the reality of the multiverse and the fact that he had perished in another universe. Wait, what about my universe? I do not know. In my universe, there is no existence of you. Both Dr. Banner and Nick Fury glanced at Qin Su, and Fury's insatiable curiosity compelled him to inquire further. Qin Su, what is your story? Qin Su paid him no mind. You should consider yourselves fortunate. Perhaps it is due to him that Thanos did not manage to collect all 6 Infinity Stones and execute his snap, sparing your universe from annihilation. You are incredibly lucky. In my universe, you would have been dead long ago. Nick Fury fell silent. So why are you here now? Do you require assistance? Or? Yes, I need some PIM particles to traverse time and space once more, hoping to borrow the Infinity Stones from another universe. By doing so, you will undoubtedly create a parallel universe. Yes, that is inevitable, but it is a necessary course of action. If I do not proceed, my universe will be doomed. Very well, follow me. I will take you to obtain them. I hope my actions can aid another universe, perhaps saving half of the lives in yours, as well as the version of me in that universe. I believe you can defeat Loki and save your universe. Nick Fury led him to collect the PIM particles. Qin Su, realizing he had no further role to play, returned to Kamartaj to continue training the sorcerers in preparation for Loki's invasion. Thus, time passed gradually. Stark and the Alliance returned to Earth. Their time of employment had ended, and they were exhausted. They trudged back to Earth, ready to confront Loki's invasion, with the final battleground set to unfold there. Chapter 87. Theft. Meanwhile, Captain America, Steve Rogers, led Bucky, with the invaluable assistance of Natasha's intelligence, swiftly apprehended the individual who had pilfered vibranium. This rogue aimed to exploit Wakanda's advanced technology to escape Earth and incite a third world war. In response, Wakanda pledged its unwavering support to the Avengers in combating Loki's invasion. Additionally, Chen Su discovered that the formidable Red Hulk, possessing the Sidorak gem, had, under Black Widow Natasha's persuasion, consented to join the Avengers. This revelation astonished Chen Su, yet upon reflection, it seemed plausible, for the Red Hulk, too, was of Earth, his home. When one's homeland is threatened, it is only natural to rise in defense. Thor, who had been hastily making his way toward Asgard, finally reached its outskirts, only to be confronted by a multitude of Chitauri warships. The mere thought of his mother potentially falling victim to Loki's treachery filled him with rage. However, upon learning from Hela about the situation in Asgard, he found solace in the knowledge that his mother was imprisoned but unharmed, possibly due to Queen Frigga's influence, which may have prompted Loki to retain a semblance of mercy, allowing the Asgardian forces to surrender without bloodshed. Sif stood anxiously behind Thor, gazing at Asgard, and inquired, "My king, shall we launch an attack now?" "No," Thor replied. "Hela has informed me of the circumstances in Asgard. Loki's power is overwhelmingly formidable. We would stand no chance against him. To charge recklessly would be akin to throwing eggs against a stone. What shall we do then? Are we to remain idle? We must journey to Earth and seek out Shinsu. The final confrontation with Loki will undoubtedly occur there. Joining forces with the Avengers presents our greatest opportunity for victory." As Stark and the Guardians of the Galaxy continued to thwart Loki's forces, Thor had already arrived on Earth and sought out Shinsu. Upon opening his door that morning, Shinsu was taken aback by the disheveled appearance of Thor and his warriors. Nick Fury had arranged accommodations and necessary supplies for them through the American consulate, fully aware of the Asgardians' superior strength, which would undoubtedly bolster Earth's defenses. In the vast cosmos, at the periphery of the galaxy, Loki now commanded the Chitauri's flagship, wielding the Mind Scepter adorned with 5 Infinity Stones. However, following Vision's modifications, it was no longer merely the Mind Scepter. It was now referred to as the Infinity Scepter, which had been augmented with an additional socket, awaiting the final Time Stone to complete its power. With the defeat of the last of the sovereigns, Adam safeguarded the escape of the sovereign people from their home planet. Now, it can be said that the entire universe is unequivocally the domain of Loki, who has rightfully earned the title of the Cosmic King. At this moment, she gazes upon a specific location within the Milky Way, and without conjecture, it is indeed Earth. Now, only Earth remains unyielded to her dominion. A command is issued: launch a full-scale assault on Earth. I intend to demonstrate that I, the so-called weakling, am the true sovereign of the cosmos, the sole, genuine deity. Understood, my king. Meanwhile, a circular spacecraft hovers at a distance from the Milky Way, concealed on the far side of a distant planet, observing Loki's entire fleet and army. Inside, a venerable figure with purple skin and white hair speaks. It appears she is preparing to attack Earth. Indeed, he replies, I never anticipated her growth to this magnitude. I truly underestimated her, believing her to be merely an ordinary prince. I wonder if she can defeat Shinsu. His strength is unparalleled and terrifying. During our last encounter, he did not even deploy his full power. We are no match for him. Thanos smirks. Yes, I still hope Loki can gather all 6 Infinity Stones, so I need not seek them myself. Just dealing with Shinsu is proving to be an immense hassle. Let them fight to the bitter end. We shall reap the benefits afterwards. The two stand on the spacecraft, their laughter echoing with a chilling resonance. Loki, do not disappoint us. On Earth, as humanity's satellites detect countless Ziritan armies and spacecraft converging towards the planet from the outskirts of the solar system, panic ensues globally. The world is engulfed in fear. While some remain oblivious, a number of astronomy enthusiasts capture these phenomena. Their attempts to publicize the occurrences are suppressed by government authorities, who deploy extensive police forces to maintain societal order. The United Nations has communicated with the Avengers, offering all necessary resources, contingent upon their availability: troops, strategic nuclear weapons. What do you require? Whatever we possess, we shall provide. Captain America, representing the Avengers, assumes this daunting responsibility. Everyone is gathered in the Avengers Tower, their expressions grave as they ponder the likelihood of victory in the impending battle. Loki, seasoned by countless wars, has become exceptionally shrewd. She promptly resolves to acquire the Time Stone through the most direct and decisive means. Issue a command for my warships to concentrate their main energy cannons and obliterate this planet. Understood. Upon Loki's command, countless Chitauri spacecraft converged to unleash a terrifying energy, radiating a crimson glow. Master, the energy cannon will be fully charged in 3 minutes. Earth will be obliterated in but 3 moments. At that moment, the inhabitants of Earth gazed skyward, marveling at the myriad of red stars, believing they were witnessing a rare cosmic spectacle. Little did they know, these were far from extraordinary celestial wonders. The Russian forces prepared their energy cannons for the annihilation of Earth. This is bad. Loki never intended to engage us on Earth. He plans to return and unleash his energy projectiles to directly obliterate the planet. Upon hearing Wong's words, the Avengers within their headquarters were left astounded, having just been strategizing ways to draw Loki down. Chapter 88. Capture the thief by first capturing the king. The plan was to seize Loki first. Once captured, the Chitauri army would falter without a leader. Shin-Su chuckled self-deprecatingly, realizing that it was indeed due to his presence. Captain America, Steve Rogers, had also heard from Nick Fury about the news from another universe, where half of the life had perished. If it weren't for your actions, half of existence would have been utterly extinguished. Thor was equally taken aback, astonished by the unexpected and decisive measures. Meanwhile, Nick Fury sought solutions to their dire predicament, stating, "This is not the time for such discussions. We must strategize to combat the imminent destruction of Earth." Shin-Su was already prepared. "Do not worry. I have anticipated Loki's intention to launch the energy projectiles to annihilate Earth, and I have devised a countermeasure. I will create a mirrored space the size of Earth to encapsulate it, evading their energy rays. Wong, you must activate the mirrored space now." "Very well. I shall do so immediately." All within the Avengers' headquarters watched the unfolding events in the sky as Loki's spacecraft completed its charge, unleashing a torrent of energy potent enough to obliterate the planet. The people of Earth initially mistook it for a shower of red meteors. But soon the intensity of the light became alarming. Panic swiftly engulfed the world. Even as nations deployed their forces to suppress the chaos, it proved ineffective. As the energy rays, capable of annihilating Earth, approached, the planet merely swayed momentarily, untouched. A collective sigh of relief escaped the Avengers. Loki, observing the situation, questioned, "What is happening? Why is our attack ineffective? Could it be the sorcerer's doing? I never anticipated he would prepare Earth for such an eventuality." Loki understood that he could only engage them in close combat. However, he remained entirely composed. He had harnessed the power of the Infinity Stones to create numerous knights, each possessing the energy of multiple Infinity Stones. He commanded these knights, each leading an army to assault Earth, with the intent to annihilate every inhabitant. Upon learning Loki's secret, the knights swiftly descended upon Earth. Wong, acting as their signal relay, witnessed this unfolding scenario, noting the countless armies advancing towards the planet. "Shin-Su, we are in grave danger. A multitude of armies is heading for Earth." Wong's declaration reached everyone, prompting Shin-Su to respond. "Did you all hear that? Our battle has commenced. Be aware that each of those created by Loki possesses formidable strength. Exercise caution." The group exchanged anxious glances, and Stark seized the moment to speak again. "Friends, once we overcome this crisis, I shall treat you all to another feast at that barbecue restaurant. No one leaves sober." As the Avengers vacated their headquarters, all residents of New York had been evacuated by the government, rendering the city a battlefield. The knights under Loki did not bring their armies directly. Should they attempt to slaughter humans in other cities, they would inevitably face resistance from other nations' forces. The world was swiftly engulfed in flames of war, and the knights soon arrived in New York, making their way towards the Avengers' headquarters. Hulk confronted one knight single-handedly, while Spider-Man and Stark teamed up against another. Thor also engaged a knight alone. Captain Steve Rogers, Black Panther, and Hawkeye provided support to intercept one knight. Yet despite Steve's remarkable prowess, he remained the pinnacle of human capability. Loki's knights, each empowered by several Infinity Stones, far surpassed human strength. Unbeknownst to them, Shin-Su planned to ambush Loki. Without hesitation, he transported himself and Steven into the cosmos, directly channeling the Phoenix Force. In that moment, he unleashed an overwhelming torrent of energy, augmented by his magic, standing as if a deity amidst the universe. An infinite surge of energy erupted from the Phoenix apparition behind him, obliterating countless Chitauri spacecraft in an instant. They transformed into cosmic fireworks, illuminating the dark expanse of space, even visible from Earth as fleeting glimmers of light. The remaining spacecraft soon detected Shin-Su's presence, redirecting their firepower towards him, each beam carrying terrifying energy, capable of shattering stellar cores. Yet, Shin-Su swiftly conjured an energy shield around himself, deflecting all assaults. Observing this, Steven joined the fray, determinedly destroying the attacking spacecraft. Countless Chiritarians piloted their battle spacecraft, charging towards the two individuals with lethal intent. However, under the cataclysmic power of Chun Tsu's Phoenix Force, these Chiritarians were akin to eggs recklessly striking against stone, courting their own demise. Soon, these Chiritarians, along with their spacecraft, were obliterated in the chaos of destruction. As the debris from the shipwrecks scattered, one primary Chiritarian battleship remained unscathed, its surface shielded by a cerulean barrier that thwarted Chun Tsu's earlier unleashed Phoenix Force. Chun Tsu refrained from a hasty attack, opting instead to await the Earth's Avengers to make a decision regarding the Knights. Yet on Earth, the Knights and the Avengers were embroiled in a fierce confrontation, unable to gain the upper hand over one another. Chun Tsu instructed Stephen to assist them. Stephen, hasten to Earth and aid the Avengers. Ultimately, bring them to me so we can confront Loki. Understood, Master. On Earth, the Avengers were locked in intense combat with the Knights, both sides evenly matched, neither able to prevail over the other. Observing the scene, Stephen chose to assist Thor, who was engaged in a fierce battle against a knight wielding the powers of 3 Infinity Stones. The energy of the Reality Stone transformed the knight's hands into various weapons, and in the blink of an eye, Thor was sent flying by a hammer conjured by the knight. Unyielding, Thor rose to his feet and unleashed an even more potent storm of lightning aimed directly at the knight. In response, the knight utilized the energy of the Space Stone to create a circular energy shield beside him, countering Thor's assault. The two combatants exchanged blows, neither able to best the other. Stephen watched, captivated by the intensity of their duel, pondering if his assistance to Thor would lead to him being struck as well. However, this was not the moment for such concerns. Doctor Strange, Stephen, remained poised to seize an opportunity to help Thor vanquish the knight. The ongoing struggle between Thor and the knight completely obscured their awareness of Stephen lurking nearby, observing their combat. At that moment, Thor gathered an even more formidable surge of lightning, launching it towards the knight. This time, the knight refrained from forming an energy shield for protection, instead conjuring a beam of purple energy to retaliate. Recognizing his chance, Doctor Strange swiftly invoked spells from Kamartaj, eschewing the elemental magic taught by Chun Tsu. Although Doctor Strange was a rare talent in his own right, his magical prowess, imparted directly by Chun Tsu, paled in comparison to the cataclysmic elemental magic that Chun Tsu wielded, yet he excelled in ordinary elemental magic and the spells of Kamartaj. A flurry of sharp magical blades materialized instantaneously, propelled towards the knight at an unimaginable velocity. Thor and the knight were momentarily taken aback by Doctor Strange Stephen's sudden ambush. However, Thor felt a surge of excitement, as it was one of his own. Naturally, he was eager to engage in a contest. Yet he recognized that this was not the opportune moment. The Earth was on the brink of life and death, and the knight had no time to react or defend himself, swiftly being cleaved in two and meeting his demise on the spot. Hey, Thor. Oh, my friend. That move of mine could have dispatched him outright. In response to Thor's bravado, Doctor Strange Stephen internally scoffed, before replying, I know, but this is not the time. We must hasten to assist the other Avengers in dealing with those knights. We need to capture Loki at all costs. Upon hearing Loki's name, Thor's expression shifted to one of seriousness. I will go to aid Dr. Banner. You assist Captain America and the others. Once you've dealt with these knights, join me swiftly. We must regroup with Master Chun Tsu to confront Loki. As soon as Doctor Strange Stephen's words faded, Thor wasted no time and rushed toward the battlefield where Dr. Banner was engaged. Dr. Strange Stephen also made his way to Captain Steve Rogers. At that moment, Captain America Steve and Black Panther were struggling against a knight. However, the disparity in their abilities was too great. Captain America was ultimately limited by his mortal form. With Black Panther and Hawkeye supporting him, he could only manage a stalemate. The knight transformed his right arm into a hammer and struck Captain America fiercely. Though Captain America wielded his vibranium shield for protection, he was still propelled 10 meters away, blood trickling from his lips. A clear indication of internal injury from the force of the blow. Hawkeye swiftly released an arrow, fully aware that the knight's other body parts were exceedingly resilient, rendering his arrows ineffective against them. Thus, he aimed for the eyes, the only vulnerable spot the knight seemed to neglect. Yet, the knight conjured an energy shield just in time to deflect the projectile. Doctor Strange soon arrived at their battleground, having assessed their predicament, and was still intent on launching a surprise attack. However, this time Stephen miscalculated. He had not anticipated that the knight possessed the power of both the Mind Stone and the Soul Stone, easily sensing the presence of someone in the surrounding spatial anomaly. As Captain America Steve charged once more, Black Panther flanked him from behind, and the knight unleashed a spell to conjure several blades. Yet, unexpectedly, the knight used spatial manipulation to vanish, allowing the blades to strike Steve and Black Panther directly. The opportunity to retaliate was lost, but fortunately, Black Panther, clad in vibranium, leapt forward just in time to shield Captain America from the impending assault. The blades, infused with magic, struck directly against the Black Panther. Although these blades were remarkably sharp, capable of cleaving through the bodies of knights, they could not pierce vibranium. As one of the hardest substances in the Marvel Universe, vibranium was not something that mere magic could penetrate. Thus, there was no effect. However, the wielder revealed himself. Doctor Strange, Stephen, no longer concealed himself and emerged from the mirror dimension. The Black Panther, Captain America Steve, and Hawkeye exhaled in relief, initially fearing that the attack was aimed at them, suspecting it to be an ally of the Knight. It turned out to be their own ally. Upon seeing Doctor Strange's arrival, Black Panther and Captain America Steve felt a genuine sense of relief. We must swiftly conclude this battle. My master, Chinsu, has already dealt with the spacecraft of the Chitauri. Only Loki remains. The Knight appeared at the other end, disdainfully remarking, I did not expect you ants to possess such bravado. In the next moment, Black Panther and Captain America Steve charged forward, while Doctor Strange seized the opportunity, ensnaring the Knight with magical chains. Hawkeye, ever prepared, unleashed an arrow that pierced the Knight's head, causing it to explode. Is he dealt with? Shall we head to Chinsu now? No, we must wait for Thor and Dr. Banner. Should we assist them? No need. I have already gone to Thor. We split our forces. I came to aid you, while he went to assist Dr. Banner. With their strength, I believe they will arrive shortly. Once they do, we shall proceed to Chinsu. Meanwhile, the battle on Thor and Banner's side was significantly easier compared to Captain America's. Their combat prowess ranked among the highest within the Avengers, making it more than sufficient for two to confront one. Thor did not ambush like Doctor Strange. Instead, he appeared boldly and unleashed a bolt of lightning that tore through the foe, swiftly concluding the skirmish. Hey, Dr. Banner, we are heading to Steve. They are waiting for us, and we must find Loki. All right, Dr. Banner shouted and leaped toward Captain America's direction, with Thor following closely behind. Soon, they encountered Doctor Strange and the others, who had already resolved their battle. Apologies for the wait, Captain America Steve reassured them. We just finished our skirmish, and you arrived rather swiftly. In Chapter 90, the final battle too, Doctor Strange, Stephen, without indulging in idle pleasantries, swiftly drew circles with his hand, opening a magical portal that revealed the vastness of the cosmos, an immaculate starry sky. Doctor Strange, Stephen, turned to them and inquired, Are you prepared? Through this portal, we shall reach Loki's domain directly. Without hesitation, Doctor Strange stepped inside, followed closely by Thor, and subsequently, Iron Man, Stark, and Banner entered as well. They beheld Chinsu, suspended in the void, who sensed their arrival. Let us ready ourselves. The final battle is imminent. Once we vanquish Loki, this conflict shall conclude. The others, upon hearing this, exhibited expressions of tension and determination, yet there was no trace of retreat or fear. Chinsu led them forth towards Loki's spacecraft, and the remaining Chitauri made little effort to impede their advance, swiftly bringing them into Loki's cosmic vessel. However, Chinsu sensed several formidable foes akin to those knights, and cautioned the Avengers, exercise caution. I can feel she has conjured numerous warriors resembling those knights using the Infinity Stones. Their strength should not be underestimated. Beware of ambushes. As Chinsu guided the Avengers towards Loki's location, a sudden strand of purple energy shot towards them. Reacting swiftly, Chinsu erected a defensive barrier, conjuring an energy shield to protect everyone. When the attack was deflected, Stark extended his hands towards the source of the assault, unleashing twin beams of energy. However, the attack proved futile, leaving only a shadow that vanished. Thor, witnessing this, remarked gravely, If Loki's minions, created from the energy of the Infinity Stones, are already this formidable, how powerful must Loki himself be with all 5 stones at his disposal? Chinsu pondered, uncertain how Loki's strength compared to that of Dormammu, the ruler of the dark dimension. Indeed, Thor is correct. We must remain vigilant. No sooner had Chinsu spoken than a scepter emerged from the void. The improved mind scepter, and lunged towards Thor. In an instant, Thor collapsed, as Loki had intended to use the Mind Stone to manipulate him into conflict with his comrades. However, time was too short, and with Chinsu present, Loki dared not employ it, knowing Chinsu would thwart him. Upon witnessing Thor's injury, the others immediately heightened their vigilance, anxiously scanning their surroundings, yet Loki was nowhere to be seen. Then his arrogant voice echoed, How do you like my little gift? My foolish brother? Thor scoffed, Is this all? You think this triviality could bring me down? You are far too naive. At this moment, Thor, feigning calmness, was acutely aware of the devastation wrought upon his body by the power of the Infinity Stones that Loki had just infused within him. He found himself utterly incapable of continuing to fight Loki. I can no longer accompany you. You must exercise extreme caution. Do not allow Loki's scepter to pierce you, for it harbors the formidable power of the Infinity Stones. As an Asgardian and Odin's son, His physical prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary member of the Asgardian lineage. Yet, after that strike from Loki, he was no longer able to engage in battle. If any of you Earthlings were to be struck by him, it would surely mean death. At that moment, Shinsu was equally astonished, realizing the overwhelming strength of Loki's scepter, which indeed contained the might of all 5 Infinity Stones. Stephen, Shinsu urged, open a portal to transport Thor and Wanda back to Earth. If possible, return to assist me. Dr. Strange, Stephen, nodded affirmatively. Understood, Master. I shall proceed at once. Before departing, Wanda embraced Shinsu tightly and kissed him gently. You must return alive. We will await you on Earth. Afterward, only Shinsu, Stark, Stephen, and Master Mordo remained. Concerned that Shinsu might be insufficiently supported, Mordo also stepped forward to assist. Stark then remarked, I suspect this situation is precisely what Loki desired. He is indeed a formidable adversary. Shinsu acknowledged this with a nod. Mordo then inquired, can we not ascertain his location? Perhaps we could use a portal to transport directly to him. I have already attempted this, Shinsu replied. The internal space has been altered drastically, and all spatial transmissions are currently suppressed. If you were to attempt a portal now, you would have no idea where you might end up. It is highly likely that we could be separated and eliminated one by one. Must we then wait idly? Stark questioned. He lurks in the shadows while we remain exposed. This is hardly an effective strategy. Meanwhile, Loki sat upon his throne, gazing at Shinsu and the others with eyes brimming with unbridled fury, as if he longed to devour them whole. Vision, I will create another opportunity for you. Wait for the right moment to seize that necklace from the sorcerer, Loki commanded the red-skinned figure kneeling before him. Yes, my master, the figure responded. This red-skinned being was, of course, a construct summoned by Loki through the Reality Stone. Once I have gathered all 6 Infinity Stones, I shall ensure his dismemberment. I will ascend as the one true God of the universe, the sovereign of all. I intend to make the cosmos acknowledge that I, Loki, am the sole deity. I believe that day is near, Master. Once we acquire that stone, the entire universe will bow at your feet. The trio advanced slowly. But as they continued on their path, an unsettling realization dawned upon them. The journey was eerily smooth. They encountered no obstacles. Nor were there any soldiers from the city of Chirita, and Loki had not ambushed them, yet his whereabouts remained elusive. Shinsu attempted to probe with his mental prowess, but the moment he reached out, he was met with overwhelming resistance, a force pressing in from all directions, concealing its source. This left Shinsu in a state of disarray, for despite his numerous battles, he had never felt so powerless. Turning to Stark for confirmation, he voiced his concerns. Something feels amiss. Our path has been unnaturally seamless, and it fills me with unease. Yet, Stark and Stephen had vanished without a trace. Chapter 91. The stone is seized what? An ominous intuition struck Shinsu. Loki's plan was never about separating them. His singular objective was the time stone possessed by Dr. Strange. Stephen. Without hesitation, Shinsu unleashed his mental energy capable of transcending the multiverse, augmented by the advanced power of the Phoenix. He pierced through the veil of illusion, revealing Stark's destroyer armor, battered and lifeless on the ground. Dr. Strange, Stephen, was being lifted by a man clad in red, his hand gripping Stephen's throat, the time stone around his neck conspicuously absent. With the enhanced power of the Phoenix, Shinsu shattered the barriers of space and time, materializing before them and sending the red figure sprawling. This figure was none other than Vision, who crashed through several steel plates, yet rose with a dismissive smirk. Aware of his disadvantage against Shinsu, he swiftly retreated, leaving behind a taunt. Shinsu, Lord Loki has gathered all 6 Infinity Stones. The entire universe shall bow before him. Prepare for your demise. Shinsu chose not to pursue him, instead assessing Stark's condition. Dr. Strange, with great effort, managed to utter a few words, revealing that Stark had just been struck by Loki's scepter while trying to protect the Time Stone, leaving him gravely injured and on the brink of death. Shinsu rushed to Stark's side. He had succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet the destroyer armor had absorbed much of the energy from the Infinity Stones, preventing his demise. However, the residual force had inflicted severe wounds upon him, plunging him into a deep slumber with no indication of when he might awaken. Can you still move? You must return Stark to Earth immediately. I will seek out Loki. Very well, but Master, you must not confront him alone. Loki is cunning and treacherous. Wait, what if he employs another trick? I will not falter. I am the embodiment of his inner demon. He has already acquired 6 Infinity Stones and is likely in the process of assembling them. Once I arrive, I shall personally rend him asunder. Very well then, Master, please take care. Shinsu conjured a portal using spatial magic, and Dr. Strange, Stephen, assisted Stark as they entered New York, Earth. A multitude of paramedics awaited their arrival, and as Dr. Strange and Stark materialized, help rushed to their side. Captain America and Hawkeye, upon witnessing the scene, hurried over to assist. Captain America, concerned, inquired about Stark's condition. During the recent confrontation with Loki over the Infinity Stones, Stark was struck by Loki's scepter. Fortunately, the armor of the destroyer absorbed a significant portion of the energy, yet he still sustained grave injuries. Unbeknownst to them, the Time Stone had also been seized by Loki, who has now thoroughly collected all 6 Infinity Stones. The fate of this universe now rests solely in the hands of Master Chinsu. Upon hearing this, Captain America and Hawkeye quickly comprehended the gravity of the situation. However, there was nothing more to be done. Their hopes now relied entirely on Chinsu for the safety of the universe. Hawkeye voiced his unease, asking what would happen if even Chinsu were to fail. Captain America echoed his sentiment, stating that if Chinsu were to falter, Earth would face utter annihilation, and Loki would reign over us, sparing none present. Our doom would be sealed. Yet, Doctor Strange remained resolute in his faith in Chinsu, asserting, "I believe in Master Chinsu. He will undoubtedly vanquish Loki." Wanda approached, her anxiety palpable as she questioned, "Where is Chinsu? Has he not returned?" Alas, only Chinsu remains aboard the spaceship. The final battle is about to commence. And all we can do now is pray. With that, Wanda gazed up at the sky, her expression filled with deep concern. "I trust he will return to me." Meanwhile, within the spaceship, Loki gazed at the eye of Agamotto in his grasp, channeling the energy of the 5 Infinity Stones to obliterate the magical seal upon its surface. In his mind's eye, a green gem materialized, radiating an ancient aura. This was the last Infinity Stone, the Time Stone, symbolizing the essence of time itself. Loki, elated, beheld the gem and proclaimed, "Ha! Ha! Ha! At last, the final stone is mine. Chinsu, your doom is at hand. The entire universe shall bow before me, and I shall ascend as the sole, true God of the cosmos." With no hesitation, he embedded the last Infinity Stone into the prepared socket of his scepter. In the next moment, Loki felt an overwhelming surge of power flowing into him from the Infinity Staff. Indeed, the difference between possessing 6 gems and 5 was beyond comprehension. Loki could now perceive everything in the universe, a mere thought allowing him to alter the very fabric of reality, traverse time, and revisit both the past and future. He wielded dominion over life and death, transcending all existence, capable of effortlessly obliterating everything within the cosmos or, conversely, creating anything he desired. This power was what Loki had long yearned for. At this moment, he was filled with indescribable exhilaration, reveling in the realization that he was the one true deity of the universe. "No, you are not." Chinsu, undeterred, summoned the powers of the Phoenix, obliterating every obstacle in his path, swiftly arriving before Loki. Loki regarded Chinsu with a gaze reminiscent of observing mere insects. "I have gathered all 6 gems. You are but a fragile egg striking a stone. How dare you come here?" Loki could hardly fathom Chinsu's eagerness to meet his demise. Without hesitation, Loki unleashed the might of the Infinity Staff, a dreadful energy surging forth, intent on rewriting reality itself to eradicate Chinsu from existence. A profound sense of peril enveloped Chinsu, prompting him to unleash the full extent of his advanced Phoenix power, forming a protective shield around his body. The attack was successfully repelled, yet he could feel the Phoenix energy within him depleting rapidly. It was astonishing that Loki, with his 6 Infinity Stones, could be so formidable. Even the nearly complete Phoenix power within Chinsu proved insufficient to match him. The overwhelming force of the 6 Infinity Stones was insurmountable. Loki, too, was taken aback, realizing that even an incomplete Phoenix power could withstand his might. Chapter 92, The Confrontation. "I have gathered all 6 Infinity Stones, capable of annihilating the entire universe. Yet it is thwarted by an incomplete Phoenix power." However, Loki could sense that the Phoenix energy within him was dwindling, and he could not hold out much longer. If this stalemate continued, victory would inevitably belong to Loki. With Chinsu erased, he would reign supreme, becoming the true ruler of the cosmos. As the sole deity of the universe, Earth would face utter destruction, and all human avengers would perish. Chinsu was acutely aware of this reality and immediately launched his attack with utmost speed, employing his entire repertoire of elemental magic. Forbidden Spell, Crimson Lotus Explosion. Forbidden Spell, Thunderous Might. Terrifying flames and lightning surged toward Loki. The Infinity Staff in Loki's hand glowed with the brilliance of the blue space stone, conjuring an energy shield to deflect Chinsu's assault. However, it merely halted the overwhelming force, and the spatial shield was shattered. Loki, witnessing this, cursed under his breath. Damned if he wasn't surprisingly formidable. Yet he remained unfazed, promptly invoking the purple power stone, which glowed brightly atop his infinite scepter. A terrifying bolt of energy surged forth, hurtling towards Chinsu, colliding with the surrounding formidable energies. cleaving the entire spacecraft in half. The vessel soon erupted in a fiery explosion, and the two were instantaneously teleported to an unknown planet beyond the solar system. Who could possibly assist you now? Today marks your end. I shall ensure you comprehend the grave price of meddling in my affairs. The price being your life. Chen Su chuckled disdainfully. My life? We shall see if you possess the capability to seize it. With a flourish, Chen Su harnessed his mental energy to manipulate the surrounding meteorites, hurling them towards Loki. Countless meteors cascaded from the heavens, all targeting Loki. The time stone atop Loki's infinite scepter illuminated instantly, freezing time itself. The cosmic meteorites hurtling towards him were suspended mid-air, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. Chen Su found himself momentarily entranced, for the sight was undeniably breathtaking. A myriad of meteors frozen in a celestial tableau, as if captured in a magnificent painting. Yet, it was not the moment for admiration. In the next breath, the Power Stone and Space Stone in Loki's possession gleamed with intensity, unleashing an overwhelming energy that was transmitted directly above Chen Su, descending with catastrophic intent. Fortunately, the Phoenix Force enveloping Chen Su provided protection, cushioning the impact. Immediately after, the Mind Stone and Soul Stone on Loki's scepter ignited, and Chen Su felt his soul and consciousness being forcefully tugged, distorted, and shattered by an enigmatic energy. In response, he unleashed his transcendent mental powers that pierced through the multiverse, shattering the influence of the Soul and Mind Stones, striving to prevent himself from succumbing to disorientation. Chen Su retaliated by conjuring a lightning dragon and a fire dragon, hurtling towards Loki at a terrifying velocity. However, they were devoured by a black hole that emerged before Loki. The Reality Stone, Power Stone, and Time Stone on Loki's scepter glimmered simultaneously, amplifying the two dragons' might exponentially and accelerating their return towards Chen Su. Realizing the horrific energy of the two dragons barreling back at him, Chen Su deftly evaded through a spatial portal. Two colossal mushroom clouds ascended instantaneously, causing the very ground to tremble and the entirety of Mars to shudder. The energy generated by these two dragons equated to the explosive force of thousands of strategic nuclear warheads. Fortunately, it was not on Earth. Otherwise, such a strike would have obliterated the planet. Chen Su could feel the power of the phoenix within him being steadily consumed, and he realized that he could not afford to engage in a protracted battle any longer. He concentrated his energy into his fist and charged directly at Loki, delivering a powerful blow. Loki, witnessing Chen Su's approach, thought to himself, "You wish to engage in close combat? I fear not." He met Chen Su's punch with one of his own, emboldened by the power of the Space Stone, displaying no signs of trepidation. Chen Su swiftly pivoted, seizing the Infinity Staff from Loki's other hand, attempting to wrest it away. In response, Loki unleashed the powers of the Infinity Stones, soul manipulation, and mental modification. Chen Su felt an invasive force infiltrating his mind, compelling him to regard Loki as his master. However, the power of the Phoenix soon transformed into an emotional energy, and combined with his own formidable mental strength capable of penetrating the multiverse, he swiftly repelled this encroaching force. With a decisive swing, Chen Su landed a punch squarely on Loki's chest, while simultaneously exerting force to wrench the Infinity Stones from his grasp. Yet, fortified by all 6 Infinity Stones, Loki's physical prowess had been magnified countless times. Although he had endured some damage that day, the stones rapidly restored him to his former state. In mere moments, Loki's body returned to its prime, and the Space Stone embedded in the Infinity Staff began to glow. He sought to distance himself from Chen Su as the surrounding space fractured. A terrifying energy surged from the Infinity Staff, invading Chen Su's body and wreaking havoc upon him. "Release me," Loki exclaimed, his gaze frenzied as he glared at Chen Su. He realized that, despite having utilized nearly all the power of the 6 stones, victory still eluded him. He understood that this battle was likely beyond his reach. However, surrendering to allow the cosmos to judge him was out of the question. In a moment of madness, a wild thought surged through his mind. He resolved to drag the entire universe down with him, intending to annihilate all life within it, including his own, leaving nothing but void. Observing the madness in Loki's eyes, Chen Su urgently inquired, "What do you intend to do? Do you not wish to understand the power of the 6 Infinity Stones? I shall now reveal it to you," Loki retorted. In the next moment, Chen Su sensed a terrifying energy expanding from the Infinity Staff, a force potent enough to shatter the universe itself. Chapter 93, A Return to the Fray. Chen Su immediately comprehended Loki's intentions and shouted in defiance, "Loki, you are utterly mad. Are you truly intent on annihilating the entire universe? Is Asgard not your home? Is Queen Frigga not your mother? How could you even contemplate their demise?" Loki bellowed in a fit of madness. "No, Asgard has long ceased to be my home, and she is no longer my mother. Let this universe be rendered to oblivion. You shall all accompany me to the grave. Huh, huh, huh. A blinding light erupted from the scepter of infinity, bearing enough energy to obliterate the cosmos. At that moment, people on Earth beheld this radiant glow, mistaking it for the cosmic aurora. The members of the Avengers, including Stark, awakened to the peculiar sight in the sky, sensing impending calamity. Loki's form was engulfed in the white light, reduced to ashes, while Chun-Su was overwhelmed by the immense energy, succumbing to unconsciousness. However, under the protection of the Phoenix Force, he was drawn into a black hole formed by the torn space, narrowly escaping peril. Meanwhile, on the Earth of another universe, a minuscule black hole materialized, and Chun-Su tumbled out. Fortune smiled upon him, as he landed in a parallel universe where Dr. Banner, the master of Pym particles, resided. This universe unfolded in accordance with the original storyline, where Thanos succeeded in gathering all 6 Infinity Stones and snapped his fingers, eradicating half of all life in the universe. Within the Avengers compound, situated not in New York but in the suburbs, Stark gazed at the energy data displayed on the screen, incredulously exclaiming, "How is this possible? Were not the 6 Infinity Stones destroyed by Thanos? How can they still exist?" At that moment, the portly Thor approached, peering at the computer screen. Meanwhile, Dr. Banner, now in possession of the Pym particles, interjected, "What is impossible about this? Do you recall the universe I mentioned? Perhaps this energy gem does not belong to our universe, but rather to another." Having endured so much, Dr. Banner's perspective had expanded significantly. His previous worldview had long since dissipated. In the multiverse, nothing is truly impossible, a realization he had come to understand deeply. Captain America, appearing considerably aged, spoke up. "This is not the time for such discussions. We should investigate further. There may be an Infinity Stone." The group boarded the Quinjet and swiftly soared toward the source of the emitted energy. Upon arrival, they discovered Chun-Su peacefully lying on the ground, instantly recognized by Dr. Banner of this universe. "How could it be him?" Banner exclaimed. "Do you recognize him? Indeed. Do you recall the events I shared about another universe? In our universe, he does not exist. However, in that alternate universe, he does. The events that transpired there are entirely dissimilar to those in our own. In our realm, Thanos amassed all 6 Infinity Stones and, with a mere snap of his fingers, eradicated half of all life. Yet in his universe, Loki had already collected 5 Infinity Stones. And now he appears in our universe, looking quite disheveled. I suspect that his universe is not faring much better." Stark from this universe remarked. "Let us first bring him back. Once he awakens, we can inquire further. Perhaps we might even discover other Infinity Stones." Thus, the unconscious Chun-Su was promptly taken aboard their spacecraft. Time gradually slipped by. A week later, Chun-Su slowly opened his eyes. "You are awake?" he heard. Chun-Su was momentarily taken aback. Had Loki not detonated the 6 Infinity Stones? Was the universe not utterly annihilated? What is this place? Struggling to sit up, he recalled the cataclysmic explosion of the 6 Infinity Stones, an event powerful enough to obliterate everything in that universe. He had survived solely due to the advanced Phoenix Force within him, a strength that had granted him a second chance at life. That universe was on the brink of collapse, yet it had dealt him considerable damage, and recovery would require time. Dr. Banner approached to assist him. "How do you feel? How did you end up here? Were you not in combat with Loki?" "Indeed. But regrettably, we were defeated. Loki annihilated all life in that universe. It is now destroyed. I was knocked unconscious by the energy released from the 6 Infinity Stones. As for how I ended up in your universe, I cannot say." Nearby, the hefty Thor listened, his expression one of disbelief. It was known that Loki had sacrificed his life to save him. Yet now, to hear that in another universe, he had eradicated all life, left him astounded. He could hardly fathom that his brother possessed such potential, a king of the galaxy capable of universal destruction. This was a notion he had never entertained. Yet now it was an undeniable reality. Moreover, this had already transpired in another universe, a truth so hard to accept that he felt compelled to believe it. His brother was undeniably a formidable threat, perhaps even to the entirety of the universe. Fortunately, this universe had not mirrored the trajectory of that one. This also implied that life in their universe had nearly perished, signifying the absence of Infinity Stones. Indeed, we shall need to seek out other parallel universes to borrow Infinity Stones. Thor, the hefty figure, had never anticipated that his brother's potential could be so vast, capable of bringing about the destruction of an entire universe. Indeed, he has vanquished Thanos, subduing his entire army, and subsequently rallied the other civilizations within the universe, effectively conquering nearly all of it. The Avengers in this universe once again sensed the peril posed by Loki, and they were relieved that this version of Loki had not evolved as significantly as his counterpart in another universe. Dr. Banner remarked, "It appears you must join us in the quest for the Infinity Stones. Only then can we save our universe." "Well, I can seek out the time stone from the Ancient One. The rest you may acquire on your own. I merely require the Infinity Gauntlet and the stones after you have utilized them. Agreed. Meanwhile, Chun Su was engaged in a healing process, contemplating whether he might encounter another version of himself in a different universe. Chapter 94. Farewell to the Ancient One if such a version exists. Would there not also be another system? Does this imply that the Marvel Universe truly exists? After pondering for a while and finding no clarity, he decisively abandoned the thought, closing his eyes and continually harnessing the Phoenix Force to mend his body. In truth, he was the sole existence of his kind within the multiverse. He was a traveler, an outsider, truly unique. A month later, Chun Su's injuries had completely healed, and the group commenced their mission. Everyone donned their time travel gear and were instantly transported to New York during the climactic battle, appearing in a secluded corner. I shall seek the time stone. The other stones are yours. Chun Su ascended to the rooftop of the Sanctum Sanctorum, where the Ancient One, as per the original narrative, was engaged in battle. Observing the Ancient One wielding two energy fans, he inquired, "Who are you? I do not believe we have met before. I sense a magical aura within you. Are you a sorcerer from Kamartaj in another universe?" "Indeed, I have come to borrow the time stone. My universe has perished, and all life therein has met its demise. I must return to rescue that timeline. Why should I trust your words? I can sense that you possess the Phoenix Force. With your strength, no one could threaten you." "Yes, I was your disciple in that universe, becoming the new Sorcerer Supreme and wielding the Phoenix Force. Yet I was ultimately defeated by the power contained within the 6 Infinity Stones. The energy released upon their self-destruction obliterated all life in my universe, while I, under the protection of the Phoenix Force, arrived in this realm. My true purpose in seeking you extends beyond merely acquiring the Time Stone. I wish to understand how to breach the temporal barriers. I long to return to my era, to my universe. However, I am utterly at a loss regarding how to proceed." The Ancient One, grasping Chun Su's intentions, promptly handed over the Time Stone, inquiring, "How does one break the temporal barrier?" "This depends on your own insights. Once you have gathered all 6 Infinity Stones and donned the gauntlet, you shall perceive the essence of the universe. If you comprehend how to shatter the barriers between universes, you will be able to return." Chun Su, having realized the knowledge he sought, prepared to depart, but was halted by the Ancient One. "In truth, you could indeed traverse to that specific temporal juncture." Chun Su was taken aback. He had contemplated this before, yet the formidable Thanos, possessing all 6 Infinity Stones, undoubtedly surpassed Loki, who also wielded the stones, leaving him uncertain of his ability to prevail. Therefore, Chun Su had no intention of proceeding. "Are you referring to the moment when Thor struck Thanos with his axe?" "Indeed. However, facing Thanos with all 6 Infinity Stones, I lack the confidence to defeat him and seize the stones. Although I understand that Thor managed to wound him, the Thor of that universe is no less powerful than Thanos with all 6 Infinity Stones. Do you believe he would allow me to take them?" The Ancient One gazed at him with a smile, stating, "That is no concern of mine. It ultimately depends on you." Chun Su was left in confusion, eager to clarify. Yet the Supreme Sorcerer had already vanished through a portal. Observing his disappearance, Chun Su did not linger, as he sought to reunite with the others. However, he found himself alone, with the rest still absent. Recalling the advice given by the Supreme Sorcerer, he resolved to attempt it. Should he succeed, he could obtain the complete Infinity Gauntlet without the need for a lengthy search. While Chun Su contemplated this, Stark returned, his furrowed brow revealing his failure. "I encountered a problem. I did not acquire the Tesseract." As a traveler from another world, Chun Su understood what had transpired. "You must now journey to the era of Captain America to retrieve the Tesseract, while also replenishing your supply of Pym particles." Stark, upon hearing Chun Su's suggestion, acted without hesitation and departed. At that moment, Chun Su made up his mind to venture to that time point. Regardless of success, he was determined to try. Without delay, he activated his time travel equipment and arrived at the site of the confrontation with Thanos. Amidst the dense forests surrounding Wakanda, Chun Su crouched in the underbrush, listening to the distant explosions, knowing he had not erred in his arrival. The surrounding space quivered violently. Chun Su realized he had arrived slightly ahead of schedule. Yet it mattered not, for a brief wait would suffice. A dark impulse surged forth, and Thanos made his grand entrance, as all the Avengers engaged him in battle. Captain Steve Rogers, facing such an adversary, charged forward without hesitation, only to be swiftly knocked unconscious by a single punch from Thanos. Following the other Avengers, Captain America, Steve Rogers, also succumbed to the infectious fervor, charging forth to buy time for Wanda and Vision. However, their efforts proved futile, merely delaying the inevitable. Thanos slowly advanced toward Wanda and her companions. With a swift motion, Wanda unleashed her chaos magic, erecting a barrier against Thanos. Surprised by the sheer intensity of the energy emanating from her, Thanos resorted to wielding the power of all 6 Infinity Stones to counter it. He persisted in his approach, ultimately shattering the Mind Stone in a moment of profound sorrow for Wanda. The explosion sent her reeling as Thanos stepped closer, offering hollow comfort. There is no need for such struggle. I understand you. I comprehend everything. In the next instant, he activated the Time Stone, restoring the obliterated vision, prompting a heart-wrenching wail from Wanda. Thanos swiftly dispatched him, seizing Vision by the throat and forcefully extracting the Mind Stone, affixing it to his Infinity Gauntlet. Witnessing this scene, Chun-Su was nearly compelled to intervene, yet he refrained, reminded that this version of Wanda was not his beloved. For the sake of those unrelated to him, he lacked the inclination to act. Chun-Su recognized that the climax was at hand. Thor wielded his Stormbreaker, which descended from the heavens in a flash. Thanos attempted to repel it with an energy ray from his gauntlet, yet he was unprepared for the axe's might. In a moment of sheer terror, the axe struck him directly. Thor soared before Thanos, seething with rage. I warned you that you would pay for your deeds. In Chapter 95, the battle for the Infinity Gauntlet, Thor pressed his hand against Thanos' head while the other forcefully drove Stormbreaker into him. Thanos smirked coldly. You should have aimed for the head. Hidden in the underbrush, Chun-Su sensed the opportune moment had arrived and stepped into the line of sight of the two adversaries. Indeed, he declared, conjuring 2 magical blades that swiftly severed Thanos' arm, the one adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet. The severed limb fell to the ground as Chun-Su summoned it to him, leaving both Thanos and Thor in stunned disbelief. Though they stood as enemies, their sole focus was the Infinity Gauntlet, and they exclaimed in unison, "Who are you?" "Just an ordinary mage. My objective has been achieved. Enjoy yourselves. Farewell." As both men lunged toward Chun-Su, he donned the Infinity Gauntlet, feeling the Phoenix Force within him absorb the energies radiating from the 6 Infinity Stones, amplifying his power. In that moment, Chun-Su comprehended the sensation of wielding the Infinity Gauntlet, having dominion over all, where the fate of the universe lay within the realm of his thoughts. Chun-Su paid no heed to the exclamations of Thor and Thanos. Instead, he directly utilized the Infinity Gauntlet to open a wormhole, traversing to another universe. To prevent any complications, the Infinity Stones were seamlessly transformed into a bracelet adorning his wrist, with 6 gems meticulously embedded in the circular band. Upon arriving at the designated location, he was met with the sorrowful faces of the Avengers. It was evident that, following the original narrative, Black Widow had sacrificed her life for the Soul Stone. Chun-Su inquired, "How is it? Has the mission been accomplished?" Only Dr. Banner responded with a solemn, "Yes." "Then let us prepare forthwith," he declared, emphasizing the urgency to retrieve those lost 5 years ago. The shorter the time, the better. To mitigate the repercussions of the absence of the Infinity Stones across different timelines. This proclamation jolted the Avengers from their grief over Natasha's loss. Captain America, Steve Rogers, then spoke. "We must first bring back those who vanished 5 years ago. We cannot let Natasha's sacrifice be in vain." The Avengers swiftly made their way to the current Avengers base, where Stark commenced the creation of a new Infinity Gauntlet, as 6 stones, each radiating distinct hues, were gradually embedded into it. The system's voice resonated within Chun-Su's mind. "Congratulations, host. You have arrived at the Avengers base and received a reward, 10% of the Phoenix Force." In the next instant, he found himself in an ethereal void, where a phoenix surged towards him and merged with his being, bestowing upon him renewed strength. At this moment, he felt capable of confronting Loki, who wielded the 6 stones, without allowing him to unleash their destructive potential. Stark produced the Infinity Gauntlet, and the other Avengers gathered around. The gauntlet was ready. Now the pressing question was who would execute the fateful snap. The hefty Thor immediately stepped forward, boldly reaching for it. "I shall do it," he proclaimed. However, the other Avengers swiftly intervened. "No, brother, you cannot. I cannot. I am the mightiest Avenger. Do you not remember what flows through my veins? Lightning. No, it is cheese. Beer and fat. You have deteriorated. These 5 years of indulgent habits and poor diet have severely compromised your physique. You are simply incapable of withstanding it. What if, during the snap, you find yourself yearning for another round of beer? Or perhaps more cheese?" Stark's words were not without merit. 5 years ago, Thor could have easily withstood the repercussions of the snap, fortified by his body capable of enduring stellar heat. 5 years prior marked his zenith, a time when he could confidently be deemed the strongest Avenger, able to withstand even a blow from Thanos, who possessed all 6 Infinity Stones. However, the circumstances have changed. 5 years of decline have rendered him a mere shadow of his former self, with both strength and physical prowess diminished significantly from 5 years prior. Thor fell silent for a moment, then stepped back, conceding his position. At that moment, Dr. Banner approached and declared, "Let me wield the Infinity Gauntlet." Perhaps this is my destiny. I was transformed into the Hulk by gamma radiation, and it is gamma rays that were unleashed by the 6 Infinity Stones. Perhaps this truly is my fate. No one voiced dissent. All acquiesced. Dr. Banner had now merged his original intellect with Hulk's might, making him arguably the strongest Avenger. It was only fitting that he should snap his fingers, and no one opposed this notion. All right, when you snap your fingers, remember not to alter the events of the past 5 years, but rather to bring back those who vanished 5 years ago. In the next moment, all the Avengers readied themselves for defense, activating the protective measures of the Avengers base, while Chen Su manifested an energy shield upon his body. Dr. Banner donned the Infinity Gauntlet, and a torrent of formidable energy surged into him, prompting a pained cry from him. Thor rushed forward, insisting, "Hurry, take it off. Let me do it." But Captain America, Steve, decisively intercepted him. "Wait, Banner, hold on a moment longer." With every ounce of strength he could muster, Dr. Banner ultimately snapped his fingers, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. As reality itself was rewritten, those who had vanished 5 years prior were resurrected in the present. Chen Su had already noticed the absence of Nebula. He instinctively understood her betrayal, and Thanos would soon arrive. The group rushed forward to administer urgent aid to Dr. Banner. Suddenly, the sky was obscured by a colossal spacecraft, unleashing a barrage of projectiles that carpet-bombed the ground below. The force of these munitions equated to the energy of over 100 nuclear bombs, leaving all the Avengers momentarily stunned. Chen Su was prepared. He unleashed the power of the Phoenix, generating a golden magical shield that enveloped the entire Avengers base, successfully deflecting all incoming attacks. His prowess shattered the perceptions of all Avengers within the universe, leaving them profoundly astonished. After all, this was the destructive power of over 100 nuclear bombs, and yet it was all repelled without a trace of damage. The shock was not confined to them alone, but resonated within the spacecraft, even reaching Thanos. "My lord, the depth of their power is unfathomable. We have erred. All our explosives, such immense energy, could not breach their defensive shield." Thanos himself was deeply astonished. Chapter 96, A Salvation for the Universe. The Ebony Maw uttered incredulously, "My lord, we just deployed all our weaponry, yet we could not shatter their shield. I never anticipated such strength existed on this earth." Beside him, Thanos was rendered speechless, utterly astonished. Who could this individual be? In Nebula's recollections, he had never encountered anyone like him. Thanos had roamed the cosmos for many years, yet he had never heard of a powerhouse of Chen Su's caliber, someone so obscure, which undoubtedly left him profoundly astonished. "Master, should we retreat for the time being?" he pondered. Thanos did not respond to Ebony Maw, for he beheld Chen Su standing directly before them. Chen Su had already dashed out of the Avengers base during their conversation, positioning himself right in front of their spacecraft. He unveiled the advanced version of the Phoenix Force, a profound Phoenix apparition materializing behind him, as he appeared godlike in the eyes of everyone present. Stark, with his characteristic audacity, spoke up. "Oh, is he a god?" Chen Su unleashed the Phoenix Force, and Thanos' spacecraft was engulfed in that overwhelming energy, obliterated without a trace, as if it had never existed. Before encountering that sorcerer, I believed he was the strongest. Clearly, I was mistaken. The saying holds true. There are always greater beings beyond our comprehension. Chen Su returned to the Avengers base, where all the Avengers gathered around him, their faces reflecting astonishment. "Chen Su, in your universe, you truly are an Earthling. You can't possibly be deceiving us, can you?" "I am indeed an Earthling. In my universe, Stephen is my disciple. Of course, my Stephen is far stronger than yours." Stark, having just witnessed Chen Su's might, had become an ardent admirer. "You are all too naive. In this universe, many formidable beings exist, some of whom can command life and death itself. Take, for example, the goddess of death. She is one of the 5 primordial deities of the cosmos, the one to whom all departed souls must present themselves." Hawkeye, with his background as an agent, discerned a crucial implication in this statement. "What? If that is true, does it mean Natasha could be resurrected?" "Indeed, you are correct, provided you can locate her." The Avengers were all astounded. Even Thor found himself at a loss for words. He had always believed they were the gods, only to realize how mistaken he was. They had been woefully ignorant. Thor then inquired, "Does this mean my brother Loki could also be revived?" Dr. Banner interjected, "How is that possible? When I donned the Infinity Gauntlet, I had already contemplated this, only to find it utterly unattainable. Yes, the souls of the departed cannot be returned. It is not merely that they lack the ability. Rather, it requires the goddess of death's consent. Without her approval, it is futile. The Infinity Gauntlet is not omnipotent. There are powers in the universe far mightier than it. She exists solely within this universe. However, in other realms, she holds no significance." The implications of Chen Su's words are vast. Nearly all of them are avowed atheists. "Oh, Now someone informs them that this world indeed exists, and it governs the life and death of all in the cosmos, including souls. Hawkeye, filled with impatience, exclaimed, "How can we meet her? Are you jesting? You actually wish to see her? She is a deity. Do you believe she would counsel a mere mortal? Furthermore, you cannot even locate her. In truth, she is omnipresent, residing within the dimensions around us. Yet entering that realm requires certain conditions." Stark interjected, "Is it akin to the transition from two-dimensional space to three-dimensional?" "One could say so," came the reply. "We cannot perceive her, yet she can see everything in our domain, much like animated characters who cannot see us. While we are privy to all their actions, her essence is nearly entirely transparent." Chen Su promptly acknowledged Stark's insight with praise, remarking on his remarkable intellect as the brightest among the Avengers. "So, can you resurrect Natasha?" "Indeed, my Phoenix Force can accomplish that. It embodies the emotional and life force of the multiverse." The Avengers fell into a profound silence. "I've heard of the Phoenix Force," one mused, "but in Asgardian records, it was deemed merely a legend. No one has ever witnessed it, let alone possessed it. As the embodiment of the multiverse's emotion and life, its power is unparalleled, far beyond human control." Hawkeye, unfazed by these revelations, was solely fixated on resurrecting Black Widow, Natasha. "Can you assist me?" "Now, not at this moment. I must first save my own universe. We shall speak of it upon my return." Hawkeye, brimming with impatience, was interrupted by Captain America, Steve. "Since a method of salvation has been established, there is no need for haste. You should prioritize rescuing the life in your universe." Chen Su then donned the stolen Infinity Gauntlet. The other leaders were left in disbelief. "Where did you acquire that Infinity Gauntlet?" "I seized it during the battle between Thor and Thanos. You all should return the borrowed Infinity Stones to avoid further ramifications." As soon as Chen Su finished speaking, he activated the Infinity Gauntlet, opening a wormhole to his universe and vanishing in an instant. Suspended above the Earth, Chen Su sensed that life within this universe was on the brink of extinction. With Earth's life forms nearing obliteration, the cosmos was on the verge of annihilation. With no hesitation, he snapped his fingers, unleashing the boundless power of the Infinity Gauntlet, transforming the very fabric of this universe, restoring everything to its original state. A distant radiance emanated from the gauntlet, and all was reverted, life on Earth reappearing anew. As Chen Su returned to Earth, he was greeted by the Avengers, who, upon seeing him, encircled him with joy. Wanda rushed forward, embracing Chen Su tightly, while the other Avengers wore smiles, aware of his success. Stark exclaimed, "Huh. Chen Su, I knew Loki was no match for you." The other Avengers shared in the mirth. Chapter 97. The Professor's probe. They had successfully thwarted the terrifying cosmic catastrophe. They had triumphed. Yet, Chen Su stood apart, devoid of a smile, for he could not find it within himself to rejoice. Slowly he spoke. "Do you truly believe I have defeated Loki?" Stark replied without hesitation, "Of course. Otherwise, where did the Infinity Gauntlet on your hand come from?" "In truth, as I battled Loki, he detonated 6 Infinity Stones, annihilating the entire universe, plunging all life into oblivion." Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the group. "What I mean to say is that I lost, and all of you perished." Stark inquired, "Then where did that come from?" "I acquired it from another dimension," Chen Su revealed, his words carrying immense weight that left everyone momentarily stunned. Dr. Banner interjected, "Are you suggesting parallel universes?" "Indeed," Chen Su affirmed. "When Loki's stones exploded, I did not perish. Instead, I was swept into another universe by the force of the explosion. That universe faced a similar cataclysm, where someone had gathered the 6 Infinity Stones, not Loki, but Thanos, successfully obliterating half of all life. You must have heard Nick Fury's words," he continued. Stark chimed in. "The multiverse theory. Each choice we make creates a different butterfly effect, leading to the existence of multiple universes. What forms the multiverse?" Chen Su explained. "I traversed time with the Avengers from that universe to borrow the Infinity Stones." Stark comprehended the situation. "It seems you must return these items to prevent the creation of further parallel universes." "Indeed," Chen Su confirmed. "Who would have imagined that despite our efforts, we still lost? Fortunately, there are other universes. Otherwise, our own would have been lost." Chen Su lingered a while longer in this universe, while Stark organized a celebration. With everyone drinking to excess, reveling in their survival from the catastrophe, the atmosphere was filled with genuine excitement and joy, a true celebration of their triumph. Wanda and Chen Su had long departed, not returning to Kamartaj but instead opening a quaint inn, where they engaged in unspeakable activities. After a night of passion, Wanda lay nestled in Chen Su's embrace, exclaiming, "I thought I would never see you again. I can't believe I actually died once." "Fool," he replied. "Even if you were to die, I would resurrect you. I would spare you even in death." With a playful grin, Wanda retorted, You are the ghost here. If I am a ghost, then what are you? They exchanged playful banter before drifting into slumber in each other's arms. During these days, everyone indulged in revelry. Following the restoration of cosmic order, Chen Su contemplated venturing to another universe. Just as he prepared to rise, the system's voice echoed, urging him to promptly reach the Academy of the Universe and complete the assigned tasks to reap the rewards. Chen Su paused, recognizing the timely arrival of the system. He had been deliberating on which universe to explore, but with the system's mission now presented, there was no room for hesitation. Thus, he donned the Infinity Gauntlet and opened a wormhole leading to the adjacent universe, instantly stepping through. Emerging onto a bustling street, he scanned his surroundings, unsure of the Academy's location, and decided to inquire at a nearby bar. Upon entering a lively tavern teeming with a diverse crowd, he overheard disparaging remarks. Damn mutants. How could such hybrids exist in this world? Look, there's someone new. Think he could be a mutant? A Chinese national, a damn yellow-skinned one. Chen Su chose to ignore the ignorant comments, opting instead to order a drink, fully aware that he was not one to provoke, should trouble arise. He would not hesitate to retaliate. After a spell of sipping his drink without acquiring the desired information, impatience began to brew within him. Suddenly, an extraordinarily robust figure entered. Exuding a primal, wolf-like ferocity, Chen Su recognized him as the legendary mutant, Wolverine, Logan. Logan took a seat beside him, ordering a vodka. Seizing the opportunity to gather information, Chen Su inquired, "Have you heard of the Academy?" Logan remained unresponsive, prompting Chen Su to fabricate a tale to elicit a response. "My son seems to have awakened some abilities. He must be a mutant. I wish to avoid involving the authorities. I heard there's a school that shelters mutants, called the Academy. Do you know where it is?" Logan continued to ignore him, and Chen Su, feeling the frustration mount, nearly lost his composure. Chen Su directly harnessed the power of the Phoenix, instantly freezing the surrounding time and employing mental probing on Wolverine, Logan. Through his memories, Chen Su glimpsed into his tragic life. Awakening his abilities as a child, he was deemed a monster by his parents and fled from home. After enduring much hardship, he encountered a lover who ultimately deceived him, leading to her demise and leaving him with amnesia. Although Wolverine had forgotten his past, Chen Su's mental probing allowed him to uncover those memories, prompting him to lament Logan's unfortunate existence. Swiftly, Chen Su restored everything to its original state, leaving the surrounding individuals, including Logan, utterly unaware. The disparity in their mental strengths was overwhelmingly vast. To Chen Su's astonishment, Wolverine truly did not know the whereabouts of the Academy, and it dawned on him that the professor had yet to seek him out. Feeling a profound sense of helplessness, he refrained from further inquiry and was preparing to depart when he suddenly sensed a powerful mental force probing the area, attempting to invade his mind. The difference in mental prowess between them was akin to a mere wisp buffeting a mighty tree. Chen Su recognized the identity of this mental force and forcefully repelled it. Rather than leaving, he chose to remain and wait, knowing that someone would soon come to find him. Meanwhile, within a room of an academy, a bald man sat in a wheelchair, urgently instructing, "Quickly, go to a bar and bring back a formidable individual. Remember, you must show utmost respect. There must be no hint of negligence." Beside him, Storm and Jean were taken aback, having never witnessed such disarray in the professor, whose eyes betrayed a hint of fear. Chapter 98. Arrival at the Academy. Storm, Jean, and Cyclops swiftly arrived outside the bar where Chen Su was. Storm inquired of Jean, "Is this the place?" "Yes," before leaving. "The professor communicated the address to me through mental transmission. Do you think he is truly that powerful? It's astonishing that he could induce such panic in the professor." Jean responded, "If the professor says so, it must be true. We must approach with reverence. We cannot afford to provoke this formidable presence. Indeed, let us enter now." Inside the bar, as Chen Su enjoyed his drink, he soon sensed the distinct energies emanating from the three individuals outside. He could easily deduce their identities. They entered the bar, and Jean's extraordinary beauty attracted considerable attention. "Jean, there are so many people here. Which one is he? Are we to inquire with each person?" "I shall search with my mental power," Jean declared, proceeding to scan the area with her psychic abilities. Upon noticing Chen Su, she initially intended to delve into his mind, only to discover her inability to penetrate his mental defenses. Externally, he appeared enveloped by an impenetrable barrier, exuding an aura of indestructibility, thus confirming her belief that Chen Su was indeed the formidable individual the professor had mentioned. "Have we found him?" "Indeed, he is the one. Let us approach and ascertain the truth." Laser Eye and Sheen gradually made their way to Chen Su's rear, who became aware of their presence. "Good day, sir," Chen Su remarked with a playful glint in his eyes. "What brings you here?" "We wish to extend an invitation for you to visit our academy," they replied. "Invite me to your academy?" Are you not apprehensive that I might be a nefarious individual? Just moments ago, someone attempted to invade my mind, only to be repelled with ease. His words left them visibly embarrassed. The professor means no harm. It was unintentional. Storm swiftly interjected, but was halted by Qin. Sir, once we arrive, we will clarify everything, I assure you, she said. Captivated by Qin's stunning beauty and motivated by his own desire to visit the academy, Chinsu acquiesced. Very well, let us proceed. With that, he joined them aboard their spacecraft. Unexpectedly, Wolverine was also taken along, suggesting that the professor had initially sought him, but serendipitously stumbled upon Chinsu instead. Once aboard the aircraft, Chinsu marveled at its advanced technology, befitting of mutants, and it was no surprise that such a futuristic vessel had been devised. The speed was astonishing. To evade detection by the human populace, the ship activated its cloaking mechanism, and they swiftly arrived at the academy. The professor and his entourage awaited their arrival, and as Chinsu disembarked alongside Qin and the others, the professor approached him amidst the astonished gazes of the students, exhibiting profound respect and politely apologizing for his earlier actions. This display left the surrounding students utterly astounded. How could the professor show such deference to a mere youth? His apology even sparked feelings of discontent among some students, who speculated that he possessed some extraordinary mutant ability, thereby embarrassing the professor. A silver-haired beauty stepped forward, her tone laced with indignation and dissatisfaction as she addressed Chinsu. Are you also a mutant? What powers do you possess that would compel you to challenge the professor? What have you done to him? Chinsu, taken aback by the silver-haired woman's accusations, responded with confusion. What are you talking about? Your professor just attempted to invade my mind with psychic force. It was merely an unsuccessful intrusion. His revelation sent shockwaves through the surrounding students, including Storm and the others. The professor's mutant ability lies in his exceptionally powerful intellect, rendering his mental prowess formidable to the extent that even the military regards him as a strategic asset. This underscores the magnitude of his mental strength. Yet, now Chinsu claims that the professor's attempt to invade his mind has failed, leaving them in disbelief. However, the evidence is irrefutable, compelling them to accept the reality before them. As their confusion deepens, they turn to question the professor, who unexpectedly stuns them by apologizing directly to Chinsu. Esteemed sir, I sincerely apologize for my reckless behavior and hope for your forgiveness. Chinsu, not one to harbor petty grievances, readily absolves him. Let it go. It is not a significant matter. The professor, feeling a wave of relief and joy, had not anticipated that this formidable being would be so accommodating and magnanimous. Refraining from taking advantage of the situation, with a sigh of relief, the professor inquires, May I ask how to address you? Chinsu, he replies. I have long heard of your esteemed institution. Might you accommodate me with a room? I wish to stay for a couple of days. The professor is elated at the prospect of fostering a connection with such a powerful ally, recognizing the potential benefits for the mutant community in times of trouble. Qin promptly leads Chinsu to a room, and as they walk, she stutters, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Chinsu, noticing her discomfort, speaks up. It seems you have something on your mind. Startled, Qin responds, Mr. Chun, I wish to apologize for my previous behavior at the bar. It was a trivial matter. He reassures her, bringing her joy. Really? She exclaims, and Chinsu, amused, nods in affirmation. Do you have further questions? He asks. Qin, taken aback, replies, Indeed. I sense a profound familiarity with you. Not only a sense of closeness, but also an inclination to submit. Chinsu is momentarily stunned, recalling that in the original universe, Qin possessed a fragment of Phoenix power, a trait he too shares. However, his own Phoenix power is exponentially more potent than hers, stemming from the same source, yet diverging in essence. Chinsu also perceives a resonance with the Phoenix power within Qin, realizing he can exert control over it. This matter is complex, and I cannot provide answers at this moment. In due time, I shall explain. Very well, she replies, let me first show you to your room, and then we shall tour the academy. Chapter 99. Complete control. Qin guides Chinsu through a swift tour of his room, which is undeniably well appointed, reflecting the professor's thoughtful consideration. Whether it is the serene geographical location or the exquisite interior decor, it left Qin in a state of puzzlement. She promptly produced a mobile phone and a set of keys to the room, tossing them directly to Chinsu. Here are the keys to this room. And this mobile phone is for you as well. Feel free to explore the school. I have other matters to attend to. If you need anything, just give me a call. All right, Chinsu replied. Qin hurriedly exited, and at that moment, the system's voice resonated. Congratulations, host. On successfully arriving at the academy and completing the check-in task, you have gained 5 points of Phoenix power and the Infinity Gauntlet, along with all its applications. In the next moment, Chinsu witnessed a similar scene. A phoenix charged towards him, merging with his being, and his body's energy surged to unprecedented levels. The various applications of the Infinity Stones also flooded his mind, and he felt the Infinity Gauntlet firmly within his control, as if it were an extension of his own hands. Just as Qin was stepping outside, she suddenly sensed a shift in the energy within her body, moving in the direction of Chun Su's room. She turned back, casting a deep glance towards Chun Su, but soon settled down, choosing not to dwell on it further. At that moment, Chun Su had fully grasped the power of the Infinity Gauntlet, complemented by his innate phoenix power. Just how formidable was his strength at this instant? Even he could not fathom it, as he looked at the Infinity Gauntlet in his hands with a faint smile. Presently, within the universe of the Avengers, Infinity War storyline, Chun Su's unexpected arrival and the seizing of the Infinity Gauntlet altered the fate that had seen Thanos snap his fingers, annihilating half of all life. Thanos, having lost one hand, was still in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend the events unfolding before him, clearly unprepared for such an occurrence. Upon donning the Infinity Stones, he foresaw various potential futures, all culminating in his successful snap, eradicating half of the universe's life. The cosmic balance he sought to achieve was realized, allowing him to retire to the tranquil garden he had envisioned, where he could quietly observe the universe, albeit bearing the weight of its scorn. Yet, all of this had changed. Everything had become shrouded in mystery and chaos. Chun Su's emergence was unforeseen. He had not glimpsed him in any future vision, nor anticipated that he would seize the Infinity Stones. This reality left him in disbelief. The notion that someone could transcend time, unbound by the constraints of this universe, was beyond his comprehension. All the Avengers converged, equally bewildered, uncertain of what had transpired, as the Infinity Stones had been taken. Although they had lost the Infinity Stones, they had indirectly averted the annihilation of half of all life in the universe and safeguarded Earth, thus achieving a semblance of victory. However, Thanos ultimately faced defeat. As he lay on the ground, surrounded by the approaching Avengers, he coughed up blood and succumbed to unconsciousness. Thor, observing the fallen Titan, paid him no heed. Yet, the identity of the one who sought to seize the Infinity Gauntlet lingered in his mind. If this individual harbored ulterior motives or was of malevolent intent, the universe would once again teeter on the brink of calamity. In this vast cosmos, Chun Su had completed the designated tasks assigned by the system, and life returned to its tranquil rhythm. In moments of leisure, he frequented the library to indulge in literature and delve into the study of magic. Alternatively, he sought to comprehend the advancements of this world, leading a life of serene leisure, quiet yet profoundly satisfying. As other mutants observed Chun Su, they eagerly approached him in a bid for friendship. Mischievous little rascal, the future Iceman, and the formidable Colossus gathered together, discussing the enigmatic figure of Chun Su. Do you think he truly possesses such formidable prowess? One queried. I cannot say for certain, but the fact that even the professor cannot penetrate his mind suggests his abilities should not be underestimated. Amidst this discourse, the professor hurriedly wheeled himself toward them, urgency evident in his demeanor. Has anyone seen Chun Su? I urgently need to speak with him regarding a critical matter. Little rascal chimed in. I just saw him heading toward the library, Professor. You should find him there. Yet, the professor paid him no further mind and swiftly continued on his way. Chun Su, are you there? The voice of the professor echoed as Chun Su, engrossed in his reading, felt a momentary perplexity before recalling the narrative of the original tale, realizing the professor's purpose for seeking him. Yes, Professor, how may I assist you? Magneto has recently transformed someone into a mutant, and this has drawn the attention of the American consulate. They have come to me, demanding that I intervene, lest they declare war upon us. Chun Su felt exasperated, having assumed that a new universe would yield different behaviors from the consulate, yet it remained unchanged. I implore you to assist us in thwarting him, to aid the mutants, the professor earnestly requested. Chun Su, moved by the professor's earnestness, recognized his own capacity to effect change. You need not my assistance. You are capable of stopping him on your own. The professor was taken aback by Chun Su's assertion. What do you mean he will not succeed? How can you be so certain? Chun Su replied, I have glimpsed the tapestry of time and seen the future unfold. You will succeed in halting him. Magneto's plans will ultimately fail. The professor was rendered speechless, struggling to digest Chun Su's proclamation. He was acutely aware of Chun Su's immense power, even contemplating that he might effortlessly obliterate the Earth. Yet, he had never fathomed the possibility of witnessing the future. At this moment, Chun Su was enveloped in skepticism and could not help but inquire further. Chun Su, what do you mean by that? You foresee his failure. Chun Su could never reveal his identity as a traveler. Where do you think I hail from? What is my origin? Professor Vilnon stated. I have pondered the possibility that you may be from another planet. Your strength seems too formidable to be of this Earth. Chun Su merely smiled faintly at the professor's words, responding, If I claim to be from Earth, would you believe me? I am a genuine inhabitant of this planet. A Chinese expatriate. The professor's disbelief was evident, his skeptical expression clearly inscribed upon his face. In Chapter 100, The Enemy Attack, Chen Su observed the professor's incredulous demeanor and refrained from further elaboration, recognizing that such discourse would bear no fruit at this juncture. Should he declare himself a denizen of another universe who had thwarted a cataclysmic event, the professor's incredulity would only deepen. Engaging in conversation with someone who does not trust your words is futile. It is better to wait until the professor is ready to accept the truth. As a traveler, Chen Su was already aware of Magneto's impending failure and chose not to dwell on it, as he harbored a fondness for Magneto. Prior to his traversal, one of his favorite characters in the films he had watched was indeed Magneto. His empathy for his fellow mutants surpassed even that of the professor. Although the professor had repeatedly altered the fate of mutants facing extinction, he believed that humanity would eventually recognize the benevolence of mutants, allowing for peaceful coexistence. Yet, he overlooked a critical point. The very superpowers of mutants posed an undeniable threat, one that humanity could not simply ignore. Coexistence was an unattainable ideal, leading ultimately to the quiet eradication of mutants. As Chen Su watched the professor exit the library, he chose not to utter another word. Days passed, and the news on television remained stagnant, tranquil, and harmonious. However, for someone like Chen Su, who had weathered many storms, all of this felt deceptive, akin to the ocean's calm surface concealing turbulent depths. The tranquility preceding a storm is often profound. According to the original plot, Magneto's transformation plan was to be realized through the mutant known as Quicksilver. Yet now, due to Chen Su's intervention, a butterfly effect had been set in motion, preventing his capture and thwarting Magneto's scheme. However, an alternative conspiracy against mutants had already begun to unfold. Breaking news interrupted the broadcast. The President of the United States had been assassinated by mutants. Upon witnessing this, Chen Su instinctively recognized it as a fabrication, a maneuver orchestrated by shadowy forces lurking in the background. These were the typical tactics of American politicians. Before engaging in any nefarious deeds, one ought to seek justification. Yet the professor seemed oblivious to this, even extending an invitation to Chen Su to join the upcoming conference. In an audacious display, Chen Su openly berated him, exclaiming "Fool." The professor could only respond with an awkward smile, perplexed by the outburst. However, Jean, seated beside the professor, could no longer contain her indignation and retorted angrily, "Why do you insult us as fools? You are the real fool." The professor quickly reprimanded Jean for her directness. Yet he understood that Chen Su had formed the closest bond with her during his recent days at the academy, hence she posed no real threat. "Why do you not believe that I called you fools? Do you genuinely think this is the doing of Magneto? Consider who truly stands to gain from this entire affair." Chen Su's words pierced the air, awakening a sense of realization within everyone present. The anger that Jean felt from Chen Su's earlier insult dissipated swiftly, replaced by curiosity as she implored, "Do you know something we do not? Can you share it with us? Did I not already mention? One must always consider who benefits from any action. If Magneto is involved, do you think this situation is detrimental or advantageous for mutants? Are you implying that there are others with malevolent intentions towards mutants?" The professor, among the most astute of mutants, swiftly grasped Chen Su's implication and decided to depart, employing a cerebral wave device to seek out the location of the mutant in question. Meanwhile, the students within the academy, upon viewing news reports, found themselves engulfed in chaos. Utilizing the professor's cerebral waves, they quickly identified the mutant's whereabouts. The professor instructed Storm, Jean, and Cyclops to retrieve him and bring him back to the academy. With the precise location provided by the professor, the trio soon located the mutant and escorted him back. However, as they discovered him, Jean quickly noted something amiss. It appeared that he had undergone a form of cerebral experimentation that had rendered him controlled. As the three of them returned aboard their spacecraft, they were met with a shocking sight. The academy had been breached. Buildings lay in ruins, and the ground was pockmarked from artillery bombardments, rendering it a desolate landscape. A sense of urgency gripped the trio as they were left bewildered, questioning, who could have done this? Emerging from the shadows, Chen Su addressed them, stating, "The academy was just attacked, but I intervened, and there were no casualties, so there is no need for concern." The occupants of the spacecraft, having seen Chen Su, immediately felt a wave of reassurance wash over them. In the next moment, dozens of combat helicopters and hundreds of armored vehicles swiftly surrounded the academy. A middle-aged man descended from the helicopter, and Chen Su had a rough idea of who he was: William Stryker, the relentless hunter of mutants and the architect of Wolverine Logan's tragic life. "You would do well to raise your hands and surrender, particularly you, Storm. It would be prudent for you not to alter the weather, and as for you, Jean, refrain from attempting to manipulate my mind." Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the safety of the professor. Can you swiftly subdue him and compel his forces to withdraw? Did you not hear his words? He is aware of my telepathic abilities and has undoubtedly prepared countermeasures. If we provoke him, what will happen to the students? The professor is also in his clutches. Jean turned her gaze towards Chin-Su, seeking his assistance, and he understood her silent plea. With remarkable generosity, he acted. It's not as complicated as you think. In the next moment, Chin-Su harnessed his spatial abilities, instantly closing the distance between himself and William Stryker, seizing him by the throat and drawing him closer. William Stryker appeared bewildered, caught off guard by the suddenness of the encounter. Though he had encountered mutants with spatial powers before, he had never witnessed such an expedient and silent execution of that ability. The leader was utterly astonished, unable to fathom what had just transpired. Seeing Chin-Su's remarkable capabilities, Stryker assumed he was a new type of mutant, emboldened by the leverage he possessed. Yet, he exclaimed, "You monster! I advise you not to act recklessly, otherwise, I cannot assure the safety of those students. As for your professor, he is currently imprisoned by me, where he is held. Should you choose to act against me, you will never discover that secret." Chin-Su merely smiled faintly at Stryker's threats. As a time traveler, he understood the nature of William Stryker, an exceedingly paranoid, deranged individual who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, far more terrifying than many villains. "My name is Chin-Su. I am a mage, not a mutant." Upon hearing this, Stryker was taken aback. A mere human possessed such power? From whence did this ability originate? Although Stryker refrained from asking these questions, he could not rule out the possibility of Chin-Su's collusion with mutants. He was in no position to assist him. With his current prowess, he could easily eliminate him. "Since you are not a mutant, why do you align yourself with them? You should release me and assist me in dealing with him. Do not speak to me in such a manner. Your rhetoric holds no sway over me. I am well aware of the kind of person you are. Why should I assist you in confronting them? I harbor no grievances against them. Why should I aid you in your vendetta? Should I mimic our relationship? As a human being, you disgrace yourself by associating with such scoundrels. Truly, it is a disgrace to humanity. If I am indeed a disgrace, then perhaps you overestimate your own worth. A person as obstinate as you makes me prefer conversing with canines rather than engaging with you further. Your presence is nauseating and disrupts my day as tranquility." William Stryker felt a surge of indignation at Chin-Su's words, yet he found himself entirely powerless. For he was no match for Chin-Su. Chin-Su promptly handed him over to Storm and her companions, instructing them to interrogate William Stryker regarding the professor's whereabouts. Initially, they approached the matter with calm inquiry, but William Stryker's obstinacy rendered him mute. Angered, Storm considered employing lightning to coerce him, but was swiftly halted by Jean. For such an act could provoke the American consulate and result in dire consequences for mutants. Jean resorted to her telepathic abilities, attempting to invade his mind to ascertain the professor's location. However, she was unprepared for the revelation that William Stryker had fortified his mind with a mental barrier, rendering her efforts futile. This predicament left them in a passive position, unable to contend with him, ultimately compelling them to seek Chin-Su's assistance. Chin-Su, having acquainted himself with William Stryker's situation, instructed them to exit while he entered alone. Observing Chin-Su, William Stryker questioned, "Are you unable to extract any information? Are you resorting to murder? Even in death, I would not divulge anything, so abandon that thought." Chin-Su merely smiled, assuring him that he possessed myriad methods to elicit the truth. He could harness the Phoenix Force, an embodiment of multiversal emotion and a nexus of consciousness. Its dominion over the mind is unparalleled. Unless one is deceased, any sentient being is susceptible to its control. Alternatively, he could utilize the Infinity Gauntlet and the Mind Stone to compel him to reveal the truth. Channeling the Phoenix Force, Chin-Su commanded, "William Stryker, divulge all that you know, leave nothing unspoken." As William Stryker prepared to mock him, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. He found himself divulging everything. "The professor is confined in a secret base beneath Lake Licca, where I have employed a device to amplify brainwave signals." William Stryker was utterly astonished and directly confronted Chin-Su, demanding to know what he had done to compel him to divulge everything. Stryker revealed not only the professor's location, but also all his plans and the methods he employed to threaten the professor. Despite his efforts to maintain control, Stryker found himself utterly powerless. Subsequently, he recounted his tragic experiences as a doctor, shedding light on the profound hatred he bore for mutants in the original storyline. Previously, it was assumed that his madness stemmed solely from the abilities of mutants, but in the reality of his life, he had endured harrowing experiences. His son, a mutant with mental control powers, tormented him and his wife, ultimately driving her to suicide. From that moment on, Stryker harbored an immense loathing for mutants, making the eradication of their kind his singular motivation for survival. Chin-Su reflected on this, acknowledging that no one turns malevolent without reason. Often, it is merely the injustice of fate. The Storm and Jean, who had initially despised Stryker, found themselves feeling a twinge of sympathy upon hearing his story. After a moment of silence, Chin-Su spoke, suggesting that perhaps he could resurrect Stryker's wife in the future. Stryker was taken aback by this assertion. The notion of bringing someone back from the dead seemed to belong only to the divine. The mere suggestion that Chin-Su might possess such power was astonishing, as it transcended the boundaries of life and death. Stryker exclaimed in disbelief, "Really? If you can truly resurrect my wife, I would do anything." Yet Chin-Su replied, "Not yet." In truth, Stryker was somewhat skeptical of Chin-Su's claim. Initially, he considered Chin-Su to be a mutant with formidable spatial abilities. However, upon learning that he was not a mutant yet wielded such extraordinary power, Stryker recognized that Chin-Su must possess some exceptional qualities. Perhaps it was indeed possible for Chin-Su to resurrect his wife, and the prospect of miracles from such a mysterious individual filled Stryker with hope. Chapter 102. A miracle. After Stryker had divulged everything, Chin-Su decided it was time to leave and return to the library to continue his reading. As he opened the door, he inadvertently collided with Storm and Jean, who had been eavesdropping. They quickly stepped back, their faces flushed with embarrassment as they apologized. "I'm sorry, Chin-Su." Chin-Su regarded the two with a resigned expression, asking, "You both heard everything Stryker just said, didn't you? Well, what should we do next? I'll leave it to you. I won't concern myself with it any longer." "Professor, there isn't any immediate threat. You can first ensure the safety of the students within the academy before attempting to rescue him." Storm and Gretchen both nodded in agreement, and Chin-Su turned to leave for the library. The two of them also proceeded to attend to the students. Gretchen quietly approached the library, inching closer to Chin-Su, who was engrossed in his reading. However, he had already sensed her presence. "Silly girl, what are you trying to do?" Chin-Su felt Gretchen making faces to frighten him, and he swiftly turned around, inadvertently startling her instead. "Ah, Chin-Su, you knew I was here all along. Despite my using my mental powers to enter silently, you still managed to detect me. How's the situation in the academy?" "Well, it's nearly resolved. Storm is currently directing some superpowered mutants to make repairs and prepare for the professor's matters. It seems you have quite a bit of leisure time to come and tease me." Gretchen flashed a smile at Chin-Su. "No, I wanted to ask how you accomplished that." "What do you mean by that?" "I mean with William Strick. I attempted mental manipulation as well, but he has a mental shielding device implanted in his brain, rendering my psychic control ineffective. I couldn't do anything to him, yet you managed to make him reveal everything. You must have employed some form of psychological control." At that moment, Chin-Su understood what Gretchen was trying to inquire. "Are you asking how I did it? Whether there's a method of mental control you wish to learn about?" Gretchen was taken aback. "Wow, I hadn't even spoken it aloud. How did you know? You wouldn't have used mental control on me, would you?" Her expression shifted from shock to a blend of shyness and indignation. "You pervert! How dare you invade my privacy?" Chin-Su was left utterly bewildered. This wasn't he how the original narrative portrayed her. Wasn't she supposed to be a poised beauty? How had she transformed into such a Na'vi character? What on earth are you thinking? Although he had a mental shielding device installed, it couldn't possibly withstand all forms of psychic control. That's because your mental strength is still too feeble. You simply cannot overcome the interference of his mental shielding device. If your psychic power were sufficiently robust, you would naturally be able to dominate his spirit and compel him to divulge everything. Not only to make him speak the truth, but I could effortlessly destroy a planet right now. Do you believe me?" Gretchen looked utterly unconvinced, regarding him as boastful. "Even if your mental power is somewhat stronger, do you really think I would believe that you could easily obliterate a planet?" Chin-Su was becoming increasingly impatient with this foolish girl. "Very well. Today, I shall broaden your horizons. Do you understand the phrase, 'There are always greater beings beyond us'?" "All right, let me see," Gretchen replied, her eyes wide and unblinking as she fixated on him. Chin-Su recognized that she was eager to witness his embarrassment. With a casual gesture, he raised his hand adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet, and before Gretchen's astonished gaze, a miniature version of Earth materialized. With a bewildered expression, Gretchen inquired, "What is this?" "It is Earth," Chin-Su declared. "Although this resembles a shrunken Earth, it cannot possibly be the real one. Did you not claim you could effortlessly annihilate a planet? How will you do that now?" With a serene smile, Chin-Su replied, "In truth, I could easily crush this miniature Earth. If I were to do so, the real Earth would meet its demise, and you would perish alongside it." Gretchen laughed at Chin-Su's assertion. "Do you honestly expect me to believe that? While I am unsure how you conjured this small Earth, you assert that crushing it would lead to the destruction of our actual planet. That implies this tiny sphere is equivalent to the Earth we inhabit." Chin-Su, observing Gretchen's mocking demeanor, remained unperturbed. He slowly brought his palm together, encasing the miniature Earth without fracturing it. He understood that if he shattered this small globe, the Earth in this universe would also be destroyed. As Chen Su gently closed his hand, the inhabitants of the real Earth became aware of an enormous creature seemingly engulfing their planet. The national consulate swiftly took notice, and satellites beyond Earth reported that this entity was not a monstrous being, but rather an unimaginably vast hand, far larger than Earth itself, capable of easily enveloping and potentially crushing it. Numerous astronomy enthusiasts, observing through telescopes, noted this phenomenon. Despite the national consulate's efforts to suppress the news, it leaked, plunging the entire planet into panic. People began to flee in all directions. In Shenzhen, some sought refuge underground. What is that? The president's assistant was urgently reporting to him. It is an immense hand, resembling that of an unknown creature. The president, upon hearing this, exclaimed, "What? A hand of some kind?" "Yes. Satellite observations indicate it resembles a human hand. What you are telling me is that the entity capable of effortlessly crushing the Earth is merely a hand." The president, incensed, struck the assistant across the face. In the present era, the world is engulfed in chaos, with humanity convinced that the apocalypse is upon us. Crime has surged dramatically, accompanied by various acts of terrorism, as people frantically scavenge for food. The turmoil has escalated to a point where global law enforcement and military forces struggle to maintain order. Some fervent believers perceive this turmoil as divine retribution for humanity's transgressions against nature and their innumerable sins. They gather in temples to repent, while others, in a desperate bid for atonement, resort to taking their own lives. Chapter 103. Shock. However, this immense hand soon vanished into thin air. Why did it disappear? The answer lies in the actions of Chen Su. At that moment, he was in the academy library, releasing his grip. The Earth, once shrouded in darkness, swiftly regained its light. Gretchen stared at Chen Su in disbelief. Mere moments ago, she had felt the world succumb to an endless void, as if the very sun had been obscured and the planet was on the brink of destruction. As the darkness that had enveloped the sun dissipated, revealing the vast sky, humanity erupted into celebration, believing that God had bestowed forgiveness upon them and that peace had been restored. Nonetheless, this event left an indelible mark on society. The mutants within the academy witnessed this extraordinary scene, bewildered and uncertain of what had transpired. Gretchen, instead of mocking Chen Su, was rendered speechless, her eyes wide with astonishment. Fixated on him, deep within her, a torrent of questions surged. How could this be possible? How did he achieve this? Was he truly the deity of legend? As Chen Su observed Gretchen's astonishment, he reveled in the desired effect. "So do you believe now?" he inquired, lost in her state of shock. Gretchen remained oblivious to his words and did not respond. "How on earth did you accomplish this? Is this miniature Earth truly our own? Why not use your mental energy to explore?" Chen Su suggested. Upon hearing this, Gretchen extended her psychic abilities, only to discover an abundance of life on this shrunken Earth, mirroring their own reality. Yet, disbelief clouded her mind until she focused on a specific location, the academy she had mentioned. The revelation that Pax Academy genuinely existed, with scenes identical to her present surroundings, shattered her worldview. Overwhelmed by fear, she withdrew her mental energy, replaced by an all-consuming dread. She had nearly caused the annihilation of Earth, an act that linked her fate to its existence. The thought of having almost extinguished all life on the planet brought her to the brink of despair. Noticing Gretchen's distress, Chen Su felt a twinge of concern, fearing that she might suffer an unforeseen consequence. Hastily, she consoled him, saying it was of little consequence, as long as he could attain a certain proficiency in manipulating space, which he certainly could achieve. Of course, this was merely Chen Su's fanciful musings. How could one possibly master all space? It was patently impossible. He had harnessed the power of 6 infinite stones to reach such a level. In truth, if one could command the complete laws of space, time, mind, soul, power, and reality, one would indeed be capable of such feats. Once one comprehends and masters these 6 comprehensive laws, they would verily be deemed a deity. Upon hearing this, Gretchen shook off her earlier astonishment and exclaimed, "I believe you. Now retract it quickly." Chen Su promptly ceased his operations, and the miniature Earth that had resided in his palm vanished without a trace, leaving the actual Earth unaffected. In a state of panic, Gretchen dashed out, while Chen Su merely teased her. "Oh, you're leaving? I thought you might want to see something else." No, farewell. Farewell, she retorted, incredulous. What a jest. Just moments ago, Gretchen had nearly brought about the obliteration of Earth due to her mockery of Chen Su, almost making her the harbinger of humanity's doom. Not only humanity, but all species, all life on Earth, including mutants. She was indeed the true sinner, deserving of the harshest condemnation. Observing Gretchen's distress, Chen Su shook his head and remarked, "Ah, ignorant humans. No, rather, ignorant mutants." As Gretchen reached the corridor of the academy, she collided head-on with Storm, who had been seeking Chen Su. "Storm, rubbing her head, inquired, Gretchen, why are you in such a fluster? What has transpired? Gretchen, gazing at Storm, recounted, I nearly annihilated the earth. I almost became the fiend responsible for extinguishing all life upon it. Storm stared blankly at Gretchen, bewildered by her words. What? Are you jesting? Is today April Fool's Day? Seeing the confusion in Storm's eyes, Gretchen urgently insisted, I speak the truth. I nearly destroyed the earth. What is going on? Are you not heading to find Chinsu to inquire about the recent events? Indeed, I am. You see, it appeared as though the earth had been enveloped in something, completely obscuring the sun, plunging the world into darkness, as if heralding the apocalypse. I was on my way to ask Chinsu what had happened. Gretchen, upon hearing this, affirmed exactly. That was precisely it. That hand which encompassed the earth belonged to Chinsu. What? Chin, are you jesting with me? If this is a joke, I truly lack the time for it. I must seek out Chinsu and inquire about the unfolding events. We still need to rescue the professor, after all. Grey Queen, observing the incredulity etched on Storm's face, gradually steadied her own emotions and took Storm by the arm. Come with me quickly. I shall explain everything as we walk. What is it that you wish to convey? Storm asked, urging her to slow down. Grey Queen recounted the recent occurrences in detail, and Storm's expression mirrored her astonishment. Initially overwhelmed by disbelief, she soon succumbed to fear, her worldview disintegrating before her very eyes. In mere days, the arrival of Chinsu had shattered their previously held beliefs. The events that transpired surpassed her wildest imagination, transforming what had once been relegated to her dreams into stark reality. Just moments ago, the Earth had been on the brink of annihilation. Had Chinsu exerted a tad more force, the planet would have been utterly crushed, extinguishing all life upon it. Including every mutant, none would have escaped the impending doom. Storm, equally astounded, fixed her gaze upon Grey Queen, at a loss for words. This reality had far surpassed her control and capabilities. Chapter 104. The Realm of Death. Good heavens. How is this possible? Storm and Grey Queen had spent considerable time together at the Academy, and she knew the essence of Grey Queen's character. She would not jest, especially regarding such weighty matters. Thus Storm placed her full faith in her words. Yet, with that faith came an unsettling sense of disbelief. It felt as though she were ensnared in a dream, struggling to accept that such power could genuinely exist in reality. Such strength was, beyond a doubt, unattainable not only for ordinary humans, but even for powerful mutants like themselves. It felt utterly surreal. The two proceeded to attend to the students within the academy. Yet they remained ensnared in a state of shock. Meanwhile, Chinsu was preparing for the following day, ready to resurrect William Stryker's wife, as well as the Black Widow, Natasha, from his universe. He chose not to dwell on these matters and instead succumbed to sleep, aware of the busy day that awaited him. The next morning, Chinsu awoke early and stepped out of his dormitory, coincidentally encountering Grey Queen, who was on her way to rouse him. He greeted her warmly. Good morning, Chin. Grey Queen, still in a daze from the previous day's revelations, responded listlessly. Ah, good morning. Did you manage to find out the name of William Stryker's wife? Upon seeing Chinsu, William Stryker assumed he had come to kill him. What? Are you here to slay me? I should have realized long ago that you are a deceiver. No, I have come to inquire about your wife's name. Upon hearing this, William Stryker exclaimed, What? Are you not here to kill me? Do you truly possess the means to resurrect my wife? I cannot guarantee success, came the reply. My wife's name is Lena. After learning her name, Chinsu began to don his wireless gloves, preparing to revive her. Having acquired the power of the Phoenix at level 30, he sensed within himself the ability to bring life back to the deceased, though he had never attempted it before. Today, however, presented the perfect opportunity for experimentation. Chinsu extended his palm towards William Stryker, where a radiant green glow emerged, revealing an ancient mark etched upon his hand. He first harnessed the power of the Time Stone, retracing the tragic life of William Stryker, soon locating his wife in her youth. Utilizing the Reality Stone, Power Stone, and Space Stone, he drew her back from that very moment in time. In an instant, a figure identical to William Stryker's recollection appeared before them. Upon seeing his wife materialize, William Stryker's face lit up with uncontainable joy as he called out, Lena. Yet, Chinsu noticed her vacant stare. It was evident that he had merely restored her physical form, her soul remained absent. Reflecting on this, Chinsu realized that reviving a person was far more complex than anticipated. While restoring her body proved simple, each soul is unique within the universe. Souls can be fragmented, yet they cannot be duplicated. Such is the singularity of the soul. William Stryker, filled with anticipation, turned to Chinsu and asked, Has it succeeded? Why does she not respond? No, not yet, Chinsu replied. Only half of the process has been accomplished. I have revived her physical form, but her spirit has yet to return. I do not know where her soul currently resides. Concentrating his mental energies, he employed the Soul Stone, which transformed in hue, radiating an orange luminescence. The soul stone channeled his spiritual force, piercing through the fabric of reality, traversing countless dimensions, and leading her to a realm of unfathomable mystery. Before him unfolded a dreamlike tableau, where countless souls converged, yet these spirits lacked individual consciousness. The sky was adorned with pure stars, a celestial vista unlike any Chen Su had ever witnessed, imbued with an aura of ancient enigma. Following the direction of the gathered souls, he pressed onward, utilizing the soul stone to seek out the essence of William Strick's wife. After a while, he beheld a beautiful woman ahead, and Chen Su found himself momentarily taken aback. This was his first venture into the realm of the departed, leaving him utterly bewildered by the circumstances. Chen Su believed he resembled the character Meng Pa from ancient Chinese mythology, so he approached and inquired, "Hello, beautiful lady, who are you? Are you the guide of souls here?" The stunning woman gazed at Chen Su with surprise and replied, "Who are you? How did you arrive here? You are a living person, and the living are not permitted to be here. I advise you to leave at once, before the goddess of death discovers your presence. Return from whence you came as swiftly as possible. I have come here for a purpose. I seek the soul of an individual whom I wish to take away." "What? You intend to take a soul from here? Are you attempting to resurrect someone?" "Indeed, I wish to bring someone back to life. By doing so, you are shattering the boundary between life and death. The cosmos will lose its equilibrium. Do you not understand? Such exaggeration. As long as we adhere to the rules, I merely need to take that soul without engaging in any other actions that might disrupt the cosmic balance. However, the goddess of death would never consent to your actions. Regardless, she remains oblivious. With so many souls in the universe, taking one will go unnoticed. As long as you do not speak and I do not speak, no one will know. I am currently too occupied to seek your agreement. I must depart to take that soul before the goddess of death discovers it." Without further ado, Chen Su turned and walked away, drawn by the allure of the soul gem. He quickly located the soul of William Strick's wife and captured it within the gem, hurrying back to the realm of the living. However, as Chen Su departed, the beautiful woman revealed her true nature. Observing Chen Su's retreating figure, a smile crept upon her lips, transforming her visage into that of a skeletal face. Had Chen Su been present at that moment, he would have recognized her as the goddess of death, the overseer of all life and death, the entity every departed soul must encounter, and one of the 5 primordial deities representing death. As Chen Su found the soul of William Strick's wife, Lena, he recalled another soul he needed to seek, the soul of the Black Widow, Natasha. Abruptly, Chen Su snapped back to reality, nearly forgetting her. However, he soon realized there was no trace of Natasha's soul. He searched in vain for a while longer, but to no avail. The soul gem offered him no guidance. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of death enveloped him from the front, a chilling presence that carried the scent of annihilation and the silence of all things. Chen Su was shaken by this terrifying force, the most fearsome he had ever encountered. He quickly gathered his wits. Whose dreadful power could this be? Who else could it belong to? In this place, the only being I could possess such terrifying power from, aside from one of the 5 primordial deities, the goddess of death, was inconceivable. Clad in a black trench coat and a hood that obscured her face, her visage remained shrouded in mystery. The figure in black approached Chen Su slowly, prompting him to instinctively summon the power of the phoenix, along with the infinite gauntlet. As the cloaked figure drew nearer, the features concealed beneath her dark garment began to emerge, revealing a stunningly beautiful face that left Chen Su utterly astonished. Indeed, this was the enchanting girl he had encountered moments ago, rendering him speechless. He could hardly fathom that the exquisite woman he had just met was, in fact, the fabled goddess of death, one of the 5 primordial deities. This revelation implied that she was fully aware of his intentions. The visage of the goddess of death completely overturned Chen Su's previous assumptions. She was unlike the grotesque depictions he had known prior to his journey. As a deity, how could she possibly be anything but beautiful? With a smile gracing his lips, Chen Su looked upon her and said, "So, you are the goddess of death." The goddess of death, without any pretense, confirmed her identity, stating, "Indeed, you have just met me. I am the goddess of death. You have lost, and thus cannot take the soul away and revive it." Gazing at the goddess's exquisite countenance, Chen Su felt a pang of sympathy and began to comprehend why Thanos would snap his fingers for her. It appeared there was indeed a reason behind it. Truthfully, Chen Su felt somewhat hesitant to confront her. After all, it is a common trait among men to refrain from raising a hand against a beautiful woman. "Could you possibly grant me leniency this one time?" he implored. "Such a concession is feasible, but can you genuinely assure me it will be just this once? What if others seek your assistance in the future? Will you help them revive their loved ones?" Chen Su found himself at a loss for words, struck by her inquiry. Indeed, what if others approached him later? Would he extend his aid or withhold it? This dilemma had not crossed his mind. He had not considered the repercussions of his role in maintaining the cosmic balance of life and death, which could be irrevocably disrupted, leading the universe towards its demise. The goddess of death observed Chun Su with an amused smile, clearly having anticipated his reaction. Without a doubt, the instant you arrived at my doorstep. Your expression revealed that you had never contemplated this matter. What conditions might apply? Chun Su inquired. That depends solely upon you. As long as you can fulfill my terms, we shall see. Chun Su was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on the unexpected ease with which the goddess of death communicated. Initially, he had imagined that, as one of the 5 primordial deities, she would be exceedingly proud and disdainful of mingling with mortals. Yet, it appeared that this was not the case. In truth, what Chun Su failed to anticipate was that the goddess of death had taken notice of him long ago, following the demise of the supreme sorcerer, Ancient One. As he approached her, the goddess also acknowledged Ancient One's potential and thus entrusted him with the management of the departed souls within the realm of death, all in an effort to maintain the cosmic equilibrium. Ultimately, it was his own reluctance to engage in labor that prompted him to seek assistance. Through Ancient One's revelations, the goddess became immensely intrigued by Chun Su, leading her to explore countless dimensions and parallel universes, only to find that he existed uniquely in a single universe. This revelation underscored Chun Su's singularity. He was irreplaceable, with no counterpart in any other universe. This realization only intensified the goddess's curiosity, compelling her to focus her attention upon him. Although the goddess of death was one of the 5 primordial deities, she retained all the feminine traits associated with curiosity, often seen as the initial harbinger of affection. Over time, this curiosity could blossom into profound love for the object of her interest. Presently, Chun Su remained blissfully unaware that the goddess had set her sights on him. Were it anyone else, such a cordial invitation would be inconceivable. No, it should be noted that other beings would find it impossible to traverse into her domain. The goddess would swiftly extinguish their existence. Living souls were barred from entering the realm of death. Should a cooperative entity dare to enter, it would amount to a provocation, tantamount to courting demise. Yet, Chun Su remained oblivious to these truths, mistakenly believing that the goddess did not possess the fearsome demeanor depicted in the original tales, and that the previous incarnation was but a facade, while this enchanting woman was the true goddess of death. As he met her unwavering gaze, an uneasy premonition washed over him as the goddess extended her finger towards him, beckoning, "Come closer, and I shall divulge my terms." Chun Su, feeling a twinge of trepidation, realized that even the mightiest could falter in the presence of beauty. Indeed, women proved to be the most formidable of beings. He had faced the dark dimension as sovereign, Dormammu, with resolute composure, yet now found himself unnerved. As one of the 5 primordial deities, the goddess's power undoubtedly eclipsed that of Dormammu, and Chun Su sensed an unprecedented weight of oppression emanating from her, a sensation he had not experienced even in the presence of the master of the dark dimension or Loki, the bearer of the 6 infinity stones. With this thought, an increasing sense of unease gripped him, leading him to cautiously inquire, "You do not seek my soul, do you? A soul for a soul?" The goddess, taken aback by his response, wore a perplexed expression. "If you do not approach me soon, I shall take my leave, and you may forget about claiming her soul. Please, don't." Chun Su dashed forward, sprinting towards the goddess of death. However, due to his excessive speed, he could not halt in time and collided directly with her. His chest brushed against the goddess's bosom, causing him to instinctively take a step back in shock. The goddess of death regarded him with a playful smile, beckoning him closer with a finger. "Bring your ear nearer, and I shall reveal my terms," she said. Trembling, Chun Su approached her, and as he drew nearer, he caught a refreshing fragrance that invigorated his senses. The goddess slowly leaned in, her exquisite face and luscious lips inching towards his ear, releasing a warm breath that enveloped him. Despite feeling her warmth, Chun Su remained vigilant, mentally preparing for any eventuality. Yet, in the next moment, her actions rendered him utterly defenseless. The goddess leaned in and kissed him, her arms wrapping around his neck, pressing against him. In a state of bewilderment, he found himself overwhelmed by her advances. Suddenly, they found themselves in another realm, adorned with various decorations and a bed, all predominantly in shades of pink. Chun Su's clothing lay in tatters around them, as did the remnants of the goddess's dark attire, a testament to their fervent encounter. Upon awakening, he was met with the softness in his embrace, his confusion palpable as he grappled with the events that had transpired. The goddess, lying beside him, noticed his awakened state and remarked, "What is this expression? You seem to be the one at a loss, as if you've suffered a grievance." Chun Su, at a loss for words, realized that this was the first time he had been so overwhelmed. The memory of their encounter lingered vividly in his mind. "You gain the advantage yet feign innocence," she teased, propping her head on her delicate hand, her other hand resting on his chest, caressing his face with a playful smile. "I've allowed you this opportunity, and yet you appear unsatisfied." In his bewilderment, Chin-Su thought it rather absurd. The one truly at a disadvantage was her, not him. As the goddess lowered her arm and shifted her body, an ominous feeling washed over him. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming allure emanating from her. And despite his best efforts to maintain composure, he could not suppress his reaction. After all, how could any man resist the enchanting beauty of the goddess of death? Beneath the quilt, a small mound suddenly formed, and the goddess of death looked at Chun-Su's reaction with great satisfaction, promptly pouncing upon him. The two once again became entangled in a tempestuous embrace. Several hours later, they lay together warmly. "Of course, it is because I am drawn to you, otherwise. Why would I act this way?" At this moment, Chun-Su had already resigned himself to fate, with such a beautiful woman throwing herself at him. To refuse would be unmanly. "Is my charm truly this potent? We have only just met, and you are already enamored with me?" A smile involuntarily crept onto Chun-Su's lips. Who would not be pleased to be admired by such a stunning beauty? The goddess of death smirked lightly. "Do not be so self-absorbed. In truth, I had taken notice of you long before you became a disciple of Ancient One." Chun-Su was taken aback. "What? You know the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One? Is he here as well?" Indeed, Chun-Su could hardly fathom that Ancient One was present. What else could it be? "Since her arrival, I have enlisted his help to manage the departed souls, ensuring they reach their rightful destinations to prevent the universe from losing its balance. This has afforded me the time to focus on you," the goddess of death softly explained to Chun-Su. "May I meet her?" "How could you forget someone after dining together? Are you turning your back on me so soon?" Chun-Su was momentarily flabbergasted by her inquiry. "No, how could that be? I will certainly take responsibility for you." Instantly, Chun-Su conjured a set of attire and rose from the bed. Upon witnessing his actions, the goddess of death playfully pouted, exclaiming, "Big oaf." She too donned a splendid outfit, replacing her previous black attire, and soon summoned Ancient One. He quickly appeared, and Chun-Su noted that Ancient One appeared significantly younger than before, evidently having laid down his burdens after shouldering them for far too long. Now completely relaxed, he could finally attend to his own affairs. This relaxation was not merely physical, but mental as well. "Long time no see, Chun-Su," Ancient One said with a joyful smile. Chun-Su could see the genuine warmth behind Ancient One's smile. "Indeed, it has been a while, Ancient One. It seems you are thriving here." "Not at all. The weight of guarding Earth has lightened considerably. I can finally pursue my own interests and enjoy true freedom. No longer do I need to fret over those matters. Yet you, it seems, are devoid of worries and are living quite well." "Oh no, clearly. You are living far more lavishly than I," Chun-Su replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Fully aware of the implications of Ancient One's words, having arrived and already captivated the goddess of death, one of the 5 primordial deities, Chun-Su looked at the Supreme Sorcerer, Gui, and smiled awkwardly. "I haven't performed my duties as the acting Supreme Sorcerer adequately. The universe has been destroyed by Loki once again, due to my actions. This is not your fault. Haven't you saved that universe as well?" Gui replied, "I have been guarding Earth for countless years. I have long been prepared for such occurrences." The goddess of death interrupted their conversation. "It seems you both are quite engrossed in your discussion. Gui, there are numerous matters to attend to, many souls awaiting your attention, and yet you linger here in idle chatter? It appears you are reluctant to fulfill your responsibilities." The Supreme Sorcerer Gui instantly became submissive. "No, I certainly wish to continue, esteemed goddess of death. I shall attend to it immediately." It was the first time Chun-Su witnessed such deference from the Supreme Sorcerer Gui, and there were reasons for this behavior. As one of the 5 primordial deities, the goddess of death possessed formidable strength far surpassing that of Gui. She had also shown him special favor, allowing him to work within the realm of death. This was a significant boon, not only due to the power disparity, but also stemming from deep respect and gratitude towards her, which inspired such reverence for the goddess of death. Chapter 107. Successful Rescue. Chun-Su watched the Supreme Sorcerer Gui depart. Suddenly, a pair of hands embraced him from behind, catching him off guard. He quickly regained his composure, fully aware of whose delicate hands they were. "What's wrong? Are you reluctant to part?" "It is merely because Master Gui has been handling affairs in the realm of death that I have had the time to focus on you." In truth, he had sensed the power within her, embodying the life force and emotional essence of the universe, serving as a spiritual nexus, as well as the infinite primordial stones representing the fundamental energies of the cosmos. Any one of these powers, if released into the universe, would undoubtedly attract the attention of the multiverse, instantly elevating her status to that of a renowned figure among its expanse. Chen Su never anticipated that the deceased Supreme Sorcerer Gu Yi would assist him in finding a little admirer in this world, and that this admirer would possess such terrifying strength. Do you have other siblings? Of course. Oh no, I forgot. I have a meeting with my sisters today. This is a disaster. Chen Su's question led the goddess of death to realize that she was indeed scheduled to meet with her 4 siblings today. You should take that soul back for now. I have matters to attend to, and I shall seek you out later. After uttering these words, the goddess of death bestowed a kiss upon Chen Su's cheek, causing him to momentarily sway before he found himself back in the room where the war police were holding William Strick. Upon realizing that William Strick had called his name, Chen Su finally regained his senses. Chen Su, what happened? Did you succeed? At this moment, Chen Su regained his composure, yet he could still feel the lingering warmth on his right cheek. I have succeeded. Now let me see if I can resurrect your wife. Slowly, Chen Su extracted the soul of William Strick from the soul gem and infused it into the body of his unfortunate spouse. After a brief interval, William Strick's wife awakened swiftly, and her name, Lena, gazed at him as if caught in a dream. It was not only Lena who felt this way. William himself also perceived the recent events as surreal, too fantastical for his sense of security. He feared that this was merely an illusion, destined to vanish by dawn. Lena, is that you? You are William? This cannot be a dream, can it? Upon witnessing this, William Strick was instantly overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down his face. Indeed, it is I. You are not dreaming. The couple embraced each other tightly, their eyes brimming with tears. Chen Su, observing their reunion, suddenly recalled that he seemed to have overlooked something. Oh, Natasha, I forgot to ask the goddess of death to bring her soul back as well. Chen Su was immediately flustered, having been so preoccupied with resurrecting William Strick's wife that he neglected Natasha's soul. His exclamation startled everyone around him, leaving them in a state of bewilderment as they stared at him. Ah, well, I have nothing to worry about. You all carry on with your tasks. I shall take my leave now. William Strick, honoring his promise, took a group of mutants and children aboard the spacecraft, heading towards the location of Professor Quicksilver. The professor and his companions were soon rescued aboard the vessel. Upon spotting William Strick, Cyclops initially prepared to attack, but was halted by Gretchen. Wait. We have reached an agreement with William Strick. He is the one who brought us here. It is on your conscience. Cyclops ceased his movements. Yet their demeanor towards William remained somewhat unfriendly, despite William leading them to safety and bringing in the cavalry to rescue them. He was also the one who had initially placed them in captivity, where they had witnessed the suffering of many other mutants subjected to horrific experiments, some even tortured to death. Expecting them to harbor any goodwill towards William Strick was utterly implausible. Gretchen explained the events of the past few days in detail, recounting Chen Su's actions without omission. Black-Eyed gasped in disbelief. Are you certain you are not deceiving me? This cannot be true. Gretchen and Storm did not elaborate further, as they too had shared the same incredulous expression at first. The notion that such occurrences, typically confined to the realm of dreams, were now manifesting in reality left them grappling with disbelief. At this moment, the professor wore a benevolent expression, devoid of any discernible emotion, yet within him, a tempest of turmoil surged. His worldview had undoubtedly been shattered, as Chen Su's actions completely upended his understanding. He recognized the immense power possessed by Chen Su, so extraordinary that it bordered on incredulity. However, he never anticipated that Chen Su could effortlessly obliterate a planet or resurrect life. Such abilities were undoubtedly the realm of omniscient deities, implying that Chen Su now stood as a figure comparable to the all-powerful god of legend. The professor was engulfed in profound fear regarding his past actions, yet fortunately, Chen Su was not of a petty or narrow-minded disposition. It could be said that he bore little grudge against mere mortals like them. Otherwise, it would not only be their doom, but the very life on Earth would be reduced to ashes, irretrievably lost. At this moment, Chen Su's stature in the professor's eyes ascended dramatically, and his admiration and respect reached an unimaginable zenith. Not only they, but every individual present had their worldviews irrevocably transformed by Chen Su, instilling in them an unprecedented reverence. At that instant, Laser Eye exclaimed, "Isn't this a bit exaggerated? Even the most fantastical novels wouldn't dare to depict such a scenario. Could he truly be akin to a deity? Or perhaps he is indeed the mythical god?" No one responded to Laser Eye, leading him to fall silent. And the group ceased their chatter, merely urging each other gently onward. Fortunately, the spacecraft they had invented was remarkably swift, and they soon arrived at the academy. Weary yet relieved as they disembarked. As they stepped onto solid ground, they inhaled the familiar air of the academy deeply, unable to suppress their exclamations of joy. It feels so wonderful to be back. We have finally escaped that dreadful place. Oh, my dear bed, I have returned to you once more. The academy had weathered a crisis, and the professor announced his intention to host a banquet to celebrate their survival and express gratitude for Chun-Su's assistance. Thus, Chun-Su was undoubtedly to be honored as the most esteemed guest of this gathering. Chapter 109. Farewells. The peculiar Dr. Stephen trembled as he spoke. Surely it cannot be so. We have attempted this several times without any reaction. There cannot be such dire consequences. What have you done? He queried. The two universes will converge through the rift you have opened, continually drawing closer until they collide entirely. I returned because I sensed that the barriers of that universe were being relentlessly breached. Wanda, her mind racing, realized, it seems our method has indeed proven effective. You have returned, have you not? Chun-Su found himself speechless, acknowledging, yes, had it not been for your actions, who knows when I might have returned. Master, what are you doing in that universe? What else could I possibly do? In truth, that universe was originally a part of ours. However, its mutants have withdrawn from their own timeline. Their universe is concealed beside ours, which is why you can sense my presence. Chun-Su's words left all the Avengers in astonishment. Stark, intrigued, remarked, I never imagined that our universe harbors such a species capable of separating universes. I must meet them. They truly are a powerful and extraordinary race. Chun-Su chuckled softly, stating that although they possess the ability to alter and even annihilate worlds, do you truly believe they lead a prosperous existence? In that universe, their kind is on the brink of extinction at the hands of humanity. Chun-Su's revelation further shocked everyone. How could this be? Such a formidable race, and yet the humans of that universe could pose a threat? The reality is indeed perplexing. Humanity, recognizing their powers, has developed extraordinarily advanced artificial intelligence, potent enough to eradicate the mutants. Captain Steve reflected. I cannot believe such a powerful species faces the imminent danger of extinction. The root of this predicament lies within themselves. Their powers are too overwhelming for the humans of that universe to allow their existence. At this moment, Hawkeye posed a crucial question. What about Natasha? Is there a way to revive her? Chun-Su was momentarily taken aback by this inquiry. He could hardly disclose that he had forgotten to bring Natasha's soul back. The expression on Chun-Su's face cast a shadow of sorrow over everyone. Captain Steve spoke up. Chun-Su, is there truly no way to save her? It is possible. In fact, I have successfully revived someone in that universe, which indicates that my method is feasible. If you grant me a little more time, I can bring Natasha back. Chun-Su replied. Hawkeye exclaimed with excitement. That's wonderful. Everyone rejoiced at this news. Chun-Su decided to return with them for a gathering. But he did not linger long. Instead, he took Wanda back to Kamartaj, where the two sought solace in each other's company. Chun-Su wished to find a moment to share the truth about the goddess of death with Wanda, yet he struggled to find the right opportunity and words. Gazing deeply into Wanda's eyes, he found her looking back at him with equal intensity. She broke the silence. Is there something you wish to tell me? Chun-Su remained silent, but nodded. Let me guess. Is it about the goddess of death? Her words echoed loudly, causing the entire Kamartaj to hear. Chun-Su gazed at Wanda in utter astonishment, his voice trembling as he inquired, How did you know? Wanda replied, A woman visited me in a dream while I slept, revealing the details of your situation. Do you believe me? Overcome with shame, Chun-Su lowered his gaze, unable to meet Wanda's eyes. Burdened by the knowledge of his infidelities while she remained at home, filled with anxiety. This realization weighed heavily upon him, rendering him unable to look her in the eye. You know now? I am sorry. Wanda bore no resentment. Rather, she was curious as to when he would confide in her. Sister Death has been visiting me daily, sharing all your affairs. She is truly kind. I cannot fathom why she would take an interest in someone like you. Upon hearing Wanda's words, Chun-Su understood that she was not angry but had embraced the presence of the goddess of death. Wanda, you are truly wonderful. Only now do I recognize your goodness. Perhaps you could join Sister Death tonight? Wanda's face flushed crimson, and she promptly declined. Thus, their playful banter continued until the dawn of a new day. Once again, Chun-Su opened the wormhole leading to the mutant universe, arriving at the academy. Upon his return, normalcy had been restored. The events of the previous day had concluded, surpassing even Chun-Su's expectations. Was it truly a matter of months ago? He was astounded. Realizing that the flow of time in the two universes was indeed disparate, he sought out the professor, intending to bid farewell. For there was little left for him in this world. His mission was complete, and he longed to return to his own universe. However, he soon learned of another matter concerning Magneto. It was said that Magneto had formed a brotherhood of mutants, planning to assassinate a fellow mutant. And what about you? What do you intend to do? I must intervene to thwart Magneto and dismantle this deception. The powers of mutants stem from their very genes and cannot be eradicated. This entire affair is a ruse, and I must expose it while preventing Magneto from eliminating mutants. Should he succeed, mutants would become the antagonists of the world, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Chun-Su refrained from saying more, hoping that the mutants could endure and thrive in the long run. Yet, I must emphasize that only through your alliance with Magneto can the mutants truly forge a path towards longevity and survival in this world. I have glimpsed the future through the river of time, and it reveals that mutants will face numerous calamities. In that time, it will be only you and Magneto who can lead all mutants and alter their fate, averting a catastrophic demise. Upon hearing the news of a catastrophic extinction event threatening mutants, the professor felt an urgent need to inquire further about the specifics from Chin-Su. However, Chin-Su firmly declined to divulge any details, aware that revealing such information could trigger a more severe butterfly effect, potentially jeopardizing their survival and leading to dire consequences that were beyond comprehension. It was prudent to remain silent. You must understand, he cautioned, that if I were to speak, it would alter the future, possibly accelerating your demise. It is better left unspoken. The professor, seeking reassurance, asked, will we be able to survive this crisis? You must unite. Only through collaboration between you and Magneto can you navigate the impending challenges. The professor found solace in this response, realizing that at least there was hope for the mutants. Will you return after your departure? He inquired. Having spent considerable time in this realm, Chin-Su acknowledged the differing time scales between the two worlds. Half a year had elapsed here, while only a few days had passed in his own universe. He had developed a connection to this place and contemplated a possible return in the future, especially if tasks from the system led him back here. Indeed, should the opportunity arise, I will certainly return, he assured. With that, Chin-Su produced a signal transmitter capable of transcending the boundaries of both universes. This device will allow you to contact me. If a significant crisis unfolds, simply activate it, and I shall receive your call and return. After receiving the device, the professor expressed profound respect and heartfelt gratitude towards Chin-Su. Chin-Su then opened a wormhole that led back to his original universe, instantly transporting him home. He occasionally shared drinks with Stark and enjoyed moments with Wanda, although he was also frequently at the mercy of the goddess of death. For any other man, such a life would be a dream come true, yet Chin-Su found himself in a state of blissful ignorance, oblivious to the fortune he possessed. Were others to witness his situation, they might envy him to the point of wrath. Meanwhile, the universe began to restore itself from the brink of destruction, bringing back not only life on Earth, but also the long-lost beings like Thanos and Ego. On a distant planet, they plotted their resurgence, only for Ego to sense that Chin-Su had not perished. The sorcerer has survived, exclaimed Thanos in disbelief. What? I thought he perished alongside Loki. What now of our plans? How long must we wait to act? I was equally astounded. I had never anticipated that the mage could return unscathed even after the self-destruction of 6 gemstones, emerging even more formidable. It is utterly bewildering. And one can hardly wonder that Dormammu, the sovereign of the Dark Realm, is no match for him. It seems that throughout the cosmos, there is no one capable of rivaling his power. Thanos and Ego, both with their sights set on Earth, were preoccupied with their own schemes. Meanwhile, Chin-Su returned to Earth, indulging in a leisurely lifestyle, reading by day and occasionally deepening his bond with Wanda, not to mention the goddess of death. Chin-Su's condition was precarious. He was merely sustaining his health. Upon noticing this, Wanda could not resist teasing him, leaving Chin-Su feeling quite embarrassed. Even Iron Man, Stark, observed Chin-Su's posture and approached him, playfully patting his shoulder. Hey, you and Wanda seem to be quite vigorous. I understand you both are young and strong. Yet moderation is key. Otherwise, complications may arise. Stark's words left Chin-Su utterly flabbergasted. Contemplating Stark, the notorious playboy of America, who had undoubtedly had countless romantic encounters, Chin-Su realized Stark possessed far more wisdom in such matters. Just as he was about to retort, he recalled Stark's reputation as a seasoned veteran and opted for a mere awkward smile instead. As Stark departed, he playfully patted Chin-Su's lower back, causing him to shudder, nearly crying out in pain. Chin-Su almost retaliated, but Stark, sensing the impending confrontation, quickly backtracked, exclaiming, "Oh, don't be rash. I was merely jesting." Not just Stark, but other members of the Avengers, witnessing Chin-Su's reaction, shared in quiet amusement. All too aware of the implications of his recent activities, Chin-Su felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into thin air. Days passed in this manner, and Chin-Su confided in Wanda about his intentions to resurrect Natasha, leading him to seek the goddess of death. Upon arriving in the realm of death, he found the goddess awaiting him as promised. Her sudden appearance startled him, prompting an instinctual touch to his waist. The goddess smiled at him, asking, "Darling, what brings you to me? Do you miss me?" Chin-Su awkwardly replied, "I have come to request the soul of Black Widow, Natasha. I hope you can grant me this favor." The goddess pouted playfully, "Of course. But won't you offer me something in return?" Chin-Su was taken aback. "I have nothing of value. What do you wish me to do?" The goddess then donned an impish grin. and a wave of foreboding washed over Chun Su as he beheld her expression. In the next moment, the two individuals once again found themselves on that pink bed. Chun Su gasped, overwhelmed by the intense sounds of their physical collision, as they succumbed once more to a frenzied union. Time passed, second by second, until Chun Su eventually awoke, disoriented and uncertain of how long he had been unconscious. Trembling, he supported himself by his waist and slowly rose from the bed. The goddess of death smiled at him, saying, "Please wait here for a moment. I must attend a meeting with my other 4 siblings. I shall leave that soul in your care, entrusted to you by Gu Yi." Exhausted, Chun Su could only manage a weak, "Oh, all right, you go ahead." He randomly found a chair and sank into it, resembling an 80-year-old man, cradling his waist as he sat down. Gone was the former bravado he had displayed while battling the Dark Dimension's ruler, Dormammu, and the root of all this turmoil was undoubtedly the goddess of death's insatiable demands. While this predicament might elicit envy from other men, Chun Su was simply suffering. Chapter 111. The Mutant Crisis. After sitting for a while, and still clutching his waist, Chun Su muttered, "I must find an opportunity to speak to the goddess of death. If this continues, I will surely perish. Oh, my waist." Suddenly, a distinct cough echoed behind him, snapping Chun Su back to reality. He immediately recognized the source of the cough. Who else could it be? In this realm of death, aside from himself, the goddess of death, her 4 siblings, and the esteemed sorcerer Gu Yi, there was no one else. Chun Su quickly regained his composure and awkwardly smiled at Gu Yi, who was floating nearby with a transparent soul. Indeed, this soul belonged to Natasha. It is commendable for the young to possess vigor, yet one must also exercise restraint. Otherwise, one's body may suffer, Gu Yi remarked, leaving Chun Su both amused and exasperated. "This is the soul of Black Widow Natasha, which I have retrieved. The rest is entrusted to you," he said, extending his hand adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet to collect the soul. Observing Chun Su's demeanor, Gu Yi offered an awkward smile, while Chun Su felt a surge of speechlessness. "Very well, I shall handle the subsequent matters. I must take my leave now. Remember to consume foods that nourish the kidneys and practice moderation," Gu Yi cautioned. Chun Su was left bewildered, as it seemed he was being blamed for these issues. Instead of returning directly to Kamartaj, Chun Su utilized the Infinity Gauntlet to traverse to the universe where Black Widow had sacrificed herself, fulfilling his promise. He stepped through and found himself in the training grounds frequented by Captain America, observing as the hero relentlessly struck a punching bag. In an instant, he appeared beside him. "Hi, Steve. I am here to fulfill my promise." This universe's Captain America, Steve, was startled by the sudden appearance of Chun Su. Unlike the Captain America from Chun Su's universe, he was unaccustomed to Chun Su's uncanny ability to appear and disappear at will. Recovering quickly, he realized it was Chun Su. "When did you arrive? Did you come to see me for a reason?" This universe's Steve was not as familiar with Chun Su's enigmatic presence. "Are you here to resurrect Natasha?" Chun Su nodded, and Captain America, filled with excitement, immediately called the other Avengers. In an instant, the extraordinary Avengers gathered at the scene. Hawkeye, brimming with joy, looked at Chun Su and exclaimed, "Really? Natasha is saved?" The others shared his enthusiasm, their eyes gleaming with hope as they regarded Chun Su. Without further ado, Chun Su utilized the Infinity Gauntlet to retrieve Black Widow from the past timeline, pulling her body back into the present. As Black Widow's form materialized, everyone gasped in astonishment. Dr. Banner, unable to contain himself, asked, "Is she ready? Why isn't Natasha moving?" Chun Su replied, "Not yet. I have only revived her body. Her soul has yet to return." He then proceeded to infuse Natasha's soul back into her body, and soon, Black Widow awakened. The Avengers rushed forward to embrace Natasha, yet she remained bewildered, unsure of her circumstances. "What is happening? How did I end up here? Didn't I jump off a cliff and die?" Hawkeye interjected, "No. Chun Su brought you back to life." Natasha was left dumbfounded. "What? He can actually accomplish resurrection? I had made a trade with the Soul Stone." Yet, Chun Su had done the impossible. He did not linger for lengthy conversations or farewells. He returned to his own universe without a backward glance. Though he was the same individual, he bore no emotional ties or shared experiences with them. While they celebrated Natasha's revival, Chun Su had already vanished. When they regained their composure, they wondered where he had gone. Did he just leave? I believe so. He shares no emotional connection with our universe. Only a pragmatic alliance remains. His own shattered universe has been restored, and he naturally would not linger here. Resurrection. Surely, only a deity could achieve such a feat. I wonder how someone like him came to exist in that universe and why we lack such a being in ours, Stark remarked. In truth, when he received Captain America Steve's message, he had been incredulous, having always been an atheist. Despite the myriad of astonishing events that transpired subsequently, he remained unconvinced that anyone could truly defy death. Yet, now, Someone had indeed accomplished this remarkable feat and stood before him, fundamentally altering his worldview. Perhaps there truly existed a divine presence in this world. At that moment, Chen Su, who had successfully resurrected Natasha, had returned to his universe's Kamatage, leading a simple yet blissful life. However, one day, he received a distress signal from the professor, prompting him to prepare for a journey to the neighboring universe. Chen Su informed Wanda, who initially vehemently opposed the idea and insisted on accompanying him. After much persuasion, he managed to appease her, requesting she wait for him at Kamatage. Chen Su then set off for the adjacent universe. Upon his arrival in the mutant universe, he utilized his mental search abilities and swiftly located the professor and the others, only to find them drastically altered. What happened? I was only away for half a year. How did you all age so dramatically? The professor, overjoyed to see Chen Su, feared it might be a jest. In reality, it has been over a decade since you departed. We have aged. It is a natural occurrence. What? Chen Su pondered this revelation, contemplating that perhaps the passage of time differed between the two universes. Why did you summon me? What transpired? The professor explained, our kind. The mutants are on the brink of extinction. The catastrophe you forewarned us about has indeed come to pass. After your departure, we began to investigate and preempt the situations you described, but little did we anticipate that the military would capture Mystique, conducting experiments on her and developing a terrifying weapon. We find ourselves utterly incapable of countering it, not because each weapon is overwhelmingly powerful, but due to their sheer numbers. In the face of overwhelming odds, we are helpless. Thus, we have turned to you for assistance. At this moment, Chen Su comprehended the gravity of the situation the mutant universe faced. Indeed, it was reminiscent of the calamity that had nearly eradicated their kind, the Sentinel robots. He realized they had devised a plan and might be able to alter the tide of battle. Meanwhile, Magneto scrutinized Chen Su closely. He had heard of Chen Su from the professor, but found it hard to believe that someone could possess such extraordinary power that could rival that of a deity. The professor refrained from elaborating to Magneto, knowing it would be futile. He had once been a skeptic himself, and only through personal experience could one truly believe. Do you require my assistance in eliminating the Sentinels, or should I simply escort you away? The professor flatly declined the offer. I am aware that you possess the capability to assist us. However, this is merely a temporary measure, a mere stalling tactic. Ultimately, we must take matters into our own hands. Only through our own efforts can we navigate this calamity, and no matter how many times we repeat this process, the outcome remains unchanged. Once you intervene, the dynamics alter significantly. I summoned you here in the hope that you could join us in repelling the invasion of those Sentinel robots. Very well. Everyone shall commence their respective actions. As per the original narrative, the mutant Phantom Cat will enable Wolverine to return to the past to alter these events. Chen Su strides forth, aiding them in their resistance against the Sentinel robots. His curiosity piqued regarding the formidable nature of the Sentinels, which nearly led to the extinction of mutants. Furthermore, he wonders what disruptions his presence might inflict upon the temporal fabric of this universe. Observing those around him, Chen Su notes the absence of Jean Grey, and he comprehends the implications without needing further inquiry. At that moment, a much more mature Storm approaches. Chen Su, it has been a long time. Chen Su gazes at Storm. Indeed, I never anticipated that in less than half a year since my return, I would find myself meeting you again after more than a decade. Storm regards Chen Su, hesitating to speak, and he understands that the matter of Jean Grey weighs heavily on her. You need not voice it. I am aware of what has transpired. Storm is momentarily taken aback, her expression shadowed by sorrow. Yet this is not a time for lamentation. A grave threat looms ahead. Soon, an endless fleet of ships, bearing countless Sentinel robots, advances toward them. They're here. Chen Su meticulously scrutinizes each Sentinel robot, composed of an indeterminate dark golden material, standing 2 meters tall. From the original storyline, he had gleaned that the Sentinel robots could replicate mutant abilities and share this knowledge with other robots, subsequently devising appropriate combat strategies. He wonders if their prowess truly matches the legends. Magneto seizes control of a ship, hurling it toward those transporting Sentinel robots, resulting in an instantaneous explosion that obliterates thousands of Sentinel units. However, this does little to mitigate the overwhelming tide of Sentinels. Chen Su remains undeterred, swiftly employing his magic. Forbidden spell, Crimson Lotus detonation. In an instant, the multitude of Sentinel mutants before him vanishes. Even the ominous clouds in the sky are shattered. Though night envelopes the scene, the moonlight shines down, illuminating the chaos. Yet, it is evident that humanity harbors no intention of surrendering. They dispatch even more Sentinel robots. Chen Su's earlier display of power leaves everyone astounded. Some mutants, familiar with Chen Su and aware of his formidable abilities, are in awe, while others, unacquainted with him, stand in disbelief. Having merely heard of it, I did not believe, thinking it was merely a rumor, exaggerated to an extraordinary degree. However, the events that unfolded left them utterly astonished. The recent strike unleashed a formidable power, obliterating an indeterminate number of Sentinel robots, akin to the explosive force of 100 detonations. Magneto, standing nearby, was rendered speechless. He had heard of Chun Tsu's exceptional prowess. Yet what he witnessed far surpassed his expectations. Suddenly, numerous Sentinel robots reappeared, and not just them. Above the heads of the onlookers, a colossal launcher emerged. Chun Tsu was oblivious to its nature, as she had not encountered this scene or weapon in any of the films she had seen. What was this contraption? Magneto elucidated, declaring it to be humanity's ultimate weapon, capable of harnessing solar energy to unleash annihilating energy beams, and it was stationed on a satellite. This weapon was dubbed the Savior. Savior? Chun Tsu mused, incredulous that a tool designed for slaughter and the extermination of life bore such a name. Indeed, upon learning of this name, I too felt a profound sense of irony. It was intended for destruction, yet it was called a Savior. Was it meant to save humanity? Chun Tsu had expected something far more formidable. Was it comparable to the armaments wielded by Loki's army? In terms of might, she believed that the energy beams emitted by Loki's Chitauri forces were far more potent, capable of obliterating the universe with but 3 shots. Without uttering a word, Chun Tsu invoked her spatial magic, swiftly transporting all satellites beyond Earth into a mirrored dimension, leaving humanity and mutants alike in stunned silence. The ultimate weapon that had just loomed above them had vanished without a trace. All humanity was left bewildered, unable to fathom the true extent of the mutants' power. Doubts began to plague their minds. Was their course of action correct? If they failed to eradicate the mutants, they would undoubtedly face their wrath. And humanity could very well face extinction, with mutants assuming dominion over the Earth. Thus, they exerted every ounce of strength, releasing all Sentinel robots. And the sky was once again shrouded in darkness. Those afflicted with claustrophobia would surely faint at the sight. Sentinel robots filled every line of sight, and the mutants displayed expressions of sheer terror. The numbers were overwhelmingly vast, plunging them into despair. Chun Tsu, however, was unfazed. She activated the Infinity Gauntlet, echoing Thanos' signature snap with an air of grandeur. Chun Tsu soared out of the fortress, hovering in the sky as all eyes, both human and mutant, were drawn to her. She brandished the Infinity Gauntlet, a symbol of her power, directly harnessing the energy of the 6 infinite gems. A mere snap of the fingers obliterated everything before him. Every Sentinel robot dispatched by humanity, every spacecraft, transforming them into ash and rendering them utterly non-existent. Chapter 113, Your Annihilation. What is it to you? A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, an eerie stillness that was almost terrifying. In an instant, the Sentinels, nearly extinct mutants, were eradicated by this singular act. At that moment, every onlooker grappled with a singular thought. Were they trapped in a dream? What had Chun Tsu truly accomplished? Was she, indeed, a deity? It was not only the mutants who were astonished. Humanity was equally astounded. Countless resources and immense effort had been invested in the creation of superweapons. Yet a simple snap had rendered the Sentinels obsolete. How could they possibly come to terms with such an overwhelming reality? Not just the Sentinels on the battlefield, but even those aboard the ships, yet to be deployed, were reduced to mere ashes, disregarding all obstacles in a relentless, indiscriminate assault that was inescapable. How were they to respond to such devastation? It seemed to echo a single phrase: your annihilation. What is it to you? At that moment, Magneto truly grasped the magnitude of Chun Tsu's power, shattering his preconceived notions. If this was divinity, then it was no less than extraordinary. Chun Tsu descended and inquired, "How is Wolverine faring? Has he succeeded?" Magneto, still reeling from the shock, struggled to regain his composure, but was swiftly anchored back to reality by Chun Tsu's query. Wolverine. He is trembling, as if suffering from unimaginable agony. Aware of the original storyline, Chun Tsu understood what Wolverine was enduring at that moment. Storm, hesitant, approached and remarked, "Chun Tsu, your strength is truly awe-inspiring. I have often pondered whether you might be a deity." Chun Tsu, taken aback by the audacity of the question, replied, "I am not a deity. Were I a deity, I would not stand amongst you. Why can a deity not walk among us? A deity would perceive you as mere mortals. How could they possibly aid you?" All the mutants recognized that summoning Chun Tsu had been an astute decision. Had they faced the multitude of Sentinels alone, they would have been utterly powerless. In that onslaught, they might have been annihilated, leading to the extinction of mutants. With the threat of the Sentinels eliminated, the pressure on Wolverine significantly eased. Soon, amid Shadowcat's exclamations, everything around Chun Tsu vanished into thin air. Not only the mutants, but also the debris of the Sentinels, the remnants of destruction, disappeared, leaving Chun Tsu solitary, gazing at the surrounding emptiness. Chun Su realized that they had successfully altered the future, yet he himself bore no influence over it. It appeared that his arrival had not significantly impacted the course of this world. To his astonishment, he found himself independent of time. He had thought he would be affected by it, just like the others. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the system activated, announcing, "Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task and altering the fate of the mutants. You have been rewarded with a portion of the Phoenix's power." What? There's a hidden task? Are you jesting, system? After all these days without a task, I assumed you had ceased to function. Please be mindful of your demeanor, host. Although you have grown considerably stronger, the system still possesses means to impose penalties. I hope you refrain from acting impulsively. Chun Su was taken aback. System, I did not anticipate you retaining any authority. By the way, what exactly are you? Which part of my body are you hiding in? You need not concern yourself with that. However, rest assured, the system has integrated with you and will not enact any harmful actions. You simply need to fulfill the system's tasks. Can you tell me where you originate from? I regret to inform you that your current privileges are insufficient to disclose the system's origins. In due time, you shall be informed. What? After our collaboration for so long, you still claim my privileges are inadequate? Have you made an error? Chun Su cursed under his breath. After a while, the system remained unresponsive, prompting him to cease further inquiries. He then utilized his mental prowess to locate the professor's whereabouts and, employing spatial magic, teleported directly before him. Upon witnessing Chun Su's sudden appearance, the professor exclaimed, "Chun Su, what brings you here?" To Chun Su's surprise, the professor recognized him. Chun Su transmitted a vast amount of information, revealing the recent events. The professor's expression shifted to one of realization. He could hardly believe the mutants had nearly faced extinction. I had thought we could coexist peacefully with humanity, yet I was blinded by the tranquility before us. Chun Su chose not to elaborate further. He understood that, should the narrative remain largely unchanged, Magneto's tragedy was imminent. However, he refrained from altering anything significant, merely conveying the situation to the professor. Subsequently, Chun Su utilized the Infinity Gauntlet to return to his own universe. He materialized behind Wanda, enveloping her in an embrace. Initially poised to retaliate, Wanda quickly recognized Chun Su's presence. "Hello, my dear. What is the matter? Have you resolved your affairs?" "Indeed," I returned swiftly. The two exchanged no further words, instead savoring the serene tranquility of their shared existence. Chun Su had once again returned to a life of peaceful normalcy. However, the tranquility of life proved to be fleeting. Stark promptly contacted Chun Su to relay some critical information. Chun Su answered the phone. "Stark, what is the matter? Have you resolved your affairs and returned so swiftly? I attempted to reach you a few days ago, but you were unreachable. There is something I must inform you. The leader of Hydra, the Red Skull, has astonishingly resurfaced." "What?" Chun Su was momentarily taken aback, but soon recollected that in the original storyline, he was the guardian of the Soul Stone, which Loki had obtained. This suggested that Loki might have played a role in resurrecting the Red Skull. "You must exercise caution. The Red Skull was likely revived by Loki using the Infinity Stones, and his power may be even more formidable than before." "Indeed, you are correct. It seems he possesses a portion of the Infinity Stone's energy. This newfound power has rendered him stronger than ever, granting him abilities akin to mind manipulation, spatial traversal, and some capabilities associated with the Reality Stone." This revelation had dire consequences for Captain America. "What? Steve has gone after the Red Skull?" "Yes, it appears he learned of the Red Skull's survival. He has led Black Widow and Hawkeye to apprehend him." Chapter 114, The Young Professor. Needless to say, they must be facing a severe defeat. Indeed, you should have seen Steve's expression at that moment. It was utterly comical. Chun Su, however, was exasperated. At such a critical juncture, you still find humor in this? What about now? Any leads on his whereabouts? None. Ever since Steve's ambush failed, they have vanished without a trace. With their resurrection, they are bound to instigate chaos. Keep a vigilant watch to prevent another world-ending catastrophe. Very well, I shall take my leave. Chun Su never anticipated the Red Skull's revival. It was truly astonishing. At that moment, in the mutant universe, the young Magneto was once again undergoing a transformation in his life, aligning with the original narrative. He was hiding in a factory, leading a blissful life with his family, intending to continue in this manner. Yet, unexpectedly, a selfless act of heroism exposed his identity, inadvertently leading to the tragic demise of his family, reigniting his fury. Disillusioned with humanity, thoughts of annihilating the world once more took root in his heart. In a forest, Magneto held the lifeless bodies of his wife and daughter, engulfed in anguish, while those surrounding him fell into a stunned silence. They had never anticipated the situation would escalate to this extent, but it was too late. Magneto manipulated a metallic coin, which swiftly penetrated their brains. All collapsed lifeless. He cradled the bodies of his wife and daughter and vanished into the depths of the forest. At that moment, Chin-Su, who was basking in the sun, was interrupted by the system's task notification, urging the host to swiftly eliminate apocalypse in the mutant universe, warning of potential deviations in the timeline, and advising caution. The Phoenix Force belonging to Jean had already been cruelly seized by the system and bestowed upon the host. Chin-Su was taken aback. It was no wonder he was summoned to eliminate Apocalypse. Originally, the narrative had depicted Apocalypse's defeat through the Phoenix Force, but now, the fragments of the Phoenix Force scattered across the multiverse had likely been mostly commandeered by the system, ultimately awarded to Chin-Su as a reward. Meanwhile, fragments of Gretchen's chaotic power had also been taken, continuously consumed by Chin-Su, leading to the disappearance of the Phoenix Force from Jean. Naturally, Chin-Su was compelled to confront Apocalypse, for without intervention, the entity would run rampant. Uncertain of what might unfold, Chin-Su promptly ventured into the mutant universe, only to find that the timeline had drastically shifted. The professor he encountered had lost all recollection and appeared remarkably youthful, gazing at Chin-Su with bewilderment. "Who are you? Do we know each other? How did you appear here out of nowhere? Are you a mutant as well?" Chin-Su was at a loss for words. Every individual with even a hint of ability seemed to be labeled a mutant. Truly, as the leader of the mutants, his thoughts were consumed by the notion of mutation. "You claim not to recognize me, yet what is that information transmitter in your hand?" "I do not know. This transmitter has always been in my possession in my memories. Whenever faced with insurmountable danger, I simply press it, and a deity comes to our aid." Chin-Su was taken aback. He never anticipated the professor would hold him in such high regard, viewing him as a deity. In fact, not just the professor, but all mutants who had interacted with him regarded him in this divine light. "You are facing a calamity. Your world may be on the brink of destruction. Are you aware of this?" "What? Are you joking? I do not know you. You appear before me out of nowhere, proclaiming that my world is to be destroyed. How am I to believe you?" Chin-Su could hardly fathom how naive the youthful professor was, lacking the cunning expected from someone of his stature, making communication exceedingly challenging. Frustrated, Chin-Su resolved to enlighten him. In the next moment, he unleashed his formidable mental powers, transmitting all that had transpired into the professor's mind, who closed his eyes in response. "Good heavens, are you actually resisting? This is utterly exasperating." Despite the professor's efforts to resist, the disparity between their mental strengths was monumental. He stood no chance against Chin-Su's overwhelming power. Ultimately, he could only passively accept the influx of information, and as it permeated his mind, his defenses waned until he ceased to resist. Meanwhile, other mutants, including Storm, Gretchen, and Cyclops, swiftly launched an attack against Chin-Su. "What have you done to Professor S?" Storm, wielding her formidable control over high-pressure lightning, launched a direct assault on Chin-Su, while Cyclops, not to be outdone, unleashed a barrage of laser beams. Yet, Chin-Su effortlessly erected a protective shield, deflecting all attacks without a scratch. Observing this, the other mutants intensified their efforts, but to no avail, leaving no mark whatsoever. At this moment, the professor assimilated all available information. His powerful mind rapidly grasped the situation, and his demeanor transformed, radiating greater composure and maturity. Utilizing mental control, he swiftly commanded Cyclops and Storm to assist him. Turning to Chin-Su, the professor regarded him with an apologetic expression. "I'm truly sorry for the inconvenience." Chin-Su returned a wry smile, feeling somewhat helpless. The professor, embarrassed by his previous actions, averted his gaze. Concerned, Storm and Cyclops inquired, "Professor, how are you feeling? That individual didn't harm you, did he?" The professor's anger flared momentarily. "Have you all forgotten my teachings? Unless absolutely necessary, you must never recklessly wield your powers. Chin-Su is my esteemed guest, and yet you dare to attack him. You are all to clean the academy immediately, ensure it is spotless, without a trace of dust." "What?" Cyclops and Storm were taken aback, bewildered by the sudden elevation of Chin-Su's status. "And you, Gretchen, I had thought you the most decisive among us. Yet, you failed to intervene and allowed them to act. You too shall participate in the cleaning. Remember, I will personally inspect your work." "What does this have to do with me? I did not attack him." "Indeed, you did not assault Mr. Chun. But your inaction in preventing Cyclops and Storm from attacking is your greatest transgression." Reluctantly, Gretchen followed Storm to commence the cleaning of the academy. Once they departed, the professor turned to Chin-Su and asked, "Will you be staying here for a few days?" Chin-Su, naturally, did not decline, as he had a mission to fulfill, to eliminate Apocalypse. "You still have hair. Who knows if it will remain as you age?" The professor remarked with a smile. "That is hard to guarantee. I suspect I will eventually lose it and revert to being bald," Chin-Su replied, shifting the conversation to serious matters. "I came here because this world is on the brink of catastrophe. Have you heard of a being named Apocalypse?" The professor, puzzled, inquired. Apocalypse? Who is he? He is the first mutant on Earth, possessing the ability to absorb the powers of others. If I am not mistaken, he has awakened and is currently somewhere in this world. The professor exclaimed, the first mutant, possessing the ability to absorb others' powers. How many years has he existed on Earth? And what is the extent of his strength? Indeed, he has been on this planet for an extensive period, siphoning the abilities of countless mutants, rendering him exceedingly formidable. I shall investigate this matter immediately. Please wait here for a moment. I have already informed others. Chen Su did not linger, but sought out the younger Magneto, hoping to alter his dark path. However, he found himself in a forest, where several corpses lay on the ground. It was evident to Chen Su that he had arrived too late. The events had already transpired. Numerous lights flashed in the vicinity, indicating that the police had arrived. Using spatial magic, Chen Su appeared in a nearby town and employed his mental powers to search the area. Before long, he discovered Magneto in a secluded spot, just finishing a meal and digging a grave. Beside him lay two bodies, a woman of similar age and a little girl, undoubtedly his daughter. At that moment, it was clear that Magneto intended to bury the two. Chen Su approached the scene but refrained from revealing himself. Concealed within a mirror space, he observed Magneto, whose heart was heavy with sorrow and an abiding hatred for humanity. A palpable aura of menace enveloped him. Shortly thereafter, the grave was hastily completed, and as Magneto prepared to lift the bodies for burial, Chen Su realized he could delay no longer and spoke out, urging him to halt. What? Are you just going to give up? Magneto instantly became alert. Who is it? Who's there? Chen Su stepped forth from the mirror space, appearing not far from Magneto. Magneto eyed him warily. Who are you? What brings you here? Chen Su did not respond to the inquiry, but gazed at the bodies of the mother and daughter nearby. Those two must be your wife and daughter, correct? His words struck a nerve, provoking Magneto's ire. What business is it of yours? Why are you here? You must be Magneto, aren't you? You know me. So, you are human, sent by the government, are you? Here to thwart my plan to annihilate humanity? Chen Su promptly denied this. No, I am not affiliated with the government. Are you then prepared to stop me? To prevent my destruction of humanity? Do you genuinely harbor such hatred for humans? Do you not realize that before awakening your powers, you too were human, as was your mother? Magneto suddenly laughed. A bitter sound. Indeed, my mother was human, yet it was humanity that killed her, along with my family. I initially intended to spend my life alongside my beloved and daughter, retreating into the forest and severing ties with the affairs of mutants and humans. However, when I benevolently saved a human life, they repaid my kindness by slaughtering my family. They are a heartless and ungrateful lot, their existence akin to pests within this world. They have no rightful place on this earth, and I am resolute in my quest to eradicate all of humanity. Chen Su listened quietly to Magneto, whose voice brimmed with anger and resentment, shaking his head in disbelief at the depth of his hatred for humankind. Yet, such feelings are entirely understandable. After all, one cannot accept the betrayal of those whom they have saved. The resolution to Magneto's dilemma seemed straightforward. The crux lay with his wife and daughter. If only they could be resurrected, it would suffice. I must summon the goddess of death to retrieve their souls. As Chen Su contemplated the prospect of seeking the goddess of death, a sharp pain coursed through his waist. What if I told you I could bring your wife and daughter back to life? Magneto was taken aback by the revelation. What? You claim you can resurrect them? Are you jesting? If you think to quell my hatred for humanity with such a trick, your strategy is rather naive. Chen Su, feeling somewhat at a loss, affirmed. I speak the truth. I possess the ability to revive your loved ones. Really? You are not deceiving me? Chen Su gazed earnestly into Magneto's eyes. However, I require you to undertake a task. Return to your dwelling and await a man named Apocalypse, who will seek you out. You must remain close to him. Apocalypse? Who is he? Do not concern yourself with that for now. You will understand in due course. Once this matter is resolved, I shall assist you in reuniting with your wife and children. With that, Chen Su vanished, leaving Magneto alone, dazed and contemplative. He believed only half of what Chen Su had claimed. From the moment Chen Su appeared, Magneto sensed an unfathomable aura emanating from him. It was clear that to be a leader among mutants, one must possess remarkable qualities, and evidently, Chen Su was exceedingly adept in this regard. Magneto gazed at the spot where Chen Su had vanished, murmuring to himself, I hope you do not deceive me. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to annihilate humanity and bring my family to their final resting place. With that, he departed, carrying the lifeless bodies of his wife and daughter, returning to his previous location to await the arrival of the man named Apocalypse. Meanwhile, Chen Su returned to the academy, where he found the professor and a large assembly engaged in a meeting. Without hesitation, he materialized before them. The group was momentarily stunned, their expressions devoid of emotion. However, Chen Su had encountered such reactions numerous times before. He had grown accustomed to it. What are you discussing here? We have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Here, we have a student capable of sensing the levels of mutants, and he perceives the emergence of a Class 5 mutant. Chen Su promptly took a seat at an unoccupied space directly beside the professor, a position evidently reserved for him. At this moment, Apocalypse, true to the original narrative, had also gathered his 4 horsemen, with the last being Magneto. Magneto gazed upon the peculiar individual before him, possessing dark skin and an eccentric appearance. Yet he could not shake the profound sense of apprehension that emanated from this being. It was unmistakable. This person was indeed Apocalypse. Child, Apocalypse intoned. I sense within you a profound rage and boundless sorrow. We were meant to dominate this world. To think that after merely 5 millennia of slumber, my kingdom has vanished, and our kind has suffered such indignities. Who are you? Apocalypse offered no reply, but moved closer to Magneto, grasping his hand to allow him to feel the metals beneath the earth. Magneto's abilities were amplified by Apocalypse. In that moment, he could sense the metallic elements hidden beneath our surroundings, and under his command, they surged forth from the ground. This sudden upheaval instigated a tectonic shift, triggering an earthquake. Meanwhile, in the midst of a meeting, Chen Su and the mutants were jolted by the tremors, realizing that an earthquake had indeed transpired. The student capable of detecting mutant levels spoke up. I can sense it. That mutant has begun to act. The professor added, I suspect it is not just him. This earthquake may very well be the doing of my old friend. Chen Su relayed the events surrounding Magneto to Professor Charles, who was enveloped by profound sorrow for his old companion's plight. Old friend, I hope you can still turn back, he lamented. What shall we do now, Chen Su? Should we take the initiative? I do not believe that would be prudent. It may lead to greater casualties. Our best course of action is to remain steadfast amid chaos. Though Professor Charles initially considered countering this notion, he refrained from voicing his dissent. Chen Su was correct. Adapting to the turmoil while maintaining composure was indeed the wisest strategy, as taking aggressive action would only result in unnecessary losses. Among the students, each one had been personally recruited by him. The academy was akin to their home, with the professor embodying the role of a father. The students were thus akin to his children, and what father would stand idly by while witnessing his offspring perish? I believe that united, we shall overcome any adversity, the professor declared, his gaze filled with unwavering confidence as he surveyed the assembled students. Chen Su smiled in response. At that very moment, Apocalypse was not one to remain idle. From the instant of his awakening, he had sensed within this world an individual who instilled in him an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Chen Su likely never anticipated the formidable perceptive abilities of Apocalypse. Remarkably, even from thousands of miles away, he could sense Chen Su's presence. After countless years, the extent of the powers Apocalypse has usurped from various mutants remains a mystery, as does the magnitude of his own strength. His sensory capabilities are, indeed, terrifyingly potent. Who is he that evokes such a profound sense of peril within me? Is this merely an illusion, or something more? Magneto stood quietly by, observing Apocalypse's condition. He was aware that Apocalypse had sensed Chen Su, yet he chose not to disclose any information regarding Chen Su's status. Watching the transformation of Apocalypse, Magneto felt a surge of excitement within. The more formidable Apocalypse became, the more extraordinary Chen Su appeared. This implied that Chen Su's previous assertions might possess an element of truth, offering hope for the resurrection of his wife and daughter. Thus, he remained patient, lurking beside Apocalypse, anticipating the moment Chen Su had foretold when his beloved family might return to him. World domination held no allure for him. His singular desire was to reunite with them. Presently, Apocalypse was not in haste to pursue Chen Su. Instead, he adhered to the narrative of the original tale, focusing on constructing the pyramids swiftly to acquire the professor's abilities. At that juncture, he would ascend to true divinity, immortal and indestructible. While his corporeal form may wither, his essence would endure. That was his ultimate aspiration. Turning to Magneto, Apocalypse commanded, "My child, go forth and bring me that mutant endowed with unique powers. I have faith in your capabilities." However, Magneto hesitated, held back by an internal barrier. The words of Chen Su, who had promised the resurrection of his wife and daughter. Reluctant to act against a friend, Magneto's indecision was palpable to Apocalypse, who read his thoughts yet maintained his confidence. He believed Magneto would assist him, particularly given the fact that his wife and daughter had fallen at the hands of humanity. This alone rendered any collaboration with them untenable. Thus, Apocalypse was prepared to wait, convinced that victory would ultimately be his. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Su and Magneto had already orchestrated their plans. Magneto's apparent compliance was merely a ruse to gain Apocalypse's complete trust. Magneto finally spoke. "Very well, I shall bring my old friend to you." A faint smile graced Apocalypse's lips, as if all unfolded according to his design. He promptly opened a portal leading directly to the academy. Without a moment's hesitation, Magneto stepped through, arriving at the scene where Chun Su and the professor were engaged in a meeting, their senses attuned to Magneto's arrival. Chun Su exchanged a glance with the professor, who nodded subtly, and soon they commenced their scheme. In no time, the mutant appeared on the academy's grounds. Greeted by the waiting Magneto. "Greetings, old friend. Are we truly destined to confront one another?" The professor initiated. "There is no choice. Those humans have taken the lives of my wife and daughter, obliterating all that I held dear. I had no intention of resorting to this. Yet they have pushed me time and again. Perhaps it was my compassion that led to the suffering of my loved ones. I must annihilate this world, extinguish humanity, so that they may join my wife and daughter in their eternal rest." Throughout their exchange, Chun Su communicated silently with Magneto, who grasped Chin's intent. And thus the plan commenced. Magneto wielded his powers to seize control of the professor's wheelchair, swiftly abducting him. Meanwhile, Apocalypse sensed the shift. Chapter 117. The Building of Monsters. Magneto successfully captured the professor and opened a portal, transporting him to Apocalypse. The latter gazed at the professor with excitement, who returned the look before Apocalypse turned his attention to Magneto. "My child, you have done exceptionally well. I knew you would succeed. Together, we shall reconstruct this world and eradicate those humans. We are the true sovereigns of this realm." The professor observed their exchange and interjected, "You will undoubtedly fail." Apocalypse regarded the professor with disdain. "Once I have fully stripped you of your abilities, I will ascend to true godhood, immortal and indestructible. You are merely flailing in your last moments. I shall relish witnessing your defiance. Children, take him. We shall proceed to realize our plan." Apocalypse opened a portal, and they all stepped through, emerging in a different city. In the academy, there was no panic over the professor's abduction, as everything had been meticulously orchestrated. Gretchen spoke up. "Mr. Chun, is it time for us to act?" "Yes, I shall go first. You follow shortly. However, do not engage recklessly. Our son awaits the signal." With that, Chun Su vanished, utilizing spatial magic to appear in the mirrored realm, observing Apocalypse and his cohorts. Apocalypse stood upon a mountain outside the city, lifting a hand to manipulate molecules. In an instant, the entire city was deconstructed, then continually reassembled. Before long, an enormous pyramid began to take shape. It must be acknowledged that Apocalypse's abilities were formidable, allowing him to disassemble and reorganize matter at a molecular level. The buildings and vehicles within the city were incessantly broken down and rearranged, transforming into an entirely different substance. Such a construction speed would surely drive the building monsters mad. He was indeed the epitome of builders among them. Both Magneto and the professor observed Apocalypse's actions with a hint of surprise, though it was merely astonishment, devoid of any further emotions. Apocalypse, however, remained oblivious to the unusual demeanor and emotional fluctuations of Magneto and the professor, which were eerily calm, too calm, as if they were mere spectators at a performance rather than individuals who had been forcibly brought here. The other three knights, of course, noticed this peculiarity. In the original narrative, an angel adorned with metallic wings approached Magneto and inquired, "How did you manage to bring the professor back?" His expression does not suggest coercion. Rather, it appears as if he accompanied you willingly. I discern not a trace of fear upon his visage. Magneto, upon hearing the angel's words, chose to disregard him, merely casting a few glances in his direction, prompting the angel to refrain from further inquiries. The angel's ability lay in his metallic wings. Yet Magneto possessed the power to manipulate magnetic fields, leaving the angel unaware of his formidable opponent, thus retreating instinctively. The angel then turned to the professor, asking, "How were you captured? You seem ill-equipped for battle. It almost appears as though you came here of your own accord." However, the professor ignored him completely, prompting the angel to abandon his questioning. A mere 10 minutes elapsed before an immense pyramid materialized in the heart of the city, lacking only its golden apex. Apocalypse, relieved, prepared to deconstruct matter once more to complete the pinnacle, signaling that his ritual of usurping others' abilities was nearing fruition. Chun Su quietly observed from within the mirror space. Growing increasingly impatient, nothing new emerged, and the scene remained a tedious reenactment of the original plot. In a decisive moment, Chun Su utilized the Infinity Gauntlet, instantaneously conjuring a golden apex for Apocalypse. Upon witnessing this, Apocalypse halted his actions, staring blankly ahead in utter astonishment. Furthermore, with the appearance of the apex, he sensed an overwhelming threat. As he gazed at the golden pinnacle, he remained motionless, beads of cold sweat slowly trickling down his face and pooling on the ground. The nearby knights, bemused by Apocalypse's state, watched as the angel stepped forward and asked, "What troubles you?" At this juncture, Chun Su interjected, "How does my crafted apex compare to your expectations?" Apocalypse, taken aback, realized that someone had been hiding nearby, a presence he had completely overlooked. In that moment, he abandoned all thoughts of completing his ritual. The unfolding events had slipped from his grasp, leaving him bewildered as to when Chen Su had arrived and how long he had been present. The most astonishing aspect was the seemingly spontaneous emergence of the golden apex, an act that defied the very laws of conservation of mass, a feat deemed impossible by conventional wisdom. He could only transmute one form of matter into another. The ability to conjure something from nothing is a skill solely possessed by deities. What astonished him most was that the ritualistic sigil required for his transformation ability was identical to that atop the pyramid. It is worth noting that this ritual symbol of transformation was a secret he had never shared with anyone. Only he was privy to it. Yet now, someone had managed to create it, utterly shattering his understanding of reality. How could this be possible? Had I truly slumbered for merely a few millennia, only for a being devoid of divine essence to emerge? Or does the existence of gods truly prevail in this world? Apocalypse and his four horsemen surveyed their surroundings with utmost caution. Who could it be? Chen Su materialized directly before him, a smile gracing his face. How do you find the pyramid's apex I crafted for you? No need for thanks. Who are you? Apocalypse regarded Chen Su with extreme wariness, sensing an unprecedented danger emanating from him, accompanied by a terrifying, suffocating feeling, a sensation he had never experienced since his inception. He could not fathom the existence of such formidable individuals in the world. Apocalypse's sixth sense warned him that Chen Su's strength likely surpassed his wildest imaginings. The knight under Apocalypse, endowed with telekinetic prowess, was the first to strike, launching an attack against Chen Su, perfectly aligning with Apocalypse's intent. Apocalypse was eager to witness the extent of Chen Su's terrifying power. The blade, forged from concentrated telekinesis, was capable of slicing through iron as though it were clay, and at a certain magnitude, could even sever molecular structures. Chapter 118. The heart of the universe emerges. The telekinetic blade descended from above Chen Su. Yet it bore no effect whatsoever, halting midair as if obstructed by an invisible, formidable force. The knight was instantly obliterated, reduced to ashes with a horrified scream. The professor closed his eyes in silent tribute. He had intended to counsel these misguided mutants, yet they had grievously offended the wrong individual by daring to assault Chen Su. This was, without a doubt, an affront to the professor's authority, and even he would not intervene to save them. He might even take matters into his own hands to resolve the situation. The remaining knights, unlike their foolish comrade, refrained from charging in recklessly, instinctively recognizing their impending doom. Having witnessed Chen Su's overwhelming strength, they were now deterred from further aggression. Apocalypse, too, was rendered utterly astonished, his tone softening considerably, mindful of not incurring the wrath of this enigmatic powerhouse. The actions of Apocalypse left the other knights in a state of profound astonishment. They were relieved to have refrained from attacking, noting the utmost respect with which their leader now spoke, indicative of the formidable power at play. Magneto, Eric, and Professor Charles had long been aware of Chen Su's terrifying prowess, knowing far more than they let on. Professor Charles was acutely aware that Apocalypse had no inkling of the true magnitude of Chen Su's power, which far surpassed anything Apocalypse could fathom. Hence, Apocalypse was utterly unprepared for the display of strength Chen Su had just exhibited. Who are you? We have no grievances against one another, do we? You too must be a mutant, correct? We could collaborate to conquer this world, and then share dominion over it. To share dominion, you must first grasp the concept that two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Secondly, do you truly believe I harbor any interest in global supremacy? If I desired such, I could have achieved it long ago. Yet, here you are, asking me to partner with you. What do you think you are? Indeed, Chen Su's words bore no flaw. His current might was sufficient to obliterate an entire universe. How could he possibly lower his gaze to this planet? Upon hearing these words, Professor Charles exhibited little emotional reaction. Having witnessed Chen Su's prowess, he understood that if Chen Su wished it, he could indeed accomplish such feats. This was no idle threat. However, as a man of great cunning, the professor discerned that Chen Su had no interest in such ambitions. Apocalypse, upon hearing Chen Su's remarks, was engulfed by an unprecedented fury. It was the first time since his inception that anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. As the first mutant in existence, he had dominated the world since ancient times, with people regarding him as a deity. I shall see just how formidable you truly are. Chen Su, not wishing to engage further in meaningless banter, unleashed a colossal fireball, which surged forth instantaneously. Though its size was not particularly grand, it contained an unfathomable amount of energy, evoking in Apocalypse the illusion of beholding a sun. He sensed a mortal danger and activated all his defensive shields, even opening a portal in a desperate bid to escape. But was it of any use? Not in the slightest. All his defensive measures proved utterly futile, as the fireball approached him with relentless speed, leaving no room for retreat. Apocalypse's form was reduced to ashes beneath the might of the fireball, a sight witnessed by all present. Professor Charles remained largely unfazed. However, Magneto, Eric, perceived the situation differently. His abilities had been enhanced by Apocalypse, and he understood the true extent of Apocalypse's strength. Not only he, but also the two other knights, were left in stunned silence, witnessing their leader obliterated in a single blow, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Fear gripped them. They had always believed that Apocalypse, as the world's first mutant, possessed unparalleled power, and that no one could rival him. They had followed him, convinced that he would indeed lead them to world domination, believing they too would partake in the spoils. However, it is now evident how naive and ludicrous their beliefs were. Their mightiest master crumbled before a mere blow, reduced to ashes in an instant. Trembling, they gazed at Chen Su, wondering if he would unleash his wrath upon them. Witnessing the swift demise of Tianqi, Chen Su merely clapped his hands, finding the encounter utterly devoid of challenge. Is this truly the extent of his strength? I had anticipated something far more formidable. It seems I have grossly overestimated him. A wave of incredulity washed over everyone present. If this is considered feeble, then what of their own worth? They are even less than that, inferior to refuse. Absent Chen Su, should they confront Tianqi, their defeat would be unequivocal. Indeed, the world might have fallen under his dominion. With such formidable powers, combined with Gretchen's absence of the Phoenix Force, Tianqi would undoubtedly pose a significant threat, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences for the world. Yet now, the scenario has shifted. He has encountered Chen Su, who is akin to a cheat code. How could a bearer of such extraordinary advantages possibly falter? At that moment, the system's voice resonated. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Tianqi eradicated. Rewards granted. 10 units of Phoenix Force, alongside fragments of the Cosmic Heart. What? Chen Su was taken aback. Fragments of the Cosmic Heart? As a transmigrator, he was acutely aware of what the Cosmic Heart entailed. It embodies the most potent force within the Marvel Universe, a power that transcends even the Infinity Stones. Although he was a traveler in this narrative, the Cosmic Heart had yet to make an appearance in the original storyline. Its existence was merely an official clarification. The possessor would feel as if they were the essence of the multiverse, representing the source of all energy within it. To possess, it is to wield power that surpasses the omnipotent universe, capable of rebooting or annihilating the universe at will. Prior to his transmigration, he had encountered discussions online regarding the Cosmic Heart, noting how Thanos, endowed with its might, consumed the entire universe. Those who attempted to thwart him nearly all met with failure. Thanos, empowered by the Cosmic Heart, was invincible, with no adversary capable of standing against him. Now, with a fragment of the Cosmic Heart in his possession, Chen Su found the reality almost surreal. He hesitated to claim it, fearing that doing so might invoke catastrophic repercussions, drawing the attention of formidable beings from other universes, such as the Living Tribunal, against whom he could not assure his own victory. Chapter 119. Calm suppressing his inner excitement, Chen Su recognized that this calamity had been averted. The other two knights, persuaded by the professor, had turned over a new leaf and joined the academy. Magneto approached Chen Su, urgency evident in his demeanor. Is it time? Can my wife and daughter be resurrected? Oh, this place is indeed unsuitable. Once we return to the academy, I shall commence the resurrection of your wife and daughter. Magneto was just about to object when the professor interrupted him. Eric, it is not appropriate here, and I sense that the police, intent on subduing humanity, will soon arrive. Should we be interrupted during the resurrection of your beloved daughter, it would be most unfortunate. Upon hearing the professor's words, Magneto quickly acquiesced and calmed himself. He understood that his impatience was of no avail. This location was not conducive for resurrecting his wife and daughter, as they could easily be interrupted. A single failure in the resurrection would spell disaster, condemning him to a lifetime of anguish. Meanwhile, hidden away, Gretchen deftly maneuvered the spacecraft downwards. Soon, everyone boarded the vessel, and before long, they returned to the academy. Awaiting them was a welcoming ceremony, and Chen Su wasted no time in proceeding to the room prepared by the professor. Magneto brought along the remains of his wife and daughter. Fortunately, due to the brevity of time, the bodies had not suffered significant decay. Chen Su utilized the soul gem to enter the realm of death. Upon his arrival, he found the goddess of death awaiting him, her enchanting eyes fixed intently upon him. Chen Su met her gaze, fully aware that his labor was about to commence. The two soon found themselves entwined upon the familiar bed, the passage of time unknown to them. Eventually, the goddess reclined upon Chen Su's chest. You scoundrel, you only seek me out when there are matters at hand. Neglecting me otherwise, she chided, playfully striking his chest with her small fists, while he caressed her delicate back. How dare you say such things? Every time I come, you put me through torment, My back is about to give out, he retorted. The goddess of death chuckled softly. I suppose I simply missed you terribly. I shall endeavor to restrain myself next time and refrain from tormenting you so. I came here for. Chen Su began, but the goddess interrupted. I know why you are here. You seek two souls, do you not? Humph, you are so attentive to others, yet so indifferent to me. Seeing her sulk, Chen Su resignedly sought to cheer her up, and after a considerable time, she finally appeared satisfied. He swiftly located the souls of Magneto's wife and daughter, capturing them with the soul gem. After bidding farewell to the goddess of death, he prepared to return to the realm of the living. Scoundrel, remember to visit me next time, she called after him. Chen Su, smiling, embraced the goddess before re-entering the reality. Magneto awaited him. Observing Chen Su's still form and hesitating to awaken him, fearing it might disrupt the resurrection of his loved ones. Chen Su soon opened his eyes, spotting Magneto pacing before him. Would you kindly cease your incessant pacing? He remarked. Magneto was taken aback, exclaiming, what has happened? Can my wife and daughter be revived? After uttering these words, Chen Su swiftly utilized the Infinity Gauntlet to restore their bodies, subsequently releasing the souls from the Soul Stone and infusing them back into their physical forms. In no time, Magneto's wife and daughter awakened, and he wept uncontrollably. Rushing to embrace them both, the family held each other tightly in a poignant reunion. Witnessing such a melodramatic scene, Chen Su felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. With his own matters to attend to, he retreated to his room, shutting the door behind him. Gazing at the screen displaying the claim button for the Phoenix Force in the heart of the universe, Chen Su first claimed the Phoenix Force. The next moment, he vanished, appearing in a void of chaotic space. In truth, he had visited this realm numerous times before, so he felt little astonishment. The scene unfolded as it had countless times prior. A colossal phoenix shattered into pieces, one substantial fragment transforming into a smaller phoenix that merged with Chen Su's being. He could feel the energy within him surging once more. With a mere thought, he could command all life on Earth. Not only that, but under the augmentation of the Phoenix Force, his psychic power could envelop the entire Milky Way, rendering all within its expanse visible to his perception. Observing the screen that displayed his possession of 75 units of Phoenix Force, Chen Su felt a surge of exhilaration. The long-shattered Phoenix Force, which had been fragmented for countless years, was on the verge of coalescing once again into a complete phoenix, destined to soar across the multiverse, its cry resonating throughout. Soon, his gaze shifted to the shards of the heart of the universe, and he slowly extended his finger towards the claim button. In an instant, a wave of mysterious and potent energy surged into his being, as the crimson and golden vortex within him absorbed this energy voraciously. The colors of the vortex, reminiscent of the galaxy, began to shift, transforming into a more vibrant and luminous hue. No longer merely crimson and gold, it morphed into a deep red and black, pulsating with a myriad of radiant lights akin to the stars within the Milky Way. Suddenly, a flood of information surged into Chen Su's mind, revealing an immense face radiating divine and formidable energy, reminiscent of a deity that governs all. Chen Su recognized this visage as that of the legendary strongest being in the multiverse. However, the subsequent scene filled him with profound astonishment. A colossal rift abruptly appeared nearby, exuding a dark, chaotic aura. A gigantic hand emerged from within, shattering the surroundings, producing a fragment akin to the one he had just claimed. Chen Su was jolted awake by the astonishing scene before him. He never imagined that the fabled heart of the universe was intrinsically linked to him, or rather, it was a fragment of his very essence. But whose immense hand was that? The one capable of shattering the strongest beings of the multiverse in a single blow. Could it truly lead to their demise? After pondering for a moment, Chen Su shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it further. Chapter 120. The Cosmic Rift at present. This was beyond my comprehension. Even the power of the Phoenix could not contend with that colossal hand. Contemplating it further would yield no fruitful outcome. Could I possibly overpower it? It seems imperative that I bolster my strength, lest I find myself at the mercy of that formidable hand when it strikes. Having resolved most matters concerning the mutant universe, Chen Su felt it was time to depart. Without bidding farewell, he conveyed his intention to leave through his mental powers to the professor. Utilizing the Infinity Gauntlet, he returned to his original universe. The professor turned his gaze toward Chen Su's room, prompting a curious inquiry from Gray. Professor, what is it? With a smile, the professor replied, Oh, it's nothing, just a friend preparing to depart. You must be referring to Mr. Chun, then? Earth, Kamartaj back in his original universe. Chen Su reclined on a chair, basking in the sunlight. So much had transpired during this time. Sighing, he reflected on the whirlwind of events, having traversed between various chairs. Now, he could finally enjoy the sun in tranquil repose. This idyllic period lingered for several weeks. until violent spatial fluctuations in the sky signaled the arrival of the long-missed Thor. This time, Chin-Su chose to await his approach rather than seek him out. A radiant pillar of 7 colors descended not far from Kamartaj. Moments later, Master Mordo led Thor to the spot where Chin-Su was basking. "Hey, Chin-Su. It's been a while," Thor greeted with a cheeky grin, prompting Chin-Su to rise and meet his gaze. "Thor, what brings you here? How is the construction in Asgard faring? I came to discuss this matter with you." A rift has appeared near Asgard, seemingly connecting to another realm. Although Asgard was thriving, the existence of this rift is incessantly consuming and ravaging our land. We are at our wits' end, which is why we sought your assistance. A rift? Could it be a consequence of Loki detonating the 6 Infinity Stones, causing disturbances throughout the multiverse and resulting in fissures? I believe that to be the case as well. I have consulted with other civilizations, yet we have found no means to seal this rift. Chin-Su understood that his leisurely time was drawing to a close. Very well, let us proceed at once. The two individuals found themselves in an expansive realm, where Thor, the god of thunder, raised the eternal spear, and in an instant, they were transported to Asgard. Upon stepping into Asgard, Chin-Su immediately sensed intense spatial fluctuations. Before them loomed a fissure, exuding a pitch-black aura, seemingly intent on engulfing everything. They swiftly flew to a position near the rift, observing the unsettling scene. This was indeed the rift, connecting to another universe. "Shall we venture to see what lies on the other side?" Chin-Su proposed to Thor. "What jest is this? I am the king of Asgard. I fear nothing," Thor declared boldly. Without hesitation, he plunged into the rift, with Chin-Su following closely behind. They traversed a stretch of inky darkness, the space around them shrouded in a murky haze. It appeared as though some unknown substance writhed incessantly. Soon, a glimmer of light emerged ahead, revealing an exit through which they soared. What greeted their eyes was a planet that left them utterly astounded. By the heavens, what manner of world is this? Not a trace of life. Could this possibly be Earth in this universe? They beheld an utterly desolate planet, adorned with only 3 hues: red, yellow, and orange. What calamity had befallen this celestial body? Chin-Su employed his mental prowess to explore the planet, quickly uncovering some peculiar life forms. "What do you see? Is there life on this planet?" Thor inquired. "Indeed, there are some rather extraordinary entities. Let us take a closer look." They descended swiftly, landing upon the barren ground, where the landscape was dominated by yellow sands, devoid of any water sources or signs of life. "Where are these extraordinary beings you mentioned?" "I see nothing but desolation," Thor remarked. Just as his words resonated, an immense tornado surged toward them, within which was a visage resembling a human face. "Oh, that is the peculiar life form of this planet," Chin-Su observed. "Indeed, that tornado, or rather, that elemental wind, is the unique life here. It possesses sentience. How fascinating." The formidable tornado, imbued with fierce gales, charged directly at them. Thor, undeterred, brandished his enchanted hammer, summoning storms and lightning. The hammer, restored by Chin-Su's wireless gloves upon Thor's request, unleashed a tempest that clashed with the approaching life form. The collision of the 2 whirlwinds distorted the surrounding space, sending endless grains of yellow sand swirling into the air. The peculiar life form came to a halt, seemingly awaiting something. This was the legendary entity, which turned out to be rather cowardly. In the next moment, several colossal figures, draped in a crimson hue and engulfed in torrents of molten rock and flames, pursued a woman not far away. Chin-Su and Thor observed, "My goodness, that individual ahead appears to be human. She should belong to this earth. Should we not offer her assistance?" "Of course, that goes without saying. We cannot simply stand by and watch her perish. You go save her. I will deal with that swirling vortex." Thor soared forward, summoning formidable bolts of lightning that reduced the fiery giants to mere fragments. The vortex then lunged at Chin-Su, with countless gusts of wind slicing through the air like blades, rendering the surrounding sand into finer particles. Chin-Su conjured an energy shield that deflected all assaults and employed fire magic to obliterate the vortex. However, the strange life form seemed unscathed, merely condensing into a smaller visage, while Thor appeared to be in trouble. Chapter 121. Women can be troubling. Without hesitation, Chin-Su flew toward the scene. Invoking a forbidden spell, frozen for miles, the fiery giants were instantly encased in ice, rendered immobile. "Thor, you've lost your touch. Growing old?" Thor chuckled in response. "Old? No. We Asgardians grow stronger with age. Yet these fiery creatures, though I shattered them into fragments, they merely reformed. It seems relentless, as if they cannot be vanquished." Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice spoke. It was the woman they had rescued. "Indeed, they cannot be slain. They are beings of this planet known as elementals, embodying the very concepts of Earth. The fiery monster represents the fire element, while the one that attacked you was the embodiment of wind. To eliminate them, you must eradicate all heat and moving matter from this planet, and then they shall cease to exist. Without heat and motion, life on this planet would be extinguished. Humanity has long since perished. I am the last remnant. This truly is Earth. How has it come to this? What has transpired here? I cannot say for certain. I believe the life forms on this planet have inflicted too much damage, provoking a furious backlash. Perhaps this is our own doing. And who are you? I am a human of this planet. My name is Sally. How do you know we are not from this place? There is no particular reason. I am but a humble inhabitant of this earth, lacking the formidable powers you possess. Were it otherwise, my world would not be on the brink of extinction. My family has perished, leaving me as the sole survivor, accompanied only by my brother, who fled with me. Moments ago, we were pursued by those fiery creatures, and my brother bravely diverted a multitude of flame monsters to ensure my escape. It was then that I encountered you. I am profoundly grateful for your assistance. Will you join us? Survival here has become untenable. Our worlds have been connected by a rift, a phenomenon that has wrought significant disruption in my realm. It is astonishing to discover that the plight of my world has extended into yours. Let us depart. Thus, Thor, accompanied by Sarika and myself, swiftly soared to the mouth of the rift. Even as we took flight, the ground trembled incessantly, only to swiftly regain its tranquility. As if some dormant life were poised to emerge, yet it soon fell silent once more. You should return to Asgard. I shall mend this rift. Chun-Su utilized the Infinity Gauntlet, severing the connection between our two worlds in an instant, causing the rift to vanish. He then descended, expressing gratitude for my assistance in resolving yet another dilemma. Shall we not celebrate? Perhaps not. I have matters to attend to. Sarika will find refuge with you for now, while I return to Earth. At this moment, Sarika appeared reluctant. Are you an inhabitant of Earth? She inquired. Yes, indeed. Why do you ask? I wish to accompany you back to Earth in this universe, if I may. I long to see what your Earth is like, she implored, her eyes reflecting a deep yearning. Sarika, possessing exquisite beauty, wielded an undeniable allure that could sway any man. Very well, Chun-Su replied, raising his hand. Take my hand, and let us return to Earth. Sarika placed her hand in his, expressing her gratitude to Thor. Thank you for saving me, she said. Thor responded with a smirk. It was my pleasure. Chun-Su then employed spatial magic, and in a heartbeat, we found ourselves in Kamartaj. Is this the Earth of your universe? Sarika marveled. It is truly beautiful, akin to my Earth's former glory, though alas, my own world has been destroyed. For now, you shall reside here. I will arrange accommodations for you. Chun-Su assured her. Thank you, she replied gratefully. After resolving the rift issue, Chun-Su hoped to return to a life of leisure. But just as he prepared to resume his reading in the library, Wanda approached him, her face a mask of fury. Chun-Su, bewildered, approached her. My dear, what troubles you? Who has caused you distress? What Chun-Su was unaware of was that, at the moment he returned with Salika, he was observed by other female mages. This incident quickly spread throughout Kamartaj, sparking a flurry of discussions. Whispers echoed, incredulous at the notion that the Supreme Sorcerer had brought another woman back with him. What? You must be mistaken. My idol could never be that kind of person. I assure you, it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. What? The Supreme Sorcerer is a scoundrel? A scoundrel? If he were to approach me, I would gladly share my affections with Wanda. I wouldn't mind at all. And I, too, would not object. Yet, these conversations reached Wanda's ears, igniting a wave of indignation within her. Did you really bring another woman home? Chun-Su was momentarily taken aback. Goodness. Is this the reason? Women truly are possessive creatures. Well, aren't you going to confess? You already have me and Sister Death. Do you really think you need another woman? You scoundrel? As she spoke, Wanda burst into tears, leaving Chun-Su utterly bewildered. He had faced the Dark Dimension's ruler, Dormammu, without flinching, yet now, confronted by a weeping woman, he found himself at a loss. Indeed, women wield the greatest power over men, especially when they cry. Wait, please don't cry. Let me explain. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Wanda dashed out, leaving Chun-Su dumbfounded. Women truly are a source of endless trouble. He hurried after her, attempting to elucidate the origins of the woman he had brought back. The truth is, she comes from another universe, more accurately, a parallel universe. A rift appeared near Thor's realm, and I went to investigate. It turned out that Loki had created a rift by detonating 6 infinity stones, connecting our two universes. When I visited, I discovered that her world had been utterly destroyed. We found Salika, and since her world was no longer habitable, we had no choice but to bring her with us. Chapter 122, A Sibling Reunion. Wanda ceased her tears and antics, allowing Chun-Su to embrace her. And they remained in a tranquil embrace. Just then, Chun-Su's phone rang abruptly. The incessant sound of the ringtone pierced the silence. However, he refrained from answering. reluctant to disrupt their intimate moment. Yet the phone continued to ring insistently. You should pick it up. It might be Stark. And they seemed to have something important to discuss, Wanda suggested as she extricated herself from his arms. Fine, Chin-Su conceded, reluctantly retrieving his phone from his pocket. Upon glancing at the screen, he confirmed it was indeed Stark calling. Hello, Stark, what's the matter? Chin-Su, what on earth are you doing? Why are you only answering now? I have a matter to attend to, so please refrain from asking further. Now, what is it that you wish to convey? If there is nothing, I shall hang up. No, truly, there is something important. You must have heard of parallel universes, correct? Yes, I am aware. What of it? A visitor from another Earth in a parallel universe has arrived here, and it seems he is in distress. His world is on the brink of destruction, if not already destroyed. What? Where are you now? We are at the Avengers Tower. Please wait a moment. I shall be there shortly. Chin-Su gazed at Wanda. Uncertain of what to say, Wanda returned his gaze, understanding that there was indeed a pressing issue at hand. If there is something amiss, you must attend to it without delay. Do not allow the situation to spiral beyond control, for then it may be too late. Indeed, my dear wife, you are truly wonderful. With that, Chin-Su leaned in to kiss Wanda before vanishing with a spell, arriving at the Avengers Tower. Almost all the Avengers were present. Yet there was one unfamiliar individual among them, and Stark quickly noticed Chin-Su. Hey, Chin-Su, speak up. If there is nothing, I shall take my leave. Steve chimed in, urging him to wait a moment. He is Samiyed, from another Earth in a parallel universe. His world has been destroyed, and by some misfortune, he has found his way to our Earth. Chin-Su scrutinized the unfamiliar man closely and observed a resemblance to Salika. Hello? You must be the enigmatic sorcerer they spoke of? Yes, and you are? I am Samiyed, from another Earth in a parallel universe. How did you arrive here? What transpired in your world? I am uncertain. I came here through a rift. I was there, diverting the attention of the enemies pursuing my sister. Those creatures were far too powerful. I thought my end was near. However, as I fled, I stumbled upon a dark rift. Since I was destined to perish sooner or later, I plunged into it, and afterward, I found myself in this universe. From this, Chin-Su discerned that Samiyed must indeed be Salika's brother. May I inquire, Salika must be your sister, correct? Samiyed instantly became immensely excited and rushed forward. What? How do you know Salika? Have you met my sister? Where is she now? She is in my domain, situated between our two universes. I cannot fathom the reason for this connection, the dark rift you mentioned. I was addressing this matter when I encountered your sister, and in turn, I saved her and brought her here. Is that so? Could you take me to see her? Thank you immensely for your assistance. I am deeply grateful for your help in rescuing my sister. Please wait here for a moment. I shall fetch her now. With a flick of spatial magic, Chin-Su instantaneously returned to Kamatage, directly accompanying Salika in this matter. Upon hearing the news, Salika burst into tears, leaving Chin-Su at a loss for words as he brought her along. The siblings, Salika and Samiyed, were soon reunited, embracing each other and weeping profusely. Chin-Su found this melodramatic scene unbearable, while the other Avengers watched with keen interest, each expressing their sentiments. Stark approached Chin-Su, inquiring, "Do you find his words credible? You must understand that traversing parallel universes is not a simple affair. Indeed, during my last endeavor assisting Thor with the cosmic rifts, I inadvertently stumbled upon her Earth in that universe," Chin-Su replied. "Her account aligns with my experience. It is trustworthy." The siblings soon separated, both turning to Chin-Su in unison. "Thank you. We believed we would never see each other again." "You're welcome," he replied. Steve then shifted the conversation, stating, "We must discuss the pressing matters at hand. To what extent has your world been ravaged? Is there still hope for salvation? Honestly, I am uncertain whether my world can still be saved. Originally, my Earth was quite similar to yours, but one day it was besieged by a cacophony of earthquakes, hurricanes, and volcanic eruptions, leading to the slaughter of life. These calamities were wrought by bizarre, elemental creatures we refer to as elementals." Stark then probed further, asking, "What triggered their awakening? Shouldn't we inquire how they were born? Or have they simply always existed? To be frank, I do not know. Their existence has long been a legend in my world. Perhaps humanity's destruction of the environment incited their wrath, awakening them from their slumber. This fate is a consequence of our own actions, a self-inflicted demise. To be honest, we are also at a loss regarding our return. The black rift through which we arrived has vanished," Chin-Su interjected. "I closed that rift," he explained. "The connection between our worlds had begun to affect both realms, prompting me to seal it. However, I possess a method to traverse to your world. Yet, whether I can eliminate the elementals there remains uncertain. The elementals of your world are conceptual embodiments of your planet. One represents Earth, another embodies heat, and a third signifies the flow of matter. Thus, they cannot be eradicated unless all heat, flowing matter, and substances on your planet cease to exist, leading to their natural demise." Chapter 123, The journey of salvation. Steve responded, "What? Does that mean his world is doomed to complete destruction?" Indeed, the existence of the elemental beings is intricately linked to that of Earth. The two are fundamentally one. The annihilation of either would preclude the survival of the other. Thus, our task is not to eradicate them, but to seal them away. Sammy had spoke. But hasn't that rift vanished? How can we reach my Earth in that world? Isn't that a dilemma? That rift was restored by me. I am aware of methods to traverse to that realm. What about you? Would you like to explore? To witness the nature of a parallel world? Stark interjected, certainly. How could one refuse the opportunity for such a grand journey? Steve chimed in, count me in. Black Widow Natasha remarked, I shall abstain, as I am of little assistance. Hawkeye has gone to be with his family. What of Dr. Banner? Where has he gone? He is on his honeymoon with Roger's daughter. I am unaware of their current whereabouts. Then it appears it shall be just myself, Stark, and Stephen embarking on this journey. Let us commence our voyage. Soon, all boarded the aircraft, and Shin-Su utilized the wireless gloves to transport the entire plane to that world. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves on a planet awash in hues of red, yellow, and orange. Stark and Steve were utterly astonished by the sight before them. A planet strikingly similar to Earth yet hauntingly desolate, devoid of any signs of life. Salika and Samiyed gazed upon this world, filled with a sense of familiarity, yet heavy with sorrow. What shall we do now? Let us descend and investigate. The group swiftly flew to the planet's surface, where they encountered a barren expanse. Steve inquired, is there any way to alter this fate? Is there hope for this planet? The life on this planet has been utterly extinguished. It is futile to hope. Do not speak so. To believe that life can be completely eradicated is sheer folly. As long as there exists a sliver of possibility, life will endure. How then shall we address the elemental beings? That, I am at a loss. Stark, embodying the intellect of the group, pondered, you mentioned they had awakened, suggesting they were once in slumber. What caused their prior dormancy? Is there any lore on your planet regarding methods to seal them? I truly do not know. At that moment, Salika spoke, I am aware. My parents spoke of a powerful figure from my planet who once sealed those elemental beings, though the specifics of his method elude me. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and fierce winds whipped up, accompanied by a multitude of fiery sparks hurtling toward them. It is unfortunate, the elemental beings have arrived. Stark swiftly donned the destroyer armor, preparing for battle. However, Shin-Su, who had previously encountered them, immediately intervened. They are indestructible. We must expedite our departure to the surface of the planet this week and deliberate further. Shin-Su harnessed the power of the Phoenix to repel the elemental beings, granting ample time for the spacecraft to take flight. You all wait here for me. I shall seek counsel from others. Upon uttering these words, Shin-Su's soul transcended, journeying to the dimension of death, directly confronting the supreme sorceress, Ancient One. This is the situation. Do you know how to seal these elemental beings? Oh, I have heard of them before. They are the embodiment of elemental concepts, exceedingly difficult to vanquish. To destroy them would mean the complete annihilation of their planet. Is there a method to seal them? The answer lies within you. Within me? You possess the Phoenix Force. You can consume and obliterate their consciousness. This is feasible. Yet it addresses only the symptoms, not the root cause. They would eventually awaken. My method is rather gruesome. It necessitates a sacrifice. You can first utilize your Phoenix Force to dismantle their consciousness, and then find an individual to serve as the seal. The strength of the elemental beings has been significantly diminished. Their mental awareness is far weaker than before. The person who becomes the seal can confront and continually suppress them. Is that so? This method is indeed somewhat cruel. Are there any alternative solutions? None. The method I have shared is contingent upon your possession of the Phoenix Force. It would have been impossible prior. It is challenging to find someone of such formidable power willing to become a seal against the elemental beings. I see. The Phoenix Force, as a nexus of the multiverse, can indeed control, destroy, and modify sentient beings. The elemental beings possess their own consciousness and intellect, which I could exploit to weaken their power. What of the goddess of death? Where has she gone? This is what I needed to discuss with you. She has encountered a formidable adversary, a person who appears to be her suitor. What? Her suitor? Indeed. Therefore, after you resolve matters on your end, return swiftly to assist her. Without hesitation, Shin-Su returned to his corporeal form. Have you found a solution? Yes, we shall descend immediately. However, this method is rather ruthless. It requires a sacrifice from a strong individual. Salika and Saming spoke simultaneously, pondering what course of action to take, regardless of the sacrifices required. We are willing to pay the price, they declared. At that moment, Sammy hesitated. Salika, as your elder brother, it should be I who makes the sacrifice. What? Do you wish for me to remain alone in this world? Salika retorted, desperation lacing her words. This is simply unavoidable. Steve interjected, is there truly no alternative? Must someone inevitably make a sacrifice? I have explored all options and consulted many. This is the only course available, came the reply. A solemn silence enveloped the group as Steve fell into contemplation, while Stark remained silent. Did you not hear Chinsu earlier? Chapter 124. Ambiguity. The one who performs the sealing must possess formidable strength. My abilities far surpass yours. Thus it should be I who undertakes this task. If you were to attempt it, you would be incapable of restraining them. Dear friends, I implore you, once I have transformed into a statue, please take my sister to your world to ensure her survival. Kindly look after her. Thank you truly. My sister possesses elemental abilities as well. She too can assist you. I hope you will allow her to join your ranks. Captain America, Steve, assured him, do not worry. I shall. Wait here for my signal, he instructed. As Chinsu stepped into the void of space, gazing down upon the planet, he unleashed the full force of the Phoenix, transforming into a magnificent phoenix himself, radiating divine power that engulfed the entire planet. The elemental beings upon the world trembled under this overwhelming force, emitting cries of terror as they sought refuge. Yet, in the face of such absolute power, escape proved futile. All elemental beings succumbed to a deep slumber. Their mental faculties faced utter obliteration, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock. Stark and Steve, having spent considerable time with Chinsu, were nonetheless astounded by the spectacle. In the boundless expanse of the cosmos, a colossal phoenix hovered, emanating an ancient and formidable aura, as if reigning over the universe. Chinsu retracted the phoenix's power, astonished that merely a fraction of this force nearly obliterated the planet. The heart of the universe, indeed, was the most potent power beyond words. After absorbing a portion of the heart, his strength had reached an astonishing zenith. I now feel that should I unleash my full potential, I could annihilate this universe, perhaps even shake the very foundations of the multiverse. Upon concluding his task, he returned to the spacecraft, where everyone gazed at him in awe. Stark, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, Chinsu, are you truly not a god? What do you think? Do you believe I am a deity? Captain America, Steve, remained silent, and one could grasp why Stark had been so astonished. Let us descend now. I have dealt a devastating blow to the elemental consciousness on this planet. It is now time for someone to seal them away. That will suffice. We need only to disturb their ongoing recovery, disrupting their newly restored awareness, which is exceedingly fragile. After bidding farewell to Sarika and Sammy stepped forth, and Chinsu's sealing method was directly transmitted into his mind. With Chinsu's assistance, Sammy gradually transformed into a stone statue, while Sarika stood by, utterly heartbroken. After a moment, the elemental beings, whose weak consciousness was flickering back to life, were promptly subdued. Falling utterly still, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Had it succeeded? But what of my brother? Will he not return? Silence descended upon all. No words were spoken. And Sarika came to understand the outcome. Perhaps having my brother guard this planet perpetually is not such a poor choice after all. Observing that matters were nearing resolution, Chinsu spoke up, indicating he must assist the goddess of death. The situation had reached its conclusion, and he would now escort them back. Sarika was entrusted to their care, as he had other endeavors to attend to. With that, Chinsu activated his wireless gloves, transporting them back to their original universe, while he himself instantaneously appeared in the realm of death. To his astonishment, someone had managed to vex the goddess of death, suggesting that this individual possessed formidable strength. He was compelled to discover who dared to target his own. Upon his arrival, he encountered the Ancient One. What is the situation? He inquired. Your timing is impeccable. That individual has been entangled with the goddess of death for quite some time, and she has been struggling to hold on, awaiting your arrival. Who is this person? Their power is truly terrifying. Even the goddess of death, one of the 5 primordial deities, cannot contend with them. You are acquainted with them. It is the Thanos from another parallel universe. However, this Thanos possesses staggering might, having devoured the eternity and infinity of that universe, the powers of 2 primordial deities. The goddess of death finds it exceedingly difficult to withstand such force, and she has instructed me to wait here for you. Chinsu was taken aback, unable to fathom that the Thanos from another parallel universe could wield such terrifying power, having consumed both eternity and infinity. How could the goddess of death possibly endure the strength of 2 primordial deities? Infuriated, he thought, how dare anyone harm my own? Where is the goddess of death now? The Thanos from the parallel universe has temporarily retreated. The goddess is in her chambers, awaiting your arrival. Without hesitation, Chinsu made his way to find the goddess of death. Upon entering, he saw her seated on her bed. She noticed him. Though her reaction was not as intense as he had anticipated, Chinsu approached her slowly, sitting beside the goddess of death, with one arm draped around her shoulder. Just as he was about to offer her solace, the goddess of death suddenly pushed him down. Her delicate, ivory fingers playfully caressed Chen Su's chin as she expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, "Your wife is on the verge of being taken away by another. And you still have the audacity to concern yourself with others' affairs? How have you managed your own matters?" Chen Su responded with a calm smile. "How could that be? My wife is undoubtedly my utmost priority. Did I not rush to find you as soon as I finished my tasks?" He continued, "What about your insufferable suitor? Although he possessed the powers of the eternal and infinite, as incarnations of the primordial deities, he was ultimately not their true selves. Thus, while slightly stronger than Chen Su, he was still no match for him." The goddess of death then flashed a mischievous smile. "But this situation is merely temporary. If the battle prolongs, I may find myself at a disadvantage." She gazed at Chen Su, her fingers tracing circles on his chest. Chen Su felt an impulsive urge, as if he had slapped her alluring form. "What will you do then? Be cautious, or I might eliminate your suitor." The goddess of death chuckled. "However, you possess the power of the phoenix and the infinite gauntlet. Your strength rivals, if not surpasses, mine. Dealing with him should pose no issue. So, if he manages to take me away, you can always reclaim me. Firstly, it is impossible for her to be taken from you. You are undoubtedly mine. There is no second." Chapter 125. A second confrontation with Thanos. Nonetheless, you must remain vigilant. He has defeated both infinity and eternity. His strength is not to be underestimated. And after merging the powers of infinity and eternity, he has become exceedingly difficult to kill. The goddess of death smiled again. "For you, this shouldn't be a challenge. You possess nearly the complete power of the phoenix, supplemented by the infinity stones, and I can sense a trace of the heart of the universe within you." After her words, she began to tease, playfully moving against Chen Su, nearly causing him to lose control. The goddess's beauty was unparalleled, embodying nearly every virtue a woman could possess. How could any man withstand such playful antics? Chen Su, too, found it increasingly difficult to restrain himself. As the stirrings of desire grew within him, the goddess of death showed no sign of restraint or hesitation, instead smiling at him with even greater audacity. "Speak now. Do not hold back the truth." Chen Su felt a flicker of surprise. However, it was only natural. As one of the 5 primordial deities, the goddess of death possessed unmatched strength and wisdom. How could she not see through him? Yet, how could Chen Su reveal his greatest secret concerning the system? The consequences of such disclosure were unfathomable. His identity as a traveler may consequently be exposed. Should he attract the attention of the formidable beings lurking within the cosmos, such as the master of that colossal hand, he would find himself entirely defenseless against them. If he were to confront such entities, the only path left for Chen Su would be death. Destiny has granted Chen Su a rare opportunity for rebirth. He has no desire to return to his previous mundane and insipid existence, spending each day toiling in a small supermarket for a meager wage, with a future shrouded in uncertainty and devoid of hope. In this regard, Chen Su resolved to utter a benevolent falsehood. Believing it to be in the best interest of all, "I acquired it by chance, albeit only a slight glimmer. The heart of the universe, as the most potent force among the multiverse, possesses an irresistible allure. Even I find myself tempted to consume you." Chen Su chuckled, recognizing the immense and formidable power of the heart of the universe. Should anyone seize it, the bearer would ascend to become the absolute sovereign of the multiverse, a being that embodies the very essence of divinity, omniscient, omnipotent, and eternal, wielding dominion over all, a true deity. How could that be? I refuse to believe my wife would treat me that way. Do you know where she is now? I do. However, there is no need for us to seek her out. She will come to us. This is not her first instance of causing trouble. The fusion of eternal and infinite powers makes it exceedingly difficult for me to eliminate her. We remain at an impasse. Do not worry. I shall resolve this once and for all, ensuring she no longer bothers you. Are you jealous? Chen Su swiftly turned, pinning the goddess of death beneath him. What do you think? The goddess of death flashed a playful smile, entwining her arms around Chen Su's neck as they embarked on a new round of fierce combat. Suddenly, the entire dimension of death began to tremble, as though assaulted by an overwhelming force. The two, entwined in slumber, soon awakened. Dressing quickly, they ventured outside, only to encounter Thanos within the realm of death. However, this Thanos was entirely different from the one known in his original universe. An aura of unfathomable power emanated from him. Although he stood before them, he appeared indistinct, as if separated by countless dimensions. This visit heralded the presence of eternal power. The eternal spear symbolizes the cumulative essence of time across the multiverse, capable of manipulating all timelines and obliterating them as well. The terrifying energy surging from Thanos' form felt inexhaustible, a manifestation of infinite power. Infinity embodies the totality of matter and energy within the multiverse. ensuring that as long as the energy of the multiverse remains unexhausted, it will be an endless reservoir, boundless and eternal. The goddess of death cautioned Chen Su, "Be careful." Chen Su grasped her hand briefly, instilling a sense of tranquility within her. The souls within the entire dimension of death began to tremble under this surge of power. Thanos, witnessing Chen Su walking alongside the goddess of death, roared in fury as he realized two had been reduced in number. "Death, I have sacrificed so much for you. Loved you with an unfathomable depth, and yet you choose to be with this man. Who are you? What gives you the right to stand beside the goddess of death? You are unworthy. She belongs to me." The terrifying aura emanating from Thanos surged towards Chen Su, causing the very fabric of the death dimension to distort and quiver under this overwhelming force. This phenomenon also affected the reality of the multiverse, though they remained oblivious to the cause. "Unworthy? What are you?" Upon finishing his statement, Chen Su boldly embraced the goddess of death and kissed her. This audacious act undoubtedly infuriated Thanos, who mirrored the portrayal from the comics, deeply enamored with the goddess of death, willing to annihilate all life in the universe merely to elicit a smile from her. He then released her, preparing to engage in battle with Thanos. As Chen Su beheld this Thanos, he recognized that this version of him far surpassed the one from his own universe. The oppressive weight of the cosmos emanated from Thanos, warping the space around him. "It seems you are prepared for a confrontation. Is that so?" The outcome remains uncertain. Thanos unleashed a fearsome punch, akin to a black hole, consuming the surrounding space as it advanced toward Chen Su. Without hesitation, Chen Su activated the Infinity Gauntlet, channeling immense energy into his own fist to meet Thanos' attack. The two formidable forces collided, sending shockwaves through the death dimension, which teetered on the brink of collapse as both combatants momentarily withdrew. "Shall we take this battle outside the death dimension? I assume you do not wish to wreak havoc here," Chen Su suggested. Thanos stepped forward, and Chen Su followed suit. Instantly transported to an unfamiliar universe devoid of life, a realm on the verge of collapse, Thanos swiftly struck out with his palm. An attack so vast it threatened to shatter the universe itself, a tremendous pressure bearing down upon Chen Su. Without delay, Chen Su unleashed the power of the Phoenix, releasing all of his strength. In a moment of awe-inspiring magnitude, a colossal phoenix erupted from within Chen Su, colliding with Thanos' immense hand. The hand shattered upon impact. "I did not expect you to wield the power of the Phoenix. Alas, it is but incomplete. Even so, it is sufficient to defeat you." Chen Su and Thanos exchanged gazes that transcended the confines of both space and time. In that moment, Chen Su perceived an overwhelming aura emanating from Thanos, akin to confronting the vast expanse of the universe while standing alone beneath the boundless night sky, imbued with the essence of the cosmos itself. With a serene smile, Chen Su recognized the true Thanos, the Thanos of this universe, who far surpassed the one he previously encountered, a being that epitomized supreme power within the cosmos. As a traveler through realms, Chen Su recalled having seen in comics how Thanos, at the height of his prowess, could effortlessly subdue even the likes of the planet Devourer and even consume the universe itself. Despite the formidable strength of this Thanos, Chen Su felt no fear. Instead, he was emboldened by the prospect of discovering the limits of Thanos' power. Suddenly, the surrounding space began to tremble, revealing countless minuscule fissures from which divine energy surged forth. Chen Su was astonished as these forces carved out numerous barriers that enveloped him, collapsing inward at a breathtaking speed. The pressure he felt was akin to the compression of several planets. In response, Chen Su unleashed the power of the Phoenix, extinguishing all in its path. The barriers and the surrounding space were rent asunder, dissolving into nothingness. From a distance, Thanos gazed upon this spectacle with immense astonishment, never having anticipated such formidable prowess. He then conjured an extraordinarily massive fist imbued with unparalleled divine energy, decisively twisting it, causing the very fabric of space around him to tear apart. The once tranquil space shattered like glass under the weight of this force, and in the shadow of that colossal fist, Chen Su appeared diminutive, insignificant, even, as if he were but a mere grain of sand. Though he intended to evade, he soon realized that the rhythm of the surrounding space had been irrevocably disrupted, rendering any attempt at escape futile. Yet, Chen Su felt no trepidation. He resolved to utilize this final strike to conclude the battle. Discerning that Thanos had unleashed his full might, there were no limits left. As Chen Su's thoughts coalesced, a soft crimson light began to emanate from him. In contrast to the immense fist of Thanos, this gentle hue radiated a vast aura, far more potent than Thanos' own. An inexhaustible power surged forth, gradually taking form as an exquisitely crafted phoenix that materialized within the cosmos. With a resounding cry, It reverberated throughout the multiverse, its brilliantly vibrant wings fluttering gently, instantly rending the surrounding space asunder. In that moment, Shinsu vanished, transforming into a phoenix that continued to grow, its size surpassing that of Thanos' fist. Shinsu smiled faintly at the corners of his mouth, and with a swift motion of his wings, he unleashed boundless energy, propelling himself forward with the ferocity akin to that of Thanos. The tempest generated by the flapping of his wings surged forth like a torrential flood. Thanos, sensing the annihilating power approaching at an unimaginable speed, could not retreat. As a formidable tyrant of his era, he confronted Shinsu head-on. The collision of their colossal forces caused the very fabric of space to collapse, as torrents of energy churned violently, fracturing the cosmic membrane into a stillness that belied the chaos. Thanos' fist shattered swiftly, and Shinsu, unyielding in his mercy, charged at him with blinding speed. Thanos' form was crushed beneath the overwhelming might of this phoenix-like force. With Thanos' demise, the universe itself crumbled, obliterated in an instant. Shinsu hovered in the void, regarding the ashes of Thanos' corporeal form without a shred of pity. He turned and returned to the dimension of death, as this universe imploded into nothingness. The goddess of death immediately lunged at him, planting a kiss upon him, exclaiming, "Darling, you are indeed the mightiest." "Of course," he replied. "But how do you intend to reward me?" The moment the words escaped his lips, he regretted them, as the goddess of death pulled him onto the bed, and they embarked upon yet another tumultuous bout. Time passed without measure, and Shinsu found himself back in the realm of reality. Heavens! One day she will surely be the end of me. Just as he prepared to return to Kamartaj for some respite, Stark called once more. "Shinsu, have you resolved your affairs? We have encountered trouble again." Shinsu hesitated for a few seconds. "What now?" "You know, it's about the Red Skull. Though he was resurrected by Loki, his strength should be diminished. Can't you handle it?" "You are mistaken. I detected the energy of the Infinity Stones within him." "What? Indeed. He possesses the energy of the Infinity Stones. We attempted to eliminate him, but it was utterly futile." "Yes, the Red Skull, revived by the energy of the Infinity Stones, has become nearly immortal, impervious to conventional physical attacks." Almost all the Avengers sat beside Stark, with Captain America, Steve Rogers, expressing the most astonishment. Once a rival, he now found himself overshadowed by such formidable power. "Where are you now? Shall I come over?" "We are at the Avengers Tower." This time, Shinsu did not use his aerial magic to appear at the Avengers Tower. Instead, he took a taxi, which took him over 10 minutes to arrive. "Hey, Shinsu, why are you so slow? You used to arrive the moment you received a call." Shinsu chose to ignore him, instead supporting his waist and finding a place to sit. Stark observed Shinsu's demeanor, and as an experienced veteran, he immediately comprehended the situation. He activated his acerbic wit, advising the young man against overexertion and emphasizing the importance of moderation, lest it adversely affect his health. The meaning of his words was clear to everyone present, and Shinsu could only manage an awkward smile. "How is everything?" Stark suggested. "Let us film a short video for you to see." After watching Stark's recorded footage, Shinsu was astounded, realizing how formidable the Red Skull had become. He had underestimated him in the past. Chapter 127. The Red Skull emerges. Captain America, Steve, also chimed in, stating that Nick Fury had received news that the Red Skull was nearly operational and that the remaining remnants of Hydra worldwide were unaware of this. Moreover, he had enhanced those remnants. While each individual may not possess strength comparable to mine, they certainly surpassed ordinary humans, presenting yet another dilemma. "Where did he acquire such super serum?" Stark inquired. "It was Zola," he replied. "He was the one who created the Winter Soldier and had previously attempted to steal the super serum, albeit unsuccessfully. Ultimately, he manufactured the second generation of super serum from my residual blood, though its efficacy pales in comparison to the first generation. Even so, if every Hydra operative has been injected, we face a significant predicament. Do we have any updates on Hydra? Where is he hiding now?" Stark continued. "Not yet, but we should have information shortly. Once you find out, please call me. I'll take a moment to rest, as I'm feeling quite fatigued." At this remark, everyone stifled a laugh, which Shinsu noticed, but chose not to comment on. Stark then offered, "I have some health supplements. Would you like some?" Shinsu halted abruptly. "You have those. Why not retrieve them immediately?" Stark replied, "I'm afraid I don't know where they are at the moment. They've always been managed by Pepper." "Very well. You must accompany me to fetch them," Shinsu insisted. "Let us go." Stark stepped forward to assist Shinsu, and en route, he resumed his incisive banter. "So how is that girl?" Shinsu was left speechless. "What? You're overthinking it. I haven't been flirting with anyone. Don't deceive me. I'm quite the expert in this area. But do keep it from Wanda, or you might find yourself at a disadvantage. Wanda has known all along." Pepper interjected as she approached. "Oh, hello, Shinsu. Long time no see." Indeed, it has been a while. What brings you here? Chin-Su responded. Oh, never mind that. Quickly retrieve the medicine you prepared for me earlier. Little Pepper appeared, utterly bewildered. What do you need that kind of medication for? What are you up to again? Stark, sensing the imminent anger of Little Pepper, hastily interjected. Oh, don't misunderstand. It's for Chin-Su. He needs it. Who do you think you're fooling? Do you honestly believe I would accept that? Chin-Su awkwardly chimed in. Little Pepper, it is indeed for me. My apologies for the trouble. The shock on Little Pepper's face was palpable, and her gaze toward Chin-Su shifted dramatically. Chin-Su understood the thoughts racing through her mind, yet he felt utterly helpless to clarify. Rather, he was at a loss for words. All right then, wait a moment. I'll fetch it for you right away. Stark chuckled at the side, while Chin-Su felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, overhearing Little Pepper muttering something under her breath. Indeed, all men are the same. Chin-Su found himself speechless, unsure how to explain himself. If he were to be candid, it was the goddess of death who summoned him nightly for such activities. What man could withstand the relentless demands of the goddess of death without being utterly drained? Only someone of Chin-Su's caliber could hope to manage her. His physical prowess had reached extraordinary levels. Even the explosion of a star could scarcely harm him. Walking on the surface of the sun was not beyond the realm of possibility for him. Yet, despite this, he still bore the burdensome whims of the goddess of death. Perhaps it could be described as a delightful torment. Little Pepper swiftly located the medication. Chin-Su knew well that, given his current physical condition, the drug would have little effect on him. At most, it might provide a psychological comfort. Upon receiving the medication, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you. You're welcome, but I must advise you to exercise moderation. Overexertion can be detrimental to your health, she cautioned. Stark continued to chuckle beside them, rendered speechless. Chin-Su, equally embarrassed, replied, All right, I understand. I shall take my leave now. With a swift use of spatial mimicry, Chin-Su vanished, leaving Little Pepper standing in stunned silence. Tony, where has Chin-Su gone? Stark, aware of Little Pepper's confusion, felt reluctant to explain. He just left. You must have missed him. What? So soon? You know how it is. Having witnessed countless battles and alien invasions on television, Little Pepper had grown accustomed to the extraordinary. She no longer felt the need to inquire further. In a world filled with bizarre occurrences, vanishing without a trace was hardly remarkable. Compared to an alien invasion, such events seemed rather mundane. For heaven's sake, where have you been these past few days? The company isn't solely mine to manage. If you continue to neglect your responsibilities. As Pepper was about to articulate her thoughts, Stark interrupted her. You know, with so many matters at hand, the captain has encountered troubles once more, and I must assist him. Oh dear, never mind, just go help him. Such violent affairs are best left to you gentlemen. I simply cannot manage them. At that moment, Captain America, Steve, called Stark, saying, Hey, Tony, come quickly, we have a situation. Stark promptly donned his armor and soared off, leaving Pepper standing alone. Gazing at his departing silhouette, she wondered when he would ever find tranquility. Chin-Su had long returned to Kamartaj, resting in bed, basking in the sun, and enjoying a quiet life with Wanda. Days of this serene existence passed, until Stark called again, announcing he had discovered the whereabouts of Red Skull. Hey, how's the rest? Did the medicine I gave you work? Not too bad, it's quite effective. I knew every time I use that it works. Every time? Ahem. Let's not discuss that now. Hurry over, we've located Red Skull, and we're about to make our move. We'll be waiting for you at the Avengers Tower. On my way. Chin-Su then utilized spatial magic, stepping forward and instantly appearing at the Avengers Tower, where he found the Avengers geared up and prepared for action. Hawkeye had returned from his leave. It appears you are all ready. Where's Red Skull? Captain America, Steve, promptly replied. He is currently in Sonya. Nick Fury has detected an imbalance there, with an abundance of advanced technology and many enhanced individuals. Chapter 128. Resolution. The group swiftly boarded the Quinjet. Arriving at a forest near Sonya, Chin-Su began to assign tasks. Steve, Hawkeye, and Natasha, you will handle the super soldiers outside, drawing their attention. Stark and I will confront Red Skull. Captain America adjusted his gear, affirming, leave Red Skull to us, and the soldiers outside to you. Stark felt a twinge of confusion, asking, just you going after Red Skull is sufficient. Why do I need to accompany you? Chin-Su offered no elaborate response. You will understand once we are inside. Very well, let us commence our operation. At that moment, Red Skull stood before a computer screen, engaged in conversation with a visage displayed on it. I can sense the mage's presence. What? Hasn't he vanished? How has he returned? Disappearance does not equate to death. Even Loki, with 6 Infinity Stones, was no match for him. What shall we do? What can we do? We have no retreat left. Indeed, you have no escape. Only a path leading to death. Who? Who is speaking? The voice undoubtedly belonged to Chin-Su, who, in a moment, brought Iron Man into the mirrored space. where they encountered the Red Skull and the consciousness of Dr. Zola, transformed into a digital entity. Stark quickly grasped Chin Su's intention in summoning him. As the former chief scientist of Hydra, Zola's consciousness had evolved into a form akin to the artificial intelligence Ultron. Consequently, Chin Su urged Stark to confront Dr. Zola, though Stark's acerbic tongue remained unbridled. "Oh, do you know what you resemble? A clown from the circus. Have you ever seen one?" Red Skull, visibly irked, retorted, "Stark, your parents perished at my hands, and now you come seeking vengeance." Upon hearing this, Stark unleashed two powerful energy beams, only to have them thwarted by Zola's protective energy shield. Stark attempted to charge forward, yet Chin Su intervened, advising him to remain composed. "Do not act rashly. He seeks to provoke you, to capture you as a hostage, which would certainly complicate matters." Stark regained his composure. "Wait, use the computer to erase the presence within. Red Skull has tasked me with eliminating him." He expressed disbelief that Loki had resurrected Zola. "You've been given a second chance at life. Yet instead of fleeing to another planet, you return to continue this futile endeavor. It's tantamount to courting death." Red Skull scrutinized Chin Su warily. "And you? You now rival the deities. Virtually no one in the universe can match your power. Why do you linger here? Shouldn't you be off to your rightful place?" "To my rightful place? That is of no concern to you," Chin Su replied. "I acknowledge your formidable strength. I am no match for you. However, I have prepared a contingency, intending for this world to accompany me in my demise." Chin Su was taken aback, surprised that Red Skull had a backup plan. "What have you prepared? Speak truthfully, and I may grant leniency." Yet, Red Skull erupted into maniacal laughter, channeling all his energy in a desperate charge towards Chin Su, intent on mutual destruction. But would such an act bear fruit? It proved futile. Chin Su swiftly cast a freezing spell, encasing Red Skull in ice. The magic he wielded could achieve absolute zero, causing the surrounding air molecules to solidify, even freezing time itself. Red Skull stood motionless, akin to a statue suspended in the void. In the next instant, Chin Su conjured a fireball, and Red Skull was reduced to ashes, dissipating into the ether. Stark, on his end, was nearing resolution of his own challenges. Indeed, technological matters were best entrusted to Stark, while Chin Su was capable. He preferred to leave it in Stark's capable hands. "What is the status?" Stark inquired. "He attempted to escape via the network, but I have severed his retreat. Now, I shall erase him entirely." Dr. Zola, in a moment of despair, cried out as he vanished into oblivion. "Let us hasten our steps. There are numerous super soldier captains, and he cannot contend with them alone." The two swiftly ascended into the sky, where they beheld Captain America, Steve Rogers, valiantly battling against the throngs of super soldiers. Though each individual soldier may not pose a significant threat, the sheer multitude he faced, thousands, rendered his endurance untenable. Consequently, they soon spotted Captain Steve, on the verge of exhaustion, and rushed to his aid. Chin Su unleashed fiery magic, incinerating a substantial portion of the enemy, leaving only 20 or so. He refrained from further magical assaults, opting instead for close-quarters combat. Captain America and his compatriots recognized Chin Su's arrival, realizing that Red Skull must have been thwarted, and they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Their burdens lightened considerably. Observing that only a few adversaries remained, Chin Su chose not to linger, entrusting the remainder to Captain America and his team, including Stark, clad in his formidable destroyer armor. The fighting prowess of Stark was far beyond that of these mere super soldiers, instilling no concern for potential complications. "I shall leave this to you all. I have other matters to attend to," he declared. "You are abandoning us," one retorted. I sensed that Red Skull's words were not mere fabrications. He must have some contingency plan, and should he return, it may be too late to address it. Captain Steve responded, "Yes, you may proceed. We shall manage these foes." Chin Su then returned to Kamartaj, spending a few days in blissful solitude with Wanda. Yet, the implications of Red Skull's words weighed heavily on his mind, leaving him in a state of perplexity. Thus, he sought out Stark, inquiring whether their prior investigations into Red Skull had unveiled anything unusual. Chin Su materialized at the Avengers Tower, encountering Stark in a rather intimate moment with Pepper Potts. A hint of awkwardness compelled him to clear his throat. Stark, noticing Chin Su, expressed his dissatisfaction. "Hey, Chin Su, your timing could not be worse." Pepper chuckled nervously. "It's been a while, Chin Su. What brings you here?" "I wish to review the findings from your investigations into Red Skull. I seek any anomalies," he replied. "Red Skull, you say?" "We deleted all the files after his demise," Stark responded. "What? Why would you do that? What purpose does retaining the information of a deceased individual serve?" At that moment, a strikingly beautiful woman approached, capturing Stark's attention. "Who is she?" Chin Su inquired. "She is my new assistant, tasked with managing some company affairs." With your frequent absences, I cannot handle everything alone and thus required assistance. From the very first glance, Chen Su sensed an enigmatic aura surrounding her. Chen Su observed that the ambient energy around him seemed to converge entirely towards her, vanishing without a trace within a mere meter, as if devoured by some unseen force. He sensed that she resembled a humanoid black hole, possessing an unfathomable capacity for absorption. Her physical form appeared to have limitless potential. Chen Su was astounded, pondering the origins of this individual whom little Chili had recruited, for he had never encountered anyone like her before. He was certain that she was not of this earth. Little Chili commenced the introduction, stating, "Allow me to present my newly appointed assistant, Lena. She is a distinguished graduate of MIT and an invaluable asset to my work." Lena sweetly greeted them, her gaze fixated intently on Chen Su, unyielding and unwavering. Chen Su, too, noticed the intensity of her stare, which radiated an overwhelming greed, as if she wished to consume him whole, akin to a delectable delicacy. Little Chili caught the peculiar glint in Lena's eyes and, feeling the awkwardness of the moment, cleared her throat, though it proved ineffective. She gently patted Lena on the shoulder, prompting the latter to snap back to reality, her head lowering in embarrassment. Stark observed Lena's gaze with a mix of admiration and envy, questioning, "What is it about this guy, Chen Su, that captivates such beauty? What unique charm does he possess that draws one stunning woman after another to him?" As Stark took note of Lena's infatuation, he began to doubt his own allure. Despite being a seasoned connoisseur of human interactions, he found himself lacking in comparison to Chen Su. This sentiment was shared by Little Chili, who mused, "Goodness, Chen Su has such charisma that even a girl he just met cannot look away. Oh no, it seems this young lady might fall into his grasp." At that moment, Chen Su was lost in thought, sifting through the memories of his past existence, desperately searching for any trace of this enigmatic person, but to no avail. It was as though she had never existed. Stark, noticing Chen Su's intense focus on Lena, admonished, "Hey, buddy, staring like that isn't appropriate." Chen Su blinked, momentarily taken aback, and sheepishly scratched his head. "All right then, I suppose I shall take my leave for now. We can converse another time." "You're leaving? Won't you join us for a meal?" "Never mind. I have other matters to attend to." Stark interjected with his usual irreverence. "Oh, I see. Just typical manly business, right? But let me remind you to exercise restraint. Overindulgence may lead to unforeseen complications. If you lose that particular ability, the fun will come to an end." Chen Su was utterly bewildered by Stark's response. What on earth was he thinking? His mind was filled with nonsensical ideas. Chen Su patted Stark on the shoulder and communicated telepathically, instructing him, "Stark, investigate Lena discreetly. Do not speak. I am conveying my thoughts to you mentally. Focus on your thoughts, and I will comprehend them." Stark glanced at Chen Su, nodding gently in agreement. "What? We just met, and you're already contemplating taking her to bed? Aren't you worried about your significant other finding out? What are you thinking? This is not the way to approach it. I cannot see through her. I sense an incredibly powerful energy emanating from her. I am certain she is not of this earth. Furthermore, I perceive a significant danger surrounding her. She possesses an unfathomable energy and the ability to consume energy. In any case, do not let her know. Maintain the current situation. I can tell she harbors no ill intentions toward Pepper, so you need not worry about her safety. However, I remain uneasy, which is why I need you to investigate her origins and determine if someone from another universe has intentions regarding ours." Stark looked at Chen Su in shock, somewhat incredulous at her words. "Are you sure?" "Yes," Chen Su affirmed, and Stark nodded, glancing back at Lena. "Let's leave it at that for now. I must go. We can reconvene another time." Rather than employing spatial magic, Chen Su entered the elevator. Once the doors closed, he used his power to instantly return to Kamartaj. What was that about the young lady? Wanda suddenly appeared behind Chen Su. "The young lady?" Chen Su was taken aback. "Wanda, when did you arrive behind me? I was just taking a stroll here, and you materialized beside me. How can you question my presence behind you? Who is that young lady?" Chen Su awkwardly replied, "It's nothing." In an instant, Wanda transformed into a remarkably astute detective. For reasons unknown, women seem to possess an innate talent for such matters. "Do you think I would believe you? Who is that young lady?" Chen Su realized he could not conceal the truth from Wanda. "I can tell you. But please do not jump to conclusions. I truly have no connection with her. I merely met her for the first time." "Why are you so anxious? What is the matter? I never said you had any relationship. Do you actually have one?" "She's the new assistant of that fiery Pepper, but I sense a mysterious aura surrounding her. I am certain she is not from Earth. However, I do not know where she is from, and I can feel that something is about to transpire." Wanda stared intently at Chen Su. "Really?" Chen Su maintained his composure, looking sincerely into Wanda's eyes. "Indeed. Very well then. Let us take a stroll together," Wanda suggested, and with that, she linked her arm with Chen Su's, as they leisurely wandered through Kamartaj. Chun Su felt a sense of relief wash over him. That evening, he found himself sleeping beside Wanda, their bodies entwined in a warm embrace. Gradually, he became aware of a pair of hands moving restlessly against him. Assuming it to be Wanda playing a prank, he seized the hands to still their movement. However, upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to discover himself in the realm of the death dimension, lying upon the bed of the goddess of death. Chapter 130. Startling news. The goddess of death gazed at Chun Su with an alluring expression, while he stared back at her in bewilderment, inquiring, "Is there something you wish to discuss? What do you think?" She replied playfully, "But enough of the jesting. I have serious matters to address." To Chun Su's surprise, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. "What is it?" "The planet devourer. Surely you are aware of him?" "Yes, one of your 5 siblings." "What of him?" "It is not about him. Rather, his daughter is currently on your planet." Chun Su was instantly taken aback by this revelation. The news was utterly astonishing. Why was the daughter of the planet devourer on Earth? "I received word from my siblings that he intends to gift Earth to his daughter." "What?" "I must admit, I find this hard to comprehend. This means Earth is in peril, the planet devourer is approaching, and his daughter is already here. Why would he come to Earth? What is his intention to destroy it? Earth has done him no wrong. There appears to be no ulterior motive, if one were to be ascribed. It would be that Earth possesses abundant energy resources that could fulfill her needs. How did he discover Earth? Need you ask? It was undoubtedly someone from your planet who lured him here. Who? Who else but Loki? The energy unleashed by the detonation of the 6 Infinity Stones drew the attention of the planet devourer. Loki is the mastermind, but he has an accomplice, the man with the red skull on your planet, who is allied with Loki. It seems he intends to use the planet devourer as a means to confront Earth. At this moment, Chun Su comprehended the implications of the red skull's words. The planet devourer was likely his hidden trump card. As a traveler from another realm, Chun Su was aware of the planet devourer, one of the 5 primordial deities. However, opinions regarding his strength varied greatly. When fully fed, he was undeniably the most formidable. His size could eclipse the sun itself, capable of swallowing Earth whole without difficulty. Conversely, in a state of hunger, he was at his weakest. However, even the weakest among us possesses formidable strength. Due to the chaotic evaluations of his capabilities in a past life, Chun Su found it challenging to ascertain his true prowess. The planet devourer, what is his strength? Among the 5 siblings, he has long been the most unpredictable. When well fed, none of us can match him. Yet, in a state of hunger, he becomes the weakest among us. Presently, however, he is satiated and stands as the strongest of us all. Chun Su was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief how Earth seems perpetually beset by calamities, with so many individuals intent on its destruction. What is the reason behind this? I strongly advise you to keep a watchful eye on my little niece, for she is quite famished. Should she lose control and consume either you or the Earth, it would spell disaster. What is the name of your little niece? I have heard her referred to as Lena. Goodness, it truly is that young lady. I am utterly speechless. How did this little firecracker attract such attention? As Chun Su attempted to rise, the goddess of death firmly restrained him, preventing his departure. Do you truly wish to leave? She has not seen you in quite some time. Chun Su, grinning, replied, "Could you wait until I conclude this matter? Once I have resolved it, I shall seek you out, and then you may do as you please." "Really? A gentleman's word is his bond," she replied. "Very well, this is your promise, but do not expect mercy when the time comes." Observing the goddess of death's smug expression, Chun Su realized he had likely been ensnared in a trap. Regret washed over him, but the words had already escaped his lips. There was no retracting them now. The goddess of death then transported Chun Su into the realm of reality, and he found himself instantaneously before the Kamatage, where Wanda lay serenely beside him. Rather than hastening to find the daughter of the planet devourer, Chun Su recalled his previous encounter with him, during which he sensed no hostility. Both Pepper and Stark were merely ordinary humans, harboring limited energy. Thus, the allure of Lena should be minimal, allowing him to take his time in seeking them out. Time slipped by quietly, leading to the following morning. Chun Su rose early, utilizing spatial mimicry to arrive at the Avengers Tower, having skipped breakfast. He materialized at the base of the tower, opting not to teleport inside amidst the bustling workday. Such an abrupt appearance would undoubtedly cause a stir. As he strolled inside, he observed the hurried workers, noting the frenetic pace of American life. Having resided in America for quite some time, he marveled at how each individual seemed to toil with relentless fervor. "Hey, Chun Su, what brings you here?" Turning around, he was greeted by Pepper and Stark. "Greetings. My dear Pepper and Stark, I have a matter to discuss with Stark. I shall take my leave for now. You may continue your conversation. How goes the inquiry I requested of you?" "You were indeed correct. The origins remain shrouded in mystery. My investigation into the work-related backgrounds has revealed that nearly all are fabricated. I have ascertained his identity, so you needn't concern yourself with further inquiries. Once again, our planet faces peril. Stark was momentarily taken aback. What? What trouble has arisen now? Lena is the daughter of the planet Devourer, one of the 5 primordial deities. What? Stark was rendered speechless. Although he was unfamiliar with the planet Devourer, he grasped from Chun Su's words that the primordial deity's power should not be underestimated. The planet Devourer possesses the capability to effortlessly annihilate any planet. Could it not simply consume Earth whole? They feast upon planets, thus wielding command over all forms of energy. To what extent their power has grown, I cannot fathom. Stark comprehended that Earth was once again in jeopardy, having narrowly escaped one crisis after another, yet here they were, faced with more trouble. What could prompt such a being to descend upon Earth? I suspect the source of this news to be the Red Skull. When Loki once possessed the 6 Infinity Stones, he resurrected the Red Skull, and together they prepared this contingency plan. Chapter 131. The insatiable Lena, the planet Devourer, feeding on planets, must possess a size beyond imagination. Indeed, I have learned from other primordial deities that the planet Devourer is now utterly sated, with power that has ascended to unfathomable heights. This visit to Earth is not to consume it, but rather to present it as a gift to his daughter, implying that she is to devour Earth. What? Earth is a gift? Allow me to venture a guess. The daughter of the planet Devourer must be Lena. They are inherently driven by an insatiable hunger, requiring constant consumption of energy in all its forms to achieve satisfaction. Should their hunger exceed their capacity, they will devour anything in sight. I see now, a nuclear power plant in New York has been attacked, its energy entirely siphoned away. If I am not mistaken, she is the culprit. A mere nuclear plant? Should we be more concerned about whether she is truly sated? Wait, she wouldn't have consumed Pepper, would she? You need not worry about that. The energy contained within Pepper is insufficient to satisfy her appetite. She is unlikely to consider her a meal. Where is she currently employed? Let us pay her a visit. I must inquire about her true intentions for being here. Very well, let us depart at once. Chun Su followed Stark to Stark Industries. As they entered, they caught the attention of an individual. Stark, of course, recognized who it was, his boss, a member of the Avengers, while Chun Su remained oblivious. Rarely seen in public, few were acquainted with Chun Su, leaving many puzzled as to why he was with their esteemed leader. They noted the peculiar respect Stark displayed towards him, as he was typically perceived as arrogant and aloof, seldom engaging with others in such a manner. Today, however, they were astonished. Lena is working over there, Stark remarked. These matters are handled by Pepper Potts. I have no involvement. Yet you, the owner of this company, are unaware. I am not the owner, Pepper is. At that moment, a young woman in uniform approached briskly. Hi, I have a question for you. Her tone was gentle and deferential. She understood Stark's significance and dared not act presumptuously. May I ask what you need? Where is Lena's office? Stark's inquiry sparked discontent among the younger employees. His fame in America rivaled that of the most celebrated stars, if not surpassing them. The notorious playboy reputation Stark held was well known, and there were whispers that he had perhaps dallied with models gracing various covers. Lena, with her pure and lively demeanor, had captivated everyone upon her arrival, and they were astonished to learn she had also attracted Stark's attention. They likely thought, oh no, not another good girl to fall prey to him. If thoughts could kill, Stark would have perished countless times over. Chun Su noticed the glances around him, but chose not to dwell on them. I will take you there, he said, leading the way to Lena's workspace, which was currently unoccupied. She must be with the manager for signatures. Let us wait a moment. She should be here shortly. Stark, upon hearing this, became restless. Wait, if he takes Pepper, it'll be disastrous. He hurried off to find her, leaving Chun Su alone. Let us split up. You wait here while I check on Pepper. All right, go ahead. Stark raced towards the top floor, opting for the stairs over the elevator. A choice that would undoubtedly leave him breathless. Chun Su was left standing alone, waiting in solitude. Sir, would you like to find a place to sit while you wait? No, a brief moment will suffice. Once the female employee departed, Chun Su was abruptly enveloped by a chilling aura. A sensation of profound hunger, as if he were about to be devoured whole. The desire to consume him was palpable, an instinctive urge to swallow him alive. Chun Su recognized this presence as Lena, the woman known as the Planet Devourer. Gradually, he turned to face her, meeting her gaze, which was fixated on him. Her eyes gleaming with insatiable hunger, drool trickling from the corners of her mouth. At that moment, Chun Su appeared to Lena as an irresistible delicacy. Infused with the power of the Phoenix, 6 Infinity Stones, and a fragment of the heart of the universe's energy. This utterly pure energy was not only formidable, but boundless, presenting an allure that was utterly irresistible to Lena. She gazed at Chun Su, her desire to consume him unmistakable. Chen Su was acutely aware of the tremendous temptation he posed to Lina. Even her father, the planet devourer, would find him equally enticing. Were it not for his paternal restraint, he might have consumed Chen Su in one swift motion, unlike Lina, who struggled to contain her cravings. A sudden thought crossed Chen Su's mind, prompting him to approach her. "So, are you eager to devour me?" he inquired. This question shattered Lina's composure, and without a moment's hesitation, she replied, "Yes, can I take a bite?" "Letting you bite me might be too painful," Chen Su jested, "but I can ensure you are satisfied. However, we must move to a more secluded location." "All right, where to?" "Let's go now." Chen Su stepped closer to Lina, igniting jealousy among the younger employees, prompting one to interject. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Lina is one of us." Ignoring the interruption, Chen Su halted time around them and employed spatial magic, transporting himself and Lina to a deserted locale. Lina exhibited little surprise. As the daughter of one of the 5 primordial deities, the planet devourer, she had encountered far more astonishing phenomena. This was trivial in comparison, and her thoughts were consumed with the desire to feast upon Chen Su. "Hurry, you promised to satisfy my hunger. I can hardly contain myself. Just let me take a bite," she urged. Suddenly, as Lina opened her mouth to bite Chen Su, he swiftly intervened. Though her hunger was intense at that moment, he felt all the energy around them being siphoned away by Lina, including the radiant energy of the sun and even the atomic energy present in the air. In a moment of dissatisfaction, Lina questioned, "What's wrong? Are you having second thoughts?" "No, what I meant to say is that I can satiate your hunger, but there is no need for you to bite me." "Very well, as long as you can fill my belly, I am amenable to anything." Lina, the daughter of the planet devourer, shares a similar disposition with him. Both are gluttons in the truest sense. Chen Su, in turn, conjured a fireball, albeit small. Yet it contained an unfathomable amount of energy. Upon seeing the fireball, Lina's eyes widened in astonishment. She lunged forward and devoured the fireball, which transformed into energy as it was consumed. However, it was evident that the energy contained within this fireball was far from sufficient to satisfy Lina's appetite. She fixed her gaze intensely upon Chen Su, who understood her unspoken demand. She desired more. Chen Su proceeded to create several more fireballs in various colors, including blue. It was the first time Lina experienced such gratification from her feast. Ultimately, Chen Su resolved to present her with a larger offering. Harnessing the power of the phoenix, he formed an energy sphere the size of a thumb, yet its energy was potent enough to obliterate an entire solar system. Upon witnessing this, Lina's eyes widened in amazement as she fixated on the energy sphere. As the daughter of a planet devourer, her sensitivity to energy was beyond comprehension. She could easily perceive the immense power contained within the sphere that Chen Su held. Its magnitude was staggering, not to mention its elevated energy level. The allure of this energy sphere was akin to that of a well-roasted chicken presented to a person who had fasted for 5 days. Such temptation was utterly overwhelming. Lina lost all semblance of reason and lunged forward. Observing her fervor, Chen Su promptly guided the sphere toward her mouth. After swallowing, Lina licked her lips, clearly still craving more, yet she had genuinely filled her belly this time. With a blissful touch to her stomach, she reveled in her newfound fullness. It was the first time she had eaten to such satisfaction. Previously, while accompanying her father, she often went hungry, never truly satiated. Chen Su was left speechless. Their appetites were insatiable, and the energies of ordinary celestial bodies were woefully inadequate to satisfy them. The energy Chen Su provided to Lina could easily cause upheaval across the galaxy and annihilate entire solar systems. Yet such offerings merely served to appease her. As a planet devourer, his appetite far exceeded that of his daughter. It remained uncertain how much energy would be required to truly fill him. This insatiable hunger was the reason why, upon being satiated, his strength could rival the most powerful among the 5 primordial deities. The sheer magnitude of energy he possessed was unparalleled by other deities. Observing Lina's contented expression, Chen Su inquired, "So, are you satisfied now?" Lina, without acknowledging him, merely nodded in affirmation. "Do you wish to be filled again in the future?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lina replied, "Of course I do. You must come with me." "All right, where to?" Indeed, Lina has found someone who can satisfy her hunger, someone who can command her every whim. This is crucial for her future happiness. Ultimately, it is the allure of delectable cuisine that proves irresistible. Nay, it is the temptation of energy itself. Yet, what choice does she have, being the daughter of a planet devourer? Her father is an insatiable gourmand, and as his daughter, she too is a voracious connoisseur. "Then follow me." "Very well." Without a moment's hesitation, Lina trailed after Chen Su. Abandoning her duties, he led her to Kamar Taj, and the instant Lina entered, she began to murmur incessantly, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, each person radiating an insatiable greed. To her, everyone here represented a sumptuous feast. My goodness, what an extraordinary place. This could serve as a delightful snack. Oh, what a profound energy. That individual, his energy is even more potent. Lena gazed at the mages around her, nearly losing her mind amidst the abundance of energy and food. Upon returning, Chen Su intended for Lena to meet Wanda first, but as soon as Lena spotted Wanda, she exclaimed, "My heavens, how can that individual possess such immense energy?" Without hesitation, Lena darted towards her, circling around her in excitement. Wanda, taken aback by the girl's antics, asked, "Who are you?" "My name is Lena. May I take a bite?" Bewildered by Lena's unexpected request, Wanda could hardly comprehend the situation. Who approaches someone with the intent to bite? Chen Su quickly intervened, restraining Lena. He still wished to befriend Wanda. After all, Wanda, who is she? Why have you brought another woman here? Wanda, having sensed a hint of hostility, assumed that Chen Su was up to his usual mischief again. "Lena, please wait here for a moment. I need to discuss something." Seeing that Lena was utterly ignoring him, Chen Su resorted to freezing her in place using spatial stasis, then pulled Wanda aside. "Listen, Lena is the daughter of the planet Devourer, one of the 5 primordial deities." What? Though Wanda was unfamiliar with the planet Devourer, she could tell from Chen Su's words that Lena's origins were anything but ordinary. "We're in trouble on Earth. For her father is coming here. Let him come. We shall treat him as a guest. Her father intends to present Earth as a gift to his daughter." What? Why? Does he regard Earth as some kind of toy? The planet Devourer consumes planets and survives by devouring stars. In its eyes, Earth is merely a morsel. The power of the planet Devourer is undeniably terrifying, which spells trouble for our world. I wish to place Lena under the protection of our Kamatage. Please assist me in looking after her. Wanda, having regained her composure, understands that something significant is about to transpire. She is not one to disregard the gravity of the situation, despite being uncertain about the necessary course of action at this moment.